Chapter 52-28. 200 billion was the final price. No one else dared to bid. After all, the influence of the House of Immortality was obvious. If the House of God Ordainment had given up on it, how could anyone else do the same? The other party took out 200 billion Cosmos God Stones in one go, which was not a small number. Anyone who could afford it would be able to bid 300 billion, 400 billion, or even 500 billion. Congratulations on entering the House of Immortality for acquiring this meteor treasure. The ninth young master announced. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could enter the House of God Ordainment and get the treasure, he would have a chance. If someone else took it, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to keep up. But entering the House of Immortality was a different story. After all, Lin Fei was an eternal expert. Although he hadn't yet cultivated magical laws, his body was already strong enough. And with his reincarnation nascent divinity, his fighting prowess wasn't weak at all. Even ordinary eternal-level powerhouses would be able to fight them. And that wasn't to mention the fact that he had other treasures. The first thing Lin Fei did was check out the private room, hoping to learn more about what was going on. The Heaven Eye was simply amazing to use. I never would have guessed that the old bastard from the House of God Ordainment would give up. I thought he was going to keep bidding. But it seems he's going to cause us a lot of trouble. The old man chuckled. It doesn't matter, the young woman said. The young woman said, it doesn't matter. As long as this meteor treasure is in our hands, we can take away the law of time. This treasure's effect will be reduced by at least half. No one knows that the true essence of this treasure is this law of time. Once we successfully refine this law of time, we can control time, and the future within time. She was speaking casually, as if she didn't care about the House of God Ordainment at all. Lin Fei had learned a secret, and he was surprised that the magical laws of time were different. Furthermore, they were the ultimate magical laws of time that ordinary people could cultivate. However, taking away the magical laws of time would reduce the effectiveness of the treasure by more than half. Even so, Lin Fei could tell that it was still very powerful. If one day could be equivalent to 500 days, then 1 year could be equivalent to more than 300 years, or even 400 to 500 years, which was quite worth it. That person from the House of God Ordainment is definitely a top expert, and he definitely won't give up easily. Whether or not I can get this thing will depend on whether or not he makes a move. If he does, I'll have a chance. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. There was no way the experts from the House of God Ordainment would give up so easily. He gave up too easily. Hence, he went to look at the people in this private room. The expert from the House of God Ordainment was wearing a black robe. The Gate of Immortality has appeared. You guys can prepare yourselves. The fish has finally appeared. There shouldn't be many people coming, probably only 3 or 4. With our combined strength, we can actually capture them in one fell swoop and find the location of the Gate of Immortality. Lin Fei heard it as soon as he arrived. He was releasing information to the outside world, but the amount of information was a little too much. Originally, they thought that they were after the time treasure. Now, it seemed that they were after the two of them. Furthermore, they had been able to divine the location of the Gate of Immortality. In other words, the Gate of Immortality was a catalyst to draw the people from the House of God Ordainment out into the open. Was it possible that the Gate of Immortality had lived up to its glory days? Or did the House of God Ordainment have other information? All of a sudden, Lin Fei's curiosity was piqued. After the meteor treasure was successfully auctioned off, the auction came to an end. Originally, he had assumed that everyone would leave from their original location. Never could he have guessed that a door would appear right next to them. Of course, Lin Fei was even more certain of one thing. This auction house really was a top-notch spatial treasure. Once they left this place, they would have nothing to do with each other. No one would ever know who had bought the item. It was a very impressive move. Lin Fei was using his Heaven's Eye to make use of some of the tricks that he had just acquired. Otherwise, he would have been in a very bad position to catch up to these people. In the blink of an eye, he was outside of the World Pagoda. Just as he had imagined, it would be very difficult to find any traces of the Gate of Immortality. However, Lin Fei could sense two auras, one in the south and one in the north. Incredible. They were actually quite a distance away. And one of them seemed to be heading in a certain direction. He didn't need to guess to know that it was someone from the Gate of Immortality. The Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to update. There will be no ads on the site, so please bookmark it and recommend it. Chapter 52-29. That was one of the unique abilities of the Heavenly Eye. As long as Lin Fei was within a certain range, he would be able to get a general idea of where they were. In fact, it was almost as if they were 2 points on the same compass. It didn't matter how they moved, Lin Fei was able to see them. Picking a quiet place, Lin Fei used his Heavenly Eye. It was almost as if he were a manifestation of the Tao of Heaven, and he was able to see a figure moving at high speed. It was none other than the black-robed old man from the House of God Ordainment. This guy's speed was quite fast. He had crossed a large distance in almost an instant. He was really ferocious to the point of being a complete mess. If Yang Qi's guess was right, he was heading toward the House of Immortals. However, it seemed that not all of his people had arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! One by one, figures walked out of the void in an instant. By this point, the black-robed old man was standing in one of them. "The people from the House of Immortals are here," he said. "There's no way they'll ever guess that I have a treasure that can sense the location of the House of Immortals. They're right up ahead. Let's go together. With so many people on our side, we'll definitely be able to take them down." The black-robed old man had a treasure in his hand that looked like an identity medallion, except that it could only point in one direction. It was almost like a compass, which was completely inconceivable. These people were all incredibly strong, and although they were keeping their auras hidden, Lin Fei could tell that they were eternal experts. They were eternal level powerhouses. 5 of them were in the eternal level. They weren't young, and they radiated ancient auras. Some of them even had traces of death energy. As of this moment, Lin Fei realized why they were chasing the House of Immortals. Considering their cultivation levels, if they wanted to advance further, they would have to go to a higher level. There were no higher level places in the universe, but the House of Immortals seemed to have a way to reach higher levels. No wonder they were being targeted, and had even used a treasure like this to lure them out. Although they were plotting against the House of Immortals, Yang Qi wasn't sure if they were plotting against the House of God Ordainment. These two sects should have always been at odds with each other. Lin Fei's thoughts turned quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find a treasure so quickly, and they even managed to lure someone out. Lin Fei didn't have time to check out the situation on the side of Immortal Sect. After all, the few eternal level experts here were indeed quite powerful. They discussed and then took action. On the other side, the 2 people who were trying to ascend the Immortal Gate were constantly moving. Their speed was even faster than the black-robed old man. The 2 of them took out their treasures and moved quickly. Seeing this, Lin Fei immediately followed. It would be bad if he left his position. Within a certain range, it didn't matter. Lin Fei would be able to keep an eye on their movements, just like now. Lin Fei also went all out, and his eternal level body came in handy. They should be coming after us. Did the House of God Ordainment really think I didn't know they were using that treasure to lure us out? The young woman's voice was as cold as ice. The House of God Ordainment and the House of God Ordainment have been enemies for years, and they've never been able to do anything to us. In fact, we've killed so many of their top experts. After all these years, they haven't improved at all, and now they're coming after us. Well, I'm going to wipe them out completely. The young woman's voice was filled with killing intent, and it was as cold as ice. Excellent. They were well aware of the House of God Ordainment's character, and it was obvious that they had suffered quite a bit in the past. This was going to be a good show to watch. As long as they started fighting, Lin Fei was confident that he would be able to get his hands on the treasure. The chances of that happening before had been low, but now they were high. He was definitely going to get his hands on the treasure. He was actually looking forward to it, and wasn't particularly interested in the magical laws of time. It was a treasure that would be very useful to the House of Great Void. There was no way he was going to let this opportunity slip by. The House of God Ordainment and the House of God Ordainment were moving incredibly quickly. Thankfully, Lin Fei had 99 nascent divinities. Only his eternal-level fleshly body could keep up. Not daring to get too close, he kept to the outermost ring. This kind of situation was more or less in Lin Fei's grasp. No matter how much trouble they made, the result would be the same. It was going to be a great show to watch. All he needed was a stool to crack some melon seeds and enjoy the show. Chapter 52:30. Just like that, Lin Fei continued to chase after him. Eventually, he realized that they had all stopped. He knew that the people from the House of God Ordainment had some sort of trick up their sleeves. If he wasn't mistaken, they were going to fight the people from the House of God Ordainment. It seemed they were going to give the House of God Ordainment a big blow. It seemed he could just sit back and enjoy the show. Just like that, Lin Fei came to a stop on a mountain. He wasn't very far from where he had been. He didn't dare to get too close. Who knew if they had some sort of trick up their sleeves? It would be best to let them fight first. Lin Fei was a good thinker. At the very least, he couldn't let himself be exposed, otherwise he would miss out on a good opportunity. Meanwhile, inside a small valley, the two people from the House of Immortals had stopped in their tracks. It was as if it was waiting for someone. From the beginning to the end, there was no movement. In the blink of an eye, a few figures appeared in the valley. Ha ha ha. I never thought we'd meet again. I thought you people would have some sort of trick up your sleeves, but it seems you didn't. How disappointing. Just like that, they walked in. Behind them were the eternal-level powerhouses. All of them were staring at a man and a woman. You guys really came. What should I say to you guys? The old man said, chuckling. The old man wasn't surprised at all, nor was the young woman next to him. She didn't move at all, and just stood there quietly. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the current holy daughter of the House of Immortals Ascension. God Heaven's revelation looked over at the young woman. I heard that in every generation, the House of Immortals Ascension only has one holy daughter. She's the strongest, and the position of House Lord has always been hers. Am I right? Lin Fei was taken aback. Was this House of Immortals Ascension really different? It was actually a holy daughter who was the House Lord. This was even more extraordinary. After all, the House of Immortals Ascension sounded different. Apparently, the House of God Ordainment was very powerful. They even had information like this. It seemed they had a deep connection to the House of Immortals Ascension. It seems you people from the House of God Ordainment have a lot of information. That's right. I'm the current holy daughter Luo Lan. Luo Lan chuckled. Since you know that the holy maiden of the immortal sect is here, you still dare to come. Aren't you afraid that all of you will die here? You people might be eternal experts, but not even the House of God Ordainment could match up to you. Luo Lan's voice was very soft, but it was filled with an invincible might. Even the expression of the black-robed old man, Shen Tianqi, changed slightly. He was incomparably furious. Back in the day, the House of Immortal Ascension dominated an entire era, and our House of God Ordainment wasn't a match for them. But in the end, they wiped you out. I bet you're only a handful of big cats left. Other than you, no one else is a match for them. Shin Tianqi snorted coldly. I'll cut to the chase. Tell us about the passageway to the immortal plane and you fellows might be able to leave this place alive. Otherwise, once we attack, you fellows can forget about leaving. That's right. Tell us about the passageway to the immortal world, and we'll let you live. Otherwise, you're dead. With so many of us working together, even if you're from the House of Immortal Ascension, we have nothing to fear. If you tell us about the House of Immortal Ascension, we'll have nothing to say. But times are different now. You too are different. The eternal experts were all gathered around Luolan. If Luolan didn't agree, they would immediately attack. They desperately needed the passageway to the next high-level world. The immortal world was their best option. It was a magnificent place, and if they could get their hands on the passageway to the immortal world, they would definitely be able to survive. You people really are ignorant, Luolan said. Back in the day, the House of Immortal Ascension controlled the passageway to the immortal world. In fact, we were its representatives. But now that the passageway is closed, the House of Immortal Ascension is no longer its representative. Do you really think we can create one for you? I don't care if you're the representatives of the immortal world or not. You definitely know about the passageway to the immortal world. That's how simple it is. Shin Tianqi's gaze turned cold. Don't make us do it ourselves. The two of you can't stop all of us. Rumble. All of a sudden, a massive wave of power rolled out. In the blink of an eye, the valley collapsed, and Luolan erupted with a terrifying energy field. A Jingguang appeared, spiraling through the air. Chapter 52:31. Even Lin Fei, who was far away, could sense the great change. In an instant, the entire valley was reduced to ruins. The ruins were shrouded in layers of shadows. No one could see them clearly at all. Fortunately, Lin Fei was using the celestial eye, which allowed him to see everything clearly. He saw that Luolan's body was covered in shackles. Even the old man beside him was covered in shackles. It turned out that the two of them had been attacked by a treasure at some point. Shin Tianqi laughed out loud. You guys definitely didn't expect that I had set up a trap in this treasure just for you guys to use. Even if you guys have some tricks up your sleeves when you ascend to the immortal sect, do you think you can withstand the trap that I have prepared for you? They all laughed heartily. We've planned for a long time to prepare a trap for you. This treasure is a top-notch treasure from ancient times, specially used to trap people. No matter how powerful you are, do you think you can control it? The famous immortal binding rope is said to be used by the great experts of the immortal realm in the past. Although it's an imitation, it can still exert 10 to 20% of its power. With the power of the immortal binding rope, no matter how powerful you are, do you think you can withstand it? Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. These fellows were really astute. They'd even used a trick like this. They'd indeed planned to catch them off guard. Who could have imagined that such a treasure would be hidden in this treasure of time? It was even more unbelievable. They'd used it on a treasure which had definitely caught them off guard. Previously, both of them were bound tightly by the immortal binding rope and there was a feeling of being tightly bound. Shin Tianqi and the others laughed heartily, looking very pleased with themselves. They'd waited a long time for this day, and they'd finally been lured out. Now you know that we're right. Since we've lured you out, we'll definitely have a trick to deal with you. I know that the most powerful trick you can use to ascend to the immortal realm is the immortal path. Shin Tianqi seemed to have learned about the method of entering the sect of immortals. He even knew what the method was. After getting hit by my immortal binding rope, things will be completely different. Even if you have a sage technique, you won't be able to use it. You can only obediently accept your fate. Luolan and the old man's expressions didn't change much. You think you can take us down with such a method? You guys are really underestimating the immortal sect. There was a loud bang. The old man's body was covered in multicolored light. With a loud rumbling sound, the immortal binding rope wrapped around his body was blasted away. An invincible beam of light blasted the treasure away. Next, the invincible beam of light transformed into a huge torrent that rushed over. The expressions of Enchanting and the others changed instantly. They released their treasures one after another. Beams of light appeared in front of them. In an instant, he managed to block the attack. The expressions of Enchanting and the others changed drastically. You're actually so strong. Late-stage Eternal Realm. This attack made Enchanting and the others feel a lot of pressure. Even Lin Fei could see that this old man was quite strong. He turned out to be at the late-stage Eternal Realm. He didn't know if he was at the early stage or middle stage Eternal Realm. Lin Fei's body didn't have anything else. He just kept on tempering it. Therefore, his body was very powerful. At least, whether it was this old man or Enchanting, their bodies were average. If Ningqing wanted to make a move, as long as the sneak attack was successful, he could blast their bodies apart with a single punch. This was the benefit of having a strong body. The method of entering the sect of immortals isn't as simple as you think. Since you guys came, none of you should even think about leaving today. The old man gave a cold snort and attacked again. Behind him, there was a divine light. This divine light contained infinite immortal charm, which made it completely different from the others. Thunder descended in an instant, turning into a thunder zone. A loud rumbling sound rang out. It kept shuttling around them. It turned out that this old man cultivated the law of thunder. The law of thunder was already quite powerful. Now that he used it again, it naturally changed. I already knew that you cultivated the law of thunder. It just so happens that I have a thunder treasure here that can restrain your method. Voila! A bead floated in the air, and all the thunder attacks converged towards this bead. It turns out that you brought a thunder bead. You're quite confident. Luo Lan said. Chapter 52-32. Lin Fei hadn't expected the fight to begin. Whether it was the House of Immortal Ascension or the House of God Ordainment, the fighting prowess of both sides was top-notch. Multicolored light spread out to cover the entire area, and some people who wanted to see what was going on couldn't get in. They were directly affected by the shock waves. Lin Fei was the only one who could see what was going on. He was glad that he hadn't gone over to help. Only the old man from the House of God Ordainment was fighting. As for Luo Lan, he hadn't made a move at all, as though he didn't care about these people at all. They're really strong. But it looks like Luo Lan is going to make a move soon. If he doesn't, he won't be a match for them. That old man is clearly going to lose. Lin Fei's eyes were very accurate. Enchanting from the House of God Ordainment had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He had prepared quite a few treasures that could absorb attacks and keep them at peak fighting prowess. In contrast, the old man's attacks were much weaker. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Luo Lan made a move. Rumble. A huge explosion rang out. The old man staggered backwards several paces. His clothes were in disarray, and blood was oozing out of the corner of his mouth. Enchanting laughed heartily. It seems you alone aren't enough to stop all of us. Holy daughter, why don't you make a move? If you don't, you won't have a chance. Enchanting also breathed a long sigh of relief. Their combined strength was indeed very strong. However, this old man's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Only Luo Lan was left. Since the old man wasn't as strong as they had imagined, he should be able to take care of both of them. In that case, the trip hadn't been in vain. With so many eternal experts on their side, dealing with just two people was a very difficult task. Even some of the eternal experts were paying close attention to the situation, and Shintianchi was using all sorts of methods to prevent them from spying on him. In other words, no one would know what was going on inside. At the very most, they would know that he had eternal experts on his side. As for who or how many of them, he had no idea. Shintianchi was a very particular person. Naturally, he did not want this matter to be exposed. Although it attracted the attention of the other eternal powerhouses, they never knew that there was another person secretly watching them. That person was none other than Lin Fei. He could see everything clearly from the beginning to the end. Shintianchi, you're indeed very strong. It's the same for you eternal experts as well. In order to deal with the two of us, you've truly put in a lot of effort. Not only did you use all sorts of treasures, you even set up a heaven-defying technique. Luo Lan glanced at these people. Since you want me to take action so much, I'll take action. It's been a long time since I've taken action. I don't even know if it's been 1,000 or 2,000 years. Ever since my strength reached major success, I've never really taken action. You can be considered as having the qualifications to witness our methods of ascending the immortal sect. Luo Lan's voice wasn't very loud, but it still made Shintianchi and the others feel an invisible pressure. One had to know that the previous generations of saintesses had all become sect masters, so their abilities were naturally not weak. At this time, they naturally had to be careful. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't even know when the boat would capsize. Voila! Luo Lan made her move. Just like that, a hand stretched out, pure white as jade, and gave it a light slap. Immortal, seal. 5 colored rays of light formed a huge seal that instantly appeared in front of Shintianchi and the others. When the palm seal appeared, Shintianchi and the others instantly gathered all their techniques and activated a supreme treasure. They even laughed out loud. I knew that you would definitely use immortal techniques. I've been guarding against you. As soon as he said that, with a crash, their treasures were instantly locked in place. Following that, a force that was like a tidal wave crushed over their bodies. Luo Lan stretched out her hand again. A sacred sound descended. Immortal, destruction. An earth-shattering power instantly exploded from their bodies. It was something that they couldn't withstand at all. One by one, they vomited blood. In just a single exchange, Luo Lan had injured these eternal experts, and their injuries weren't light at all. I wonder how my technique is. Is it to your liking? Chapter 52-33. Lin Fei knew that Luo Lan's attack would not be simple. It was just as he had expected. He was indeed very strong. His technique was also very strange. It actually contained a trace of aura. This aura was very similar to the immortal Dao aura that Lin Fei had seen before. No wonder his technique was so fierce. Shintianchi had been looking forward to it. Now it seemed that it was true. He had defeated all the eternal experts with just 2 moves. Now, you still want to learn about the entrance to the immortal realm from me? That place doesn't exist at all, and you don't have the chance. If you still want to try, then I'll use an immortal Dao technique again to kill you all. Shintianchi and the others were indeed injured, and their injuries were not light. They felt very uncomfortable, especially when Shintianchi had gathered so many people and so many techniques. It was hard for him to accept that he could not do anything to these 2 people. He had completely underestimated Luo Lan's ability. He was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Shintianchi coughed up blood as he swallowed an elixir. As expected of the immortal sect. Every generation of the sacred maiden is the strongest. You have mastered all the immortal Dao techniques. If it had been any other technique, Shintianchi would not have paid so much attention to it. However, this immortal Dao technique was very powerful. It was impossible to resist it. The opponent was even more powerful. So, you still want to try again? If you want to try again, then I will fulfill your wish. It is indeed a pity for an eternal-level powerhouse to die. Luo Lan's gaze swept across them. With this sweep, the expressions of some of the injured eternal experts changed. They retreated. They were no match for this person. We suffered a loss this time, but we won't be so lucky next time. Shen Tianqi did not continue to attack. He left immediately. The others did the same. They had no intention of attacking at all. Even with so many people working together, they were no match for him. Moreover, they were alone. They were definitely courting death. Therefore, the figures retreated one by one. The surrounding techniques were all removed and everything returned to normal. This area had already been turned into ruins, and it was very different from before. Let's go. Luo Lan and the old man quickly left. Lin Fei continued to chase after him. He felt that there was something wrong with Luo Lan. Under normal circumstances, Luo Lan would definitely kill all of them. Since she had used 2 immortal Dao techniques, how could she not use a 3rd immortal Dao technique? Therefore, Lin Fei felt that there was something wrong with this woman. That was why he was in such a hurry to leave and didn't try to kill them all like before. If it were Lin Fei, he would have definitely killed all of these people. After all, these people were all eternal powerhouses. Wait, that Shen Tianqi actually caught up with us again. He is indeed a smart guy. He has shaken off the others and is probably going to enjoy all the secrets for himself. If it wasn't for the heavenly eye, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that Shen Tianqi would be able to catch up with him. At this moment, Shen Tian used a different method and completely disappeared without a trace. It had completely fused with the space. He must have used some special method. This was the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a method. It was very mysterious. Without the heavenly eye, he wouldn't have been able to see through it. I'm not the only one who wants to take advantage of things. It seems that Shen Tianqi is also here. He is quite bold. How could Lin Fei not know what Shen Tianqi was thinking? He was probably going to take advantage of things. When Luo Lan left, he was already billions of miles away, traversing countless worlds. Finally, she entered a mystic realm. This mystic realm was also quite dangerous, but it was nothing compared to the 2 of them. At the core of the mystic realm, a temporary cave abode appeared. The 2 of them entered the cave abode and activated many methods. Wah! Luo Lan immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. The old man next to her immediately took out an elixir. Saintess, it's all my fault. I couldn't stop them and caused you to use an immortal Dao technique. Every time you use this technique, your body gets injured. The old man looked guilty. Luo Lan swallowed the elixir. It's all right. We are fated to fight. Even if we don't do it today, we will do it another day. She was really injured. Chapter 52-34. Lin Fei had felt that there was something wrong with Luo Lan. Now, he finally knew what was going on. It turned out that Luo Lan was guarding her wounds. No wonder she didn't use the 3rd move of the immortal path. She had probably used it twice, which was beyond her limit. The 3rd move would probably take half of Luo Lan's life, or even her whole life. That was also why she had let them go. Finally, the truth came to light. It seems that this immortal Dao method isn't that easy to use. It's probably not something that can be used in this world. That Shen Tianqi Sui left and then came back. He probably saw through this and wanted to take advantage of it. Previously, Lin Fei didn't understand much. Now, however, he understood the entire situation. Shen Tianqi was quite powerful. He had returned at this time. They would probably suffer again next time. Lin Fei decided to observe the situation from the outside. He would let Shen Tianqi attack first. Maybe he could get such a treasure. If Luo Lan and the others couldn't stop Shen Tianqi, he would secretly give Shintanchi a fierce blow. He might be able to leave a good impression on them. This time treasure didn't seem to be of much use to them. Only the law of time inside could be of use to them. Shintanchi probably didn't know that there was an important thing inside. He thought it was a treasure, but Shintanchi didn't care about the treasure, but the thing inside. Luolan took the elixir, and a loud buzzing sound came from outside. The whole process didn't take long. Then, a figure rushed in. He laughed loudly as soon as he came in. Luolan, I didn't expect you to be injured. It seems that the immortal path technique isn't that good. Is it really because I don't know that it's so easy to cultivate? Divine Demon, Heaven / Shintanchi rushed in and laughed loudly. He slashed with his saber. This saber wasn't complete, but half. Even though it was only half, it instantly exploded with invincible power, crushing Luolan and the old man. Even though their bodies were shining, they still couldn't withstand this saber. They were flipped over. Shintanchi panted heavily after using this move. It seemed that he had expended a lot of energy. But when he saw that both of them were seriously injured on the ground, he heaved a long sigh of relief. You actually knew that I was injured. Even if he was injured. Luolan was not as terrified as he had imagined. Instead, he was as calm as ever. This was something that no one could compare to. Shintanchi said, Of course I know you're injured. Not everyone can use immortal Dao techniques. In the past, you could indeed use them when you visited the sect of immortals. However, things are different now. If you want to use immortal Dao methods and have a strong body, you have to reach the eternal level at the very least. Your body is not at the eternal level at all. That is why you will only be injured if you use this immortal method. This is also the reason why you can only use it twice. If you use it thrice, it will take your life. Shintanchi looked extremely pleased with himself. Only the people from the House of God Ordainment know about this, Yang Qi said. I was the one who held them back so you could use your immortal Dao techniques. If you don't, how am I supposed to capture you? I cultivated a special technique of the House of God Ordainment to capture you too, Yang Qi said. It's a God-Devil technique. Although it's only one move, it's enough to unleash the full power of my patriarch's broken saber. As I suspected, you really are injured, and can't stand up to my God-Devil Heaven / Shintanchi finally knew that he had made the right bet. He brought so many people over to help Luolan use his immortal methods. Even if he was injured. Now, it seemed like it was worth it. He had finally taken down this Luolan. No one else knew that he had such a secret. This was a top secret. Very few people knew about it. Not to mention at this time. No matter how you schemed and schemed, Yang Qi said. With someone like you in the House of God Ordainment, you're definitely going to lead them back to glory. Unfortunately, you miscalculated one thing. Luolan looked at Shintanchi. That's because you're not the only smart one. If that person doesn't make a move, you won't stand a chance. You're just putting up a last-ditch struggle, Luolan. You think you can scare me that easily? Shintanchi didn't take him seriously. He was far too naive. Boom! A beam of fished light shot out and pierced through Shintanchi's body. In the blink of an eye, cracks spread out all over him. Chapter 52-35. This attack came without a sound, not even the slightest movement. Shintanchi had no chance to notice it at all. His body was pierced through. A wave of power spread out from within his body. With a loud rumbling sound, Shintanchi was sent flying. A figure walked in just like that. You are indeed the holy maiden of the immortal sect. You are indeed different. You can even sense this. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Fei. He had been watching all along. Of course, he was also constantly closing the distance between them. It was because Shintianchi had already entered. If he wanted to deal with Shintianchi, he had to close the distance. This caught him off guard. However, he did not expect Luolan to have such insight. She actually knew that someone was watching here. She even knew that he would attack. However, Shintianchi did not take it seriously. Lin Fei grasped this opportunity and directly pierced through Shintianchi's body. Shintianchi was severely injured with a single punch. He was already seriously injured. Coupled with the celestial demon Heaven Slash, he had little combat power left. He could not withstand Lin Fei's punch at all. He was directly pierced through. Who are you? Why didn't I notice anything at all? There is no one around. Shintianchi got to his feet and suppressed his injuries immediately. Even so, he still felt extremely terrified. He did not know that there was such a great expert around. This person had directly broken through his defenses with a punch. This person was at least an eternal level expert. Moreover, he was a body tempering cultivator. He was exceptionally strong. The burst of power just now was just a little bit away from killing him. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you should not be here. If you want to take advantage of me, you should first see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Fei laughed loudly. 99 primordial spirits manifested and instantly slashed at Shintianchi. Shintianchi was shocked again. Lin Fei's punch pierced through. Shintianchi was completely in despair. With a whoosh, his entire body turned into a sky full of shadows. A bright light flashed past with him. I will remember you. You stole something from me. Don't expect to have a good life. This punch missed completely. It did not hit Shintianchi at all. Lin Fei also knew that this guy was quite cunning. He even knew how to follow behind. Naturally, he had something that could save his life. Just now, this life-saving method seemed to be very powerful, and no one knew where it went. Since this fellow had already escaped, he couldn't be bothered to deal with him. His gaze once again landed on Luolan. The Saintess is indeed the Saintess. She's really different. She even knows this. Actually, Lin Fei was quite surprised. Luolan was able to see through such a situation. In other words, this Saintess was more powerful than he had imagined. Luolan was as calm as ever. At that moment, there was a slight difference. This person was quite strong. He walked the path of the primordial spirit and his body was exceptionally strong. It could be said that he cultivated both internally and externally. This kind of ability was not something that could be achieved by just a few people. Actually, I don't know if anyone is following me. However, I have an innate ability that allows me to sense that someone seems to be staring at this place. It's beyond my imagination. I didn't expect it to be someone so young. I can only say that Shintianchi is unlucky. An innate ability. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't take it seriously. He could only say that Luolan had other tricks up her sleeves. Since you've discovered me, guess what I'll do next? Now, apart from me, there's no one else nearby. Even Shintianchi won't be coming back anytime soon. He's probably recuperating somewhere. Didn't you follow me for the passageway to the immortal realm? If I told you that the passageway is really gone, would you believe me? Luolan was indeed quite surprised. This person had followed her all the way here. Even she hadn't been able to sense him completely. She had only managed to trick him into revealing himself. Who told you that I'm interested in the passageway to the immortal realm? I'm not interested in that at all. I'm interested in the treasure in your hand. Lin Fei smiled. I also know that there's a time law in it. You can take it, but you have to hand over this treasure. This time, it was Luolan's turn to be stunned. You came all the way here just for this treasure of time. It was completely different from what Luolan had imagined. She was very surprised. Chapter 52:36. If it was something else, Luolan would definitely be surprised. But now, the most unbelievable thing was that this mysterious young man actually wanted her meteor treasure. This was definitely beyond her imagination. Most importantly, this guy actually knew that there was an important law of time in this treasure. This was simply inconceivable to her. How did this guy know about this? There were only a few people who knew about this. Even Enchanting might not know about this. He thought that he was luring her out of the cave. In fact, Luolan had to thank Enchanting for taking out the treasure. But now, this young man not only knew about it but also didn't want this law of time. Didn't he know how important this law of time was? Yes, you didn't hear wrong. I didn't say anything wrong either. I am indeed interested in this treasure. You can take this law of time and give it to me. Lin Fei smiled. Luolan suddenly couldn't see through this black-robed young man. After putting in so much effort, it was all for a treasure like this. Was he not interested in the passage to the immortal world at all? This was really a strange person. No matter what, you did me a great favor. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have fallen into Enchanting's hands. I'll give this treasure to you. Luolan then took out the treasure. It was really as he said. After taking the law of time out, the treasure landed in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei finally held it in his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. This trip wasn't in vain. With such a treasure of time, the sect would become even more different. At the very least, there would be some stable experts for a long period of time. There was no need to waste so much time. Every minute and every second was incomparably precious. After keeping the treasure, Lin Fei prepared to leave. He couldn't be bothered with Luolan anymore. Luolan was shocked when she saw this. This young man was really going to leave. It seemed like he was really interested in this treasure of time and nothing else. She was the saintess of the immortal sect. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. Luolan was certain of one thing. This young man really wanted to leave, and there was nothing fake about it. Wait, don't go yet. Seeing that the other party was really going to leave, Luolan grew anxious. Lin Fei stopped. Is there anything else? Lin Fei looked Luolan up and down. Luolan had also recovered quite a bit. To call him master at this time, could there be something else? He really didn't believe it. I see that you are quite mysterious. I wonder if you are interested in doing something big with me. Luolan's words surprised Lin Fei himself. I'm going to do something big with you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. I'm just a big salted fish. I don't want to get involved in anything. Luolan was stunned. It wasn't easy for him to open his mouth, but this young man actually rejected him. Moreover, he really rejected him. Luolan could feel that he had no ulterior motives. What kind of weird person had he met? Then, don't you want to hear what it is? I dare say that it will definitely be of interest to people like you, because the ceiling of our universe is really limited. If you want to become stronger, you have to break away from the universe of this side and enter the so-called advanced world. Luolan's words did bring a lot of information. It was a lot of information. Of course, Lin Fei knew how to go to another high-level world. That was the so-called immortal sect. As long as one had enough immortal sect fragments and combined them into an immortal sect, they would be qualified to enter. In this regard, Lin Fei was not very anxious. If I tell you that I know another passage that leads to the top, won't you be interested to take a look? There are many good things left there. Not interested. You can ask Enchanting about this. He is quite interested. Lin Fei laughed. turned around, and left. Luo Lan was stunned. He could not sense the other party's trace just like that. He was quite fast. This person is so strange. I actually can't see through him. Even I can't see through him, not to mention you. Luo Lan was very surprised. Chapter 52:37. Lin Fei had indeed left. He did not have much interest in this magical passage. His mission hadn't been completed yet. Besides, he had this sign-in system, so he had to go to some special places. Signing in would naturally give him good things. For example, the heavenly eye he received at the World Tower this time. This thing was a good thing. Where else could he find such a good thing that allowed him to observe the surrounding situation? He felt that since he had obtained this treasure, he should return to the World Tower and reap some benefits. He would reap as much as he could. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry to go back. There was no news from the other side. This was also the reason why Lin Fei refused so readily. He could imagine that Luo Lan must be very incredible. He even felt like the sun was rising from the west. A person like him actually gave up on such a big thing. He used the heavenly eye to check again. He found that Luo Lan and the old man had disappeared in the blink of an eye. He didn't know where they went, but they had already left his range. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by this. This guy actually knew that he could keep an eye on them all the way. He probably had some powerful treasures that he could use. Not to mention that Luo Lan had mastered the means of the immortal Tao. He once again came to the World Tower. As soon as he arrived at the World Tower, Lin Fei found an inn to stay in. He had successfully refined the meteor treasure in his hand. This treasure was really quite different. Even though it had been stripped of the law of time, it still possessed the powerful power of the passage of time. It was quite good to cultivate in this place. After putting away the treasure, Lin Fei used the heavenly eye to check. This check made him feel that something incredible had happened. Strange, this Shintianchi didn't go anywhere else, but he actually came to the World Tower. This is quite surprising. I thought he had already hidden away to recuperate. Lin Fei originally wasn't interested in this Shintianchi at all. But now, this guy actually came here. That was different. He didn't forget the last words this guy said. This guy's words would definitely lead him to look for traces of him. He used his reincarnation primordial spirit and followed this clue to the Great Void sect. Even if the Great Void sect had regained its vitality, how could it resist Shintianchi's attack? This guy was most likely here to buy pills from the World Tower. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei turned his gaze over. In a courtyard. Shintianchi had aged quite a bit. He felt as though he had aged decades, and his hair had become even whiter. This time, it was really a huge blow to his vitality. Shintianchi was indeed here on business. He had really underestimated him this time. He had clearly targeted Luo Lan, but in the end, he had been targeted by someone else. He didn't even feel it. He knew that the feeling he had at the beginning was right. There was indeed someone watching this place. However, this feeling was very surreal. It felt a little illusory. He could only grasp one point, but he couldn't be sure if someone was really watching them. To be able to stare at him like this without even noticing his movements, he was definitely a top-notch expert. In other words, it was highly likely that he was an old monster. Such a person really made Shintianchi rather unhappy. This is really despicable. If it weren't for that black-robed young man, I wouldn't have come here for nothing. I even got injured. I'm afraid it would take me decades just to recuperate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to this World Tower at all. Shintianchi's injuries were indeed quite severe. After all, his defense had been broken with a single punch. Moreover, his body had been injured, and he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Lin Fei's methods were not that simple. If he could, Shintanchi really wanted to capture that guy and pull out his tendons. Only by wiping out his entire family would he be able to feel completely at ease. Unfortunately, Shintanchi's injuries were quite severe. He didn't dare to go outside at all. Fortunately, the World Tower has a lot of things to sell. I can exchange them for a top-notch healing pill to recover from my injuries first. Shintanchi also knew that he would have to spend a lot of money this time. It wasn't easy to get those pills. He would have to spend a lot of his wealth. After watching for a while, Lin Fei figured out what was going on. This guy had come to the World Tower to buy pills. Pills, and top-notch pills at that. He just didn't know what he would do after he finished making them. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. He wouldn't go looking for trouble with him, would he? If he was looking for trouble, wouldn't he give him a ruthless slap? In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei came up with an idea. If he wanted to buy these pills, he would have to ask him first. Chapter 52:38. He found Shintanchi here. Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't let this fellow get his hands on the pills that easily. He must have his eyes on some top medicinal pills in the World Tower. Only then could he heal. After all, Lin Fei didn't go all out when he attacked and directly injured his body. It wasn't something that could be recovered in a short time. Even now, it could be seen that this guy was suppressing his injuries. It would be difficult for him to recover. Lin Fei had an eternal level combat power after all. Not everyone would be able to withstand it once it erupted. Thanks to Shintanchi's strong defense, coupled with his strength, he managed to hold on. If it were an ordinary half-step eternal expert, he would have been killed directly. Even an ordinary eternal expert would have been the same. For 2 days, Lin Fei kept an eye on Shintanchi. Shintanchi had no idea that he was being watched. On the 3rd day, he finally went to the World Tower. He remembered that there was an auction in the World Tower. Lin Fei also knew about it. With money being thrown around, was there any news he didn't know? As soon as Shintanchi stepped into the World Tower, Lin Fei came over. In the World Tower, Lin Fei could also keep an eye on Shintanchi's whereabouts. Sure enough, he went to an auction house. This auction house seemed to be the kind of auction house that focused on one thing. With a little understanding, one would know what was going on. It turned out to be an auction for all kinds of medicinal pills. Ding! Sign-in successful in the World Tower. Received a cosmic weapon fragment. The reward this time surprised Lin Fei a little. Cosmic weapon fragment. This sounded quite high-end. Wasn't it at the eternal level? What the hell is a cosmic weapon? It sounds quite advanced. Is it more advanced than an eternal treasure? Lin Fei had only heard of eternal treasures, but he had never heard of a cosmic weapon. This didn't sound weak at all. However, the system didn't reply. Lin Fei had already expected this. This guy pretended to be mute all day long. But no matter what, this cosmic weapon was definitely not an ordinary thing. He could learn more about it in the World Tower. Not only did they auction things here, but they also sold things here. Most of them were information. Perhaps it was related to the Cosmos Divine Weapon. Lin Fei went to the auction house. This auction house was the same as the previous one, it was also in the same space. As soon as they entered, they could no longer sense each other's presence. He just knew that there was someone here. As for who the other party was, no one knew. Shintanchi was also in a private room. As expected, he was rich. What was being auctioned here was really the exclusive auction of elixirs. A special event like this. It was only held once every 3 months. Shintanchi's luck was pretty good. It didn't take long for him to get on the stage. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Don't even think about getting this pill. Even if you manage to get it, you'll have to pay an exorbitant price. For other things, Lin Fei might not have the financial resources, but for this pill, he could still give it a shot. Not to mention anything else. The eternal treasures that he had could be exchanged for many Cosmos God Stones in an auction. Moreover, he had saved so many Cosmos God Stones this time. It would be a piece of cake to bid for an elixir. One could only say that Shintianchi was unlucky. Very soon, the auction began. This time, it wasn't young Master Joe, but an ordinary auctioneer. However, he was very eloquent. Now, we are auctioning an eternal level elixir. There are a total of 3 sets of elixirs. Each set starts at 5 billion. If you want to bid, hurry up. This eternal level elixir wasn't as expensive as expected. However, Lin Fei also knew that not everyone could use it. This was because only those who had reached the eternal level could completely refine the effects of this elixir. Otherwise, ordinary people would explode immediately after consuming it. However, not everyone could afford the price of 5 billion. Naturally, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to bid. Now, it was up to Shintianchi to see if he would be interested in this eternal level healing elixir. It seemed to be quite effective, but he didn't know how good it would be. There weren't many people competing. There were only a few. The price of 5 billion stopped at 6 billion. 3 billion. Shintianchi finally made a bid. This price wasn't very high. He easily suppressed the price. If nothing went wrong, this elixir would fall into Shintianchi's hands. I'm pretty lucky to have encountered a top-notch healing elixir right off the bat. With this elixir, I can recover at least half of my injuries. Shintianchi felt uncomfortable at the thought of spending so much money. Chapter 5239. 5 billion. Just when Shintianchi felt that there was no problem, a voice came out of nowhere, and many people were surprised. This was not a low price, but someone was still bidding. Could it be that another eternal level powerhouse had taken action? Shintianchi's face changed slightly, and he immediately pulled a long face. He didn't know who was bidding. The point was that even if he was an eternal expert, he couldn't sense where the other party was. He just knew that someone was bidding at this time, so he was quite unhappy. 7 billion. Shintianchi naturally didn't care about ordinary things, but the supreme-grade healing elixir was different. There were only 3 of them. If he didn't get them, it would be too difficult for him to recover from his injuries. It was just money, and he had plenty of it. It didn't matter even if it reached 10 billion. He wanted to see who was so bold to compete with him for this thing. No one had ever competed with him for something and still came out unscathed. Not to mention the fact that he had nowhere to vent his pent-up anger. 5 billion. The voice in the room didn't stop at all. It directly increased the bid by 500 million. Shintianchi bid again, and this time, it reached 80 billion. The other side directly raised the bid to 10 billion. Good lord, this was a fierce bid. Even the auctioneer was a little stunned. What was going on? The price of supreme-grade healing elixir was generally not very high. She had never heard of such fierce competition. It had never happened before. Could it be that these two were sworn enemies? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Once someone entered this place, they wouldn't be able to sense who the other party was. There was a top-notch array here that isolated everything. The auctioneer of the World Tower was very fair and wouldn't make any pretense. He raised the price. At this time, it seemed that someone was deliberately driving up the price. Shintianchi called someone over. Go and find out if this person has the financial resources. I don't want to make me feel uneasy because of something. There was a professional here. Shintianchi was a member of the private room, so someone immediately went to investigate. There were also people here. The first thing he did was to ask this gentleman. Hello, you seem to be bidding here just now. We have to close the deal, so we came over to check. Naturally, they did not dare to speak too harshly. Those who could come here had a certain amount of wealth. Lin Fei smiled. Shen Tianqi was really anxious. He actually called someone over to investigate him. It doesn't matter. It's just a competition of price. Lin Fei casually took out an eternal treasure. I wonder if this item is worth the price I'm bidding. The people on the other side came over to take a look and found that it was a young man who they had never seen before. However, when the eternal treasure was taken out, they instantly felt that there was something different about him. He quickly became extremely respectful and polite. Sir, I'm sorry. We won't disturb you anymore. How could he dare to ask anything else? Such an eternal treasure could be auctioned off for an extremely high price. At the very least, tens of billions would not be a problem. Shen Tianqi also received a reply that the other party had no financial problems. His heart instantly felt terrible. He didn't know who was wasting time with him. Forget it. He would let the other party have this top-grade healing pill. Lin Fei took out a set of supreme-grade pills. Good heavens, is he going to compete with his own financial resources? It was all right. Wasn't it just 3 top-grade pills? As far as Lin Fei was concerned, it wasn't going to cost much. He had already signed in several good items, so he could easily sell them. If the other party didn't want the first set of pills, then the other party shouldn't even think about the second set. Even if he wanted it, the price wouldn't be low. The high price of one set of pills made everyone realize that the other 2 sets wouldn't be so easy to get. 10 billion. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Lin Fei made his move. Shen Tianqi was dumbfounded when he saw that the amount was 10 billion. This guy was too arrogant. He should be satisfied with one set, but he actually took another. For a moment, Shen Tianqi felt like he was being targeted. Unfortunately, he didn't know anyone in the House of God or Daemit, and there weren't many of them. Their whereabouts were also very strange. Everyone knew that such a sect existed, but no one knew exactly where it was located. When the House of God or Daemit made a move, not just anyone could stop them. 15 billion. The House of God or Daemit was on fire. Who was afraid of whom? 20 billion. I've taken a fancy to all of these top-grade pills. Feel free to come. Shen Tianqi knew that this guy was preparing to compete with him. Since you like these healing pills so much, if you're interested in the 30 billion, take it. Did he really think that his money had been blown to him by the wind? Shen Tianqi cursed inwardly. Since you've bid 30 billion, you can have these healing pills. I don't want them. Shen Tianqi's face darkened. He'd been tricked. Chapter 5240. Everyone thought that the mysterious man would definitely buy the second batch of supreme-grade elixir pills. Unexpectedly, he changed his style in an instant. Everyone was astonished. He made a ruthless move without warning and screwed the other party over. The supreme-grade elixir pills, which were worth several billion yuan, suddenly became 30 billion yuan. It was a severe blow. Shen Tianqi almost vomited blood. This guy definitely did it on purpose. 30 billion yuan. How many elixirs could he buy with that amount of money? In the end, he was screwed over. Shen Tianqi wished he could go out, find that guy, and kill him. He finally knew that this guy was coming for him. All in all, if he wanted to buy 3 batches of supreme-grade elixirs, he would have to spend a lot of money. Shen Tianqi was really angry. In any case, he had to buy the 3rd batch of elixir pills. Otherwise, the effect would be much worse. At the same time, he had to remember this guy. Don't let him meet you, otherwise, you will die without a doubt. Now, the 3rd batch of supreme-grade healing elixir pills. The starting price is still the same as before. The auctioneer didn't expect 2 batches to be sold at such a high price. The third batch had to be even higher. No one knew who was scheming against whom. In any case, they naturally hoped that the price of the items would be higher. In this way, as auctioneers, they could also enjoy certain benefits. Both of them were very good people. However, no one made a bid for the third batch of supreme-grade healing elixirs. Shintianchi didn't speak, and neither did the other side. No one spoke either. Everyone knew that even if they fought for the supreme-grade healing elixirs, they wouldn't be able to buy them. Both of them would bid until the end, and the price would not be too low. Does that big shot not want his own healing elixir pills? I bid 30 billion yuan. Isn't that expensive? Everyone was pleasantly surprised when they heard this voice. It seemed that this guy was bidding again. However, the price of the elixir pills this time was really not cheap. It was even higher than before. It depended on how the other side would bid. If the other side bid, it would definitely be a very high price. Shintianchi was quite angry. He also knew that he had to get the price of the elixir pills. 50 billion yuan. It was just money. He had to take out the elixir pills even if he had to grit his teeth. If you want to increase the price, then continue to increase the price. In any case, this guy is the one I'm screwing over. A big boss is a big boss after all. I don't have that much money. The others couldn't help but want to laugh at this moment. This guy was really too evil. He actually added an extra 100 million. However, for Shintianchi, this was a slap in the face. He was already prepared. Anyway, the price is not high. Let's see what you can do. But now, Shintianchi was rather displeased. Wasn't this forcing him to continue bidding? If he didn't do so, he would lose the opportunity to obtain the best quality pill. What could be worse than this? This time, Shintianchi was a little difficult to deal with. If he continued to bid, he would definitely bid a higher price. The decision came slowly. 40 billion. Let's see how long this guy can keep up. In the end, as expected, the other party offered 41 billion. In other words, as long as he bid, the other party would raise the price. It was rather difficult to trick the other party. The other party was more cunning and shameless than he had imagined. 51 billion. 61 billion. 90 billion. The price rose to 90 billion. In the end, Shintianchi couldn't hold back from making a move. He had no choice but to do so now. Even if he had to spend money, he would be able to recover from at least half of his injuries. That was the most important thing. If this big boss is so interested in this pill, then I'll give it to you. That said, you actually bid for 2 pills in a row. You must be in poor health. By the way, your voice sounds familiar. You must be from the House of God Ordainment. Don't tell me you fought the House of God Ordainment and got injured. You're really out of luck. Lin Fei took his time to say this. When he said that, everyone was instantly shocked. The House of God Ordainment and the House of God Ordainment. They were the hottest topic of discussion in recent times. These two ancient sects had actually come out to fight over a treasure of time. But now, a big boss from the House of God Ordainment had been injured. This was definitely big news. Big news. Definitely big news. The kind that couldn't be stopped. Chapter 52-41. Shintianchi's heart ached over the 2 supreme-grade pills. He had spent more than 100 billion. That was a huge number. Many people were secretly laughing in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that he wouldn't do something like this in the World Tower, Shintianchi would have given him a good lecture. But now, Shintianchi's expression flickered, and he shot to his feet. This guy actually knows who I am. How is that possible? After all, no one in the private room knew who he was. Could it be the person who had attacked him last time? Shen Tianqi knew very well that the possibility of this happening was still very high. Or perhaps Luo Lan from the House of Immortals had deliberately leaked the news. After all, although the House of Immortals didn't come out often, they still had some influence. It was normal for them to leak the news when they knew he was injured. Shen Tianqi had been very careful on his way here, so no one knew he was in the World Tower. He wanted the healing pills even more. There were a lot of people who had come to bid for the pills, so it was impossible to tell who it was. But now that the news was out, it was going to be a big problem. People would definitely target him. The House of God Ordainment wasn't as glorious as it used to be. They had experts, but they weren't as strong as they used to be. There was no doubt that the House of God Ordainment would be a target to hunt. Shen Tianqi really wanted to kill his way out and kill this guy. At this point, no matter what, people would be suspicious. The news would also spread as soon as possible. I don't know if it's true. I only heard that a top expert from the House of God Ordainment was injured, and you sound just like him. I'm not sure if I'm right. Not good, not good. I'm just blabbering nonsense, so don't take it seriously. Lin Fei's voice rang out again. After all, Lin Fei's voice had changed a lot. Not even Shen Tianqi could recognize him. Lin Fei had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, not to mention the treasures he had obtained from signing in. These treasures were still very useful. For example, even if Shen Tianqi stood right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to tell who did it. And this was the World Tower. He wouldn't let this guy have any chance to make a move. He was sure that the world building would spread the news everywhere. There was no more sound. Lin Fei saw it through his heaven eyes. Shen Tianqi had actually left at the first possible moment. Good heavens, he was afraid that someone would target him. If you want to take revenge on me, you'll have to deal with your own problems first. Those people couldn't deal with Shen Tianqi, but they could still put him in a very passive position for a very long time. He reckoned that many people would come to search for him. Shen Tianqi would have to live a hard life. I'll take my time to deal with you once I'm done with my own matters. Shen Tianqi left just like that. He really wanted to find this guy for revenge, but he knew that the news would definitely spread very quickly. When the time comes, I will definitely guard these places. If he didn't leave now, when would he? The only hateful thing was that he had never seen that guy before, but he had already remembered the voice. Even if he turned into ashes, he would definitely get that guy out the next time. In fact, the news spread very quickly. Right after Shen Tianqi left, several figures appeared in the sky. When they appeared near the Tower of the World, their expressions were very cold. The people from the House of God Ordainment are finally injured. I told you that the House of Immortal Ascension and the House of God Ordainment would both suffer losses. I never would have guessed that someone from the House of God Ordainment would be injured. I already know who he is, Yang Qi said. He's probably God Heavenly Enlightenment, a very powerful person. If he bought some medicinal pills, he must be seriously injured. If we can take him down, we might be able to find the House of God Ordainment. One by one, the figures moved quickly. They began to search for Shen Tianqi's whereabouts. Many people were very moved by this news. Unexpectedly, the House of Immortal Ascension and the House of God Ordainment had been the one to be injured. The Immortal sect was still as domineering as ever. Looks like that young man won't let Shen Tianqi have a good life. Luo Lan also received the news. He was not surprised at all. Chapter 52-42. Shen Tianqi left. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. After all, he was here to sign in. He decided to sign in here for a while. He would come here once a day. After all, this place was really fated with him. Perhaps he could sign in here and get a lot of good things. If he missed this opportunity, he really didn't know if the next time he signed in would be the best reward. In the following days, he really didn't get any good things. This made him quite disappointed. However, he had nothing to complain about. Signing in like this was purely a matter of luck. On the other hand, Shintianchi was quite good at hiding. He directly escaped from the area. Originally, Lin Fei thought that if this guy could hide in this area, he could still send a message. This would also give him a headache. In the end, this guy escaped without a trace. But even if he escaped without a trace, the World Tower could be considered a gathering place. Lin Fei more or less knew something about the situation. Later, he heard that this guy was ambushed by many people, and some people really went to look for him. As soon as they saw him, they knew that he was indeed injured, and his injuries were not ordinary serious. This made everyone excited. The news that Shintianchi of the House of God Ordainment was seriously injured spread in an instant. Countless people came to hunt him down. All those who were somewhat capable and strong were thinking of capturing Shintianchi first. Such an opportunity was too rare. So Shintianchi became an existence that constantly fled. One day he would run here, the next he would run there. In the end, he killed a lot of people and even destroyed an entire city. When Lin Fei heard this news, he shook his head. It seemed that Shintianchi had suffered a lot this time. Lin Fei once again came to the World Tower. These days, he had become a loyal fan of this place. Ding! Sign-in successful in the World Tower. Received Cosmic Weapon Fragment. Last time, Lin Fei signed in here and obtained a Cosmic Weapon Fragment. He didn't expect to sign in here again today. Signing in here reminded him of something. He didn't seem to have studied the information about the World Tower. It was a good time to learn about it today. In any case, he signed in another Cosmic Weapon Fragment. There was a special information desk here. Of course, there were also public inquiries and specialized inquiries. Lin Fei was not short of money, so he directly went to consult a professional. Consultation wasn't cheap either. Look at the problem. Simple ones would cost a few million, and important ones would cost more than 10 million. With God's stones, not everyone could afford it. I would like to know more about the information regarding Cosmos Divine Weapons. I don't think there is such a thing. Lin Fei was sitting in a small box. This box wasn't big, it was very small, but it was exceptionally quiet. There was even a formation around it that could isolate all sounds. There was no need to worry that anyone would be able to investigate what was going on inside. There was silence for a while. He said slowly, "This is a question that not many people can ask. With 5 million Cosmos God stones, you can know everything about the Cosmos God weapon." The price wasn't cheap, but fortunately, Lin Fei didn't lack it. He paid 5 million. He waited patiently. Another moment passed. The man said slowly, "The consultation here would not leave any information. Therefore, it went in one ear and out the other. How much you could remember was up to you. Cosmos Divine Weapons are the strongest weapons in this cosmos. They all contain the power of the cosmos origin source and are weapons that surpass the eternal grade. Any one of them would excite people, and with a Cosmos Divine Weapon in hand, one would be able to fight against people from outer space." The man didn't explain in detail. He could only say that these Cosmos God weapons were nurtured by a universe. Until now, there was only one Cosmos God weapon that was the most widely known. It was said that this Cosmos God weapon was very strong, and the person who used it was known as the number one expert. However, the number one expert's whereabouts were very secretive. There wasn't a second complete Cosmos God weapon. At most, there were some fragments. Some of these fragments were only 1/3 of the original Cosmos God weapon, while others were only half of the original Cosmos God weapon. However, they could unleash a certain amount of power. Basically, the power of the Cosmos God weapon would weaken. Generally, a Cosmos God weapon fragment could only unleash about 3 attacks. Some Eternal Grade experts would collect these Cosmos God weapon fragments, which could unleash superpower at critical moments. In an instant, they could surpass the Eternal Grade in combat power and kill people instantly. Chapter 52-43. The 5 million was not spent in vain. He finally knew why he could sign in for a cosmic weapon fragment. The world building was really good to him. He actually received 2 cosmic weapon fragments from signing in. Of course, these 2 cosmic weapon fragments were different from the ones outside. Hence, Lin Fei decided to continue signing in here. Maybe he would be able to sign in for a complete cosmic weapon. This way, he would have a Cosmos Divine weapon. Even if he were to encounter some strong enemies, it would not matter. Moreover, this place was the safest place. Even Shintianchi wouldn't dare to return here easily. Lin Fei had plenty of time. Moreover, he had also learned from the Great Void sect that there were no problems at all. Hence, he wasn't worried. He only used 1 strand of the power he left behind. In other words, no one else went there. After all, a strand of power was enough to make them feel terrified. Lin Fei continued signing in. At the same time, he also paid attention to the news about Shintianchi. The days passed quite leisurely. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, Lin Fei didn't receive many things from signing in. It was just a bunch of random things. He only received 2 cosmic weapon fragments, and he had a total of 4 cosmic weapon fragments on hand. In his opinion, the probability of this was still very high. In other words, if he signed in here for a few years, he would be able to obtain a complete cosmic weapon. This was definitely good news. Lin Fei continued to stay here and rented a small courtyard for the long term. After setting up a trap, this small courtyard became exceptionally safe. Lin Fei integrated into the surrounding life. Shintianchi, that guy, actually appeared in this area again. After eating breakfast, Lin Fei's heart suddenly stirred. His heaven's eye actually sensed that there was another familiar figure in his range. This familiar figure was actually Shintianchi, which surprised him a little. Why did this guy come back? Logically speaking, shouldn't this guy be hunting him down? It seemed that the latest news he had heard was that this guy had mysteriously disappeared a month ago. As for the people who went to hunt him down, their money had also disappeared. Lin Fei knew that Shintianchi must have some trump cards up his sleeves. After beating them up so badly, he reckoned that they would all be wiped out. Then, he quietly returned to the World Tower. Of course, the World Head had the most items. This guy was quite smart. The more dangerous the place, the safer it would be. This is not my original body. Lin Fei looked at it with his third eye. The first person he saw was a young man. He looked like he was in his 30s, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. At first glance, it was very difficult to imagine that this young man was Shintianchi. However, Lin Fei could sense that this fellow was Shintianchi. He had used an unparalleled method to change his aura and soul into a different method. If it weren't for his heavenly eye, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to detect it. He was none other than God Heaven Enlightenment, who had transformed him so completely. As expected of the House of God Ordainment, they were definitely top-notch. That said, he was still very weak. Compared to before, he had fallen by a large margin. At this time, Shintianchi could at most exert the battle prowess of the Eternal Realm. Compared to before, there was a huge gap between him and his previous self. An expert with the strength of a half-step into the Eternal Realm could make Shintianchi experience what it meant to suffer. How could he have the nerve to come here with such meager strength? Could it be that this fellow has some other motives? Lin Fei knew that the House of God Ordainment wasn't an ordinary place, let alone an immortal sect. Shintianchi definitely had something on his mind for coming back here. As he walked, Lin Fei returned to his courtyard. He was just waiting to see what Shintianchi was up to. Everything seemed to be under his control. In fact, he could sense that in order to avoid detection, Shintianchi had used a powerful item that made it seem like he was completely detached from the outside world. Spatial treasures could only be locked onto by the third eye. No one had noticed him along the way. It was almost as if he didn't exist. Just like that, Shintianchi arrived in front of a mansion. Chapter 52-44. If it wasn't for Shintianchi's return, Lin Fei really didn't know that this guy came back quietly. He even changed his appearance. His methods were very fierce. It was just that he was a little weak. Lin Fei wanted to see what this guy was planning to do. He felt that this guy didn't just come back here to seek revenge. He definitely had another purpose. If he came for revenge, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. If this guy didn't come back, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, he actually came back. As long as he released the news, this guy would really be unable to escape. Shintianchi came to the mansion. He knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. He entered expressionlessly. Then, he came to the hall inside. The hall was also empty. There was no one. He went straight to the study room. In the study room, he actually took out a treasure. This treasure surprised even Lin Fei. It was actually an existence similar to space. Following that, the space expanded and his whole body entered the space. This guy is quite rich. He actually carries a space with him. This space should be a miniature space. There should be some secret plan inside, or rather, this space is connected to something. Lin Fei wasn't sure if this space was really a miniature space. At the very least, this space was definitely not simple. He wanted to see if his heavenly eye could see through it. After all, he didn't know how strong this thing was after signing in. Now was the time to give it a try. Lin Fei's perception kept seeping in and out. He really entered this space. As soon as he entered the space, he found that it was actually a mansion. The mansion wasn't very big, but it was equivalent to a grotto heaven. Compared to ordinary blessed lands, it was much more powerful and different. You're finally willing to come back. Or did you encounter trouble this time? In the backyard, he saw an old man. This old man just sat there quietly. One couldn't even feel the change in his strength. This guy was very strong. Because at first glance, one could tell that this guy was definitely a very powerful person. But he didn't expect this guy to bring such a powerful person with him. This was definitely not a small matter. This guy seemed to have guessed that something big had happened to Shintianchi. Old ancestor, I've disappointed you. This time, I went out with the intention of luring out the people from the immortal sect. In the end, I was ambushed. In fact, I even had to abandon this body of mine and get a new one. Old ancestor. Lin Fei's heart trembled. So this was the patriarch of the House of God Ordainment. No wonder he seemed so different. In other words, this fellow was extremely powerful. Fortunately, the heavenly eye was much more powerful than he had imagined. The old man was not able to see through it at all, which made him feel relieved. Otherwise, it would really be a little troublesome. He was going to mess with Shintianchi. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone who knows where you are. With your strength and treasures, you should have complete confidence in dealing with that person who came to the immortal gate. Who would want to deal with you? The progenitor turned around. However, there was no expression on that face. There were no facial features at all. It was just a faceless face. It was almost like a flat, faceless face, which was completely inconceivable. And yet, for some reason, it seemed to have facial features that allowed one to see through everything. I don't know who it was, the old man said. I was supposed to win, but then he ambushed me. He must be a body refiner, and I was seriously injured with a single punch. Even I couldn't keep it under control for a while. Then he spread the news, and all the other old fogies attacked me. I couldn't stop them, so I gave up my body and took this young man to get here. So that was what had happened. Lin Fei finally understood that this fellow was quite willing to part with it. That body was indeed riddled with scars. Being willing to part with it was not something that just anyone could do. There's nothing I can do about the Immortal Gate, the old man said coolly. I guess I have no choice but to go to that place. I was planning to take over the Immortal Gate and get the treasures there. But it seems I'll have to do it before I can get there. The faceless old man said coolly. Chapter 52-45. Just like that. Lin Fei heard something else. Could it be that this guy knew something special? It seemed that the immortal sect didn't just want to take them down. Those who knew about the passage above should have other secrets. He had seen everything from the beginning to the end. They claimed that they wanted to enter a new high-level world, but it didn't seem to be the case. This Shen Tianqi was indeed a schemer. Even those people were fooled by him. They probably didn't know anything and really thought that there was a high-level world for them to go to. Their real target should be Luolan. They could be considered some of the powerful treasures in Luolan's hands. Patriarch, do we have to rely on those things from the immortal sect to enter that place? Can't we do it? Logically speaking, with your strength, you should be able to break through it. Shen Tianqi was puzzled. You think too simply. That place is the true core of this universe. I only came across that place by chance. You don't dare to go near that place at all. You will most likely die if you go there. Patriarch Tian Kuei said coldly. Do you know how I got my injuries? Back then, I went there with a group of people. In the end, I couldn't even enter the outermost layer before I was seriously injured. That's how I ended up like this. Otherwise, why would I be hiding here? Once I go outside, I won't be able to hold on for long. Patriarch Tian Kuei snorted coldly. Lin Fei finally realized why this guy didn't have any aura fluctuations. He should be restraining himself. Time passed very slowly in this place. Lin Fei was a little surprised. It turned out that he was suppressing his injuries. The slower time passed, the less the injuries would affect him. Once he recovered so quickly, his injuries would become quite serious. Lin Fei finally came to a realization. That place. Lin Fei heard an important piece of news. That place was extraordinary. It was very important. Lin Fei knew that this universe wasn't as simple as he thought it was. Now it seemed that it was true. It seemed like there was some sort of treasure inside. He could listen to it now. However, before you go there, there's something else you need to do. Although there's a problem with the Immortal Ascension sect, you can still go to the Primordial Land. The look on Shen Tianqi's face changed drastically. Even I wouldn't dare casually enter that place. Not to mention, my current level of strength has undergone a great change. If it had been somewhere else, Shen Tianqi wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. This time, his strength was damaged. That was completely different. Patriarch Tian Kuei said, It's all right. Your strength is a little lacking, but the potential of this guy who has taken over your body is not bad. I can help you improve further. If it were anywhere else, it wouldn't matter. However, it was different here. As Lin Fei listened to their conversation, he was slightly shocked. There was actually a so-called ancient land. From the looks of it, this place was quite scary. One could tell just by looking at Shen Tianqi. This guy was fearless. Even though he had been ambushed and severely injured, he did not show any signs of fear. Now that he heard this, he felt even more afraid. Could it really be a dangerous place? After you go to that place, go directly to a frozen land. There are many powerful gods and demons frozen there. Although these powerful gods and demons are dead, their bodies are extremely powerful. Any one of them has the combat strength of a peak Eternal Realm expert. Get them out, and we can naturally go to that place. This is the only way. Corpses of gods and demons. Lin Fei was shocked. Even though they were dead, they still had such powerful combat strength. It seemed that this guy really knew a lot of things. A long time ago, Lin Fei had heard of gods and demons. They were very powerful existences that existed since the creation of the world. Later on, all of them disappeared. If there was no accident, they were all dead. Unexpectedly, this patriarch Tian Kuei seemed to know such a situation. It seemed that in order to go to that place, he had to go to the primordial land. He also wanted to get the gods and demons inside. This is the map and this is the seal of the primordial land. As long as you have the seal, you can avoid some attacks. It's a pass. Without it, no one can break in. Shen Tianqi finally relaxed a lot. Chapter 52-46. If it weren't for the third eye, Lin Fei wouldn't have known about such a situation at all. It was truly inconceivable to him. Was that place really so dangerous that even such a powerful guy could say such a thing? But no matter what, since Lin Fei knew about this matter, Lin Fei didn't care. Lin Fei was going to find out this secret from someone. Should he give Shen Tianqi a sneak attack? Lin Fei felt that he could give it a try. After all, this guy had already taken the seal. He could enter that place and even had a map. If he signed in, wouldn't he be able to get something good? Shen Tianqi came out of this space very quickly. After he came out, the space seemed to not exist. There was no trace of it. Even if Lin Fei wanted to see it, he wouldn't be able to. Good Lord, this thing was really amazing. Shen Tianqi was probably the only one who could open it. He could even be said to be quite mysterious. He was afraid that the news would spread outside. If that happened, there would be a huge uproar. At the very least, such an expert was definitely an old expert in the past. An old monster. Such a person would definitely have many enemies. If he knew about his current situation, he would never let it go so easily. After Shen Tianqi came out, he looked at the map. There was even this seal. However, this map was not simple. The drawings on it were very detailed, as if they were real. Even Lin Fei could see them clearly with the help of the third eye. Good Lord, this map was really different. Lin Fei didn't care about the consequences and directly copied it. This guy looked at it for a long time, as if he was studying the route. It took him about an hour. It was enough for Lin Fei to draw out all the routes, making them look vivid and lifelike. It was no different from the real thing. He really had to thank Shen Tianqi. He's actually looking at a map here. If this guy didn't look at the map, I wouldn't have been able to think of a way in such a short time. Looking at the map, Lin Fei could be considered to have gained quite an advantage. The price was only this seal. It would be great if he could get his hands on this seal. Lin Fei was ready to see if there were any opportunities. After coming out, Shen Tianqi flipped through the map for a while and casually placed the seal on the table. Then he left. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. It seemed that this guy was very confident in the safety of his mansion. However, this study room was indeed surrounded by array formations. These array formations were very powerful. When they were linked together, not just anyone would be able to barge in. Lin Fei also saw that Shen Tianqi had actually sent a message. This guy was quite smart. He knew that he couldn't go to the place alone, so he simply started to pull others along. Previously, he had dragged these people to deal with the sect of immortals. This time around, he was doing it again. This time, he was prepared to use these guys as cannon fodder. As expected of a good friend. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed it. This guy was absolutely ferocious. Shen Tianqi informed them again. Lin Fei felt that he could go in and get the seal now. The chances were still very high. But in the end, Lin Fei still shook his head. It wouldn't be good to go in and get it now. It would be easy to alert the enemy. If this guy brought so many cannon fodder with him, then it wouldn't matter if he followed. After all, he already had the map. If Lin Fei went there, he might be able to get something good. Lin Fei felt that it was better to let him go first. Shen Tianqi sent some messages one after another. Soon, a look of delight appeared on his face. 6 people should be enough. At the very least, they can help me share some of the danger. Shen Tianqi's idea was simple. He wanted to pull a group of people over to help him deal with the danger. Although he already had the seal and the map, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any danger. But if these guys followed him, it would be a different story. Once he had the God Devil, he would be able to make them behave. It would make the House of God ordainment a lot stronger. No one knew this better than Shen Tianqi. The House of God ordainment was very different from what it used to be. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, then when would he? He had been scheming against these guys for a long time. At the very least, they had absolute trust in him. Chapter 52-47. A few days later. Shen Tianqi gathered all the people. They gathered at an inconspicuous place. This time, there were a total of 6 experts. They were all experts from the previous time. However, they were rather annoyed to see Shen Tianqi. Don't try to scam us again this time. You really scammed us badly last time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been injured. I even ate a lot of elixirs. You're quite an interesting fella. Did you abandon your previous body? It seems like you suffered more than us. When they came over, they were dumbfounded when they saw Shen Tianqi. If it wasn't for the message that contacted them, they would have thought that they were dreaming. This fella actually suffered such a huge loss. Shen Tianqi laughed bitterly. Don't talk about it. I was indeed unlucky. You guys suffered a huge loss last time. However, this time, I won't let you guys suffer any losses. I've found a place that can make up for the loss. It's definitely something that you guys can't imagine. It's the legendary primordial land. These people had indeed received the message and came over. The content of the message was rather simple. In other words, he knew of a top-notch mystic realm. They could obtain some top-notch treasures. Compared to dealing with a mortal sect, this would be a greater harvest. To them, if it was a top-notch mystic realm, they could choose to go there. Perhaps they could find some unexpected clues. Although they didn't get any clues from Immortal Sect, it would be good if they could find some clues from other aspects. Primordial Land. Are you sure you know of such a place? It's a place that disappeared a long time ago. I heard that there are good things in the Primordial Land. There are also some special legacies. If we can obtain those legacies, we might be able to take that step out. They immediately perked up. They didn't care much about other places. However, the Primordial Land was different. After all, they were all old people. Naturally, they knew more than others. Hearing about such a place at this time naturally made them feel incomparably shocked. Shen Tianqi said, "Do I need to lie to you guys? After so many years, I've always brought you guys along whenever I found a good place. This place is no different. It's definitely worth it." Since Shen Tianqi had said so, they chose to believe him. After all, they had indeed picked up a lot of benefits by following this guy. He didn't mind doing it one more time. That was all. The group set off once again. Along the way, their movements were more cautious, as if they had been discovered. This was especially true after Shintianchi had suffered last time. He no longer dared to lower his guard. One by one, they began to use their treasures. Looking at the back, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even so, it couldn't block the heaven's eye. They walked all the way. One universe after another. Of course, he had also passed through many mystic realms and moved continuously through the space-time point. But it was really strange. Even Lin Fei himself was full of admiration. If he didn't have the heaven's eye, it would have been impossible for him to follow them. The others might have lost track of them because this route was too difficult. Lin Fei had seen the route himself, but he didn't expect it to be much more difficult than he had imagined. Even the people who were with Shintianchi were surprised. Because they had never taken this route before. Fortunately, they were full of confidence in Shintianchi. Since there was such a place, it definitely existed. It was just that this route was quite difficult to walk. If they didn't have a complete map, they wouldn't have known that there was such a trick to these places. Just like that, the journey was smooth. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. For half a month, Lin Fei had been following behind them. He didn't receive anything from signing in. Instead, Shintianchi and the others became excited. The further they went, the more they felt that this route was very strange. Time and space were constantly mixed together. It was hard to separate them. If they weren't careful, they would go the wrong way. The last part of the route is up ahead. Everyone, follow closely. If you go the wrong way here, you will have traveled for nothing. Shintianchi turned around and said. Chapter 52-48. With Shintianchi leading the way, of course, it was different. The others were also shocked. They knew that there should be something they wanted here. This place was known as the Antiquity Times. If Shintianchi hadn't led the way, they wouldn't have been able to get here at all, let alone enter this place. Along the way, time and space were constantly mixed up. Without a stable path, they couldn't get through it all. They were also scared out of their wits. Behind them, Lin Fei could also see that this place was really different from what he had imagined. It was quite powerful. If it had been someone else, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But this place was full of traps. If they weren't careful, they would be teleported away. No wonder Shintianchi said that. It took them more than half a year to get through this area. Then they came to a ruin. This ruin. The ancient and desolate aura directly crushed their bodies. Even though Shintianchi and the others had been prepared for this, their faces still turned pale and they bled. I didn't lie to you, did I? This is the legendary Antiquity Times. There are good things that you can't imagine here. I dare say that only a few people can come here. But the danger here is also layer by layer, so you have to be careful. If you don't cooperate, you won't be able to get in at all. Shintianchi said. He took out a map. The rest of them also raised their spirits. Even if they didn't say it, they could feel the danger here. It was extremely fierce. This is the place I want to go. We have to pass through 4 or 5 thresholds. Each threshold is dangerous, so everyone has to be careful. Shintianchi pointed to a position. All of them were watching with a serious expression on their faces. If you can obtain some ancient treasures here, you will definitely be able to improve your strength by leaps and bounds. You might even be able to break through your current cultivation levels. If it weren't for the fact that you have worked with me for so many years, I wouldn't have called you all here. Shintianchi said again. These people all sighed with emotion. Shintianchi was a good friend. He brought everyone here. This place couldn't be found even if one had money. It was simply too difficult to find. Lin Fei, who had been following behind, didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. These guys still didn't know that they had been sold. Soon, he wouldn't even have the chance to regret. At the very least, one could tell how dangerous this place was just by looking at that old man. Even that old man couldn't handle it. Not to mention people like you. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. That was all. Shen Tianqi and the others went straight in. Once inside, he could feel that something was different inside. One after another, his techniques were unfathomably ferocious. In the beginning, he was so nervous that his face turned pale. Everyone put away all their thoughts. No one dared to let their guard down. This place was really too unbearable. Follow me and don't wander off. We need to work together in this place. Shen Tianqi realized how dangerous this place was. Along the way, they had been walking and stopping. There were countless injuries of various sizes. It was truly incomparably ferocious. This was more dangerous than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. At the very least, they had experienced it firsthand. After they came up, Lin Zi followed them. As soon as he came up, he realized how dangerous this place was. One wave after another. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. It was the same even for his eternal level body. At this time, he seemed to be under a lot of pressure. It's really a dangerous place. In an inconspicuous place, Lin Fei was also injured, leaving a lot of blood. He finally realized the horror that flashed in that old man's eyes. Even he couldn't bear it, let alone the others. Sure enough, it was better to follow their path. Lin Fei had other ideas. He had to continue to follow them. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a lot. Shen Tianqi and the others didn't move very much. They didn't move very fast either. It could be said that Lin Fei was steadily following behind without any intention of pulling away. He was afraid that if the distance between them was too far, there would be trouble. Now, it was pretty good. One day later, Shen Tianqi finally entered a land of frost. Lin Fei approached the land of frost. When the frost fell on his body, he felt as if he was going to be frozen in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 52-49. This place is much scarier than I thought. At this time, Lin Fei also came in. As soon as he came in, he realized that this place was different. Layers upon layers of frost were truly ferocious and invincible. They couldn't stand it anymore. After blocking this wave, the next wave would begin. As soon as Shen Tianqi and the others came in, they were all frozen. It scared them out of their wits. Even if they had prepared in advance, it was the same. They couldn't stand the attack of the frost at all. Only Shen Tianqi had prepared in advance. Clatter. Shen Tianqi's treasures were quite powerful. They were able to block all of these attacks and a white world appeared in front of him. But in this white world, there was a burst of powerful aura. These powerful figures had actually died. They were still extremely powerful. Shen Tianqi finally knew why the patriarch had asked him to come here. If he could bring these things back and refine them, they would definitely become his strongest means. However, this place didn't seem as dangerous as he had imagined. Shen Tianqi had prepared himself before coming here. No matter how dangerous it was, he could bear it. But now, it seemed a little different from what he had imagined. This place really wasn't as dangerous as he had imagined. Could it be that he had made a mistake? In any case, he had finally come here. That was enough. As for the people next to him who were frozen, Shen Tianqi didn't do anything else. They couldn't bear it and were frozen, but they wouldn't die for a while. You guys wait here. I'll go and see if I can find a way to break it. He was controlling a treasure. He went forward directly. Shintianchi was controlling a fire attribute treasure, which was also an eternal treasure. It could create a certain amount of flames around it to resist the attack of the frost. It formed a temporary vacuum. As for the others, they didn't have such a good time. All of them were frozen there. They could only watch helplessly as the other party left. They couldn't even say a word. They were more hoping to find a way to break it. This place really caught them off guard. After they lost sight of Shintianchi, a figure walked in from behind in the blink of an eye. They couldn't move now. They could only push the treasure with all their might. That was how he managed to hold on for a few moments. They saw a figure walking over. Although the other party was also covered in frost, his endurance was much stronger than theirs. In his heart, he was incomparably shocked. Could it be that he was being followed again? Last time, they were being followed. This time, he was being followed again. Follow. They saw a figure in a black robe, exactly the same as the last time, and they were incomparably shocked. He was in complete despair. Why did I meet this guy again? Could it be that this fellow was purposely following them? Seriously, you fellows. Shintianchi was plotting against you fellows. Did you fellows really think that he was doing it out of good intentions? However, you fellows are just unlucky. After helping him resist so many dangers and coming here, you fellows ended up becoming frozen statues. Lin Fei shook his head and sighed. Very soon, you guys won't have any freedom. That guy must have gone to get the gods and demons. When he gets the gods and demons back, you guys will have to work for him for free. Free labor. Had he been tricked by Shintianchi? These people really didn't think that much. It was just that they didn't notice it when they came in. Now that Shintianchi had gone to look for treasures, perhaps he would be able to escape at any time. However, when they heard this, they were dumbfounded in the blink of an eye. This seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined. In fact, at this moment, they couldn't speak at all. They could only watch as the black-robed young man walked in. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before their eyes. Lin Fei had deliberately left an idea in their hearts. It was like a seed. Shintianchi probably didn't expect that he would expose all his secrets. The gods and demons were indeed extremely powerful. Even after seeing them, Lin Fei finally understood why they had come here. If one of these gods and demons was refined, they would be the strongest fighters. Moreover, there were 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 of them. This wasn't something that anyone could bear. Chapter 5250. After leaving a seed for them, Lin Fei went straight inside. When he got inside, he found that the chill was getting heavier and heavier. It even made it difficult for him to move. He had no choice but to mobilize his primordial spirit. As soon as his primordial spirit moved, the frost was shaken off. He could finally move slowly. Lin Fei finally saw how terrible the chill was. Even if he didn't use any treasures. A pure divine body was already a bit difficult at this time, let alone those without treasures or strong bodies. They probably couldn't reach this step at all. I wonder where that Shintianchi has gone. I'll go check it out first, lest that fellow is plotting something against me. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to Shintianchi just now. However, this made him more spirited. There were so many dangers in this place. He didn't know where Shintianchi had gone. He planned to follow Shintianchi all the way. He reckoned that Shintianchi would be very surprised when he saw him later. He opened his third eye. Lin Fei finally saw Shintianchi. This guy was in front of a statue, activating a treasure. He was trying to refine this thing. However, this guy was very laborious. It seemed that the chill around him was also quite strong, so he had to divert part of his attention to refine this statue of a fiend god. This guy is really refining this frozen fiend god. However, it doesn't seem that easy to refine this thing. It won't be that easy in a short time. Shintianchi was so serious. Lin Fei wondered if he should take advantage of the time when Shintianchi succeeded in refining it. Then he would come out and take this frozen fiend god away. This would definitely make him very happy. Last time, he ruined his good fortune. This time, he would ruin his good fortune again. This should be more interesting. Lin Fei was no longer in a hurry. He turned and came in front of a frozen fiend god. This was a very ferocious fiend god. He tried to put it away, but Lin Fei found that his thoughts were a bit redundant. This fiend god seemed to have a certain resistance. He couldn't put it away at will. No wonder Shintianchi wanted to refine it first. Lin Fei also knew that although his methods were strong, it was not enough. It wouldn't be easy to take this thing away. However, he still had to give it a try. First, he used the power of his eternal god body. It had no effect on the frozen statue. Then, he used the reincarnation primordial spirit. He wanted to see if this thing could completely reincarnate the power of the ice seal. However, he realized that he was thinking too much, but it still wouldn't work. It seemed that this place used to be a top-notch special place, but people slowly found the entrance and came to this place. However, it wasn't that easy to get rid of this thing. The old man was heavily injured, otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding in there. One could imagine that the dangers here were definitely not as simple as they thought. Lin Fei felt that he had to be careful. He didn't want to accidentally step into a big hole. Thus, he didn't touch this god fiend again. Instead, he found a place to hide and slowly waited for Shintianchi to refine the ice-sealing god fiend. Ding! Sign-in successful in the land of ice. Obtained 1 law of ice. Wait! It was impossible for him to wait for nothing. Lin Fei mustn't forget about today's sign-in. He directly signed in here. He wanted to see what he could get from signing in. However, he didn't expect this place to be called the Power of Ice. He also didn't expect to receive a law of ice from signing in. Ice was ice. The law of ice was the law of ice. These were two different things. With a thought, an additional law of ice appeared in Lin Fei's body. Then, it was quickly absorbed by his body. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei found that resisting the ice seemed to have become exceptionally easy. It was as if he was sealed in ice with them. There wasn't as much pressure as at the beginning. It could be said that it was completely effortless. This effect is too good. I obtained a law of time before, and now I obtained a law of ice. With these two laws, my fist technique has changed greatly. I can even exert the power of one of the laws with just a thought. The harvest surprised Lin Fei a little. I wonder if my law of ice can melt the ice on this frozen god fiend. Chapter 52-51. With this law of ice, of course, Lin Fei had some thoughts. He wanted to see if he could take it away. If he could take him away, it would definitely be a great thing. As soon as the law of ice flew out, it kept spinning around the frozen god. With every rotation, it consumed a portion of its power. However, the frozen god seemed to have melted quite a bit. Compared to Shintianchi, his progress was much faster. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my luck is pretty good. I actually managed to sign in for the law of ice here. It's just that the law of ice seems a little small and weak. If there were 10 of them, it would be a different story. They could easily take out the frozen god. The speed was a little slow. But it was still acceptable. Just like that, he slowly began to deal with the frozen god. At the same time, his heavenly eye was also observing the commotion. He didn't want to be tricked. It was better to be careful. Clatter, clatter. The frozen god slowly melted. As soon as the frozen god appeared, he could feel its powerful aura. It directly rushed toward him. In an instant, a layer of frost appeared in front of him. The frost was instantly shattered, but fortunately, it was able to block the might of the fiend god after a few times. The frozen god seemed to really exist. It directly crushed the frozen god. In the distance, Shintianchi also felt the crushing pressure of the frozen god. He was caught off guard. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? There's actually the aura of a frozen god. Aren't there only frozen gods here? How can there be such a complete frozen god's aura? Shintianchi was completely dumbfounded. This was completely different from when he first arrived. His master had told him that the ice-sealing godfiends inside couldn't be destroyed unless they were truly melted. Otherwise, there would be no frozen god's aura. Thus, he could rest assured. But the current situation was completely different from his. Could it be that a frozen god was melted by someone? How was that possible? Could it be those guys? Shintianchi was startled. No. It was impossible for them to be so strong. Their strength had basically been completely depleted in this one battle. How could they still come here? He even wanted to melt an ice-sealed god-fiend. Wishful thinking. Shintianchi heaved a sigh of relief, but the more he did so, the more confused he became. The might of the fiend gods continued to sweep over in a majestic manner. This was not normal. Now that he had reached a very important moment, he couldn't stop at all. Otherwise, his previous time would have been wasted. My luck shouldn't be that bad. I should be quite safe. Shintianchi decided to continue and ignore him. On Lin Fei's side, he finally saw a complete god-fiend. It was indeed beyond his imagination. He was quite ferocious. One could imagine how terrifying it was before birth. This god-fiend seemed to have shrunk down using a divine ability. This was a true god-fiend. He was truly indomitable. No matter how many reincarnated primordial spirits he cultivated, he would still not be a match for this guy. Furthermore, Lin Fei could also sense that the other party's body was incredibly tough, invulnerable to swords and spears. Ordinary methods would not be able to break through it. Such a god-fiend could not be defeated at all. The other party's punch was the true pinnacle of power. Lin Fei finally experienced the difference between this god-fiend and this god-fiend. His body was still lacking a lot, not to mention what kind of tricks he had up his sleeves. If I sign in here for a few more days, I wonder if I can find some special methods or god-fiend body tempering techniques that can make my body stronger. Lin Fei's imagination ran wild. With a wave of his hand, he put away the god-fiend. Although this god-fiend had a certain level of resistance, without the chill, it was only a matter of time before Lin Fei took it down. As soon as this god-fiend was taken away, the might of the god-fiend disappeared completely. Boom! Just after Lin Fei put away this god-fiend, the entire area suddenly trembled. This tremble was as if the world had turned upside down. Lin Fei's hair instantly stood on end. This commotion was beyond his imagination. Even Shintianchi directly spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His face turned pale. This situation was different from what he had imagined. Just now, there was a deathly stillness. What the hell happened here? He didn't feel anything at all. Shintianchi was completely flustered. Chapter 52-52. In such a situation, even Lin Fei himself felt that it was quite unbelievable. Lin Fei felt that this aura was a little angry. He didn't sense anything that made him suspicious. Did I suspect wrongly? Why did that thing appear just now? My anger is so strong that even I can't bear it. After arriving here, Lin Fei knew that this was definitely not a safe place. He had to be careful. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't even know when he would suffer a big loss. Something must have been touched around him. Or rather, Enchanting had caused some trouble. This guy was really something. Why did he have to dawdle over some things? He immediately used his heavenly eye to check. He took a look. He found that Enchanting was in a sorry state. God knew how much blood he had vomited. His entire face was deathly pale as if he hadn't seen the sun for a whole year. Did he suspect this guy wrongly? This guy had suffered a loss too. He was really careful at this moment. However, it seemed that this was a critical moment. It wasn't Enchanting's fault. Lin Fei didn't know what exactly was going on. He decided to find another god demon first. Anyway, this place wasn't safe to begin with. It didn't matter too much. He would deal with it first. Another god demon was taken out by Lin Fei. The law of ice was really quite domineering. It directly overcame the resistance of this ice. It became very easy to break. Swoosh! Another god demon was taken away. This one seemed a little different. It was much stronger and more muscular than the previous one. Lin Fei knew that he had to choose. Of course, he had to choose a bigger one. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Just as he was about to take it away, swoosh! Boundless anger came again, and this time, it directly crushed Lin Fei's body. In an instant, cracks appeared on his body. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, he stopped. At this moment, over on the other side, Enchanting's defenses crumbled right away. Then, he also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He didn't expect this. Too scary, too scary. How could such a thing happen? This time, Enchanting couldn't bear it at all. He even stopped refining the gods and demons. He felt his life was in danger. He had placed some treasures in the surroundings just now, but these treasures simply could not withstand the crushing force of the torrent. He was directly injured. There's a big problem with this place. If this continues, I'll be dead for sure. Enchanting had already suffered 2 baffling attacks in a row. The attack came silently, and this time, it was even more terrifying. It was as if someone was shivering beside him. Enchanting had never experienced such a feeling before. He knew that if he continued, he would definitely die. There was no chance for him to survive. Seeing that the divine demon statue was about to be completed, Enchanting left without any hesitation. He had to leave this place first. He was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to leave if he were to come again. Even now, he was staggering. He left. Why did he leave? Could it be that he doesn't want the statue? Lin Fei had been observing Enchanting. This guy actually left just like that. However, he looked even more wretched than before. It must have been because of the sudden change just now. Lin Fei also didn't know what was going on. He had indeed been paying attention just now. Just as he took the statue away, this terrifying pressure swept out and crushed his body. It was as if someone had sneezed next to him in an instant. It was a very angry aura. He could clearly feel it. It seems that the statues here can't be taken away. I can still bear it if one is taken away, but it will be very terrifying if 2 are taken away. If it happens a 3rd time, I'll definitely die. Lin Fei was very clear about this. It wasn't easy for Enchanting to make such a great contribution. It would be a pity if he didn't take the statue away. I can still bear it a 3rd time. Lin Fei also walked in the direction of Enchanting. He had to take the statue away first. Wasn't it just one more time? He could still bear it. Chapter 52-53. Lin Fei was a quick-witted person. In any case, since the situation had come to this, it would be a pity if they didn't take the statue away. He just had to do it again. This time, Lin Fei had made up his mind. He had to use all his tricks. He reckoned that he would definitely be able to hold on. As for the others, it had nothing to do with him. However, he still used his heavenly eye to check. Shen Tianqi was indeed in a sorry state. He really walked out. As for the guy who was sealed in the outermost layer of ice, he felt as if he had broken out of the seal. They were also in a sorry state. However, because they were far away, they didn't seem to suffer too much. Apart from their ugly expressions, they didn't have anything else to say. After calculating the time, they might really run into it. If they did, Lin Fei wanted to laugh. He reckoned that Shen Tianqi would be in trouble soon. He dodged it perfectly. Lin Fei finally came to the side of the divine demon. The divine demon was indeed different. This divine demon was especially domineering. Lin Fei hadn't noticed it before. However, he did now. He finally knew why Shen Tianqi had chosen this divine demon. This divine demon should have been relatively powerful when it was alive. It was indeed very different from the two pairs he had taken before. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei wanted to get rid of this divine demon. Lin Fei used his tricks on this divine demon again. It melted inch by inch. The speed was getting faster and faster. After all, he was going to succeed. If Shen Tianqi came, he would naturally need some time. However, Lin Fei didn't need that much time. Whoosh! All the ice was broken in an instant. The fiend god appeared before him. There's a box. When the divine demon was completely unsealed, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He found that the divine demon was holding a box in its hand. He hadn't noticed it before. However, he felt that there seemed to be something else in the box. Was this the reason why Shen Tianqi came? After all, there were so many divine demons here. Why did he choose this one? Just now. Lin Fei didn't notice it either, but now he was sure of one thing. This box was definitely not simple. There should be something precious inside. It seemed that Shen Tianqi had a purpose. Hua! Lin Fei released his reincarnated primordial spirit in the surroundings. He activated the Essence Soul Array. The primordial spirit array could not only be used to deal with enemies, but it could also be used to form a powerful defense. In the past, he didn't even have time to use it because he didn't know. This time, he was prepared. With a whoosh, the god fiend was taken away. He took it away. In an instant, an unparalleled force came crashing over. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Invincible might. The primordial spirits that Lin Fei had set up outside the formation cracked, and the entire formation collapsed. With a wave of his hand, he recalled all the primordial spirits. Following that, the power came crashing down on him. Voila voila. More than half of its body was instantly destroyed. Shen Tianqi, who was leaving in the distance, suddenly felt a life-threatening aura. Here we go again. It was even more terrifying than before. There was a loud bang. His whole body was directly crushed out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Just like that, Shen Tianqi experienced the feeling of death. More than half of his body fell apart, and the people who were sealed in ice finally broke free. With the help of the power, they regained their freedom. As soon as they came out, they saw Shen Tianqi crashing somewhere not far away from them. It was a little different from what they had imagined. Of course, they could also feel the dangerous aura in here. Without a word, they retreated outside and didn't pay any more attention to Shen Tianqi. If he came again at this time, they would be completely dead. Cough. 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 Lin Fei finally made it, but now, Lin Fei looked extremely wretched. He could vaguely see a pair of eyes at the end of the tunnel. It was a pair of golden eyes that fell on him as if they were going to pierce through him. It was his. It must be him. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. At this moment, Lin Fei knew who did this. Perhaps it was the guardian of the god fiend. Chapter 52-54. Lin Fei finally saw this figure. This figure was indeed very majestic and burly. It was as if there was an ancient existence between heaven and earth. However, Lin Fei didn't feel its presence. He could only see it. He knew that this should be the thought left behind by a powerful divine demon powerhouse. Just this thought alone caused a terrifying pressure to crush it. If it were an ordinary eternal powerhouse, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Only someone like Lin Fei would be able to endure it. If it happened again, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. This wasn't an ordinary attack at all. This was a top-notch attack. Hence, Lin Fei decisively left without staying at all. The divine demons here didn't dare to create another one. If they did, they would probably lose their lives. Even though he didn't seem to be injured, his body had already cracked open with wounds. These wounds ran all over his body and couldn't be healed in a short period of time. This also made Lin Fei understand that his body was still too weak. It was far from being as powerful as he imagined the god-fiend body to be. His body was still far from being as powerful as he imagined. Although he had reached the eternal level, he wasn't as powerful as he imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss just now. Lin Fei only stopped when he reached the edge of the place. He knew that he should be able to get away from the pressure just now. Shen Tianqi and the others had long disappeared without a trace. Needless to say, the ferocious aura just now naturally made them feel what danger was. If they didn't leave now, when would they leave? However, although Lin Fei had left this area, he was still full of expectations for this ancient land. Especially the method just now, it naturally made him realize that his body wasn't the strongest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured. Hence, Lin Fei wondered if he should sign in at the ancient land. If he signed in, he could obtain the god-fiend body technique. That would be a huge gain. At the very least, he would be more confident in exploring this place. Lin Fei thought further than anyone else. It would be impossible to survive in this place without a strong body. Even if an eternal-level powerhouse came here, it would still be the same. Lin Fei could clearly sense it. Even he himself could not bear it. Even Shen Tianqi couldn't bear it. Not to mention those people from before, they couldn't bear it either. Only those with exceptionally powerful bodies could pass through here. If he could obtain this god-fiend body, he might be able to travel through this place. The probability was much higher. This made Lin Fei look forward to it. Anyway, he didn't have to worry about anything now. Shen Tianqi probably didn't dare to stay in this place anymore. If they stayed in this place, who knew when they would suffer a great loss? Such a person was even more careful with his own life. In reality, that was really the case. The three gods Tian Qi had long since slipped away, not daring to stay at all. He was afraid that he would use such a method again. He had directly taken his old life. This place had also become exceptionally quiet. At the very least, Lin Fei, who had the third eye, could sense it clearly. Thus, he was exceptionally relieved. It was just signing in. Who's afraid of who? He had plenty of time to sign in here. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Lin Fei slowly began to sign in here. On the 6th day, he finally signed in the god-fiend body fragment. Lin Fei's entire being became extremely carefree. This was definitely something that he had been dreaming of. It seems that my guess was completely correct. I can indeed sign in here to obtain the god-fiend body fragment. Although it was only the first one, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry at all. He had plenty of time. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to gather the God-Fiend body fragment. Once he gathered it, he could instantly turn this eternal body into the God-Fiend body. At that time, even a so-called celestial immortal wouldn't be able to penetrate this body. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. So, Lin Fei slowly began to sign in again. Chapter 52-55. On the 6th day, Lin Fei received a God-Fiend body fragment. On the 21st day, he received a second one. On the 2nd month, he received a third one. On the 4th month, he received a 5th one. Just like that. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei signed in for 5 years. This period of time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. It was within his expectations. There were quite a lot of things he received from signing in, but what he wanted the most was this God-Fiend body fragment. Finally, on this day, he received a new God-Fiend body fragment. The moment he received this God-Fiend body fragment, Lin Fei knew that he could finally fuse the God-Fiend body. There were more than 30 of them. That's right, this God-Fiend body fragment couldn't be fused with 10, but 30. 30 servings was neither a lot nor a small amount, but it would take time. This time might be half a year, or even 2 to 5 years, or even longer. In any case, it was hard to say. Overall, Lin Fei's luck was quite good. Finally, he received 30 God-Fiend body fragments. 30 God-Fiend body fragments could finally be fused. He was extremely excited about this day. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. He could finally have a God-Fiend body. At that time, his body would become incomparably powerful. At the very least, even if he attacked again now, he wouldn't be easily shaken by others. Ding! God-Fiend body fusion successful. Obtained low-grade God-Fiend body. It was finally fused. With a thought, Lin Fei completely refined the God-Fiend body. With this refinement, he felt as if he had been reborn. The eternal body in his body was directly devoured and no longer existed. It was replaced by the God-Fiend body. The aura on his body also became exceptionally different. It was as if his life form had been upgraded. This feeling was very obvious. This is the power of the low-grade God-Fiend body. It is indeed more powerful than I imagined. And it was low-grade. If it was mid-grade, high-grade, or even high-grade, Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine it. At that time, it would become even more powerful. It seems that signing in here is quite correct. If my reincarnation primordial spirit can cultivate the God-Fiend body, then it will be even more domineering. Lin Fei did not forget about his reincarnation primordial spirit. If they could cultivate it successfully, they would naturally become even more powerful. This was a very suitable place to sign in. However, it took him almost 5 years to gather 30 fragments. If he were to continue signing in, Lin Fei could not guarantee how long he would have to sign in. At the very least, he still had a lot of things to do. Now that he knew of such a place, he naturally had the opportunity to slowly sign in. As long as the long-term mission was completed well, there was nothing to worry about. I wonder if I can leave a primordial spirit here to sign in. A thought suddenly popped into Lin Fei's mind. He had so many reincarnated primordial spirits that each of them was no different from him. He just didn't know if he could sign in or not. With a thought, Lin Fei's thoughts shifted to the other reincarnated primordial spirit. If it worked, then he would have made a huge profit this time. If it didn't work, it didn't matter to Lin Fei. This was a good idea. But when he tried to do it, he realized that this idea still wouldn't work. There's a problem. It was impossible to sign in for a while. Only his main body could sign in completely. This was a little troublesome. It seems that my idea was a little too naive. This place is not a place where primordial spirits can sign in at all. Anyway, I already have a god-fiend body, so I can just slowly sign in next time. When the time comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to gather all of them even after a few decades or 100 years. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He decided to go deeper and take a look. Now that he already had a god-fiend body, he was naturally qualified to enter. Moreover, there were few people in this place. When the time came, how he wanted to barge in would be up to him. As soon as he appeared, Lin Fei felt that someone had entered the ancient land. Within the range of the heavenly eye, once someone entered, he would be able to sense it immediately. Hence, Lin Fei could also know who had entered. He immediately used the heavenly eye to check, and what he saw surprised him. Why did this person come in? Chapter 52-56. This surprised Lin Fei. He actually saw Luolan. If it was anyone else, it wouldn't have mattered. However, Luolan was a completely different person. Why was Lin Fei here? This was the primordial land. Just look at Shintianqi. This guy had already suffered a huge loss. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have undoubtedly suffered a huge loss. But now that Luolan was here, Lin Fei was surprised. He even looked at him several times. It was indeed Luolan. However, the old man wasn't with him. The old man was also very strong. However, Luolan was alone. His path was smooth and he seemed to be familiar with this place. A thought suddenly popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Could it be that the legendary Gate of Immortality was in this primordial land? When this thought popped up, Lin Fei was quite surprised. He didn't dare to believe himself. How could he have thought so far ahead? However, the possibility of this happening was quite high. Even Lin Fei would be in danger in a place like this. Not to mention what had happened previously. Just look at Shintianqi. It was indeed easy to die in a place like this. However, Luolan's words were completely different. He was familiar with the place and could even avoid some places. This was what surprised Lin Fei the most. This place was definitely mysterious. Originally, Lin Fei was prepared to explore it. Now that Luolan was leading the way, things were completely different. It would definitely be an eye-opening experience. Just like that, Lin Fei changed directions. He followed Luolan's footsteps. Luolan was indeed quite amazing. However, Lin Fei was different now. He already had the god-fiend body. In the past, the eternal body was indeed quite strong, but now, the god-fiend body was the most amazing. Although there were many bumps along the way, he still followed behind easily. Nothing happened. Instead, Luolan was very careful. The deeper they went, the more cautious they became. They even set up layers upon layers of traps. Those who were unaware of the situation could easily bump into them if they were not careful. At that time, his life would definitely be in danger, and it wouldn't be any better. There was no need to guess to know that Luolan must have suffered a loss last time. Therefore, at this time, he was especially careful, afraid that he would be followed again. Who said that female experts had no thoughts? She had quite a lot of thoughts. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, these methods were indeed fierce enough, but it wasn't too difficult to break them. All he had to do was follow Luolan's path. Just like that, he kept following her. After a few days, they arrived at a particularly inconspicuous place. This was actually a place where time and space flowed. Luolan took out a treasure and placed it above her head. Streams of light flowed down. Just like that, he walked in. The power of time and space separated, forming a passageway. It was hard to believe that there was such a path in this place. Lin Fei could see that the power of time and space here was so strong that it could easily destroy an eternal level expert. Luo Lan's strength could be considered strong, but he still had to be well behaved in this place. One could imagine what kind of situation it was inside. I don't know if my god-fiend body can withstand it. If I can't, it will be a little difficult to go in. Her treasure is most likely a peak eternal existence, or even a celestial immortal level treasure. I can feel that this treasure is very different. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go in. He just watched Luo Lan go in. Then, he blasted a spot in a place. Then, he went in. It was just as he had imagined. There was really a big secret behind this. In a place like this, if one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that there was a problem here. Even Lin Fei was the same. But at this time, he believed in his own guess. This Luo Lan should have some secret. Especially in this place. Lin Fei felt that it was very mysterious, and without a certain level of strength, one couldn't go in at all. A place where even eternal experts had to stare at. He took a deep breath. Lin Fei walked in. As soon as he walked in, he saw the power of time and space flying down. With every attack, it became a little weaker. At the same time, the power of space kept crushing down. God-fiend body, open for me. Just like this, it was a bit unbearable. He had to open his God-fiend body. Chapter 52-57. When he didn't activate the God-fiend body, Lin Fei could only hold on for a short while. If it went on for too long, he would feel like he couldn't take it anymore. If he didn't do it well, he would collapse. Hence, he activated the God-fiend body right away. As soon as the God-fiend demon body was activated, it became exceptionally different. It became exceptionally powerful. At the very least, the resistance was strong. The runes formed a great wall, blocking the power outside. The power kept attacking the runes. There was actually no chance of winning for a short while. This allowed Lin Fei to finally heave a sigh of relief. He could only rush over as soon as possible. There wasn't any special technique here. It was just a combination of time and space. It was indeed very domineering and terrifying. Eternal bodies wouldn't have a good ending if they entered. Only his God-fiend body could do it. Even his God-fiend body was riddled with cracks. Lin Fei shuddered in fear when he saw this. It was truly incomparably terrifying. The more it was like this, the more curious Lin Fei was. What was inside that was worth him coming here personally? If it was the so-called celestial sect, then he would definitely be in luck. Very soon. Lin Fei found the so-called point. This point was quite inconspicuous. If one didn't have a certain level of strength, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Lin Fei's punch landed on this point. This point could only be blasted open with great strength. Of course, the strength had to be within a certain range. If it was too small, it wouldn't budge. If it was too big, it would exceed the limit. It was really quite different. Fortunately, Lin Fei remembered it clearly and knew how to break open this place. This punch instantly created a passageway. He didn't feel any dangerous aura. Lin Fei did not think too much about it and directly rushed in. Then, he came to a barren place. There didn't seem to be any signs of life in this barren place. Even Lin Fei sized up this place curiously. It was as if he had come to the wrong place. It can't be. Did I come to the wrong place? That's impossible. I didn't sense anything wrong earlier. This is where Luo Lan came from. Lin Fei was really surprised. This place was different from what he had imagined. He had thought that there would be a grotto heaven mystic realm here. It seemed like this place wasn't even there. It was like a place that had been destroyed a long time ago. Could this be the place where one ascended to the immortal sect? Lin Fei had more questions in his heart. He immediately opened his heavenly eye. As soon as he opened his heavenly eye, he saw the whole place. This place was indeed very desolate, and there were ruins everywhere. At the center of the ruins, Lin Fei finally saw Luo Lan. Luo Lan was standing in front of a huge grave. His expression was very sorrowful. He could even hear Luo Lan's voice. "Master, I've come to see you again. I went out for a bit, but I ran into some trouble. Although I acquired the magical laws of time, the outside world is far more dangerous than I could ever have imagined. Reviving the immortal sect is going to be very, very difficult. But I'm not going to give up. I'm definitely going to rebuild the immortal sect." Luo Lan's voice was filled with vigor. Within the heavenly eye, Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. This was the place to enter the immortal sect. They had fought in the past. "You're here, sire. Why don't you come out?" And he had even fallen into the trap of the House of God ordainment. Chapter 52-58. Lin Fei was quite surprised because Luo Lan seemed to have sensed that someone was coming. This was quite unbelievable. Along the way, Lin Fei really didn't bump into anything. He didn't expect Luo Lan to react so quickly. Could it be that she had learned her lesson and reacted faster this time? Or did she bump into something along the way? Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry and decided to take his time to observe. Luo Lan seemed to be trying to scare him. Who asked this fellow to be so smart? Therefore, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry and wanted to see if Luo Lan was bluffing him. It wasn't that easy to bluff him. "Are you not going to come out? Or do you think that I am bluffing you? Then you are thinking too much. This is the old site of Celestial Sect. I have a special ability here that can sense anyone coming here. I know that someone is coming, but your methods are quite powerful. Can you come out and meet me? Or are you afraid of me alone?" Lin Fei finally knew that Luo Lan wasn't praising him. She really knew that someone was coming. So this was the old site of Celestial Sect. He really couldn't tell. Looking at the ruins, Lin Fei could imagine how intense the battle was. Celestial Sect was destroyed and even the entire sect was destroyed. No wonder Celestial Sect was so low-key. Even when they traveled the world, they were exceptionally low-key. Now, he had finally learned something new. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Celestial Sect Saintess. You are indeed different. You can even sense this. I thought that you would never know. Seems like I was thinking too much. Just as Lin Fei was about to show himself, a figure walked out from the void. Behind him, there were 5 other figures. The 5 figures were all wearing ghost masks and were standing behind him. However, as soon as the 5 of them came out, they didn't move at all. In an instant, Luo Lan felt immense pressure. "Long time no see, Luo Lan. I didn't expect that the saintess of this generation would actually start to roam the world." Lin Fei was startled. "It can't be. I thought they were talking about me, but it turns out they were talking about someone else." However, this person's methods were quite powerful. He didn't even see him just now. Could it be that he had just arrived? Other than this explanation, Lin Fei really couldn't find a second one. Anyway, someone had come out, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Fei could see that this person was quite capable, and he had known Luo Lan for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. "Prince 2, I didn't expect it to be you. Long time no see. You brought so many people here. Are you going to take me back?" Luo Lan seemed to have expected this. When she saw the person who had appeared, she was not too surprised. She just looked at him coldly. "I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to take me away so that you can take the immortal seal in my body. With this immortal seal, you will have the qualifications to enter the upper realm and not die of old age in this world. I wonder if I'm right. As expected of a saintess. You actually know so clearly. Since you already know, will you take the initiative to hand it over, or will I do it myself? You know, in order to find you, it took me 200 years to find you here, and I even paid a high price to find this place. Hiding in a point of time and space, you are indeed capable. This prince too was quite young, but his eyes were extraordinarily cold. At this time, he looked a little proud and quietly looked at Luolan. You also know that I brought the 5 of them here. Even if you were here, and this is your main battlefield, you wouldn't be their match. The 5 of them are now eternal level powerhouses, and they have mastered special means. Crash! The 5 figures entered the void in an instant, and the void fluctuated. Luolan was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to master the method of the Reincarnation Emperor and suppress my strength. If I'm not wrong, these 5 should be the disciples of the Reincarnation Emperor. You refined them into something neither human nor ghost. Aren't you afraid of the descendants of the Reincarnation Emperor coming to settle accounts with you? Luolan snorted. In the dark, Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. Just now, he felt that these 5 figures were a little unusual. This aura was a little familiar, and now he finally understood. This was the aura of the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit. Chapter 52-59. You are indeed powerful to be able to see that. However, you are thinking too much. The descendants of the Reincarnation Emperor have disappeared a long time ago. No one has even managed to cultivate the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit. Do you think anyone can still find trouble with me? Prince Tu laughed out loud. You better make your choice honestly. Otherwise, I will have to do it myself. Although you are the strongest saintess of the immortal sect, I am not bad either. Luolan chuckled. I think you will regret it very soon. After all, not everyone can control the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit. Not everyone can refine them into such a state. Luolan knew someone. He had fought with someone who possessed the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit previously. His opponent was indeed very strong. Although he did not show it, Lin Fan could smell his aura. It was as if that person had broken through the limits of the Reincarnation Emperor's cultivation and reached a whole new realm. Luolan was the only one who knew about this. Because of this, Luolan would say such a thing. However, Lin Fan would definitely not take it seriously. He did not need Lin Fan to take it seriously either. It turns out that Saintess also knows how to say such words. Using such words to scare me is indeed quite boring. The Reincarnation Emperor died long ago. Even his disciple is gone. I think it's better for me to take action directly. I've recently obtained a few powerful treasures. I'll let you have a look at them. Whoosh! A picture scroll unfurled in the air. As it unfurled, the entire world started to stop. This is the imitation treasure of the River of Time that I obtained. It can suppress the space and time of this pill. No matter how strong you are, you will not be a match for me. After the scroll was unfurled, there was indeed a huge problem with time and space in this area. Even Lin Fei, who was far away, could sense it. However, he felt that there was something else in Luolan's words. Could it be that Luolan knew that he had followed him? That was possible. After all, Luolan was smart, so it was normal for him to know about it. Lin Fei wouldn't interfere with other matters. However, this matter was different. No matter what, he could not do it anymore. Refining the Reincarnation Emperor's disciple into such a state was definitely not a good thing. In other words, this prince too wasn't a good person. Just this alone is pretty good, but it's still quite difficult to take me down like this. What other tricks do you have? Bring them out and let me have a good look. The painting crown prince thought that Luolan would be shocked when he took out this treasure. He didn't expect Luolan to be so calm. The saintess was indeed the saintess. She was different. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. I'll fulfill your wish. With a whoosh, the 5 black shadows attacked in an instant. He had used the Reincarnation Emperor's methods to suppress Luo Lan's strength. This method was indeed quite powerful. Even if Luo Lan resisted, he would still be suppressed. In addition, the painting seemed to be at a disadvantage. Prince Tu also strode over. He raised his hand and a small grotto heaven world appeared. This is the netherworld that I have specially cultivated. Once you are suppressed in the netherworld, even a saintess like you will not be able to escape death. Now, if you come with me obediently, I will naturally spare your life. Otherwise, just wait for me to beat you into the netherworld. A grotto heaven world appeared in the palm of the painting crown prince. That grotto heaven world was filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. The cold aura in the grotto heaven world was inferior to that of the Sunluo domain. There was even a terrifying aura of the netherworld emanating from it. Impressive, impressive. So this is your method. You even have the netherworld. You must have a lot of capital. Capital. What did that mean? Luo Lan suddenly moved and raised his hand. A cold light directly slashed out from the ruins, slowly advancing. In an instant, the painting crown prince's eyes widened and his entire body trembled. Luo Lan, you actually laid out a big move. Whoosh! The 5 figures were sent flying. Next, the painting crown prince's body shone with a dazzling jingguang. Rays of divine light kept bursting out. Even so, it was extremely difficult for him to hold on. It's a pity that this method of yours still can't kill me. The painting crown prince sneered as he resisted the attack with great difficulty. Chapter 5260. Just now, the painting crown prince felt that it was very strenuous. Just a little bit more and he would have been killed. Fortunately, he had brought a lot of treasures with him, so he was able to withstand it. Even so, he was still terrified. Luo Lan was too cunning. He had hidden such a trick. If it was someone else, they would definitely be killed. It's a pity that you don't have any other tricks up your sleeves. I don't believe that you can use this trick a second or third time. You have no chance at all. Without his 5 subordinates, the painting crown prince felt a lot of pressure. However, it didn't matter. As long as he didn't have this trick, he was confident that he could severely injure Luo Lan. He took him down. Whoosh! A fist pierced through his body. The painting crown prince lowered his head and stared at the incoming fist. He was dumbfounded. There was someone else here. Then, his mind went blank. Cracks spread all over his body. He wanted to turn back but he couldn't. His whole body broke into pieces. Lin Fei attacked. And at the most crucial moment, he made his move and directly killed this so-called Prince Tu. Right now, his strength was naturally incomparably strong. After all, his body was no longer the eternal body. It was the famous God-fiend body. With one punch, he smashed the painting crown prince into pieces. He didn't even have time to react before he was killed. Luo Lan smiled. I knew that you would come. I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. You helped me a lot last time and this time, you helped me a lot again. Lin Fei knew that Luo Lan would more or less be able to sense it. Lin Fei could tell that the painting crown prince had a deep understanding of this place. Even if Lin Fei didn't show himself, Luo Lan would make him show himself sooner or later. However, the painting crown prince was one step ahead of him. Lin Fei didn't expect him to train the Reincarnation Emperor's disciple to be like this. Naturally, Lin Fei would not let the matter rest so easily. He could tell that Lin Fei would not let the matter rest so easily. What did Luo Lan mean by that? Did he mean that it was his turn to kill this crown prince too? If the Reincarnation Emperor's disciple wasn't here, Lin Fei wouldn't have come out so easily. It didn't have much to do with him, but things were different now. He came out and heavily injured Prince Tuesday. Shun Dao wanted to test how strong the legendary god-demon body was. In fact, the god-fiend body was indeed very powerful. A single punch made him realize what it meant to be different. Yeah, we meet again. I've helped you twice, so how should you thank me? Don't tell me he's going to treat me to a big move like he did. I can't take it. Lin Fei smiled. Luo Lan smiled. That's impossible. Do you think I'll do anything to you now? Luo Lan was indeed extremely shocked in his heart. He did sense someone coming. At first, he thought it was Lin Fei. After seeing the painting prince, Zhang Xian felt that something was amiss. There was another figure hiding here. His instincts told him that it was the person from last time. The probability of that happening was still very high. Luo Lan didn't know why she had such a thought, but it was what she was thinking. The probability of that happening is very high. In the end, he was right. He killed the painting prince with one move. The power of this punch seemed to be even more domineering than the last time. Shen Tianqi could still take it last time. However, this time, the painting prince was obviously stronger than Shen Tianqi. He had more treasures and his defense was stronger. Yet, he was punched through just like that. It was really unbelievable. Luo Lan couldn't see through the young man in front of him. What kind of background did he have? How could he appear here again and again? This was the ancient ground. It wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. It's not suitable to talk here. There's another place over there. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Lin Fei didn't have any objections. Luo Lan took Lin Fei to another place. There was a small cave here. It was very small. Luo Lan brewed a pot of tea. The tea contained a dazzling divine light. It was very different. Chapter 52-61. At the same time. In a study room, a figure coughed out blood and opened his eyes. He stretched out his hand and a bead in his palm shattered. This person was Prince Tuesday. I didn't expect that chasing after this Luo Lan would cost me a primordial spirit and 5 subordinates. This primordial spirit treasure is gone just like that. Until now, I still don't know who killed me. Prince Tu couldn't believe it. His mind was blank and he couldn't sense the aura of that person at all. It could only be said that the other party was simply too tyrannical. That punch did not contain much strength and was purely based on his instinctive strength. Yet, it pierced through all of his treasures and defenses. Just like that, he was killed. The painting crown prince had never encountered such a situation before. This was the only time he had encountered such a situation. In any case, he was also an eternal level powerhouse. Could it be a top-level eternal level powerhouse? If it was a top eternal realm expert, how could he not know? It seemed that Luo Lan still had a lot of secrets. It was a pity that he missed this opportunity. Originally, he could have asked for the whereabouts of the immortal seal. It was a pity that he missed this opportunity. Prince Tu was really unwilling, but now he knew better than anyone else that it was too difficult to deal with Luo Lan. There should be other experts around Luo Lan. He probably lied to him. However, I have to vent my anger. Since I can't do anything to you alone, I'll spread the news. I believe that the person with the immortal seal should be very interested. When that time comes, let's see how long you can last. I don't believe that person can protect you for that long. Those old monsters will also have ideas. Prince Tu went out. On the other side, Lin Fei slowly drank his tea. This tea was really good. It was the first time he had drunk such good tea. This tea could actually strengthen one's divine body, and the effect was very obvious. Even his god-fiend body had a slight change. This was the most special part. For those who didn't have a very strong body, drinking such tea could really improve a lot. After drinking a cup of tea, he felt much more refreshed. Good tea. Luolan was shocked again. This tea was no ordinary tea. He could only drink it slowly. Up until now, he had only drunk about a third of the tea, but the other party had actually finished it in one gulp and was completely fine. The other party's body was simply too strong. Even an Eternal couldn't handle this kind of drinking. He had gained a lot of knowledge. It's just a little tea. It's nothing. If you want it, I can let you bring some back when you leave. I can't drink that much anyway. Luolan didn't mind at all. Then I won't stand on ceremony. This thing is quite beneficial. Lin Fei was very straightforward. This is the old site where we used to visit the immortal sect. Later, a great war directly turned it into ruins. Every once in a while, I would come here to sit for a while because my master and friends all died in this battle. Lin Fei listened quietly. Because our immortal sect has a key to the upper realm, everyone sees us as a thorn in their side. They think that we are blocking their path to ascension. We really don't. It's not that easy to go up. Without a certain level of strength, we can't fly up at all. Even if we can fly, we will die halfway. Must you be very funny? It was originally used to protect them, but in the end, it was used to block their path. In the end, none of these people had a good ending after entering. Only a few succeeded in ascension. Then it's a game up there. Even if they ascended, they would live a life worse than pigs and dogs. Luolan seemed to be very emotional as she said while drinking tea. Lin Fei suddenly understood. He didn't expect there to be such a secret here. If Luolan hadn't taken the initiative to say it, he wouldn't have known at all. Then do you think you still want to go up there now? Luolan took another sip of tea and looked at the young man in front of her. She didn't know why she said this today. She didn't know if the other party already knew, but even if he wanted to say it, she could feel it. This black-robed young man probably didn't have much evil intentions towards her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped her so much twice. That prince too was also a young master of a big force. Not everyone could kill him just like that. Chapter 52-62. Most of the time, it was Luolan talking. Lin Fei was listening. Lin Fei listened in detail. He knew that Luolan had a lot of things in his heart. It was rare to find someone to talk to. As for why he wanted to talk to him, Lin Fei wasn't very clear. Since he had already said so. There was nothing wrong with being an audience. Anyway, it was nothing to Lin Fei now. Just like that. In total, it took him about half an hour to finish talking. Luolan suddenly changed the topic. He changed the topic. Thank you for listening to me for such a long time. Luolan didn't know why he said so many things. He felt that it was much better to say it out loud. He had a feeling that this black-robed young man wouldn't do anything to him. So, I decided to invite you to do something big. I wonder if you're interested. Luolan's words did surprise Lin Fei. Something big. You invited me to explore an entrance to the celestial world with you last time, but I'm not interested in this. I think this world is quite interesting. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with these things. Wasn't it better to sign in peacefully and obtain some things? Lin Fei really didn't have the mood to go up. At the very least, he didn't have the mood to do so now. He didn't have many resources on hand. He would still be at a disadvantage if he went up. Moreover, he could tell that he wouldn't have a good life down there. If these words were said by someone else, they naturally wouldn't have much deterrence. But when it came from Luolan, it was completely different. There was definitely a problem. I think you must have misunderstood. The big thing I'm talking about isn't exploring some mystic realm with you. I'm telling you something more sensational. That is, in at most 40 to 50 years, our universe will become a training ground. How about it? Are you surprised? Training ground. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. These words didn't sound like a good thing. His mission wasn't completed yet. If he messed up this universe, then he wouldn't be able to complete his mission at all. That was a huge gift. What do you mean by this? It's impossible for this place to become a training ground. After all, there are so many experts in this universe. Not everyone can become a training ground, unless... Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Luo Lan smiled. Yes, this is the one you're imagining. In a few decades, they'll come to this training field and engage in the so-called Battle of Saints. This saint battle is different from the others. It's used to select the top monstrous geniuses. A universe will become a big compass for them. Up until now, only my people and I know about this. No one else knows about it. Of course, some top forces should have more or less received some news. What do you think will happen to this side of the universe after they come down? At that time, the flames of war will reach the heavens, so I want to cooperate with you. Luo Lan's tone became exceptionally solemn. Those guys are very strong and can be said to be top-notch monstrous geniuses. Each of them can burst out with eternal-level combat power. Coupled with some treasures, the situation of the battle can be imagined. How do I know if what you said is right or not? After all, such a thing has never happened in the universe before. Just based on what you said, I still don't quite believe it. Lin Fei shook his head. You don't have to believe me, but you can make preparations in advance. At most, in another 20 to 30 years, there will definitely be some changes. I can tell you a few sealed passages now. One of these passages should be opened, and when the time comes, they will come down. You can stand guard here, and you will definitely have an unexpected harvest. Luo Lan wasn't surprised. After all, no one would believe this news. Even this black-robed young man was the same. Then he could only tell this black-robed young man the truth. What she had said was right. There would indeed be a battle of saints soon. At that time, the situation would be completely different. These are the few places. I will give you the specific location now. You can go and take a look yourself. Anyway, I won't lie to you. I just hope that when you discover it, you can cooperate with me. Luo Lan said, I want to kill all of these holy sons. Chapter 52-63. Lin Fei took note of this matter. After all, Luo Lan was the one who said it, so the possibility of it being true was very high. So what if he went back and waited for a while? Anyway, he only had a short amount of time. He could just close his eyes and pass by. If it was true, then things would be completely different. He could also make preparations. Of course, Luo Lan's boldness was quite shocking. He actually wanted to destroy all the saints. This wasn't a small matter, it was really a huge matter. He could also tell that the people above wouldn't be able to come down, so he could only let some of the top ones come down to train. Luo Lan had nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei naturally had nothing to be afraid of as well. When the time came, he still didn't know who the monster was. Just as Luo Lan was about to send Lin Fei out. Suddenly, his gaze changed. Oh no, there's someone here. It seems like they're heading towards this place. It must be Prince Tu who spread the news. What a petty guy. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. That guy was actually not dead and had even spread the news. That was quite a schemer, wasn't it? It can't be. That guy really leaked your whereabouts. If it's true, then you will be in trouble. After all, you are the saint of the celestial sect. Moreover, after he bragged, everyone thought that you would be easy to deal with. That's why he lured you here first. Lin Fei thought quite quickly. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. This was especially true for the prince too, whose social status was already quite high. Coupled with his own strength, his credibility was very high. Who could imagine that he was lying? Even if he came and was destroyed by Luo Lan, they would be the unlucky ones. As for whether they would dare to look for Prince Tu, the possibility was very low. Even if they went out, they wouldn't say much. As the saying went, it was better to die than to die. It was more or less the same logic. Many people came, but they haven't found this place yet. However, they have already gathered outside. You know that some of them brought quite a lot of treasures with them. They rushed over quite quickly. Even San Luolan had underestimated Prince Tuesday. Since they're here, let's just wait a little longer. When they're here, we can kill them all in one go and get some spoils of war. Just now, the warm-up exercise wasn't over yet. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on any longer. Since so many people are here, you wouldn't mind letting me practice a little, right? If it were any other expert, Lin Fei wouldn't be interested. However, it was a completely different story for eternal experts. He could be treated as a sandbag. His god-fiend body could finally find a suitable sandbag. It wasn't like the others, which couldn't even withstand a single blow. He was killed with one punch. This sentence had a certain meaning. Luo Lan smiled. Since fellow Daoist is willing to help, then I am most willing. Luo Lan knew the strength of this black-robed young man. With his help, these people wouldn't be able to gain too much of an advantage. All he had to do was watch from the side. Thinking about it, he was quite happy. Once again, he had helped him greatly. Lin Fei was also looking forward to it. This prince too was really a good person. He actually managed to invite many people over. From the looks of it, they weren't weak. Those who could come here were all quite capable. He wondered if the prince too would come. He probably wouldn't. This guy was already scared out of his wits. It was different for the others. They definitely wouldn't know what was going on. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't mind giving them a big gift. When the time came, these people would definitely hate the prince too to death. Lin Fei wasn't very good at scheming, but he was still capable of giving them some trouble. The prince too was prepared to be unlucky. About half an hour later, a figure entered this small space. There were quite a lot of people who entered. There were actually 6 of them. All 6 of them had a very strong aura. Their auras swept across the entire small space. Then, it swept past the 2 of them. Lin Fei and San Luolan didn't hide anything. They just swaggered in. In the blink of an eye, 6 figures walked out of the void. They appeared in front of them. Immortal Sect Ascension, Saintess Luo Lan. One of them had a white beard. Suddenly, he punched at Lin Fei, who wasn't far away. Good lord, do you think I'm easy to bully? Unrelated people, you can die now. Chapter 52-64. This white beard guy seemed to be very strong. Even the people around him were exceptionally strong. This punch directly smashed towards Lin Fei's body like a wind knife. If he were to be hit by this punch, one could imagine what would happen. It would definitely be an instant kill. Lin Fei didn't move at all and just stood there. It was a heavy punch. It directly smashed into his body, and then a feedback force was directly transmitted to the other party's body. Walala. Cracks appeared on the other party's body, and he quickly leaned back and returned to Whitebeard's side. This time, his face looked quite terrible. You actually walk the path of body refinement and have the ability to reflect damage. The one who attacked was a big man. At this time, the defensive armor on his body had cracks. No one knew how many of them there were. It made the scalp of the people watching go numb. Even Whitebeard was a little surprised at this time. I didn't expect a brat like you to be so strong. Your body isn't bad either. I'll be able to sell you for a good price if I kill you. It's really not easy to find someone like you. Ha 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 ha, a saintess and a body-tempering cultivator are not wasted. Lin Fei didn't really make a move because he already has a god-fiend body. Of course, the god-fiend body can't be shaken by ordinary power. Unless you reach the true corresponding level of strength. And to reach the corresponding level of strength, in Lin Fei's opinion, only the top eternal level can do it. Or even the combat power of a celestial immortal. Only then can he cause damage to his god-fiend body. Anyway, these people in front of him can't do it at all, even this Whitebeard can't do it. Luo Lan wasn't surprised by Lin Fei's strength at all. This person is indeed very strong, but he didn't expect his body to be even stronger than before. When the other party attacked just now, his strength was indeed quite domineering, but he didn't expect it to have no effect on Lin Fei at all. If I'm not wrong, you should be someone from the Heavenly Treasures sect. Only people from the Heavenly Treasures sect would be covered in treasure light and carry countless treasures with them. As expected of the Holy Daughter, you can recognize me so quickly. I am a member of the Heaven Saber sect. Do you want me to do it myself, or do you want to take the initiative to come with us? You should know that the Holy Daughter is quite valuable. Of course, if you fall into the hands of our sect, we will not let you be inferior. You are a good match for our Holy Son. Whitebeard didn't care much about the man and woman. No matter how strong this saintess was, could she be stronger than him? It was the same for that young man. After all, he had brought a lot of experts with him this time. He was one step ahead of them. At the very least, he would have an absolute advantage. When those people came over, they would be happy for nothing. They would bring the person away, and then the Heavenly Treasures sect would be able to rise. At the very least, he would be able to find the entrance to the top. As for Luo Lan, he could be of great help to the saint. At the very least, he could increase the saint's strength by a large margin. This Luo Lan possessed a terrifying and unique bloodline. Once he refined it, his strength would naturally increase. There weren't many people who knew about this secret. Whitebeard was indeed very clear about it. They had all kinds of methods. Naturally, they could investigate it. Hence, this saintess was quite valuable. As for the young man next to her, he could also be refined into a powerful puppet. Not only could he be used, but he could also be sold for a large sum of money. Hence, this trip was not in vain. I'll leave this Whitebeard to you. How about the four of us deal with the rest? Luo Lan suddenly looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled. That's not good. Leave Whitebeard and the others to me. It just so happens that I haven't finished warming up yet. I told you just now, so I can only use them as an example. Whoosh. Lin Fei pounced on the expert just now. He threw a punch. Countless treasure lights shone brightly in front of that person. In the end, his fist was pierced through, and then his body was smashed through. Wallala, wallala, his body was torn apart, and with a boom, an expert was gone. A sandbag should have the awareness of a sandbag. Chapter 52-65. Lin Fei killed one of the powerhouses in an instant. It was an eternal level powerhouse. The other party didn't have the ability to resist at all. The rest of the people were shocked. They didn't expect this guy to be so strong. He killed an expert with one punch. The defensive treasures on his body were basically of no use. Fierce. Even Whitebeard was the same. Now it's your turn. Anyway, since you came today, you have to be obedient and become sandbags. Don't even think about leaving. Lin Fei attacked again. After a shadow flashed. How could these people withstand the power that Lin Fei burst out? Each fist's shadow was like a super overbearing attack. In an instant. Just like that, it crushed over their bodies. The divine light was pierced. The treasures were pierced. As long as they had a certain amount of defensive energy, they basically couldn't withstand it and were directly sent flying. An incomparably overbearing attack. As soon as it appeared, Whitebeard knew that he had met a terrifying opponent. This person wasn't as simple as he thought. The people around him were pierced through one by one. They were smashed into pieces on the spot. He didn't even have the strength to resist. In the blink of an eye, only Whitebeard was left. Luolan also laughed by the side. How is it? Do you regret coming here? My friend is much stronger than you. Luolan was indeed very happy. At least she didn't have to deal with this Whitebeard. Otherwise, she would have to deal with this Whitebeard. She would have to use a lot of methods. She also knew that this Lin Fei might know that she was injured, otherwise, he would never make a move at this time. This move was indeed incomparably powerful. One punch after another, it was really fierce. Lin Fei also looked at Whitebeard. I heard that you are an expert from some heavenly treasure sect. You should have a lot of treasures. Let's see how strong your treasures are and whether they can stop my attack. Lin Fei attacked again. A huge palm descended from the sky, covering this side of the world. The dark sky and earth darkened. The white-bearded man took out one treasure after another. This guy was going all out. Every single one of the treasures shone with a resplendent divine light as they clashed against the palm. However, the moment these divine lights came into contact with the palm, they were instantly extinguished. Following that, the palm pressed down heavily with a loud boom. The earth shook along with it. Even if Luolan flew up, his white beard soared into the sky. At this moment, he appeared to be in a very sorry state. That palm strike just now had caused his body to crack open. At this moment, it was unknown how many treasures were broken. He was extremely terrified and uneasy. This kid was too terrifying, too frightening. The power behind the attack seemed to have surpassed the eternal level. At the very least, his body and treasures couldn't take it at all and were directly crippled. Who are you? This side of the universe definitely doesn't have an expert like you. Could it be that you came to this side through a special passage? 18 beads flew out from around Whitebeard. These 18 beads formed a large array, protecting him inside. He already felt a deep fear. If he didn't take out his trump card, he really wouldn't be able to take it. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you can withstand my palm strike. You're indeed very powerful. You have so many treasures. Usually, an ordinary person can only control one treasure. But you can actually control 7 or 8 treasures in one breath. You're really good. I just don't know if you can withstand it if I do it again. Lin Fei laughed and attacked again. Another big slap came down. This time, the power was even fiercer than the last time. There was a loud rumbling sound. It didn't even get close. Those treasures with divine light were blasted away, and even cracks appeared on them. Boom! As the slap fell, the figure turned into pieces in an instant. It turns out that an eternal expert is only a so-so. It's a pity that so many treasures were wasted. Lin Fei shook his head, not excited at all. This guy was still too weak. As soon as his god and demon body erupted, it made him realize what despair was. You're still the best. You killed Whitebeard and the others so quickly. The Heavenly Treasure sect lost such a great expert. I guess they'll cry. Luolan waved his hand and kept these treasures. Although these things have become damaged, they can still be sold for a lot of money. Chapter 52-66. He killed Whitebeard just like that. Lin Fei didn't think much about it. Since he was here, he wouldn't be able to leave. Of course, he tested his god-fiend body and it was indeed quite strong. It could be said that it was a one-sided suppression. Even Luolan, who was watching from the side, was terrified. He was too strong. The guy from Sky Treasure Sect was best at using his treasures, but he was killed in the blink of an eye. Instead, he left behind a ground full of treasures. They were really unlucky to meet Daoish Lin. They were wiped out right away. I reckon that there are many people outside who are looking for me. He killed a bunch of people here. Luolan was indeed quite happy and she also let out a sigh of relief. When she thought about how there were so many people outside, she started to worry. After all, her body had always been injured, which meant that it was damaged. It wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. If she continued to fight, she wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. That prince too from before was really petty. He even used such a method. Fortunately, Luolan saw some hope now. With Daoish Lin here, it seemed like there was more hope for her to leave. I don't know if I can ask you for a favor. Luolan said straightforwardly. She could more or less see Daoish Lin's temper. He liked to be straightforward. It wasn't a good idea to tease him. Lin Fei smiled, just say it. After all, we know each other. It's like this. You should know my situation. My situation is worse than you think. There should be a lot of people coming from the antiquity lands now. They are all powerful experts. I want to trouble you to send me out. Luolan didn't know if Lin Fei would agree to it. But she decided to say it first. Actually, even if she didn't say it, Lin Fei also knew that Luolan had changed. She did feel a certain amount of pressure. That guy that he killed was really petty. He couldn't beat him, so he released the news. Hearing that the saintess of the immortal sect was injured naturally attracted many people. Things like this are nothing. It just so happens that I'm quite interested in this ancient land. Why don't you be my guide this time? That way, we'll be even. What do you say? Luolan was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a saying. He was already prepared to take out some things. Do you only need me to be your guide? It really surprised me. This was completely beyond Luolan's imagination. Lin Fei said, yeah, it's that simple. Besides, I'm really curious about this place. Of course, even if those guys outside don't come here, I'm still a little interested in them. It's a good opportunity to practice my fist skills. He still needed to practice his fists. Luolan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Since you've said so, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll be your guide then, fellow Daoish Lin. That was all. The two of them came out of the ruins. The moment they came out, they passed through the barrier of time and space and arrived outside. As soon as they were outside, Lin Fei sensed many auras appearing in the valley. Previously, there weren't many people appearing. But now, their auras were faintly discernible. They didn't hide their auras and seemed a little open and aboveboard. He didn't need to guess to know that they were going to scare Luolan out. As long as Luolan came out, they would be able to charge at him together. At the very least, there was strength in numbers. That way, Luolan wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. That was a pretty good idea. Lin Fei harumphed. Now, you're my guide. I'll follow you wherever you go. As for the others, you don't have to worry about them. I'll kill every single one of them that comes. Luolan didn't think much about it and started to wander around the ancient land with Lin Fei. Luolan was very familiar with this place. Of course, he was also very clear about some of the traps, so he was able to avoid them easily. Not long after, Luolan encountered the first group of people. There were only 3 people in the first group. However, when these three people saw Luolan, their eyes lit up. Without saying a word, they charged towards Luolan. As soon as they made their move, Lin Fei made his move as well. Chapter 52-67. The ancient land was very dangerous. Those who could come here were basically eternal level experts. When they heard that Luolan, the holy maiden of immortal sect, was seriously injured, they came here without hesitation. There was no doubt because the one who released the news was none other than Prince Tu. This person was completely different. He was quite domineering and powerful. These people could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. However, as soon as they came here, they couldn't find any trace of Luolan. They were planning to take it slow. However, soon, they discovered that some auras were faintly discernible and began to disappear, which surprised them. Then, they were shocked. Several figures gathered together. I feel that there's something wrong with this place. I suspect that there's something wrong with the news. Luolan should be fine, but he set up a trap here to hunt us. I also think that the possibility is very high. These days, I can feel that some auras disappeared just like that, and they disappeared in an instant. Even I can't sense how they disappeared. That means that someone must have joined forces to kill them instantly, or used an array to restrict them. Could it be that Prince Tu has released fake news? Logically speaking, that's impossible. That guy still has some credibility. No matter what, we can't stay in this ancient land. If we stay any longer, we might even lose our lives. Let's go now. Don't think that these people were stupid. In fact, they were quite smart and knew what was going on. It was very likely that there was a super big trap here. This big trap was so dangerous that even eternal level powerhouses like them would fall here. Therefore, they chose to leave without saying a word. There was a loud rumbling sound. Lin Fei sent out another palm strike and killed several eternal level experts. Basically, they could be killed in 3 moves at most. The domineering eternal body met the real nemesis of the celestial demon body, and it couldn't resist at all. Even Luolan, who was shocked at the beginning, now accepted it. Indeed, not everyone would be able to withstand it. It's a pity that these people are getting more and more slippery. One by one, they left this place. I originally wanted to kill them all, but now they probably can't wait to run as fast as they can. Lin Fei still underestimated the courage of these guys. He was being really careful. It's normal for them to leave at this time. These auras disappeared in the blink of an eye. They must have suspected that we're working together. That Prince Tu is probably in trouble. Luolan was rather happy. Other things could be put aside, but this matter was different. At the very least, Prince Tu had to be very careful in the near future. Now that some eternal level powerhouses had died, the others would definitely not let it go. No matter what, they had to find Crown Prince Tu to vent their anger. If it wasn't for Prince Tu's information, how could there be casualties here? If the one who died was just an ordinary powerhouse, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the one who died was an eternal level powerhouse. It was definitely not a small matter, but a big deal. They will regret it. Lin Fei did not continue to chase after them. Anyway, these guys had learned to be smart. It wouldn't be so easy to catch up with them. This place isn't that nice to stay in anymore. We can leave now and go somewhere else. Thus, Lin Fei and Luolan left the primordial land. Here, Lin Fei did get some things. It gave him a huge harvest. However, he was not in the mood to go to the other places. As soon as they came out of this place, they parted ways. Luolan left, and so did Lin Fei. Let me see where Shintianqi is. Lin Fei did not forget about this guy. This guy was still quite useful. After coming out of this place, Lin Fei did not sense this guy's figure anymore. If there was no accident, he must be outside. As for how far away, Lin Fei did not know. Opening the heavenly eye made him happy. This guy was actually hiding in this area. Moreover, this was the outermost place. He still could not let go of this primordial land. Chapter 52-68. Lin Fei had thought that Shintianqi had already left. Who would have thought that he hadn't left? He was still loitering around the area. It seemed like he really wasn't willing to give up. However, it wasn't so easy to go to the land of ice. At the very least, he would have to think twice about letting Lin Fei go. When would that guy explode again? Not everyone would be able to handle him. This time, Lin Fei didn't pay any more attention to Shintianqi. Shintianqi was a tough guy. If he really went, he could only blame it on his bad luck. Lin Fei returned to the Great Void Sect. The Great Void Sect didn't make much of a move. It was exactly the same as before. On the other hand, Chu Qingqing's strength had increased a lot. However, compared to Luo Lan, there was still a huge gap between him and Luo Lan. It would take a long time for her to catch up to him. I called you over today because I have something to tell you. Chu Qingqing rushed over at the first moment. Hearing this, her expression changed slightly. Could it be that there's something I haven't done well recently? Is it because I haven't done a good job recently? No. You've done very well. The Great Void Gate is doing much better in your hands than it was before. It's just that its overall strength is still a bit lacking. However, there's no need to worry about that. I just want to tell you that everyone should work harder in the coming days. Perhaps very soon, this part of the universe will become different. Lin Fei didn't say much. He believed that Chu Qingqing would definitely be able to understand what he meant. Chu Qingqing really did understand. He was even more shocked in his heart. He had never encountered such a situation before. Ah, there's such a thing. I really didn't receive such news. For Lin Fei to say such a thing, Chu Qingqing knew that the situation had become extremely serious. It was best to treat it seriously now. Fortunately, the overall strength of the Great Void Sect had greatly increased. Anyway, just cultivate well. With me around, you don't have to worry about anything. Chu Qingqing left. To Lin Fei, 30 or 40 years wasn't a long time. He decided not to leave for the rest of the time. Lin Fei had already cultivated the God-fiend body. He wanted to see how different this universe had become. After all, his mission was still here. Since the people above treated this place as a training ground, it was naturally different for him to make the Great Void Sect the #1 power. The rewards were much more generous than he had imagined. The rewards from the system were definitely good stuff. Therefore, Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, Lin Fei really didn't leave much. Other than slowly signing in, there was nothing else. The universe seemed to have become exceptionally peaceful. The strength of the entire Great Void Sect had increased by leaps and bounds. As for those who wanted to make a move, there was not a single one of them. They didn't have the guts to do so at all, so the school gradually stood firm. During this time, the sect of the Great Void was slowly expanding. From start to finish, Lin Fei hadn't made a single move. It was Chu Qingqing who took the initiative to lead the team. Chu Qingqing's strength also increased. Very quickly, she had cultivated more than 500 reincarnation primordial spirits. Her potential was truly limitless. This also made Lin Fei happy for once. Finally, he had a facade. Others only had 200 to 300 primordial spirits, but Chu Qingqing had already cultivated more than 500. Coupled with some divine weapons and treasures that Lin Fei had obtained. More than 500 primordial spirits could erupt with great strength. Unfortunately, Chu Qingqing's body had only barely reached the eternal realm. As for those primordial spirits, it was even more impossible, unlike Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't leave to look for those resources. He also knew that if the people of the Great Void sect wanted to be strong, they had to cultivate their primordial spirits and make them incomparably powerful. This was the most important thing. Therefore, a powerful divine body was also quite important. Right now, Lin Fei didn't sign in for anything related to this. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Old ancestor, I just received a piece of news. It's the news that you've been asking us to pay attention to. Chu Qingqing came in. She seemed very happy. Could it be that there's news regarding the divine body? More or less, it's not the divine body. I just received a piece of news that some resources have appeared in a place. The greatest use of these resources is to increase the strength of one's body. Many forces have taken action upon hearing the news. Chapter 52-69. In the past, Lin Fei told Chu Qingqing to pay attention to the surroundings. For example, things that could strengthen the body, so he was quite concerned about this. However, there was no news in the past few years. Even if he received some news, Lin Fei didn't care much as they weren't of much use. He personally went to take a look. Chu Qingqing came to report again and Lin Fei didn't take it seriously. But this time, it wasn't anything else but something that could strengthen the body. This made Lin Fei's eyes light up. This is the thing I asked someone to bring back. It's very valuable. This thing is called a God-forging stone. It's a very special thing, but it has a very magical effect. It was discovered by chance, so everyone fought for it for a while. Yes, it's a God-forging stone. God-forging stone. Lin Fei had never heard of this thing before, but he could feel that it was a little different. He picked it up and was prepared to test it out. As soon as he held it in his hand, Lin Fei could feel that this God-forging stone was quite extraordinary. It gave off a special feeling. His god and demon body didn't have much of an effect anymore. He could try with his reincarnation body. He shouted it out right away. Then, he refined it instantly. To him, refining this thing wasn't much. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei could feel the difference. After the God-forging stone was refined, it turned into a special energy. In that instant, it strengthened the reincarnation spirit. Lin Fei could feel the strengthening in the blink of an eye. It was quite unbelievable. One of the arms of the reincarnation spirit became really strong. It was indeed very different from before. He couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you've really brought back some great news this time. This thing is very useful to you guys. It's definitely very useful. Just like that, Lin Fei knew that the God-forging stone was indeed useful. If it was given to the people from the Great Void sect to cultivate, it would definitely make them extremely strong. When the time came, he would have a primordial spirit and it would be especially powerful. Naturally, it would be different and his combat power would increase immediately. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this. Even if his god-fiend body met with an eternal body, he would be blown to smithereens. They simply did not have the ability to withstand it. Therefore, when they encountered someone with a strong body, no matter how many primordial spirits they had, they would not be able to withstand their attacks. Chu Qingqing was also incomparably excited. Does this thing really have such a big effect? If that's the case, then this will be a great help to our Great Void sect. However, I heard that some of the peak powers have already gone there. If we go there again, I'm afraid we'll be able to snatch something good. Thinking about how useful this thing was, Chu Qingqing started to care about it. Soon, he was a little worried. After all, this thing wasn't that easy to snatch. It had already been completely occupied by those fellows. Lin Fei stood up and laughed. You don't have to worry about this. I'm going to see what this place is like and see if I can take it down. He quickly flipped through all the information in his hands. So it turned out that it was found in a special place. It was the most desolate place in this universe. It could be said that there were very few people there, and no powers had set up camp there. This time, they were able to discover it because someone had escaped to the other side and encountered a god-forged stone. After refining it, their body broke through to the so-called eternal body, so they had come back to kill. Originally, it was fine if he killed his way back, but he was unlucky enough to meet a peak expert. He couldn't even withstand a single blow and revealed the news before he died. If not for this, no one would have known that such a magical thing existed. All of a sudden, everyone rushed to this place. You stay at home and watch. I'll go take a look. Lin Fei directly walked out. Chu Qingqing was filled with anticipation. If he could really bring back these god-forged stones this time, the Great Void Sect would truly rise. After Lin Fei left the Great Void Sect, he first checked the surroundings. There were no spikes. He didn't want anyone to cause trouble this week. With a thought, Lin Fei directly left, traversing through the void. He also came to the deepest part of the void. It was the most convenient place to travel. Chapter 5270. The depths of space was indeed the most convenient place to travel. However, one needed to be really strong to travel there. Normal people wouldn't be able to reach such an achievement. Unless he used a treasure like Lin Fei, he could just take a step forward. There weren't many of them even though they had traveled a very, very long distance. Of course, to outsiders, it looked like Lin Fei just stepped out. He walked really normally. His steps were the same. In fact, it was really far. He just took one step at a time. Lin Fei headed in that direction. Lin Fei didn't see too many people here. Thinking about it, not everyone could travel in the innermost part of the city. Only someone like Lin Fei would be able to do so. Along the way, there were very few people. During this time, he met a few people. They met for a while before leaving. Basically, after exchanging a few glances, the two of them left quickly. Just like that, they left for half a month. Half a month wasn't long, but it wasn't long either. In truth, this place was quite far. If it was someone else, it would probably take more than half a year. That was the distance. What a huge treasure ship. It is actually shining brightly. Isn't it afraid of people robbing it? Lin Fei walked over. When he was about to get close, he saw a treasure ship. This treasure ship was quite big, and its entire body was shining with treasure light. It was like a dazzling golden sun. It was hard not to be noticed. Lin Fei took a look and knew that an important person was heading out. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he was heading there for that place. That thing should be quite attractive, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a treasure ship coming over. As for whether or not he was heading to that place, Lin Fei wasn't sure. At the same time, some people in the treasure ship also noticed that there was a figure walking in the void, moving forward at a steady pace. This person is an expert. His body is really strong. He actually didn't use any treasures and just crossed the space. He is really amazing. There were two young noblemen sitting inside. They noticed the situation outside and were a little surprised. It was rare to see such a person. Especially not with the help of treasures. You seem to have taken a liking to this person. Why don't you recruit him? With your status as the eldest young master, you should be able to recruit him easily. Such a person is quite useful as a vanguard. This kind of people is not easy to tame. They walk the path of body refining. Forget it. Moreover, these people are basically no different from ascetics. Their bodies can reach such a level of toughness, they should at least be in the middle or late eternal body realm. This was a young man dressed in white, and he looked rather carefree and at ease. He shook his head gently and took a sip of wine. Isn't it just a body cultivator? There's nothing to be arrogant about. Since you don't want it, I'm quite interested. It just so happens that I'm lacking a person by my side. The one who spoke was also a young man, but this young man was more frivolous, and his eyes were more gloomy. Go out and have a chat with that person. See if he's interested in being this young master's follower. That place just happens to need such a powerful thug on this trip. This young man didn't take the people outside seriously at all. One had to know that the people he brought with him were all experts. A body-refining cultivator wasn't too conspicuous in this universe. Of course, he was still a lot stronger than the average person. For some of the major forces, he wasn't much of a threat. After all, they already had the most powerful means in their hands. That meant treasures. With some divine weapons, it would be easy to break open the opponent's body. Two figures flew out of the treasure ship in an instant. Lin Fei moved quickly, and in a blink of an eye, he had already left the treasure ship's field of vision. The two figures were quite fast, and they immediately caught up. Looking for trouble with me. Lin Fei also felt the two figures coming over. They were quite strong. Both of them were late-stage eternal experts. Your Excellency, please wait. The two figures spoke up immediately. The two young men on the treasure ship also saw this scene with the help of a treasure. One of them looked quite young, but the two of them were unfamiliar with him. They had never seen anyone who could cross the void like this. My young master is quite interested in you. Congratulations on becoming someone close to my young master. My young master is from Whitebone Mountain. The two immediately brought up their young master's background as soon as they came over. Whitebone Mountain. Chapter 5271. This person is quite mysterious. I don't know him at all. Do you know him? Bone Rakshasa asked. Chen Sha shook his head. I don't know him either. This person is quite unfamiliar. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere and can travel through the void. His body is at least in the late-stage eternal realm. He is quite strong, which is why I'm interested. How could Chen Sha not know what Bone Rakshasa was trying to do? It was obvious that they wanted to get this person up. Who asked this guy to come from the White Bones Mountain, the White Bones Mountain? It had a great reputation, and the experts there were as many as the clouds. This time, Chen Sha felt that Bone Rakshasa's recruitment would not go smoothly. After all, this person was not easy to recruit. I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed this time. I can tell that this person is quite young, but his arrogance is unparalleled. It'll be quite difficult for you to recruit people. The name of White Bone Mountain might not be that useful. Bone Rakshasa smiled. Then how about we make a bet? White Bones Mountain's name is not something anyone can compare to. It is comparable to the Immortal Ascension sect and the God Ordainment sect. However, the two of them have long fallen behind and don't dare to roam the world, unlike our White Bones Mountain. Bone Rakshasa looked quite proud. No one knew that their White Bones Mountain was quite powerful. In the past, the Immortal Ascension sect and the God Ordainment sect could suppress them. But now, not many forces could suppress them. White Bones Mountain was not the same as before. They were just very low-key, but the mention of White Bones Mountain was enough to make people move. I heard that you have recently cultivated a so-called immortal technique. Why don't you hand over that immortal technique? If I lose, I will hand over my immortal technique. That way, we will be fair. Bone Rakshasa smiled. Chen Sha did not think much about it. It seems that you are quite well informed. I have just cultivated this immortal technique, and you already know about it. Alright, no problem. Let's make the bet. He took out a jade slip and placed it on the table. Bone Rakshasa also took out a jade slip. Just like that, the two immortal techniques were placed on the table. If outsiders were to find out that such a casual bet involves such a powerful technique like the immortal art, they would definitely not be able to control themselves. They would probably be dumbfounded. People from big forces were indeed different. Lin Fei was surprised. It was actually the White Bone Mountain. Of course, he knew about the White Bone Mountain. Last time, the people from the White Bone Mountain had tried to bid for a time treasure. In the end, the House of God Ordainment suppressed them. In the end, it was suppressed by the sect of immortals. From then on, Lin Fei knew of the existence of this White Bone Mountain. This White Bones Mountain was a peak faction. However, it was very low-key. Basically, it was not like the other major factions that everyone knew about. When it came to the White Bones Mountain, it was only natural to refer to some top-notch experts. If they knew, they wouldn't do anything. He didn't expect that he would actually run into them. No wonder they were swaggering around with their treasured ship. They were trying to recruit him. That's right, we're from the White Bone Mountain. Our clan's young master thinks that you're pretty good, and wants to recruit you. If you're willing, from today onwards you'll be a member of the White Bone Mountain. You can even follow our clan's young master. In the future, I guarantee that you'll have a good life, and even have the chance to reach an even higher level. This was quite attractive. After all, if it was someone else, they would definitely believe it. Lin Fei did not have any thoughts about this. It was only a matter of time before he was killed by others. Sorry, Yang Qi said, but I'm not interested. Don't interrupt my journey. Lin Fei shook his head and continued on his way. As for these two people, they were a bit surprised to see them refuse. Didn't they know how powerful the White Bone Mountain was? Following the White Bones Mountain would definitely lead to a good life. They followed the White Bones Mountain like this, and indeed enjoyed the resources. In fact, they even enjoyed the respect of others. But now, someone was refusing to give them face and even refuse. Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? They knew what their young master was thinking, and knew that they had to get this person to agree. Our clan's young master is trying to recruit you, and yet you refuse. In that case, why don't you come with us and meet our young master first? With a whoosh, one of the figures opened an umbrella. The moment the umbrella opened, a loud rumbling sound could be heard and a bolt of lightning came crashing down. Chapter 52-72. Chen Sha was not surprised at all by such a situation. After all, the Bone Rakshasa liked to use such means every time he did something. Especially when it came to recruiting people. If you don't agree, you can just take action. In his words, if you don't agree to let me recruit you, then you will be my enemy in the future. Since you are my enemy, why be polite? Let's eliminate you first. He had to admit that the Bone Rakshasa's words were quite useful. Indeed, it was equivalent to having one less enemy. He couldn't let you continue to grow. Chen Sha was also quite casual about this. For example, it was the same at this time. However, he always felt that there was something wrong with this young man. The Bone Rakshasa might have to take a big tumble this time. This guy is really not giving face to my White Tiger Bone Mountain. He must want to be my enemy. Since he wants to be my enemy, I will just eliminate him. The Bone Rakshasa snorted coldly. Such a situation was not surprising at all. However, it was quite surprising that someone could refuse the White Bone Mountain's recruitment. From the beginning to the end, he did not recruit many people. None of them dared to refuse. Unexpected. The White Bone Mountain's reputation was resounding. Yet, that person refused at this time. Naturally, it was a little interesting. The two experts immediately made their move. I can take this opportunity to see how strong this guy is. The bone Rakshasa did not care about it at all. He could also see how strong this guy was. It would be best if he could be killed. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. I always feel that this guy is a bit unfathomable. Chen Sha said. The bone Rakshasa laughed, don't worry. What can this guy do? It's not like you don't know the strength of my two people. They have late-stage eternal combat prowess, which is already very strong. Even the strongest person in a sect is only at the middle stage eternal realm. They might not even have a late-stage eternal realm expert. Unlike my white bone mountain. When saying this, the bone Rakshasa still felt very smug. A loud rumbling sound could be heard from Lin Fei's side, and the thunderbolts exploded. Each of them was as thick as an arm and carried a particularly strong penetrative and destructive aura. This guy did not intend to let him go. This White Bones Mountain was truly tyrannical. Since they couldn't recruit him, they decided to make a move on him. Furthermore, they talked about a grand occasion right off the bat. What's more, it was even an eternal level treasure. If an ordinary eternal level powerhouse met such a person, they would definitely suffer a loss. Just like that. Lin Fei stood quietly under the lightning. It seems that even though I'm an honest person, I'm still being bullied by others. You guys really think that you can go around bullying people just because you're from White Bone Mountain? With a snort, Zhang Xian threw out a punch. This punch didn't have any fluctuations, but for the two of them, they instantly felt the aura of death envelop them. With a boom, the small space collapsed in an instant, and the two of them disappeared without a trace in an instant. Those with good eyesight could tell in an instant that the two of them were instantly annihilated after Lin Fei's punch was unleashed. In addition, the power of the void collapse had long since disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the treasure ship. He knew that someone must be observing him. It must be someone from White Bones Mountain. I'm just rushing along, yet I'm being attacked. It seems that I'm too easy to bully. Lin Fei snorted. Another punch. This punch directly smashed onto the treasured ship. Clatter. Clatter. Countless treasure lights kept collapsing and collapsing. Even Chen Sha and Bone Rakshasa, who were inside, instantly vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, the treasure ship was sent flying by a force. It seems that the treasure ship is quite good. You can actually block my punch. Forget it. Since you can block my punch, I won't attack again. I hope that you can remember it next time. If you can't, I'll cripple you with one punch next time. A voice came from afar. However, Chen Sha and Bone Rakshasa, who were inside the treasure ship, were shocked. A late-stage eternal expert was instantly annihilated. Even this incomparably powerful treasure ship was smashed down by a single punch. Countless array formations were broken, and in a short period of time, the treasured ship was severely damaged. Too terrifying. Chapter 5273. Just like that. Lin Fei left. He didn't care about what the people on the treasure ship would do. Anyway, he didn't use his full strength in that punch. He just wanted to test how strong the treasure ship was. He didn't expect it to be weaker than he had imagined. Of course, it could withstand his punch without collapsing. This treasure ship indeed had the capital to be proud of. It was definitely an eternal rank treasure. When it disappeared completely, there was no trace of it. Chen Sha and Bone Rakshasa came out. Both of them were injured. Even the treasured armors they were wearing were the same. There were actually many cracks on them. In other words, the opponent's punch was very powerful. It was so powerful that it had penetrated their armor and bombarded their bodies. Just now, some of their followers had been killed by the punch. They couldn't believe it. I didn't expect that we would really encounter trouble this time. This guy is so strong. The strength of his punch is unfathomable. It can even shake the treasure ship. Chen Sha knew it the best. In the past, the treasure ship had withstood the attacks of several eternal experts. However, it couldn't reach such a level of damage in such a short time. This was the first time that a single punch had caused such a thing to happen. They didn't doubt that if the treasure ship's grade was slightly lower, it would have been smashed by the punch. The most important thing was whether this guy had used his full strength. That was the key. If he had used his full strength, it would be a little scary but within a controllable range. However, if he hadn't used his full strength, that would be the scariest part. Bone Rakshasa's face was covered in blood and she looked much paler. I lost this time. I didn't expect to misjudge and encounter such big trouble. Bone Rakshasa had been using this trick all the time. However, this time, she had suffered a huge setback. This young man was so fierce. If I'm not mistaken, I guess this young man went for the God-forging stone. If that's the case, it won't be so easy for everyone to get it this time. Chen Sha looked into the distance. This direction could only mean that he had gone there. Bone Rakshasa's face turned even uglier. This won't do. I have to report this to the higher-ups. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. I have to report this too. After Lin Fei left, he no longer paid attention to them. It was just that he did not expect that even the White Bone Mountain had begun to arrange for their disciples to travel. Perhaps there would be traces of the White Bone Mountain over there this time. With that mountain of bones, the House of God ordainment would be able to ascend to the sect of immortals. Of course, it was unlikely that the immortal sect would appear again. In any case, Lin Fei had to get his hands on this place. It would be a pity if he didn't. If he could strengthen the body of the Great Void Gate, then even his reincarnation primordial spirit could be strengthened. He still hadn't found a good way to refresh himself. If this God-forging stone was useful to him, then he wouldn't hold back. He hurried for a few more days. Lin Fei walked out from the depths of the void. As soon as he walked out, he found himself in a barren land. The deathly stillness was the main style of this place, and it gave off a sense of oppression. Even Lin Fei, with his powerful body, could feel the oppressive aura. One could tell that this place was indeed quite unusual. This should be the place. It is indeed barren. There is a natural pressure covering this place. It really isn't comfortable here, and not everyone can withstand it. Lin Fei observed for a while. Now that he knew what to do, he walked forward. He didn't have much information, but he knew that many people would definitely gather here. He didn't feel it yet. At the same time, he opened his heaven eye. Once he opened his heaven eye, it would be even more obvious if there was anyone hiding here. Even if he used it, it would be the same. He couldn't stop it at all. The deeper he went, the more the aura of the barren land became. It had a terrifying impact on his heart. This was a terrifying power that he didn't have before. In an instant, he seemed to have entered a terrifying environment. It had a huge impact on one's mind. An important person must have died here. After he died, his consciousness covered this area, which is why there is no life here at all. There are even terrifying negative emotions. Under the negative emotions, when he fought, he didn't have much fighting strength. Chapter 52-74. This place was the famous heavenly terminus. After Lin Fei arrived here, he felt that this place was quite oppressive. It was completely different from what he had imagined. This was a rather unpleasant place. He felt that a great expert had died here. After the death of this expert, his resentment lingered for a long time, thus forming this kind of negative emotion. These negative emotions were also increasing, covering the entire area. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to resist them. In fact, one would be controlled by his negative emotions and become a walking corpse. On the way here, Lin Fei saw some walking corpses. These walking corpses were exceptionally strong. They were instantly controlled and lost their rationality. Even if they did, they were completely suppressed. At this time, they instantly attacked. As soon as they saw a living person here, they immediately attacked. Lin Fei was also attacked several times. However, these people's strength was average. They weren't worth mentioning at all. They were directly crushed. All the way to the deepest part, Lin Fei finally felt a few auras here. There were still many auras here. However, these people had all used their treasures to form a vacuum zone. In other words, the pressure here was still very heavy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left such a method here. When Lin Fei arrived here, he did indeed find several forces entrenched together. In the distance, there was a huge mountain. This mountain was different from what he had imagined. It was a black mountain. This black mountain was completely different from the black mountains he had seen before. At the very least, after Lin Fei saw it, he knew that this mountain was not ordinary. This mountain was completely sealed by seals. In other words, the God-forging stone that he wanted should have come from here. He didn't know how that person did it. Anyway, it might be a kind of coincidence. Now, there were many forces stationed in this area. They were divided into regions. At the very least, there were 6 regions that Lin Fei could see. These 6 regions seemed to have surrounded this mountain. Who are you? Get down here. No one is allowed to appear here. Anyone who violates will be killed. A cold voice instantly appeared in Lin Fei's ears. Follow. A black cold light shone in this area. It turned out that someone had made a move against him in that instant. It wasn't just one force that made a move against him. Instead, there were 6 forces that made a move against him. Furthermore, it was a long-range attack. In other words, they had listed the sky above this area as a no-fly zone. In that case, there was one thing that could be confirmed. The 6 forces should have reached an agreement on how to cooperate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move so easily. Lin Fei was not surprised by this. They had actually set their eyes on this piece of land. Naturally, he would not allow anyone else to participate. In the blink of an eye, those attacks had engulfed Lin Fei. The 6 forces below weren't surprised by this scene. They were all too familiar with this. Whenever someone came over, they would be directly beaten down by them. No one could come to this area without their permission. Not a single one of them. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. The others naturally had their reasons for being here. As for the others, they couldn't do it at all. They couldn't come here at all. He was one of those superfluous people. Superfluous people would naturally be killed if they came here. These attacks were really nothing to Lin Fei. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do anything to him. He easily withstood it. After withstanding it, Lin Fei directly landed in a place far away. This place was covered with a large number of stones. These stones were also very mysterious. They actually had a certain devouring ability. He just stood there. The others also noticed it. What surprised them was that there was someone who could withstand their attacks. Moreover, the 6 forces attacked together. In an instant, their thoughts were more or less the same. This was definitely an expert. An expert that couldn't be offended. They decisively didn't make another move. They knew better than anyone else that if they made a move at this time, it was very likely that they would be attacked by the other party. It would be fine if they didn't make a move now. There definitely wouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 5275. The attack just now wasn't very strong. It wasn't something that an ordinary Eternal Realm expert could withstand. Especially under the joint attack of the 6 forces, who could withstand it? Only some top-notch powerful existences would be able to withstand it. They knew something better than anyone else. This meant that this person was very likely to be a powerhouse. The most important thing was that they still couldn't see through the other party's strength. What kind of realm was that? Such people were the most difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the other party didn't attack again, which made them feel a little relieved. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. But at this time, they would naturally know. This person couldn't be offended. Of course, there was another way, which was to try to rope him in. It would be best if they could rope him in. After Lin Fei landed, he didn't think too much about these people. How could he not know what they were thinking? Wasn't it because they couldn't see through him? This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. The more they couldn't see through him, the better. Of course, what he had to do now was quite simple. That was to carefully observe this black mountain. What was it like? At the very least, he didn't see any danger on this mountain. If there wasn't any danger, these people would never stay here. One could imagine what the situation was like. Lin Fei didn't make any move. They didn't make any moves on their side either. Everyone maintained a peaceful and indifferent scene. Unlike the others, Lin Fei directly opened his heavenly eye. His heavenly eye directly fell on the mountain. He could see it clearly. It was very specific. He saw the runes on the mountain. These runes were very inconspicuous, as if they were hidden. If anyone approached this mountain, they would be instantly attacked by this mountain. At this moment, he finally understood why these guys didn't go. Instead, they were moving around. There were many people digging some stones here. These stones were exactly the same as the stones that Lin Fei saw before. In other words, these stones were the so-called God-forged stones. If there were enough of these stones, they could improve one's body. In fact, Lin Fei could even tell that these 6 forces should be relatively strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. It seems like my luck is pretty good. They must have just occupied this area and reached an agreement. Ordinary forces will be killed as soon as they meet an expert like me. They will probably send experts over soon. Why didn't they enter this mountain? It must be because this mountain is full of dangers. They can only pick up these God-forging stones from the outside. The person being chased must be like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get so many God-forging stones. Lin Fei felt that this explanation was perfect. If it was anything else, they could rely on each other. They weren't on the same level. He observed for half a day. After observing for a while, Lin Fei knew that this mountain was indeed quite dangerous. It possessed a certain degree of attack power, and these people were unable to excavate this stone. That's how it is. In fact, Lin Fei even saw several gaps in the mountain surroundings. These gaps seemed to have been mined. He could see God-forging stones falling down, but no one dared to take them. They were probably worried that they would be in danger. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in danger, they would have gone to take these things a long time ago. They wouldn't say that they waited until now. Voila! Lin Fei's figure directly entered the vicinity of this mountain. As soon as he got close to the Black Mountain, he instantly felt a gravitational force crushing down. There was a loud rumbling sound. It was as if thousands of mountains were falling on his body. Before, Lin Fei didn't feel it, but now he completely felt it. He finally knew how dangerous this mountain was. He really couldn't look at it with ordinary eyes. If he looked at it with ordinary eyes, then congratulations. It's over. It wouldn't matter if it was anywhere else, but not here. The moment Lin Fei went out, they all noticed it. All of them were shocked. This situation was a little different from what they had imagined. Is this person crazy? He's still approaching the mountain at this time. He's courting death. God-forging stones aren't that easy to dig. Chapter 52-76. Indeed, many people felt that the guy who rushed out was definitely courting death. He didn't go anywhere else, but he actually ran to the mountain. One must know that even they suffered a big loss from this mountain. This caused them to lose many experts. Even now, they didn't dare to get close. It could only circulate endlessly in the outside world. That was the only way to avoid danger. But now, someone actually came directly. It really made them quite speechless. If this guy wasn't crazy, what else could it be? Lin Fei arrived in front of the mountain just like that. As soon as he came over, there was an endless pressure crushing down. It was indeed quite overbearing and quite fierce. Not everyone could withstand it. However, Lin Fei easily withstood it. So what if this thing was powerful? Didn't he still take it head on? This time, he could feel the difference even more clearly. He got closer and closer to the mountain, and there were more and more god-forging stones here. At the same time, he also saw that the people in the dark had a strange look in their eyes. They were a little bit in disbelief. No way, this guy actually went over just like that. Oh my god, this is too impossible. This guy should be on the path of refining his body. His body is unbelievably strong. I can't believe it. It turns out that he really is an expert. Fortunately, we didn't make a move just now. If we did, we would have suffered a big loss. Previously, they couldn't see through this guy. Now, they couldn't see through him. They could only say that his body was very strong. It was definitely a top eternal body. With every step he took, the pressure increased. But it also allowed Lin Fei to pick up a lot of god-forging stones. There were big and small god-forging stones. They were very special. Every time he picked up a piece, he was completely surprised. At the same time, he refined and absorbed it in an instant. It was indeed a real god-forging stone. There wouldn't be any problem. In other words, as long as he had enough time, he could get a lot of god-forging stones. However, the god-forging stones outside seemed to contain a certain amount of impurities. In the past, Lin Fei didn't experience it, but now, he could. There was indeed a strange feeling. In other words, these god-forged stones were not the most authentic. Only the things inside were the most authentic. Therefore, Lin Fei gave up on the god-forging stones and went straight to one of the caves. The closer they got to the cave entrance, the stronger the force became. It even left a faint white mark on Lin Fei's body. One had to know that Lin Fei cultivated the god-fiend body. The strength of the god-fiend body was naturally not something that could be shaken by anything. However, it was now in front of this huge mountain. The celestial demon body was shaken. If this was a true eternal body, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. Moreover, the loss would not be small. It was very likely that he would be crushed in an instant. There was a loud rumbling sound. Just as he was about to step into the cave, he saw that the mountain had already contained countless lightning bolts, and they came crashing down like dragons. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was engulfed. It was so fast that the people hiding in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something they didn't expect. There was actually another method. Fortunately, they didn't go just now. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. I didn't expect there to be lightning here. This is definitely not an ordinary lightning. If I'm not wrong, it should be the legendary divine thunder of destruction. A real divine thunder can destroy an expert. These people had never seen such a scene before. It was really incomparably fierce. Just these things alone were enough to make people understand what despair was. After the lightning bolts came crashing down, they didn't think that the black-robed young man could withstand it. This was the famous divine thunder of destruction. Even if it was them, if they didn't have a powerful treasure, they wouldn't dare to look at it at all. It was very likely that they would be killed. They were quite happy that this guy had taught them a good lesson. Otherwise, who would have known that there was such a great danger there? As long as this guy died inside, they would feel more at ease. As soon as the divine thunder of destruction fell, Lin Fei blasted out with a punch, opening a passage, and his entire body instantly entered the cave. It perfectly concealed his figure. No one knew where Lin Fei was because their divine senses couldn't see through it at all. As soon as they went over, they were directly blasted into pieces by the lightning. Therefore, it was difficult for them to know where he was. Chapter 52-77. After coming here, he knew that this place definitely wouldn't be that simple. He just didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying thing here. This terrifying thing made him feel very shocked. He was also really surprised. If it was something else, it would be fine. However, it's fortunate that I came prepared for this. It's also fortunate that I have the god-demon body. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss this time. Lin Fei came in. He stopped for a moment. The divine thunder of destruction just now was indeed very powerful. It was so powerful that even he felt extremely shocked. There was actually such a top-notch technique. Fortunately, he finally came in. His god-demon body helped a lot. From the start, Lin Fei knew that this place shouldn't be as simple as he thought. There was definitely a killer move. The divine thunder of destruction should be a killer move, as it came down with a mighty power of destruction. Not everyone could take it. Maybe they would be killed in a single move. Fortunately, he finally came in and even hid it from many people. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. They probably didn't expect him to actually come here. They were probably going to be completely dumbfounded. The moment he entered, the oppressive feeling disappeared. Lin Fei could feel a wind-like attack pass by his body instantly. Just this attack left a white mark on his body. My goodness, this place is also very dangerous. If he really thought that there was anything good here, then he was really wrong. Fortunately, Lin Fei's god-demon body naturally didn't think much of it. Along the way, he easily resisted the attacks. However, he didn't see the so-called god-forging stones. These god-forging stones seemed to have disappeared. If it was something else, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't care much. However, this god-forging stone was extremely important to him. After observing the surroundings, he came to a conclusion, which was that the god-forging stones on the walls should have been dug out by someone. He didn't think much of it. Furthermore, Lin Fei's claw landed on the rock wall, wanting to dig it out to see what was inside. However, he didn't feel anything different when he dug, because the rock wall was very strong. It was as sturdy as copper skin and iron bones. This made Lin Fei even more certain of one thing. This thing should be a rare special stone. It was very sturdy, and this god-forging stone was just a bonus. It wouldn't be easy to get them out of here. As for other things, Lin Fei did not care much about them. However, he had to get his hands on the god-forging stone. Since he couldn't find it outside, he would go inside. He believed that he would definitely be able to find these god-forging stones. Lin Fei's body moved quickly, but these wind-like forces came one after another. Gradually, it started to increase, forming a kind of absolute might, more like a kind of terrifying attack. You wouldn't even be able to sense this wind-like power as it directly bombarded your body. Sometimes, he would launch an attack every few dozen breaths of time, and sometimes, he would launch an attack every half an incense stick's time. You would never know when these attacks would come from. By the time you reacted, these attacks would have already landed on your body. It was really hard to defend against. Lin Fei was more and more glad that he had learned the God-Fiend body, if not for the God-Fiend body. This time, he was really going to suffer a great calamity. Not to mention carrying it, he wouldn't even know how to look at it. He wouldn't be able to take it at all. If he wasn't careful, he would be turned to ashes. They had been moving forward for a long time. Along the way, he didn't see any god-forging stones at all. He saw many corpses, and who knew how long they had been dead for. He didn't need to guess to know that they were definitely killed by this silent attack. This god-forging stone wasn't that easy to get. After half a day, Lin Fei knew that he was going deeper and deeper. The deeper he went, the more he could feel that the things here were very different. Finally, he saw some scattered god-forging stones. The god-forging stones seemed to be embellished on the rock wall. After arriving here, Lin Fei knew that he didn't walk for nothing. He finally came to the right place. He saw these god-forging stones. It seems like my luck is quite good. I finally found these god-forging stones. Let me see if they are sturdy and if they are easy to remove. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have to worry about not being able to find these god-forging stones anymore. Chapter 52-78. They didn't think too much about the black-robed young man. They thought that he had been killed by the lightning. They didn't think too much about it. They didn't expect him to be so strong. They just went in. It wasn't until a treasured ship came over that they stopped thinking about it. At this time, they actually saw that it was the famous White Bones Mountain that had come over. It was White Bone Mountain. They were quite domineering. They didn't expect them to come at this time. If it was someone else, it would be fine. However, White Bone Mountain was different. They were quite domineering. This person wouldn't talk to you nicely. As soon as they came, another force came. As soon as he came up, he brought them in. Following that, the group of people felt that something was different. Before I came, there shouldn't have been a problem, right? When they saw them, the first thing he did was to ask. It was Bone Rakshasa. Bone Rakshasa was different from the others. The others were stunned when they heard the question. Nothing much has happened recently. By the way, there seems to be one thing. Recently, a black-robed young man came. This black-robed young man is a bit silly. He actually went in like this. You also know that this place is very dangerous. No one has ever been able to go in. That guy just went in like this. I don't know what he was thinking. Only then did they come back to their senses. There was indeed such a thing. The black-robed young man was the most special thing in the past few days. No one took it seriously. Instead, they treated it as a joke. Hearing this, Bone Rakshasa started to get anxious. It can't be. Don't tell me the black-robed young man is here for that. Even Chin Sha, who was at the side, was shocked. The two of them came for the so-called Bone Rakshasa. For the god's forging stone. They came from afar and naturally didn't want any accidents to happen. It would be best if they could find it and take it down. They had arranged for some experts to come. However, when they heard that the black-robed young man had beaten them to it, it wasn't a good thing. It was a bad thing. They didn't care about anything else. However, they couldn't let it happen. Who knew if this guy would come up with something else? Are you sure that the black-robed young man was killed by the lightning? The Bone Rakshasa continued to ask. His memory was still fresh in his mind. He and his companions had been annihilated in an instant, and even their treasured ship had suffered a great loss. At this time, if it was really this guy, it would be hard to say. Chen Sha waved his hand. A silhouette emerged from the void. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize him. This was his appearance. When they saw the black-robed young man, they immediately nodded. It's this guy. It can't be. Could it be that the two of them encountered this young man? Chen Sha and Bone Rakshasa looked at each other and smiled bitterly. That's right. It was really too bad. Previously, they were still guessing whether or not the other party would come here, but in the end, he really did come. As a result, he even personally went to that mountain. If it was somewhere else, it naturally wouldn't matter. However, it was a completely different story for this mountain. It was highly likely that the black-robed young man would be one step ahead of him. The rest of them were quite surprised at this time. They didn't know why there was such a huge change. If it was something else, it would be easy to explain. However, if it was this mountain, it was really hard to say. Anyway, we didn't see him being killed. However, that was the divine lightning of destruction. Lord, you will know what's going on when you see it. That's an extremely terrifying existence. No matter how powerful that black-robed young man is, how can he withstand it? The bone Rakshasa waved her hand. He chased all of them out, leaving Chinsha alone. At first, I thought that we would be able to obtain something good by joining forces. However, it seems that the situation has changed. That black-robed young man must have entered that place before us. If we want to obtain the divine forging stone, we have to go in immediately. Chinsha smiled bitterly. This is indeed not good news. Who would have thought that that person would actually come here? What a waste of time. If it was someone else, they naturally wouldn't care so much. However, if it was this black-robed young man, it would be completely different. They definitely wouldn't be able to resist this person. If he went, it meant that he would be one step ahead of them. The bone Rakshasa's eyes flashed coldly. The only way now is to tell the others that if they continue to guard this place, none of them will be able to obtain the bone Rakshasa. Chapter 52-79. The bone Rakshasa had indeed made up her mind. One must know that this matter was not easy to deal with. The only thing he could do at the moment was to let everyone know that this was happening. Only then would everyone be able to make up their minds. Otherwise, when everyone really found a way to enter, they wouldn't be able to get it even if they wanted to. Both of them believed it. After all, they had all seen how powerful that young man was. If he hadn't seen it before, it would be fine. He could just attack directly. Now that he had seen it, it was completely different. This was a rather powerful fellow. That's not going to be easy to deal with. Therefore, the bone Rakshasa immediately gathered everyone. The others were slightly taken aback when they heard this. He couldn't figure out what was going on. This was a little different from what they had imagined. What the hell happened? As he spoke. Only then did he know what was going on. All of them were surprised. Young Master Bone, your words are quite interesting. We have never seen anyone before, let alone the world-extinguishing godly thunder. That thing is not something that anyone can withstand. Even the eternal constitution may not be able to withstand it. How could that person withstand it? All of them had experienced the power of that thing. It was even less likely that the black-robed young man had gone over. If Chin Sha and the bone Rakshasa were here, things would be different. This time, there were also some experts heading over. With so many experts, it was natural for them to believe it. He wouldn't say something like that for no reason. That black-robed young man was indeed a little different. No one went to the mountain in such a short time. Then, he encountered the world-extinguishing thunder. Even their spiritual wills were affected. Therefore, he couldn't see very clearly, but he knew that the person was definitely dead inside. Originally, this matter would have been settled. However, now that the bone Rakshasa had spoken up, things were naturally different. Perhaps he had some suspicions. At this time, he was more or less doubtful. Anyway, there was no harm in listening. If I say that he killed 2 of my eternal experts, what would you think? Even my treasure ship was attacked by him. What would you think? The bone Rakshasa said, I have nothing better to do, so I'm making fun of you. If it wasn't for the fact that this mountain is useful to us, I wouldn't even bother with you. The bone Rakshasa snorted. He directly threw out a piece of heavy news. When this piece of heavy news came out, the expressions of the others instantly changed. Now, they finally understood why the bone Rakshasa had changed so much. That black-robed young man was actually so powerful. It was simply unimaginable. They weren't even on the same level as what they had imagined. The difference was too great. Young Master Bone, is what you said true? Your Eternal Realm expert has been killed. If that's the case, then we really have to inform the people behind us. All of them felt solemn, and they could tell that the bone Rakshasa was not lying. That was really the case. In that case, this black-robed young man was extremely terrifying. It was very likely that he had taken away all the 31 people inside. They didn't care much about other things, but this thing was completely different. If they really encountered such trouble, it would really be a wasted trip. They didn't want this trip to be in vain. No matter what, he had to take it seriously first. If he didn't take it seriously, he really didn't know what would happen. They could all feel the importance the bone Rakshasa brought. This was definitely not an act. It was true. They just wanted to get a confirmation. Anyway, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Our White Bone Mountain will soon send experts here. When that time comes, they will enter. It's fine if you don't go. Anyway, it won't be easy for you to take advantage of this place. The bone Rakshasa also said bluntly. Chen Sha also sat by the side and didn't say anything. This news was very surprising to them. It was already good to get such news. We will go back and report this matter now. We believe that young master should be telling the truth. They immediately went back to report the news. As for whether the other side believed it or not, it was another matter. However, Chen Sha and the bone Rakshasa got ready. They were ready to go to this place. Chapter 5280. Lin Fei didn't know that so many things were happening outside. He didn't expect Chen Sha and bone Rakshasa to come here. He had even gathered everyone to come up with a plan. It seemed that they were unwilling to give up and gave up all the divine forging stones. Lin Fei was very busy. He released his primordial spirits one by one. His primordial spirits could finally be put to use this time. They started to dig up these divine forging stones. These divine forging stones were embedded in the rock wall. It wasn't easy to take them down. However, as long as one had absolute power, they could easily take them down. This was not a big deal to Lin Fei. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pieces of divine forging stones were taken down just like that. Lin Fei's mood was getting better and better. He walked all the way forward. He didn't encounter any danger during this period, except for the sudden attack. It didn't make Lin Fei feel any pressure. It seems that my luck is pretty good this time. I can at least get hundreds of thousands of divine forging stones. It's possible to get 400,000 to 500,000. It's a pity that I can't get 1,000,000. Lin Fei did have a lot of primordial spirits, but some of them might not have such an ability. Some divine forging stones weren't that easy to get. Therefore, it wasn't that easy to get them all. These primordial spirits were collected here. These divine forging stones. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He walked all the way forward. He felt that the quality of the divine forging stones inside should be higher. Along the way, he found some divine forging stones of high quality and low quality. The good ones were very pure, while the bad ones had a lot of impurities. This was something that Lin Fei could clearly sense. Since he could feel it, he definitely wouldn't miss it easily. He had to get his hands on all of these guys. That way, he would be satisfied. Along the way, he saw some good divine forging stones. Most of them were ordinary. It wasn't easy to see good ones. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a series of sounds in front of him. Black beetles appeared in front of them. These black beetles were not very big. All of them were the size of a fist. In an instant, it charged towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't care about a beetle like this at all. With a wave of his hand, a wave of energy bombarded his body. However, after this bombardment, Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. These beetles were incredibly sturdy. Even with this level of strength, they were still unable to be killed in a single exchange. This was definitely a rather inconceivable thing. Ever since Lin Fei's god-fiend body was formed. That was an earth-shattering blow. It was no exaggeration to say that he could kill an eternal powerhouse, yet he couldn't kill these beetles at this moment. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He had never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that these guys are guarding this place? In the blink of an eye, the beetles came again. At the same time, they released electric arcs one by one. The lake light flickered as they charged towards Lin Fei. These guys actually knew how to use such a method. The lightning fell on Lin Fei's body in an instant. It felt exactly the same as the god of annihilation thunder outside. The power seemed to be a little stronger, which made Lin Fei feel very surprised. This was definitely a very inconceivable thing. Previously, Lin Fei was still wondering how such a thing could exist. Now, he seemed to understand what was going on. Perhaps these fellows were born in this unique place. If an eternal powerhouse came here, they would have been turned into ashes just now. Not to mention that they could withstand it. Lin Fei immediately used his full strength. In an instant, the power washed over like flowing water. Bang, 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 bang. These beetles couldn't withstand it and exploded one after another. After the explosion, crystals fell down. As soon as these crystals fell, Lin Fei felt as if he had been blessed by good luck. With a wave of his hand, he put these things away. As soon as he put them away, he knew that these things were really pure God-forging stones. These God-forging stones were different from the God-forging stones from before. Anyway, they were of a higher grade. Lin Fei seemed to have thought of a possibility. Perhaps these beetles swallowed the God-forging stones and then digested them in their bodies. In the end, these were the purest God-forging stones. Refined. Lin Fei could feel the difference it brought. Sure enough, it was the same as what he imagined. Chapter 5281. Just in time, just in time. This is definitely a great gift. It's even better than what I've imagined. Of course, Lin Fei was happy. He actually ran into something like this. If it was someone else, they would probably just stare at it. However, it was completely different for Lin Fei. These guys had really done a good deed. They gave him such a huge gift. What was the difference between this and a trap that fell from the sky? I don't know if there are many black beetles here. Maybe there are even nests ahead. I have to be careful. Lin Fei knew that his god-demon body was really strong, but he could clearly feel it just now. These guys brought something different. Of course, they were really strong. If he underestimated them, he would probably suffer a loss. It definitely wouldn't be a small loss. If they were to encounter a horde of beetles, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Lin Fei became careful. He would meet these beetles after walking for a while. As expected. These fellows were really enjoying the God-forged stones there. The deeper he went, the bigger the God-forging stones were. It was like a huge stone was embedded there. Most of them were eaten clean and there weren't even any bits left. Lin Fei thought of a term. Maybe these were half-living creatures. These half-living creatures relied on these God-forging stones to live. They even condensed these crystals in their bodies. But along the way, Lin Fei didn't see many crystals. A question popped up in his heart. Did these crystals not exist, or were they placed in a special place? They couldn't be kept in his body. Thinking about this, he was filled with motivation. Maybe he would get something good soon. Lin Fei was glad that he came in early. If he didn't come in early, then it would be impossible for him to get these things. As for the rest, there was no need to say anything. Along the way, Lin Fei went all out. He knew that if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to stop these guys. If he used his full strength, it would be a completely different story. Although these fellows were powerful, they might not be able to withstand the attacks of his god-fiend body. As long as it was an attack from a god-fiend body, there was nothing to worry about. Along the way, he had found a lot of these crystals. There were about 300 to 400 of them. Every head was quite well proportioned, which made Lin Fei even more certain of one thing. That is, not all of these beetles carried these things, but as long as they carried them, they would basically have them. He would definitely collect all of these things. He had a pretty good idea of this. The further they went, more and more god-forging stones appeared, but most of them had already been eaten. This appetite was really extraordinary. No wonder there was a layer of tricks outside. Who raised these black beetles here? Lin Fei's mind became more and more chaotic. He walked straight ahead. The passageway became wider and wider. They didn't see many god-forged stones, but they heard cracking sounds. These sounds weren't very loud, but it was obvious that something was gathering together. Without a doubt, it should be those black beetles. If that was the case, it would definitely be a big surprise. Lin Fei walked over carefully and finally saw the front. A huge cave appeared. There were a large number of black beetles in the cave, and they were all over the place. The black mass instantly gave off a creepy feeling. Even though Lin Fei cultivated the god-fiend body, he actually felt the same way. This was definitely an unbelievable thing. This meant that these fellows should have been here for a long time. Lin Fei's pupils even constricted slightly. At the bottom of these black beetles, there were a large number of crystals. It was densely packed. He didn't know how many there were, but there were at least millions or even tens of millions of them. Lin Fei's eyes instantly lit up. He felt that he should be able to obtain these things. I haven't had a guest in a long time. I didn't expect to have a guest today. It's not easy. Since you're here, don't hide. Come out and meet me. Otherwise, my treasures will take good care of you. Chapter 5282. Hearing this sound, Lin Fei knew that this place was a bit similar to what he had imagined. Just now, he felt that it was definitely not normal for so many beetles to be here. Now that he looked at it again, he was sure that someone had placed them here. Now that the other party had spoken, he knew that it was indeed the case. This guy really walked a different path. He actually had so many beetles, and he was even in the mountains. He could even come up with a certain idea. Perhaps the news about the god-forging stone was deliberately released by this guy. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for people to see these god-forging stones. However, he had come in early, so this guy was probably a little surprised. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't hide anymore. He strode in with big strides. His gaze fell on the innermost part of the beetles. There was a faintly discernible figure there. Those beetles retreated with a clatter. Then, a figure walked out. It's been a very long time since anyone came here. You're the first person to come here after 100 years. Don't you find it hard to believe that these precious god-forged stones are just casually placed here? They're actually food for my babies. The face of this black-robed man could not be seen clearly, but Lin Fei could feel that this guy seemed to be exuding an evil aura. This guy was definitely not a good person. He might even be a so-called demon sect expert. However, if he was hiding here, then it was unknown. So this is your place. Then, I have come to the wrong place. Do you think it is too late for me to leave now? Lin Fei said seriously. The black-robed man laughed heartily. That's a bit embarrassing. Since you've come, you can't leave. At the very least, you're much stronger than those people outside. Those people outside still don't dare to come in, so only you can come in. So, you are qualified to be food for my babies. You should know that strong flesh and blood can improve the strength of my babies. Only then can I get the good things in the depths of the mountains. So this time, not only you, but also the people outside cannot escape. As long as they come in, they will all be food for my babies. The black-robed man let out an evil sound. Following that, a large swarm of black beetles rushed over like a dark cloud. It was really fast. At the same time, Lin Fei's position was instantly enveloped by a power of stillness. This was the power of time. However, this stagnation did not seem to last for long. In the blink of an eye, it was enough for the black-robed man. A black swarm of beetles swarmed over. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Fei. Just for a moment. Countless arcs of light penetrated Lin Fei's body in an instant. It was truly terrifying. Moreover, the arcs of light from these beetles could even link together to form a terrifying killing move. It really made everyone feel incomparably shocked. Even Lin Fei himself was quite surprised. The black beetles here were indeed of a higher level. The power that they could bring was indeed much stronger. It was completely different from what he had imagined. To be able to die in front of my babies, you should be proud. You should be content, unlike others who don't even have the right to die in the hands of my babies. The black-robed man laughed out loud once again. He was extremely confident in these beetles that he had raised. No matter how strong a person came here, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Not to mention, he had a powerful treasure in his hands. With this treasure, basically any strong person who came here would become fertilizer and snacks for his babies. It was as simple as that. There was a loud bang. In an instant, Lin Fei used the power of the god-demon body and exploded. The power of stillness was instantly shaken off. The surrounding black beetles were also shaken off. No one would be able to withstand it. Chapter 5283. Lin Fei wanted to see what this guy was up to. He just didn't expect that this guy would actually use him to feed these beetles. From the looks of it, these beetles were quite high level. Moreover, the power that the beetles unleashed just now was quite strong. If he had an eternal body, he would have suffered a huge loss just now. Fortunately, his god-fiend body was able to withstand it. But it also made Lin Fei feel a little pressured. Hence, he used all his strength. He blasted these beetles away. At the same time, he killed a large number of them in an instant. The black-robed man didn't expect this at all. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered too many losses. From start to finish, Lin Fei had not unleashed much of his power. Only now did he finally unleash it. With this explosion, he killed a large number of beetles. Then, he punched out. The space where the black-robed man was in collapsed in an instant. Two forces smashed onto his body. In just an instant, Lin Fei had also arrived in front of him. The black-robed man instantly turned into a black fog and retreated rapidly. Lin Fei didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed over 100 attacks, and every attack blasted the black fog away. The black fog was indeed quite difficult to deal with. It was extremely strong, but it couldn't withstand the attacks of Lin Fei's god-fiend body. Lin Fei punched the black-robed man's body, causing cracks to appear all over his body. With a bang, the black-robed man's body exploded. His entire body was severely injured. He fell to the ground in the corner. Before Lin Fei could make a move, the beetles surrounded him. The densely packed bid surrounded the black-robed man. It was like a shark smelling blood. Lin Fei heard the miserable cries of the black-robed man. He also knew that this guy seemed to be controlling these beetles, but it wasn't complete control. Just now, when he used all his strength to force him to retreat, it also greatly injured him. His strength was greatly affected and he probably couldn't control these beetles. He suffered a direct backlash. In such a short period of time, the beetle had completely devoured Black Robe, leaving nothing behind. It was the same for skeletons. They didn't exist at all. In the blink of an eye, the guy who was quite awe-inspiring disappeared without a trace. After the beetles devoured the other party, they headed straight for Lin Fei. It seemed that he also planned to treat Lin Fei as a delicacy. Completely devoured. How could Lin Fei let them get what they wanted? He snorted coldly. He punched out again and again, blowing up the beetles. Follow him. He really did see some traces and relics at the place where the black-robed man died. There were actually quite a few things. One of them looked like a jade talisman, and he picked it up without hesitation. As soon as he picked it up, Lin Fei smiled in surprise. It was actually the method of controlling these beetles. Without thinking too much about it, Zhang Xian immediately assimilated it. With this refinement, a stream of thoughts instantly fell on these beetles. It was a really mysterious feeling. To Lin Fei, he didn't feel too much pressure. With just a thought, he quickly grasped these beetles. These beetles didn't attack anymore. Lin Fei knew where these beetles came from. They weren't small at all. So these beetles had a famous name. They were called devouring beetles. They loved to devour high-grade special ores. After swallowing them, they would form special crystals in their bodies. Sometimes, they would even evolve into crystals. They seemed really important. Not far away, Lin Fei finally saw many crystals. These crystals were the famous god-forging stones. They were all piled up together, and there were quite a few of them. Lin Fei smiled too. This trip was so worth it. I can finally give up on the god-forged stones outside. These are the real god-forged stones. With them, my 99 reincarnation nascent divinity can be upgraded. Even the people from the Great Void sect can do the same. He immediately gave the beetles an order. He told them to keep devouring the god-forging stones. Swallow as much as they could. Chapter 5284. The devouring bugs quickly rushed towards the god-forging stones. Lin Fei's thoughts were very simple. He would eat as many god-forging stones as he could. After all, what was left after eating was the essence of the god-forging stones. There was nothing better than this for cultivation. In this short period of time, Lin Fei refined and absorbed a lot of god-forging stones. In the blink of an eye, the samsara soul's strength increased by a lot. Of course, it didn't have much effect on his god-fiend body. It seemed to only target the lower parts of the god-fiend body. After all, the god-fiend body was an ancient body. Of course, it was very strong. There weren't many effects. Of course, it wasn't much. As long as there was a large amount, it could still improve the god-fiend body. At the very least, Lin Fei could feel that it had improved. The most obvious was the samsara soul. Lin Fei took out 10 reincarnation primordial spirits to cultivate. These were 10 reincarnated primordial spirits, and they were summoned at the first possible moment. Once they refined them, their bodies would experience a great improvement. Their physiques were only average to begin with. In the blink of an eye, all of them reached the eternal level. This was very efficient. It was so fast that even Lin Fei was surprised. It was indeed amazing. However, it was difficult to reach the God-fiend body from the eternal body. After all, the two weren't on the same level. It could only be said that these eternal bodies were the end. Even so, this made Lin Fei feel satisfied. Then, he headed towards the depths. Previously, he heard the black-robed man's words. It seemed that there was something in the depths that made him very excited. However, he couldn't enter due to his strength. Lin Fei had such an idea. Should I go in and take a look? After all, if he couldn't enter, that was his problem. It was different for me. I cultivated the God-fiend body, so I should have some confidence in it. I can go in and take a look. Moreover, the strength of my God-fiend body had improved a lot. I should be able to see something once I enter. The deeper he went in, Lin Fei sensed the danger. Arcs of light kept flashing and scouring his body. It was still quite destructive. Lin Fei could clearly feel it. No wonder the black-robed man was unwilling to come in. It should be because of this problem. As for the other problems, they shouldn't be a problem. Without a strong body, it was impossible to enter. Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. The further in one went, the more terrifying the attacks of these arcs of light would be. Even the eternal body would be useless. Even the most powerful treasures would be damaged after a short period of time. The deeper they went, the probability of it being damaged was also getting higher and higher. Once the treasure was damaged, it would basically be left inside. This was also the reason why the black-robed man did not dare to enter. This made Lin Fei very excited to find out what was inside. He hoped that it would be something good that would make his eyes light up. He walked for another hour. Although it was only an hour, Lin Fei felt that this path was a little difficult to walk. These thunderbolts actually had a trace of an attack move, which was quite extraordinary. Every thunderbolt attack made Lin Fei focus to deal with it. This way, he could walk in calmly. Maybe these God-forging stones are used to trap these thunderbolts. I can feel that these thunderbolts are becoming more and more violent, stronger and stronger. Lin Fei's mind became more active. He knew that he might have come to the right place this time. There was definitely something unimaginably good inside. This was definitely the most incredible thing in history. Lin Fei was very eager. Under the strong defense of the God-fiend body, Lin Fei finally walked in. When he reached the depths of this place, Lin Fei saw the flickering lake light. It could even be said that it was a higher-level thunderbolt. These thunderbolts were swimming like dragons. In the center of this swimming thunderbolt, there was a ball of thunderbolt. Seeing this ball of thunderbolt, Lin Fei's heart instantly jolted. Could this be the legendary Thunderbolt core? Mastering this means mastering the thunderbolts of heaven and earth for my use. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. Chapter 5285. Lin Fei completely understood. This was the Thunderbolt core, a famous existence, and also very rare. It could be said that it was a unique existence in the world. He had heard of it in the past, but he never thought that he would be able to see it one day. Moreover, it was in a place like this. It was no wonder there was such a thing in a place like this. Lin Fei could completely disregard other things, but this thing was completely out of the question. To master the Thunderbolt core, he would be able to master the true Thunderbolt. It was even more terrifying than the 3,000 Great Tao that Lin Fei had mastered in the past. The 3,000 Great Tao was only a part of it. Even if he had mastered the Great Tao of Thunderbolt previously, it was only a part of the Thunderbolt core. Mastering the Thunderbolt core was equivalent to having a cheat. It was no wonder that the black-robed man paid so much attention to it. Moreover, this mountain was most likely born to block the Thunderbolt core. It could also be said that the Thunderbolt core had not been completely cultivated in the past. Only such a special existence was added. These devouring zergs lived nearby and encountered the black-robed man. Hence, he came in. Otherwise, Lin Fei felt that he wouldn't be able to enter at all. Whoosh! Countless thunderbolts instantly rushed towards Lin Fei. They were like an overwhelming tide. In an instant, cracks appeared on Lin Fei's god-fiend body. These cracks weren't considered big, but it allowed Lin Fei to finally experience the power of these thunderbolts. This was the true Super Thunderbolt. It was truly destructive. Lin Fei's attack was already very strong. Relying on the god-fiend body, he could naturally ignore everything. He had even mastered the power of laws. Compared to the true Thunderbolt core, the power of the nomological laws was much weaker. After I refine the Thunderbolt core, I will be able to truly master the power of Thunderbolt. This way, my god-fiend body will be even more powerful with the power of Thunderbolt. I can at least increase my combat power by 100 times. Even though he hadn't completely refined it, Lin Fei was already very clear in his heart. This Thunderbolt core was of great help to him. Fortunately, he had come in early. Otherwise, if the news were to spread, those ancient existences would not be able to sit still. They would definitely rush over. For example, the White Bones Mountain and even the House of God Ordainment would come. Most likely, it was Mount White Bones and the House of God Ordainment. After all, the Saintess of the Immortal Sect did not have the mood to come here anymore, because in a few decades, this place would be in chaos. After withstanding the god-fiend body, Lin Fei knew that he still had a chance of obtaining the Thunderbolt core. Just like that, he walked in. He took a step forward. He knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to complete these steps. Now, he had to fight with his body. Ding! Sign-in successful at the place where lightning is born. Obtain the lightning's favorability. Lasts for 2 hours. In that instant, Lin Fei felt that his god-fiend body was unable to take it. That was why he had to use the most important thing, the sign-in. Fortunately, he hadn't signed in today. He had planned to sign in this mountain to see if he could get a large amount of god-forged stones. Fortunately, he didn't use it at the crucial moment. At this moment, it was put to good use. In an instant, Lin Fan had gained Thunderclap's goodwill. In an instant, Thunderclap's attack seemed to have weakened significantly. Lin Fei knew that he had really hit the jackpot. If not for the lightning's favorability, it would have been impossible for him to withstand it. The deeper he went, the stronger the lightning's penetrative power became. It was truly ferocious and invincible. In the time it took for him to face it, it made him feel despair. Too fierce, too fierce. However, with the Thunderbolt favorability, things were completely different. He could indeed endure it. Lin Fei already had absolute confidence in himself. He could walk in front of the Thunderbolt core and completely absorb and refine it. Sign-in was indeed a good thing. It could still give him a pleasant surprise at a crucial moment. Otherwise, Lin Fei could only watch helplessly. Even if he wanted to break through the lightning, it would not be easy. Just look at the god-fiend body. Now it has become ragged. Who knew when it would completely collapse? Chapter 5286. Just as Lin Fei was busy refining the Thunderbolt core, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The situation on the outside had changed drastically. Bone Rakshasa and Chin Shaw's people came over immediately. They felt a different kind of pressure as soon as they arrived. They also heard about the black-robed young man. They knew that the two princes wouldn't lie, so the black-robed young man must be very strong. It wouldn't matter if someone else entered the mountain. But if the black-robed man entered, it would be completely different. Perhaps they would take everything away. If that was the case, they would be in a bit of trouble. At the very least, they might not be able to get anything. They all had their eyes on these god-forging stones, and these god-forging stones were quite powerful. If they had enough God-forged stones, their strength would increase by a notch. Especially the strength of their bodies, which was the most important thing. With a strong body, they could naturally withstand all kinds of attacks, which greatly improved their defense. The cultivation of the body had always been a difficult thing to do. The appearance of the God-forging stones gave them hope. A large number of God-forged stones could help them improve their bodies. Their strength could be improved by at least 4 or 5 times, or even 7 or 8 times. Otherwise, why would they say that their bodies were strong? It was because their bodies were strong and could take a beating. Even if their attack power was much stronger, they could take a beating. They could take a beating for a long time. On the other hand, it was different. If they got close to you, you would suffer a lot. They had experienced this lesson, so they cared about the God-forging stones more than anyone else. On Chin Shaw's side, there were 3 eternal experts. Bone Rakshasa also brought 3 eternal-level powerhouses. They were all in the late stage. They had lost some experts previously, so they naturally didn't care. With the addition of these 6 Eternal Realm experts and other experts, things would be completely different. They finally believed the words of the 2 young masters. The black-robed young man was quite terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called 6 Eternal experts in one go. Late-stage experts. Such a huge lineup was no joke. It was definitely a very shocking thing. Swoosh. They pushed the treasures together towards the mountain. At this moment, he could not wait to go in. For the black-robed young man, every day that they were delayed outside was an extra day of advantage. Chin Sha and Bone Rakshasa were very concerned. Relying on this treasure, he was able to survive the Divine Lightning's attack, and he also felt a great deal of pressure. As soon as he entered the passageway, he sensed that it was filled with God-forged stones. However, these God-forging stones didn't catch their attention. The quality of these God-forging stones was average and hadn't reached their peak state. I can sense a thick aura of lightning here. Looks like there must be a lightning-type treasure in the depths. Don't tell me that the black-robed young man is here for this thing. If that's the case, then we have to hurry up and move forward. As soon as these late-stage eternal powerhouses came in, they immediately felt that something had changed. In particular, the thick aura of thunder seemed to be showing signs of coming out, so they were all delighted. However, when they thought of the black-robed young man who had entered before them, they felt a certain amount of pressure. Just don't let that brat get it first. Therefore, they quickly moved forward. But as soon as they moved forward, they were quickly attacked. One by one, the black beetles attacked them. These beetles could even release lightning attacks. It made them feel a lot of pressure. As soon as the beetle made its move, they realized what it was. It was most likely a companion creature of the mountain. The companion creatures were quite powerful. Just a few dozen scattered around made them feel a certain amount of pressure. If there were more than 100 of them, it would be like taking their lives. Seeing this, they felt relieved. At the very least, the black-robed young man wouldn't be so agile. They already had a hard time resisting. They didn't believe that the black-robed young man could be more durable than them. Chapter 5287. All of them had indeed come in. After entering, they saw a lot of beetles. These beetles looked quite terrifying, so they were extra careful. Of course, they knew that there were many dangers here. Perhaps they could target the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man was indeed a bit terrifying. If this guy got here first, it would be a bit troublesome. With these black beetles, they instantly realized what it meant to be lucky. That kid must have been attacked by these black beetles. Naturally, they felt a little lucky that the black beetle had appeared here. At least they didn't have to worry so much about who would be in trouble. Along the way, they saw a lot of God-forging stones, but they didn't collect them because they found that a lot of them had been eaten. Looking at these black beetles again, they seemed to have a certain connection. Perhaps these black beetles were born to eat these god-forging stones. In other words, after eating the god-forging stones, the black beetles would definitely purify them. Then, they would be able to find some relatively pure god-forging stones. Their reaction was still very fast. Bone Rakshasa and Chin Shah were quite concerned about what was inside. Especially after seeing these black beetles, they felt even more lucky that they had come here. If it weren't for the black-robed young man, they might have been quite happy at this time. But with the black-robed young man, they could naturally put their happiness aside. Because there was nothing to be happy about. As long as that guy didn't meet them, they would never feel at ease. This time, there were so many eternal-level powerhouses, which naturally made things different. They went all the way inside. Soon, they arrived at one of the lair. The densely packed black beetles kept attacking them. Seeing this, their scalps went numb. This should be the so-called depths. If they continued to go forward, they might have a big harvest. Here, they could feel the power of the flashing lightning even more clearly. It was constantly swimming around. It was rare for the two forces to come together and fight against these black beetles. They also knew that these black beetles were very difficult to kill. They could block them. In this way, they would be qualified to enter the front. One by one, the treasures formed a series of obstacles that kept the black beetles at bay. Even so, they still felt the pressure. Even an eternal-level powerhouse is the same. I really admire that black-robed young man. Even now, there was no sign of it. Could it be that it was eaten by these black beetles? All of them had brought along some powerful treasures. Even if they were just some powerful treasures, they would still feel immense pressure. For a while, he seemed to be unable to bear it. At this moment, they were even more convinced that the black-robed young man might have died inside. Perhaps they were worried for nothing. As long as this guy died inside, everything would be gone. After all, to the two young masters, their words were still very credible. If he said that he was powerful, then he was definitely powerful. I can feel the powerful lightning inside. There should be a thunder treasure inside. Perhaps it's a half-thunder creature. That's something to be happy about. How could these powerhouses not sense what was happening inside? The lightning became incomparably ferocious and violent. Compared to the previous lightning, it was indeed different. Even their pupils contracted slightly. This was definitely a very terrifying lightning. Treasures opened up one after another, forming a powerful defense. Before they even got close, they could see the thunderbolts crashing down on them. Before they could even reach, they were blocked by the lightning. Even if they blocked it, it still made them feel a lot of pressure. These things were really not a joke, especially the lightning. Therefore, they didn't dare to go inside at all. But they could see a large area of lightning constantly flashing inside. It was quite terrifying. Let's wait here. When the power of the violent lightning subsides, we will go in. Otherwise, if we go in now, we will die. Chapter 5288. These people were indeed very happy. They didn't expect to find something good here. They could feel it just by looking at the lightning. These thunderbolts were definitely different. Perhaps there was an unfathomable thunderbolt treasure contained within. This made them feel even more fortunate to be here. At the very least, they wouldn't have come for nothing. These god-forging stones and even the lightning treasures might be even more precious than these god-forging stones. They were even more valuable. At this time, they would rather wait outside than rush in. From time to time, some beetles would come, but there were fewer of them here. They seemed to know that this place wasn't easy to come in. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Apart from the fact that the lightning was powerful, they could consider everything else. After waiting for several days, the thunderbolt seemed to gradually weaken. Once again, they breathed a sigh of relief. If the lightning hadn't weakened, they wouldn't have known what it would be like. But now that the power of the thunderbolts had weakened, they could naturally enter it. Perhaps they would be able to get something inside. Time passed faster and faster. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to find a companion of lightning here. Looks like I didn't come to the wrong place. A voice rang out. A figure rushed in. As soon as the figure rushed in, the bone Rakshasa and the god-forged stone's faces fell. This voice was incomparably powerful. Following which, they saw a figure walking over. The figure shone with dazzling light. As soon as the lightning touched it, it collapsed. The eternal expert on this side also looked at the other party. They recognized him. He was Enchanting from the legendary House of God Ordainment. They felt a great deal of pressure. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have felt anything. But these guys couldn't. I didn't expect you guys to know that there are treasures here. Fortunately, I came here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find these things. Enchanting looked at them disapprovingly. His strength wasn't something they could fathom. The eternal experts on this side truly felt a great deal of pressure. If I were you, I'd leave now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave at all. The lightning half-creature inside is mine. No one can take it away. Enchanting laughed loudly. As he walked, he shook off the lightning bolts. His gaze fell on the eternal level powerhouses. Even though it was just a brief exchange of glances, they instantly felt a great deal of pressure. I know that your excellency is very strong, but not just anyone can take this half-lightning type creature. If you want to take it, you'll have to deal with us 6 eternal experts first. Of course, they wouldn't give these things away. He attacked directly. There was a loud crashing sound. The 6 eternal level powerhouses released their treasures and directly attacked. Bone Rakshasa and Chin Shah stood aside. At this time, there was no chance for them to make a move. They could only watch helplessly. Enchanting's attack was extremely powerful, and he even had a powerful treasure in his hand. Just like that, he blocked all of their attacks. Back when the House of God Ordainment was domineering, you people were nothing more than a nobody. What qualifications do you have to snatch this half-thunder creature from me? You don't even have the qualifications. Enchanting had already been suppressing his anger. He had failed to find the item several times and ended up getting injured. Nothing at all. He could only give up for the time being and come outside. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing again. The lightning half-creature was excited just thinking about it. Even if the 6 eternal experts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it for a while. Enchanting's strength was truly boundless. He single-handedly fought against 6 eternal level powerhouses. They finally knew how strong Enchanting was. Such a person had been seriously injured like a stray dog. But in the blink of an eye, he had recovered. At first, they thought they could pick up a bargain. But now, it seemed they couldn't. Even though Enchanting was injured, he was still much stronger than they had imagined. With a boom, they were thrown back. They were in an extremely sorry state. Chapter 5289. Enchanting's strength was indeed very powerful. With just one move, he had crushed them all. 6 Eternal Realm experts. They had really overestimated themselves, thinking that they could suppress the other party. Now it seemed that they were not as good as him. The other party's strength was indeed incomparably stronger than theirs. The moment they took action, they were completely suppressed. Now you see. You're no match for me, so you're no match for me. Since you don't know what's good for you, I have no choice but to send all of you down. I'll let you know that not just anyone can handle a lightning half-creature. Enchanting was looking forward to this thunder creature. Perhaps it was an extremely precious companion creature. As long as he could get it, his strength would improve by at least 5 or 6 times, 7 or 8 times. It should not be a problem for him to increase his strength by more than 10 times. If he could master a purer thunder attack and add it to his own attack, it would become more powerful. Not everyone would be able to resist it. Such an opportunity was not something that could be encountered all the time. Shintianchi knew better than anyone that these god-forging stones were secondary. The most important thing was this thunder creature. That was the most important thing. Clatter, clatter. The thunder arc seemed to have weakened a lot. Gradually, there seemed to be a figure there. Shintianchi's eyes were immediately attracted by it. He did not even have the mood to deal with these Eternal Realm experts. The Bone Rakshasa and the others immediately fled outside. At this time, they did not intend to attack at all. It was useless to attack them. They should leave if they could. Shintianchi was in a good mood, but he did not chase after these guys. As long as he got this thunder creature, he could deal with these guys later. Even if he released the news, there was nothing to be afraid of. After mastering the thunder creature, his strength would improve greatly. It would be a good time to settle old and new grudges. Even now, Shintianchi hated himself to the core. After going to the Frozen Lands, which was also known as the Primordial Lands, he encountered such a troublesome matter. It really made him feel like he was going to collapse. Fortunately, God was looking after him. Finally, he encountered another opportunity. It was a half-thunder creature. With this half-thunder creature, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He would no longer be chased by others. The feeling of being chased was really, really bad. Shintianchi could indeed sense that the thunderbolts were dissipating. In other words, the thunderbolts seemed to have been absorbed by the thunder half-creature. All the flowing lightning had the same result. Shintianchi wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for this half-thunder creature to completely mature. It would be much easier for him to collect them. Right now, 36 was just a little scared. After all, his luck had been really bad recently. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any mistakes this time. He turned around and unleashed countless attacks in the void. Even if someone else came at this time, could they withstand his attack? Anyway, it was enough for him to have enough time to collect these thunder creatures. Time passed quickly. The half-thunder creature seemed to have completely taken shape. Shintianchi finally ran in. Ha ha ha. You can wear out iron shoes and fruitless searching only to find it by chance. The thunder half-creature is mine. Just like that, a huge hand grabbed down and enveloped this part of the world. Even if the lightning half-creature was strong enough, it could still resist. Could it be that you can withstand his attacks? As soon as it made its move, the sky full of thunderbolts turned into a bolt of lightning and hit his palm. In an instant, half of his palm was smashed. He hurriedly retracted his hand and took countless steps back. His face was full of fear and uneasiness. His hand had actually been blown to pieces. With a single thought, he regained his composure. But it also made him feel extremely scared. It was such a terrifying thunderbolt. His body couldn't be shaken by any treasure. Although it couldn't reach the peak, it was still very powerful. But now, he couldn't see through it. Shintianchi, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come here again. Should I say that you're lucky or unlucky? A figure walked out of the thunderbolts. An acquaintance. No, it wasn't an acquaintance. Chapter 5290. Shintianchi was really scared out of his wits. He saw a figure walking out of the thunderbolts. When the figure walked out, he finally knew who it was. It was the mysterious black-robed young man. He was actually here, and it seemed like he had obtained a lightning treasure. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had suffered a big loss at the hands of this guy last time. Later on, he had suffered several losses at his hands. But this time, he ran into him again. Shintianchi felt that meeting this guy was the luckiest thing he had ever done in his life. How can you be here? That's impossible. The thunderbolts are so terrifying. How can you control them? Did you get a thunderbolt treasure? Shintianchi was about to lose his mind completely. He didn't care about anything else. He was a half-thunderbolt creature. He had spent a lot of effort to drive those people out just now. But he didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance. He raised his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The thunderbolts rushed toward him in an instant. I'm sorry, but I did get a thunderbolt treasure here. I think you must be surprised. But unfortunately, you're a step too late. The thunderbolts rushed toward Shintianchi in an instant. Shintianchi had suffered a loss before. He kept retreating, not daring to face the thunderbolts head-on. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect so many people to come when he was refining a thunderbolt treasure. Even Shintianchi was here. This guy was really good at running. He ran here and there, and his luck was pretty good. But he seemed to be at a disadvantage after running into Yi Shiwen a few times. In the blink of an eye, Shintianchi retreated from the place. He didn't dare to fight at all. He was so timid that he was pitifully timid. As soon as he opened his third eye, Lin Fei saw many experts outside. These experts didn't seem to come in at this time. The eternal experts were all outside, and each of them had a very serious look on their faces. Anyone could tell that they had serious expressions on their faces. They had all encountered quite a bit of trouble. If it was them, they really wouldn't dare to have any thoughts at this time. There are so many people here. When the time comes, we can go out and announce the ownership of this mountain. How about we forget about it and take away all the god-forging stones inside? When the time comes, they can guess whatever they want. In any case, they won't dare to come in. Lin Fei wanted to go out and announce the ownership of this mountain. Later on, he pondered over this idea. Although it was a good idea, it wasn't very friendly to do it. He decided to change his line of thought. That was because he had taken away all these things in here. This way, no one would suspect him. Moreover, Shintianchi had already left. When this guy went outside, the people outside would be even more shocked. As for whether Shintianchi would instigate the people outside, no one knew. In any case, it didn't matter much to Lin Fei. Lin Fei controlled the devouring insects again. He started to devour these god-forging stones while controlling some higher-grade god-forging stones. There were many god-forged stones in these places. These god-forging stones were all blessed by nature. They could naturally preserve the thunderbolt. This was also why a thunderbolt treasure was born here. This was also some clues that Lin Fei found after refining his thunderbolt half-creature. This thunderbolt treasure was called the Thunderbolt Heart. It was definitely a good thing. Fortunately, he got it. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by Shintianchi. This guy's luck was really heaven-defying. However, he was destined to suffer this time. Lin Fei didn't attack him again. This guy was really pitiful. What a meaningful thing it was to keep him around. Shintianchi also retreated. In an instant, he was attacked all over the sky. Chapter 5291. As soon as Shintianchi came out, he was attacked by many people. They assumed that the experts inside had come out. But when the eternal experts came out, they all felt that something was amiss. Only after hearing the explanation did they realize that a very powerful person had entered. It was none other than God Tianchi from the House of God Ordainment. Everyone was surprised to hear that he was an expert from the House of God Ordainment. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of him, but they had never imagined that he would be here. Hadn't he been ambushed not long ago? And he had been running away like a stray dog. When had he recovered his strength? This matter was something that everyone in the universe knew about. God Tianqi from the House of God Ordainment had been tricked by someone, and then his whereabouts had been revealed. Therefore, a lot of people had set their eyes on him. They wanted to kill him and rob him of his resources. But it turned out that he was quite quick-witted. He kept running away and disappeared. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. Unexpectedly, he would appear here. Moreover, his strength seemed to have recovered. They felt a great deal of pressure. As soon as Tianqi came out, they attacked him without even thinking about it. As soon as they saw him, they realized that he was the so-called God Tianqi. However, Tianqi was very angry, and he used a few powerful moves to seriously injure a lot of people. He killed some ants. You people have eyes, but you can't see. Why are you attacking me? The lightning half-creature has been taken by someone inside, and you're still dawdling here. Tianqi snorted and disappeared into the void. He directly escaped into the void, but the words he left behind stunned all the eternal experts present. The lightning treasure had been taken by someone else. Not even Tianqi could do anything about it. The Bone Rakshasa and Qin Sha immediately realized what was going on. Could it be that the black-robed young man had taken it? If that was the case, they didn't need to think about it anymore. Even Tianqi wasn't a match for him, let alone them. After all, Tianqi's strength was obvious to all. If he wasn't a match for him, then they were even less likely to be a match. At this point, they might as well just leave. Unfortunately for them, the gods' melted stones were all gone. All that was left were the gods' melted stones. There were only some god-forging stones inside. The god-forging stone was very difficult to mine and required time. There were quite a few black beetles there. These attacks were extremely ferocious. That black-robed young man could actually obtain a thunder treasure. In other words, his strength would become even stronger. No one knew what to do. It wasn't easy for them to find such a powerful treasure, but they couldn't even enter it. It was occupied by a black-robed young man. There were even some powerful bugs inside. These insects could also make them suffer a great loss. At this time, they were extremely helpless. Should he leave or not? If he left, he would be at ease, but if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to obtain these god-forging stones. It really made them feel a sense of helplessness. It was the same even for eternal-level powerhouses. Since when did an eternal-level powerhouse suffer such a loss? Was this black-robed young man going to stand on top of their heads? They finally released the news. It was the only thing they could do. That was because he had discovered a powerful god-forged stone that could greatly benefit his body. There was even a half-lightning-type life form that had been taken by a black-robed young man. Even Tianqi, an expert from the House of God Ordainment, had suffered a loss. As for whether or not anyone was interested, they didn't know. In any case, they had already released the news. As long as they released the news, they would have nothing to worry about. All they had to do was come. Everyone's mind suddenly became a lot more active. They couldn't deal with it. Couldn't the others deal with it? After all, there were still top-level experts. Although White Bone Mountain was very strong, there were also some other factions that were quite strong. There were some powerful old monsters among them who might also make a move. That was what they were looking forward to. Chapter 5292. After the news was released, things seemed to be very different. In particular, Tianqi had been chased by everyone previously. Now, his strength had recovered. It seemed that he was suffering here again. Many people felt that this was inconceivable. This fellow suffered inside. Could it be that there was an even more powerful existence inside? Although there were some half-living beings, even Shintianchi couldn't do anything about it. They didn't think much about it. Even White Bone Mountain couldn't do anything about it. Even if they went, what else could they do? This news was rather useless to many people. They thought it was better not to come. Even Shintianchi couldn't do anything about it. If the few of them came, they would probably have made a wasted trip. However, there were a few old monsters who seemed to be quite interested. After all, even Shintianchi had suffered a loss. Moreover, he was a half-living being. This was worth their interest. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended in the area. When the lightning descended, everyone felt the destructive aura of the lightning. Seeing this person, everyone realized who he was. This was the famous Thunderbolt Supreme. He was a great expert in a family. He was the only one who dared to call him that. No one dared to use the name Thunderbolt Supreme, because those who did were killed by him. Therefore, he was the only Thunderbolt Supreme left. He cultivated the great path of thunder and was very strong in this aspect. His strength was also exceptionally strong. It was said that he could even become the son of thunder. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Everyone knew that this Thunderbolt Supreme's combat power was very strong. Especially when he had mastered lightning. As long as he had some lightning treasures, other lightning experts wouldn't dare to come. It was very likely that this Thunderbolt Supreme would appear. For example, now. As soon as this person appeared, everyone felt what was called shock. Bolts of lightning swam continuously, turning this area into a lightning zone. The experts from White Bone Mountain didn't leave. They just stood guard outside. No one came in from the beginning to the end. Now that this Thunderbolt Supreme had come, they had some hope. This person possessed formidable combat strength. Perhaps he might be able to put up a fight against that person. With a loud rumble, the lightning and the sky came directly toward this mountain. He intended to destroy the mountain. However, although his lightning was very overbearing, active, and destructive, he felt that it couldn't do anything to the mountain. That Thunderbolt True Monarch laughed out loud. It is indeed a good thing. It seems like the half-thunder creature inside should be pretty good. Whoosh! He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged in. Once they charged in, White Bone Mountain and the others were filled with anticipation. Previously, there hadn't been any experts. But now that there was a Thunderbolt Supreme, it was completely different. Maybe he could give them a big surprise. They believed that the person must still be inside. He had never come out, because there seemed to be only one entrance to the mountain. He could only come out from these caves. Otherwise, the mountain seemed to be a sealed existence, and he couldn't come out at all. It isolated the space. Some of the magic scrolls couldn't be used at all, so they could only come out obediently. I wonder who will be stronger after True Monarch Thunder enters. Perhaps, True Monarch Thunder will win. They were also looking forward to it. After Thunderbolt True Monarch entered, he did not have much interest in these so-called God-forged stones. He felt the aura of the lightning in the world. The aura of the lightning was even purer than the lightning on his body. This caused him to have a lot of thoughts. If he could control this half-thunder creature, his strength would increase by at least 10 times. He would be able to become the Thunderbolt Supreme completely. He could even become the Son of Lightning from this position. The Son of Lightning. Thunderbolt True Monarch was looking forward to this day. Invincible King of Leveling's Faultless chapters will continue to be updated in the popular bar. Please bookmark and recommend the popular bar. Those who like Invincible King of Leveling, please bookmark. Invincible King of Leveling's popular bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5293. Someone else came in. After Shintianchi left, no one else came in. In other words, they all knew what Shintianchi was capable of. Since even Shintianchi was no match for him, no one else would come in for a while. Lin Fei had been happy for nothing. He did not expect that someone else would come in, which surprised him. Moreover, the person who came in was quite strong. He seemed to be a Thunder Dao cultivator. Moreover, he was quite experienced. Even the lightning around him had changed a lot, which made Lin Fei quite happy. He was indeed an expert. He was definitely a top expert in the Thunder Dao. He had only dared to come in because he was very confident in his strength. After all, the thunder half-creature was not very useful to others. However, it was different for thunder cultivators. It would be very useful. This time, the thunder half-creature was the Thunderbolt Heart. If one could get the Thunderbolt Heart, it would be equivalent to becoming a Son of Thunder in one step. His strength would increase greatly. At least, that was the case for Lin Fei. Combat power that contained the power of thunder was even more terrifying. No matter who it was, the body was the weakest. Therefore, with the support of thunder, it would be more destructive. Now that a thunder expert had come, he could try and see who was stronger. Whoosh! The other party came to the depths. The place was full of thunder and lightning. That person was very excited. There is really thunder. There are definitely thunder half-creatures here. I heard that Shintanchi suffered a loss here. That guy can't take the attack of the thunder. How can it be that easy to take down a thunder half-creature? The moment the Thunderbolt True Monarch arrived, he burst into laughter. No one knew better than him that only those who cultivated the thunder attribute could take down the thunder easily. As for the others, they could not do it at all. The thunder was offensive. Moreover, it was indiscriminate. This wasn't something that just anyone could compare to. All the thunder, come over here. The Thunder Lord shot out a Thunderbolt Seal. Once the Thunderbolt Seal was shot out, it could mobilize the surrounding thunder. Then, it could be quickly mastered and refined into a part of the body. This was the power of the Thunderbolt Seal. His strength was getting stronger and stronger because of this special technique, the so-called Thunderbolt Seal. This Thunderbolt Seal was a method found in an ancient place. It allowed his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Therefore, any lightning could basically be controlled by this Thunderbolt Seal. After the Thunderbolt Seal was unleashed, it did indeed cause the lightning around Lin Fei to change. It was as though he wanted to pass through. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised. This fellow has quite a few tricks up his sleeves. He must have grasped a special technique to be able to use the lightning for himself. Fortunately, Lin Fan had cultivated the Thunderbolt Core. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the lightning at all. If that were the case, he would probably become a laughing stock. Before seeing it, one might not think much of it, but after seeing it, one would know that it was indeed unusual. It was no wonder that such a person dared to come here. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. With just a thought, the lightning suppressed this thought. However, it was unable to cause any changes to the lightning. Everything was still in Lin Fei's control. The Thunderbolt Seal thought that the lightning would come over. If that was the case, its strength would gradually increase. In the end, he realized that he had thought too much. The lightning did not listen to him. Even the Thunderbolt Seal could not attract these thunderbolts, which surprised him even more. How could this be? My Thunderbolt Seal is useless against the lightning here. Could there be a treasure here that is even more powerful than the Thunderbolt Guidance? Could it be the legendary Thunderbolt Core? The Thunder Lord immediately came over with a clear goal. Other than this item, there might not be anything else that could affect his Thunderbolt Seal. Chapter 5294. At this moment, Thunderlord truly knew what was going on. There was a high possibility that the so-called Thunderbolt Core was born here. Moreover, this Thunderbolt Core might even be controlled by someone else. That was why there was such a powerful move. This really made Thunderlord feel that his trip here was in vain. He was just short of a little bit of time. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to obtain this Thunderbolt core. Now, the Thunderbolt core was actually absorbed and refined by someone just like that. It seemed that it had been a while. The other party's combat powers seemed to be incomparably strong. However, Thunderlord felt that he still had to give it a try. If he could obtain this thing, who knew how much this guy had refined? If he hadn't completely refined it, then as long as he completely refined his bloodline, he would be able to obtain this Thunderbolt core. Thunderlord mobilized all the power of thunder in his body in an instant. This power of thunder was different from other types of flesh. It was more overbearing and ferocious. He attacked with all his might. There was a loud rumbling sound. Streaks of resplendent divine light shot out, and these divine lights all contained lightning attacks. After these thunderbolts attacked, they were blocked by one side of the thunderbolts. Just like that. A pair of eyes fell on Thunderlord. I didn't expect there to be someone who cultivates such a pure power of thunder. It's quite rare. Are you interested in following me and helping me do something? Lin Fei indeed felt that this guy was quite capable. At the very least, his strength wasn't something that anyone could match up to. Especially since this guy cultivated the power of thunder, it was obviously not easy. With such strength, he could totally do other things. Lin Fei didn't use any tricks. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. Not to mention, he was a talent that could be used. In Lin Fei's eyes, this guy was a talent. Moreover, he was an extremely useful talent. It would indeed be a pity if such a talent were to be destroyed. However, if he were to be kept alive, he would still be of great use. At this moment, Lin Fei's thoughts were extremely simple. If this guy really wasn't willing to rely on him, then he would take action and suppress him first. As for whether this guy would submit or not, wouldn't he know after a few hits? If he wasn't convinced once, he would do it twice. If you can't accept it twice, then do it thrice. If you can't accept it thrice, then do it thrice. It's very simple anyway. When True Lord Thunder heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To think that someone would ask him to follow them. Such a situation had never happened before. His voice fell. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts crashed into him like a flood. In an instant, he was severely injured. Even if he used all his means, he might not be able to withstand it. There was a loud rumbling sound. Bolts of lightning bombarded his body like a barrage of attacks. This was a scene that he had never dared to imagine. It was like a nightmare. This was definitely the most terrifying attack he had ever seen in his life. Even a top-notch expert could only stand aside at this moment. His opponent's methods were too domineering and fierce. The other party had truly grasped the Thunderbolt core. Thus, the power that he could unleash was exceptionally strong. Furthermore, he had used the power of lightning. If he were to face him personally, he did not dare to imagine how strong the other party would be. Amidst the thunderbolts, a palm appeared and landed heavily on Thunderbolt True Monarch's body. The thunderbolts around Thunderbolt True Monarch's body split into pieces and he was sent flying. This attack was absolutely terrifying. It was so terrifying that he couldn't even take it. He also knew that his little idea was a big mistake at this time. No wonder Shen Tianqi from the House of God Ordainment had left. This guy was truly terrifying. If you don't accept it, I'll make sure you do. After all, my fists aren't just for show. One punch after another. I wonder how many punches you can take. Lin Fei's voice rang out again. He was only a short distance away from the Thunderbolt Sovereign. However, this short distance was a terrifying distance for the Thunderbolt Sovereign. His opponent could easily kill him with a wave of his hand. Kill him 100 times over. Chapter 5295. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. How could Thunderlord not be convinced at this moment? If he still wasn't convinced, he might really be beaten to death. Even though his body was also incomparably strong. If he wanted to make the Thunderbolt more powerful, he would need a strong body. Without a strong body, it would be impossible. He found out that his opponent's body was stronger than his and the power was more destructive. With the top-notch Thunderbolt attack added to the power, he couldn't do anything to his opponent at all. This was the scene that Thunderlord was most afraid of. This was definitely the scariest moment he had ever seen. His opponent's body was so strong that he couldn't fight back. Even his own body seemed to be able to be blown up by the other party's punch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. But now, he completely believed that his opponent was indeed stronger. No wonder he could absorb and refine the Thunderbolt core in such a short period of time. It was 100% refinement. It wasn't like what he had imagined. Other than terrifying, he couldn't find another adjective to describe it. Now you're convinced. But I think you're not convinced yet. So, I'll show you what an attack is. Lin Fei smiled. He smiled happily. Another punch. This punch directly penetrated Thunderbolt True Monarch's body. This punch was even more terrifying than before, and its power was even greater. There was no pause at all. It directly penetrated through his defenses, his treasured armor, and his body. This was the most powerful punch he had ever seen. This powerful punch really made him understand what it meant to be in complete despair. It was really very terrifying. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. If you continue, I'll die. Thunderlord was more afraid than ever. If he didn't beg for mercy, he would really die. Just one punch was enough to let him see the gap between them. Even if he went all out, or if someone else went all out, they wouldn't be able to shake his body or the three-layer defense of his armor. This guy's punch completely broke through all of his attacks. If it wasn't fear, then what was fear? Thunder Immortal really regretted coming in and becoming a lab rat. Had he known, he would not have come. It was just a Thunderbolt core. He would be able to encounter it sooner or later. Even if he couldn't meet them, he was still a very powerful existence. Unfortunately, their lives were not in their own hands, but in the hands of the enemy. That's more like it. You will never know how strong I am without experiencing hardship. I have indeed grasped the Thunderbolt core. Moreover, I only used 70% of my strength earlier. I'm afraid that 80% or 90% of my strength would be enough to kill you. Do you want to give it a try? In any case, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Fei's words came again. To Thunderbolt True Monarch, these words were no less than a blow to the head. He thought that Thunderbolt True Monarch had gone all out. He had only used 70% of his strength, and the remaining 30% would not be used. The remaining 30% was definitely the most terrifying power. At this moment, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying this 30% power was. If he went all out, he would definitely die. No one would be able to save him. By this time, Thunderbolt True Monarch had already believed the other party. He couldn't be dishonest. Lin Fei pointed his finger at Thunderbolt True Monarch's body. With Thunderbolt as the center, a huge seal was formed. It landed on Thunderbolt True Monarch's body and set up a Thunderbolt formation. This Thunderbolt formation was activated in an instant. It was like a furnace. Thunderbolt True Monarch finally felt the aura of death. Thunderbolt True Monarch's technique was too terrifying. He could destroy this technique with just a thought. As long as this technique was destroyed, the power of the torrent would break his body. No matter how strong his defense was, it would be useless. It would only take an instant to destroy him from the inside out. Sir, I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Chapter 5296. How could Lin Fei not make use of such a free labor force? It would be a pity to kill him. Hence, he had to beat this Thunder Lord into submission first. Now, it seemed that Thunder Lord was indeed convinced and didn't have any other thoughts. In fact, Lin Fei even set up a thunderbolt furnace in the other party's body. This thunderbolt furnace could increase Thunder Lord's strength to a certain extent. As long as Lin Fei thought about it, the furnace would explode and he could kill Thunder Lord in an instant. This was one of the small effects of obtaining the Thunderbolt core. He could easily set up a thunderbolt furnace. Furthermore, not everyone would be able to open this thunder furnace. Lin Fei was the only one who could solve it. Thus, Thunderbolt True Monarch could only obediently accept his fate for the rest of his life. If he had any thoughts, Lin Fei would be able to kill Thunderbolt True Monarch from thousands of miles away. This was the benefit of Lin Fei mastering the Thunderbolt core. Now, you can go out and chase away all those people outside. There's no point in staying here. You can just sit outside. In any case, there aren't many people who can beat you. Not to mention, your strength has greatly improved. Under Lin Fei's command, Thunder Lord flew out. Lin Fei knew what the situation outside was like. There were many people who were prepared to watch the show. Now that they had the Thunderbolt True Monarch, things were completely different. He could let Thunderbolt True Monarch go out and chase all these people away. Whoosh! Large amounts of lightning exploded outside. Thunder Lord showed up and immediately used his means. Those people who were paying attention were surprised to see Thunder Lord come out. Did he get it so quickly? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Before they could think further, they heard a loud rumble and started to move. Large amounts of lightning bolts instantly enveloped everyone's hearts like a lightning net. They weren't prepared at all. Even the experts from the White Bones Mountain were injured in an instant. They were also injured. No matter who it was, they all felt immense pressure at this moment. Then, they heard the Thunder Lord's cold words. I've booked this place. If you don't want to die, scram. Scram as far as you can. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Wherever the lightning passed. Some unlucky fellows directly turned into ashes. Even some 8-star and 9-star powerhouses suffered the same fate. Even the half-step Eternal experts felt the terrible aura of death at this time. No one doubted Thunderbolt Immortal's words. This guy was really prepared to go on a killing spree. He was ready to strike. In such a short period of time, how could the Thunderbolt Immortal change so much? Could it be that he was going to take her down? No matter what, everyone got up and left immediately. If he didn't leave now, he would have no chance at all. Voila voila. In an instant, it became exceptionally quiet. Thunderbolt Supreme stood there like a door god. Only he himself felt incomparably bitter. He had changed his identity and status over and over again. Although his strength had increased, he had lost his freedom. Speaking of which, it made him quite speechless. How could such a thing happen to him? The only thing that moved Thunderbolt Supreme a little was that this mysterious young man was very powerful, to the extent that he couldn't compete with him. Following such a person seemed to have some benefits, and he could see the future. Thunderbolt Supreme didn't have as much of a reaction as before. Instead, he guarded the door with peace of mind. He wanted to see who had the guts to break in. In fact, when Thunderbolt Supreme stood guard outside, no one dared to come over. Not many of them were daring. Moreover, Thunder True Monarch's strength was originally very strong, and he belonged to the category of old monsters. At this time, it was impossible for anyone to beat him. Chapter 5297. With the Heavenly Thunder True Monarch guarding the outside, the situation was completely different. Indeed, many people had lost interest in it. The news also spread out at the first moment. Those who originally still had some thoughts completely gave up in an instant. No one knew what was going on inside, but they knew one thing. The God-forged stones in this mountain couldn't be taken away by just anyone, unless they could defeat the Thunder True Lord. However, it seems to be impossible for you to defeat the Thunder Sage. Anyway, that was what everyone was thinking. It would be strange if they could defeat him. No one had any thoughts. Therefore, for a short period of half a month, it was quiet. Lin Fei finally had time to collect the God-forged stones. After the God-forged stones were swallowed by the devouring worms, they became exceptionally pure. It was good for cultivation. Lin Fei picked out 10 primordial spirits. These were the 10 primordial spirits that were directly upgraded with the God-forged stones. He was prepared to upgrade all the primordial spirits, but that would be too wasteful of resources. Therefore, he was prepared to get the 10 primordial spirits out first. With these 10 primordial spirits, it would be different. At the very least, he would have stronger fighting strength. Lin Fei's mind worked quickly. This method was the right one. This way, there would still be a lot of God-forged stones left. It only took them 2 to 3 months to eat up all the God-forged stones in the mountain. Although there were a few experts outside, they were all old freaks. However, their fighting strength was not as good as the Thunder True Lord. Here, the Thunder True Lord's lightning power was much stronger, and he could crush them directly. It was a pity that he didn't manage to kill them all. Lin Fei didn't make a move and left with the Thunder True Lord. Everyone returned cautiously. They didn't know what had happened, but they were sure of one thing. All the God-forged stones here should have been taken away by someone. When they came in, they found that it was really the case. Everything was driven away by a mysterious person. Until now, they still didn't know the background of the mysterious person. Only Qin Sha and Gu Luosha knew. That was a black-robed young man. He was very young, and his means were extremely terrifying. Yes, he was the one who took the godly forged stones. However, they couldn't believe that such a huge mountain could be taken away by someone else. This was the first time this had happened. However, no one expressed much opinion on this matter. Only they knew in their hearts. An extremely powerful young man had once come to this place. This young man had taken down this mountain in one move, and had also shocked these people. Even the old monster, the Thunder Lord, suffered a loss when he came. He was directly left inside, and even later on, he was still guarding outside. This more or less had something to do with the black-robed man. Either that, or the other party had an extremely powerful background. The Thunder True Monarch did not dare to make a move at all. In the end, he could only watch from the outside. This reason was acceptable to everyone. As for the fact that the Thunder True Monarch was subdued and controlled by someone else, they didn't even dare to think about it. How strong must one be to be able to achieve this? Some people tried to ask the Thunder True Monarch what was going on inside, but the Thunder True Monarch replied coldly, no comment. In that case, everyone knew that the Thunder True Monarch had definitely encountered something that made him feel awkward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. They knew even less about this black-robed young man. Other than being mysterious, there was nothing else. Chapter 5298. Just like that, Lin Fei brought all of the God-forged stones back. There was nothing left for them. This place no longer held any meaning for Lin Fei. After all, he had obtained the most important things. Not to mention the others. He had taken a cut of the God-forged stones. These devouring bugs were really terrifying. When hundreds of thousands and millions of them gathered together, their devouring ability was like a swarm of locusts. Along the way, they ate whatever they could, and their digestive abilities were also really strong. Lin Fei naturally couldn't bear to leave them here. Thus, he took all of them with him. leaving behind a mountain riddled with holes. The material of this mountain was rather special and different. Even after the devouring Zerg had devoured it non-stop, it still left a shocking scene in front of everyone's eyes. As for what others would think, Lin Fei didn't care. He brought everything back to the Great Void sect. As soon as he returned to the Great Void Gate, he called Chu Qingqing over. Chu Qingqing had been paying attention to the outside world. Things were getting bigger and bigger, but there was nothing about her lord. However, Chu Qingqing could more or less guess what was going on. Her lord must have obtained many good things here, otherwise, all the top factions wouldn't have been so helpless. One after the other, so much time had passed. Only when she heard Lin Fei's voice did Chu Qingqing come to a realization. So her lord had returned at this time. He thought that it would take a long time. When he returned, Chu Qingqing could clearly feel that her lord was different. At the very least, his strength had increased by a lot. This was completely incomparable to before. Congratulations on your victory, sir. I'm sure everyone else is still guessing who took all the god's smelting stones, the great elder said with a smile. As a smart person, Chu Qingqing naturally knew a lot of things. Everyone was learning from the black-robed young man. Who knew that most of the things inside had already been dug out by the lord of his own family. Now that she saw her lord, she knew that this was the case. She could feel it with her instincts. Her lord's strength seemed to have increased by a lot. It was completely different from before. Your information is pretty good. I've indeed brought back a lot of good stuff. Voila voila. A lot of god-forging stones flew out. These were even purer than the ones Chu Qingqing had seen before. Even Chu Qingqing was shocked when she saw it. This was a little different from what she had expected. The god-forged stones were all high-grade ones. It was not like what Chu Qingqing had obtained before. It was a relatively low-level one. Basically, they were all low-level. I heard that the competition is quite fierce now, especially that mountain that seems to have been occupied by someone. As for whether or not all the god-forging stones were taken away, no one knew. Therefore, there were basically no god-forging stones in the market. Perhaps it could be said that this thing was even purer than before. If it was used for cultivation, there would be no problem at all. This was something that he could understand. Take these to cultivate. As for the rest, distribute them according to your strength. However, you can't use them too much without a certain level of strength. You have to give them a target to fight for. Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this matter at all. Chu Qingqing would naturally handle it very well. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the harvest of this trip. At the very least, not only did he get the Thunderbolt core, but he also got so many god-forging stones. He almost emptied the entire mountain, leaving only loneliness for them. Even if this mouse went in, it would probably come out dejectedly. That place was really, really big. Unfortunately, he couldn't get anything now. In the next period of time, let them choose some primordial spirits to cultivate. This way, there will be a few powerful helpers. This was a small request of Lin Fei. Let them work hard to cultivate a few powerful primordial spirits first. Unlike him, who could casually make his primordial spirit come up at once, they still needed time. Chapter 5299. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation outside since he came back. There was not much news about what had happened over there. Perhaps they could not do anything about it. Therefore, they could not let the news spread. It would have a great impact on them. Especially those gods' forged stones. They were all taken away by a young man in a black robe. That was the most frustrating thing. If it was something else, then they wouldn't care. But if it was this matter, then they wouldn't be able to stand on their feet. Everything had been taken away. It was like a slap in the face. And they did not know who had taken it away. There were probably many people secretly searching for information about him. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They could take whatever they wanted. If they wanted to take revenge on him, he would be happy to fight them. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei never went out again. Apart from cultivating his primordial spirit, he did not do anything else at that time. 9 of his primordial spirits were very powerful. Their bodies were extremely strong. They had reached the peak of the eternal body level. That was the help of the purified gods' forged stones. The effect was extraordinary. As for the others, their cultivation progress was also very fast. Especially Chu Qingqing, who had cultivated several main primordial spirits. Of course, she did not have as many as Lin Fei. She had only cultivated 6 of them. 6 primordial spirits. With a lot of resources, each of them had achieved the eternal body level. Her cultivation time was relatively fast, which was beyond his expectation. As for the others, their cultivation time was a lot slower. They were in good spirits. As long as their primordial spirits reached the eternal level, their combat power would be greatly improved. Naturally, no one would be able to fight against them. They might not feel anything before they tried it. But after trying to cultivate this accelerated version of the primordial spirit, and with the help of the gods' forged stones, they realized what real cultivation was. It was like riding a rocket. Everyone started to cultivate more seriously. Chu Qingqing made a ranking list. Only those who reached a certain rank could get more gods' forged stones to cultivate. All of a sudden, it greatly boosted their motivation. There was no one who didn't have expectations for this. Now, they finally had the chance to fight for this resource. The most leisurely one was Lin Fei. There was almost nothing to do. Even if there was nothing to be concerned about. Other than keeping an eye on the situation outside, he also cultivated his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit soon reached its limit, and it was difficult for him to break through again. Unless it had a large amount of these divine forging stones. If he had such a large amount of God-forged stones, his body would naturally become extremely powerful. His words now seemed to be a drop in the bucket for him. This was not the first time he had drunk this stuff. Quite a lot of time had passed since the beginning. He knew better than anyone that this God-forging stone was about time for him to use it. Fortunately, Lin Fei had more or less forged his 9 primordial spirits, and his strength was incomparably strong. Even in a fight, a single nascent divinity could take on 1 or 2 Eternals. As for pinnacle existences, the 9 of them could suppress at least a dozen pinnacle existences. As for ordinary ones, there was no need to mention them, they could be killed instantly. That was the difference. So many God-forging stones were eaten for nothing. Naturally, there was an effect. He could even raise these bodies to the pinnacle of the eternal realm, and a very perfect one at that. Unlike ordinary Eternals, there was still a long way to go before they could truly take that step. Lin Fei's primordial spirit was in place. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach the God-fiend body, otherwise, Lin Fei would be even stronger. After using the reincarnation primordial spirit formation, it would be even easier to suppress the other party's strength. This would take a long time. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Until this morning. A figure arrived in front of the Great Void sect.
Martial Peak, Chapter 4333 Cut. Yang Kai's face darkened and was silent for a moment before speaking. Since old Sir has said as much, this junior will give some face. The turtle-shelled old man laughed. A promising young man. Kong Feng let out a large breath of relief. When he was captured alive before, he was in despair, thinking that he was going to die in Voidland. Who knew that things would take a turn for the better? Feeling grateful to the sword wielder, he threw Yang Kai a vicious glare. The 100 Sect Alliance suffered heavy losses this time, and he was the only one left from Heavenly Sword Union. It could be said that this operation was a complete failure, but it was not without gain. At the very least, he exposed the details of Voidland to the ones above, allowing them to have a better understanding of its strength. Although they failed this time, Voidland would not be able to resist their next attempt when they were properly prepared. 10 years was not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge. As long as one was still alive, there would always be a possibility for a comeback. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons Heaven snorted coldly, "Little brat, seems you're not too foolish." The sword wielder nodded too. "Why are you still not letting him go?" Yong-kai nodded. "I'll let him go now." Saying so, Yong-kai suddenly grabbed the cold water longsword from Lu Shue's hand and slashed down, lighting up the space between heaven and earth with the brilliance of the sword. The turtle-shelled old man's smile froze. Zhu Jiuyin was slightly absent-minded, and the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters too were stunned. Kong Feng looked at Yong-kai in horror, his eyes bigger than eggs. With a kick and a shove, Yong-kai sent Kong Feng in the direction of the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could Kong Feng, whose cultivation was restricted, resist his kick? His body involuntarily flew towards that direction as he exclaimed in exasperation, "Yong-kai, you bastard! I won't forget this even when I turn into a ghost." When the words fell, a thin red streak suddenly appeared on his neck, which was immediately severed, followed by his head soaring into the sky, sending fresh blood spraying out like a fountain. Yong-kai's sword cut off his head directly, but he moved so fast that the head and body were still connected for a moment. As a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, Kong Feng possessed a tenacious vitality, which allowed him to let out a deafening roar of resentment before his death. However, if the head was cut off, nothing could help regardless of how strong one's vitality was. The fog around the sword wielder violently swirled, indicating the fluctuation in his mood. He growled through gritted teeth, "Bold Junior." The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons Heaven on the other hand stared at Yong-kai with great interest. There was even a hint of appreciation. The people of Myriad Demons Heaven were all ruthless, and Yong-kai's actions were undoubtedly very much in line with his tastes. If not because they were on opposing sides, he would have even applauded. No one expected Yong-kai to act so decisively. A moment ago he agreed to let Kong Feng go but took his life the next instant. The flipping of his attitude was hard to keep up with. Kong Feng's fate was tragic indeed. One would not dare say it would not happen again in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented until now for a dignified sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master to be killed at the hands of an Emperor Realm Junior. Yong-kai looked at the sword wielder coldly and waved the long sword in his hand. "This junior has never tried to act boldly, but when others try to bully me, I won't sit still and take it. Anyone who dares to offend Voidland will never be forgiven." Since the enemy had shown up right at his doorstep, how could Yong-kai back down? Even if Kong Feng was released this time, would Kong Feng and the great force behind him be grateful to him? Enmity had been formed, and there was no possibility of a reconciliation. It was better to cut weeds and pull out roots instead of returning the tiger to the mountains. If Kong Feng was released today, he would certainly return for vengeance in the future. Although a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 100 Sect Alliance had died here today, that wasn't too significant, but Kong Feng was different. With the execution of Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master in Voidland, Voidland would definitely become famous. This would also serve as an example to others who might want to trifle with Voidland. After this battle, anyone who had plans to cause trouble in Voidland would have to consider whether their necks were tough enough to survive its wrath. Very good. The sword wielder quickly calmed his rage. He was only angry because Yong-kai killed Kong Feng in front of him. He had already opened his mouth to save Kong Feng's life, so killing Kong Feng was nothing short of a slap to his face. But now that Kong Feng was dead, there was nothing to be gained by getting angry unless he had the ability to deal with Zhu Jiuyin and the turtle-shelled old man. The mental discipline of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was naturally extraordinary. Although Kong Feng's death has caused him some humiliation, it had nothing to do with the overall situation. From behind the fog, Yong-kai vaguely felt a pair of eyes staring deeply at him. A moment later, the sword wielder turned and fled, transforming into a stream of light that shot straight into the sky. The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven looked Yong-kai up and down with a meaningful grin before muttering, "Interesting." After saying that he left as well. With 2 divine spirits guarding Voidland and the departure of the sword wielder, what could he do alone? Despite their immense strength, the 100 Sect Alliance was almost wiped out in this battle. Even Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, was captured and beheaded in Voidland. This was probably something that no one would have thought of before today. Except for the Black Prison's Warden Luan Bai Feng, only a few Open Heaven Realm Masters managed to escape. Though their escape was only thanks to the sword wielder who broke the illusion array, otherwise no one would have escaped today. This news would soon spread and cause a great uproar in the 3,000 worlds. The rise of Voidland would surely attract the attention of many parties. Yong-kai looked up to watch the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters leave, feeling unwilling but unable to do anything. Zhu Jiuyin was only responsible for protecting his life, so she was definitely unwilling to fight these 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to death. I wonder what kind of attitude that turtle-shelled old man has towards this. Yong-kai did not know. There was no way for Voidland to force the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to remain if the 2 divine spirits did not make a move, so Yong-kai could only watch them leave. Returning the long sword to Lu Shui, Yong-kai instructed, "Close the array, clean up the battlefield and count the casualties." Everyone responded to the order and began performing their duties. Zhu Jiuyin turned into a stream of light and returned to the place where she was cultivating, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yong-kai did not even have time to say anything to her, but as his protector she stood up when his life was in danger. This was originally agreed upon by the 2 of them, so there was no need to say anything more. Yong-kai turned his head to look at the turtle-shelled old man, whose face was wrinkled into a ball, muttering anxiously, "What a disaster, a disaster." "Old sir." Yong-kai took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist respectfully. "Many thanks to old sir for his assistance today. This junior will remember this favor." When the sword wielder said he was going to take him away, the turtle-shelled old man spoke up for him. If not, the sword wielder would definitely not have let him off. Although it was just a few spoken words, it was also a life-saving grace. Furthermore, the result of what happened today was thanks to the sudden appearance of this turtle-shelled old man. Although he did nothing but stand there, speak a little, take an attack and fall asleep, if he had not appeared, the situation today would not have ended so peacefully, and Voidland's fate would have been precarious. The turtle-shelled old man looked at Yong-kai sadly, tapping the floor with his heavy cane. "Little boy, you have caused a huge disaster." Yong-kai wondered, "Oh? What disaster is it?" The turtle-shelled old man replied, "You slapped that guy's face in public and offended a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Isn't that a huge disaster?" Yong-kai shook his head slowly. "Even if I bowed down and gave him what he wanted, he would still have come to provoke my Voidland again. Since the grudges between us are already irresolvable, it doesn't matter if I slap him once or twice." The old man frowned. "That's true, but..." He sighed. "Ha, such misfortune. I have not gotten the chance to ask, how should I address old sir?" Yong-kai had already learned about his cowardice, so he ignored his defeatist mutterings. The turtle-shelled old man looked around without answering but simply replied, "You clean up first, we can speak later." After saying so, his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. Yong-kai was stunned. Although there was a huge gap in their strengths, he did not even see how the other person disappeared. However, he seemed to sense something and looked up at a peak not far away. Yong-kai could never sit idly by when such a powerful unknown divine spirit was living in Voidland. He had to investigate the old man's details, but fortunately the turtle-shelled old man showed no malice toward him, even speaking up to protect him instead. That relieved Yong-kai greatly. Plopping himself on the ground, Yong-kai took out a spirit pill and stuffed it into his mouth, closing his eyes to refine it. Although he only oversaw Voidland throughout the battle and did not participate physically, Yong-kai had been controlling the Grand Array from the outside, which consumed a lot of his energy. Whether it was the bewildering array or the killing arrays, they were all indiscriminate. Anyone would be affected by the Grand Array as long as they were involved in it. That was why Yong-kai needed to constantly supervise the Grand Array to create opportunities for those from Voidland to kill enemies while avoiding the negative effects. It was still bearable if supervising was all Yang Kai had to do, but the final layer of the Grand Array he used to fight against Kong Feng pushed him far beyond that. As a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator, it was extremely taxing for him to fight the enemy while wielding the power of the Grand Array. With such injuries, it was impossible to recover without 10 days to a half-month of rest, and this was only thanks to Yang Kai's awesome recovery abilities. If he were an average Emperor Realm cultivator, he would have been bedridden for a year and a half at least. But a huge effort meant a huge harvest. Not to mention the mountains of spoils from killing so many people, the deaths of the Open Heaven Realm Masters brought a fundamental enhancement to Void Land. There were quite a few Open Heaven Realm Masters that came with the 100 Sect Alliance, but very few escaped in the end. Among them, many were mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes within the many Open Heaven Realm Masters collapsed when they were killed, releasing their world force into Void Land. As long as Void Land could digest this world force, its foundation would undergo earth-shaking changes. As Void Land's heritage became stronger, the power of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array would increase accordingly. The efficiency of cultivators cultivating in Void Land would also increase, and the probability of those who lived here comprehending the Grand Tao would be boosted. Martial Peak, Chapter 4334, Stutter. If it was not for their incredible heritage, how could the cave heavens and paradises have such breathtaking sceneries? How could their disciples have such rapid cultivation? That was why Yang Kai immediately ordered for the closure of the array. Once the Grand Array was sealed shut, the world force released by the dead Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sealed in Void Land, and over time be absorbed and assimilated by it. Su Yen, Xiaoning Chong and many others including the great emperors rushed over in a hurry. These cultivators from the star boundary had been in retreat for intense cultivation, and now they had all condensed their Tao seals. It was the perfect timing to refine the yin, yang and 5 elements. They definitely should not waste any time over other things. Nonetheless, what happened today was extremely conspicuous and it was difficult for them not to notice. However, in such an intense battle, there was not much they could do, so even if they were aware of what was happening, they could only observe from afar and stay hidden. They knew their strength was limited and they would probably be more of a burden than help if they tried to participate. Now that the overall situation had been decided, they naturally came out. Yang Kai was still tending to his injuries, so second manager Bian Yuqing briefly explained the details of the incident to them. Only then did everyone know that Void Land had survived a great tribulation. The great emperors glanced at each other and turned around to return to their retreat without disrupting Yang Kai, as did Su Yen and the others. It was not that they did not care about the situation in Void Land, but what happened to Void Land today gave them a sense of crisis. Void Land managed to triumph this time, but what about the next time? If they wanted to help, they had to advance to the Open Heaven Realm as soon as possible. So, they were racing against time to cultivate as quickly as they could, not daring to slack off. Yang Kai had created such a good environment for them, one where they did not even need to worry about resources. It would be a waste of Yang Kai's hard work if they did not show some accomplishments. With Yu He's administration, the Grand Array rolled shut with a loud rumble. The bewildering array was damaged, but the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array had self-repair abilities, and since Nanmen Dejun had learned a lot from Grandmaster Wu Liang during the several months of apprenticeship, this damage could be repaired by him. The only issue was that the energy stored in the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was completely exhausted. It was no longer possible to stimulate the power of the Grand Array, and this was a matter that could only be solved with time. The battlefield was cleaned thoroughly as a mountain of corpses was gathered. The 100 Sect Alliance dispatched more than 10,000 people, but only a handful of them had escaped. The intruders who came to Void Land, whether they be Open Heaven Realm Masters or Emperor Realm Cultivators, had suffered heavy casualties, and their scattered corpses had to be found and piled up together. A bloody stench filled the air, but with a wave of her hand, Yuhi burned them all to ashes. The plunder from the thousands of deaths was bountiful. Every cultivator had more than one space ring, so Void Land had harvested tens of thousands of space rings. Even if most of these space rings were not filled with abundant riches, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, especially the mid-rank ones, were naturally not poor. Every mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who came here was a representative of their respective sects, so how could they have no savings? For example, Qi Jin Ling Chun Chiu Old Hong. Especially Kong Feng, the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, could never have shabby possessions. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this loot at all and just handed all of it over to second manager Bian Yuqing. Since all the future expenditures of various materials in Voidland would also be managed by her, she naturally would need to tally up these winnings. Young Master, the battlefield has been cleaned. Yuhi reported softly after cremating the several thousand corpses. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. His aura was still a little weak and the color had not yet fully returned to his face, but he looked much better than before. Hearing that, he nodded and asked in a low voice, "How about the casualties?" Dozens were injured but no one died and none suffered serious injuries. They just need some time to recover. Yuhi replied. Yang Kai nodded lightly, letting out a sigh of relief. They fought against the 100 Sect Alliance all by themselves, and not only did the entire enemy army perish, no one from Voidland was even killed. Who would ever believe such an absurd story? How was it possible for one side to be defeated while the other did not suffer any casualties in such a fierce battle? However, it was a fact that none of the 335 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland died. Among these people, 315 were cultivators from Abundant City, about a dozen were from Blood Swan Continent, and the rest were residents of Voidland. One had to say this was nothing short of a miracle. To achieve such a victory was undoubtedly thanks to the power of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. The more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters fought in the bewildering array twice, where the enemy was blinded and confused, and with the addition of Yang Kai's guidance, the victory was almost as easy as breathing. As long as they were careful enough, how could they die? Injuries were inevitable of course, and with the enemy's desperate counterattack, some were indeed sustained. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's eyes swept over every direction, meeting pair after pair of eyes that flashed with elation. Whether it was a cultivator from Abundance City or Blood Swan Continent, none of them had ever experienced such a fulfilling and satisfying battle before, and through this battle, they were able to deeply comprehend the power of their own sect. Being a part of Voidland now was a great honor. We, Voidland, were able to overcome this difficult trial, thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Many thanks for your hard work. Yang Kai's voice boomed loudly. Mo answered, Sect Master is too modest. Now that we are a part of Voidland, we all should contribute when enemies arrive at our borders. We were only able to achieve victory today thanks to Sect Master's constant efforts. Voidland is our home and we swear to live and die in Voidland. We swear to live and die with Voidland. The world shook with the crowd echoing in unison. Reputation was a wonderful thing. Over 90% of Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters now were cultivators from Abundance City. Yang Kai gave them the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to help them achieve the Open Heaven Realm, giving them an extra reason to be grateful. Additionally, Yang Kai did not reveal a single trace of fear in face of 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even dauntlessly beheaded Kong Feng. This garnered even more of their respect for Yang Kai. It could be said that today's victory had laid the foundation for Yang Kai's supreme prestige in Voidland. He achieved all of this although he was still just a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator. Everyone was dismissed, each of them looking for a place to heal their wounds, while Bian Yuqing was busy finalizing the cleanup. Yang Kai spent a day in his room recovering from his injuries, but left to visit Zhu Jiuyin once he no longer had difficulty moving about. He wanted to find out more details about the turtle-shelled old man from Zhu Jiuyin. Judging from the warning the woman gave him before, she must have been aware of his existence for some time. Maybe Zhu Jiuyin knew something more about the turtle-shelled old man. However, Zhu Jiuyin's door remained closed, probably busy recovering, or probably just deliberately ignoring him, which made Yang Kai extremely frustrated. Unable to talk to Zhu Jiuyin, Yang Kai had no choice but to head towards a different peak. This peak was located in Earth Spirit Land. Among the 7 spirit lands of Voidland, Earth Spirit Land was located right in the center and occupied the largest region. The previous main hall of 7 Wonders Land was located in Earth Spirit Land, while now many important halls of Voidland were located here too. Earth Spirit Land was comprised of many spirit peaks, and although the previous battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank Open Heavens caused a huge mess and flattened many of them, there were still a lot left. On one of the more inconspicuous peaks, Yang Kai sensed the presence of the turtle-shelled old man, not through his aura, but rather by tracing a faint bloodline connection. Yang Kai had to understand why this divine spirit was hiding inside Voidland. Based on his stance before, the turtle-shelled old man did not have any malice towards him, but it was always good to be careful in everything. When he came to the peak, Yang Kai did not rush up it, but gave a respectful salute, greeting in a clear and loud voice. Junior Yang Kai has come to visit Senior. May Senior show himself. After shouting, a fiery red figure rushed down from the peak towards Yang Kai. When it got closer, the figure was revealed to be a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. She looked exceedingly adorable dressed in a fiery red dress, and even her hair was a brilliant scarlet, weaved into 2 little braids. Her delicate features and tender white skin made her look as though she was a beautiful doll. The little girl stopped in front of Yang Kai, clenched her 2 small fists tightly, raised her small head, and looked at him with large, bright, excited eyes. Young Master. Yang Kai hesitated. Who's this girl? Did Voidland not only have a hidden divine spirit, but also a delicate little girl like this? What made Yang Kai feel even odder was that the aura of this girl was somewhat familiar to him, as if he had sensed it before. However, it was such a pity for such a dainty little girl to have such a heavy stutter. Nonetheless, although she was small, her strength was immense. The aura she exuded was on par with a mid-rank open heaven realm master, and Yang Kai could sense a wisp of monster chi coming from her. Master. The little girl clenched her fists even more tightly as she shouted loudly, blood flushing into her face. Yang Kai laughed and comforted. Speak slowly, no one is rushing you. The little girl drew a big breath, unable to say anything audible and almost suffocating herself. She stomped her feet in frustration, shook her body, and exploded in a bright red flash, transforming into a massive creature in front of Yang Kai. Stepping back quickly, Yang Kai looked up in shock and blurted out in a stunned voice, Scarlet Flood Dragon. The creature in front of him was the Scarlet Flood Dragon he brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The Scarlet Flood Dragon shook her head, exclaiming, It's me. It was the voice of the little girl from just now, just a little deeper. Yang Kai was both surprised and delighted. Have you gone through the human form tribulation and can now take on human form? Any monster beast who wanted to cultivate and have a human form must overcome the difficulty of human form tribulation. Martial Peak, Chapter 4335, Divine Dragon's 9 Sons. A monster beast's human form tribulation was related to its strength and level of sentience. If a monster beast's sentience was developed and strong enough, it could assume human form, but if it was lacking, even the most powerful could not take human form. Therefore, in the 3,000 worlds, even though some monster beasts were as powerful as open heaven realm masters, they were still just beasts unable to assume human form, living on wild instinct alone. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were both monster beasts born in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they possessed faint traces of the Dragon clan's bloodline. It was not surprising to have dragon born in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After all, Yang Kai found the corpse of an Earth attribute Great Dragon in Sleeping Dragon Mountain, and obtained its Earth attribute Dragon Bead, which he used to refine his own Earth element power. Since there was even a true dragon in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, how could it be strange to have Dragonborn? If they were not Dragonborn, Yang Kai would not have been able to subdue them so easily back then. Living in the environment of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, the strength of these 2 monster beasts was definitely not low. However, the sentience of both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were in a muddy state before, so they could only be regarded as monster beasts. Since Yang Kai took them out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Zhu Jiuyin would teach them once in a while. After all, they were all natives of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Zhu Jiuyin would sometimes feel a bit nostalgic about her home, so she would teach the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon as a way of venting her feelings. In fact, she treated them much better than Yang Kai. Yang Kai also fed the 2 a lot of dragon blood pills, which greatly improved the purity of their bloodline. With Zhu Jiuyin's occasional training and much purer bloodlines over time, these 2 would eventually become capable of assuming human form. Yang Kai had no doubt about this. But he thought the process for this would require a much longer time to achieve, so he never expected to see the human form of the Scarlet Flood Dragon today. Seeing that Yang Kai finally recognized her now, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously elated. She turned back into the little red-haired fair-skinned girl again. However, probably because it had only just passed her human form tribulation, the transformation this time was not complete. Her tail remained and wagged excitedly, looking extremely strange. The Scarlet Flood Dragon smiled sweetly and stuttered, "Wing, I must master it, it's me." She must have followed in Yuhi's footsteps to address Yang Kai as young master. Yang Kai was shocked. "You're female?" The Scarlet Flood Dragon turned and twisted her body, her face flushed red, and she did not say a word while just smiling. Yang Kai added, "But why are you stuttering?" Blood flushed into the Scarlet Flood Dragon's face. I just learnt to talk. So I am and not fluent why yet." A sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai, then he chuckled, "I see. Why are you here?" If he was not mistaken, this should be the residence of the turtle-shelled old man. Therefore he was puzzled to see the Scarlet Flood Dragon's sudden appearance. Grandpa Turtle asked him me to pick you up. It's TT thanks to Grandpa TT Turtle that Xiao Hei and I can assume human form. Yang Kai followed Scarlet Flood Dragon all the way up the path as he finally understood why she was here from her spluttery narration. The Dragon Clan bloodline in her and the Earth Dragon's bodies was greatly purified due to extensive feeding of dragon blood pills from Yang Kai. In addition to Zhu Juyin's teachings, they were actually not far away from assuming human form. Yesterday the turtle-shelled old man suddenly appeared before moving into this peak. The old man must have summoned these two over and assisted them through their human form tribulation, allowing them to assume human form through some unknown method. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and the hypothesis in his heart was further verified. The peak was exceptionally high, rocky and rugged, surrounded by clouds and mists. The atmosphere was quite awe-inspiring. There was a cave in the mountainside where Scarlet Flood Dragon led Yang Kai. Inside the cave was an extremely spacious cave, decorated and furnished like a grand hall, that looked quite ancient, and had obviously been here for many years. Yang Kai wondered how long this spirit peak had existed in Earth Spirit Land. He had searched this place before but never found this cave. This was certainly due to his lack of strength. If the old man intended to hide here, Yang Kai would have no way to find him. The 100 Sect Alliance came to attack. Two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters emerged all of a sudden. Zhu Jiuyin turned Void Land upside down, and then the turtle-shelled old man had no choice but to show himself. Since he had revealed himself, there was no need to hide anymore. Inside this cave, two figures sat opposite to each other. One was the turtle-shelled old man Yang Kai had met yesterday, while the other was a boy with black skin in a short shirt and messy black hair on his head, looking quite funny. The turtle-shelled old man was caressing the boy's head with a smile and drooping eyes on his face. His two long eyebrows hung all the way down to his chest, giving him the demeanor of an immortal sage. Aware of Yang Kai's entry, the boy hurriedly opened his eyes and turned to look at Yang Kai, revealing a look of joy as he jumped towards him. When he got close, he stood still and stared up at him. After his experience with the Scarlet Flood Dragon, Yang Kai certainly could recognize the boy and smiled. "Earth Dragon." "Yes. It's me, young master." The boy kept nodding. Apparently he spoke more fluently than the Scarlet Flood Dragon. At least he did not stutter as much. However, looking at his mouth, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help twitching slightly. In terms of image, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was much more impressive than the Earth Dragon. The appearance of the Earth Dragon could only be described as hideous. Every time he opened his big, wide mouth, highly corrosive mucus spewed everywhere. Even if Yang Kai grew fond of him over time, he would still feel a little disgusted each time he saw this sight. Yang Kai thought that the giant Earth Dragon had changed into human form, taking on the appearance of a cute little boy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his former drooling image overlapped with his current one. The edges of his big, wide mouth almost reached the root of his ears, and a mouthful of fangs were bared every time he opened his jaw. As soon as he spoke, drool dripped from the corner of his lips, which was then quickly sucked back into the big mouth. Yang Kai's hand could not help reaching his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "You're here," The turtle-shelled old man sat up and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate, so he hurried forward a few steps and cupped his fist. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. And sit down, the turtle-shelled old man gestured. Yang Kai thanked him before sitting on a futon opposite him. The turtleback old man continued, Xiaohong Xiaohei, go have fun outside first. I have some things to talk to your young master about. Xiaohong Xiaohei. With a single thought, Yang Kai became aware of who he was referring to. It was the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. One of them was scarlet red and the other was dark black, so their nicknames were easy to understand. The two little ones saluted respectfully and retreated obediently. They both held great respect for this old man who helped them through their human form tribulation. The turtle-shelled old man smiled at Yang Kai. I know you have many doubts. If you have any questions, just ask. This old master will answer anything if he can. Yang Kai turned solemn as he did have a lot of questions. Since the old man was being so frank, he did not feel the need to act restrained. Still, before he got started, Yang Kai replied sincerely, Firstly, this junior must thank Senior for his timely assistance. The turtle-shelled old man waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Even if I didn't show up at that time, there was no way for those two to take you away with the protection of that little heavenly moon demon spider that day. Yang Kai nodded. Although Zhu Jiuyin could have protected me alone, she could not protect the whole of Void Land. It is all thanks to Senior's help that Void Land remained safe and sound. The turtle-shelled old man smiled faintly and said no more. Yang Kai decided to change the topic and went straight to the point. May I ask if Senior is a dragonborn? Since the turtle-shelled old man appeared, Yang Kai vaguely felt a connection in their bloodline. Given that Yang Kai was now much closer in terms of bloodline to the dragon clan than human, if the old man had a connection with him, it was undoubtedly related to the dragon clan. In addition to his help in the human form transformation of Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon, Yang Kai's speculation was further affirmed. It was precisely because he, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were all dragonborn that this old man was willing to help. Correct, this old master is indeed a dragonborn. The turtle-shelled old man nodded calmly. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. Many doubts were solved. It was exactly because Yang Kai was also a dragonborn that this old man jumped out to save him, as they indeed shared some common heritage. Otherwise, as a divine spirit, why bother exposing himself to trouble after hiding in this place for so many years? After pondering for a while, Yang Kai proceeded, There is a saying that the divine dragon has 9 sons. Which lineage of dragonborn does Senior belong to? The turtle-shelled old man smiled. Since you know about the divine dragon's 9 sons, do you know what they are? Yang Kai counted them out. Qianyo is joyful, Yazi is bloodthirsty, Chao Feng is ominous, Pu Lao is loud, Swan Ni is shrouded in fog, Bai Shi bears a heavy load, Baian is disputatiousness, Fu Shi is depicted on graves and monuments, Chi Wen swallows oceans. The turtle-shelled old man nodded. Correct. Then Senior. Yang Kai looked at him hesitantly and his eyes brightened. Are you of the Bai Shi's lineage? Among the 9 sons other than Bai Shi, there was nothing else that could match the image of the old man in front of him, which led Yang Kai to make such a guess. That's right. This old master is indeed of the Bai Shi's lineage. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. After clearing up this old man's origin and background, Yang Kai knew that he truly did not mean to harm him. Since Yang Kai had a pure dragon clan bloodline and Bai Shi was also a dragonborn, they were naturally all one family. Before coming here, Yang Kai was still a little vigilant towards this old man, but now he was totally relieved. The old man in front of him was just like his elder. Senior, have you been hiding in Void Land for many years? Yang Kai talked to him casually with a smile. Bai Shi chuckled meaningfully. When this old master fell asleep, there was no Void Land here. Yang Kai patted his own head. This place was originally known as 7 Wonders Land, but after defeating them it changed to Void Land. Bai Shi beamed. No matter what its name, there was nothing here when this old master first arrived. If that little girl hadn't jumped around on this old master's back so much, this old master wouldn't have awakened at all. He had mentioned this once before, so Yang Kai could not help laughing when he heard it again. For a dignified divine spirit like Zhu Jiuyin to be called a little girl by she was truly. While laughing, Yang Kai's face suddenly froze as a sudden realization dawned on him. He stared at the Baishi in front of him with his eyes widened. What does senior mean? Martial Peak, Chapter 4336 Baishi's True Form. Baishi chuckled. Why do you even bother to ask when you've already guessed the truth? Yang Kai could not help gulping, the shock in his eyes becoming increasingly intense. He thought Baishi had been hiding in Void Land, slumbering for centuries or even millennia, but now it seemed that he had made a fundamental mistake. I'll be right back. Saying so, Yang Kai hurriedly flew off. With a flicker, he left the cave palace with a surge of space principles and reappeared directly above Void Land. He took out the array jade, surged his power and stretched out his hand. The churning clouds that enveloped Void Land quickly dissipated, and the entire Void Land was presented clearly to Yang Kai's field of vision. After a while of observation, Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air as his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Sect Master. Bian Yuqing suddenly rushed up from below in a panic. What happened? She had been counting and cataloging the tremendous gains from the previous battle when she noticed the sudden change in the 9 heavenly layers grand array. She thought another formidable enemy had come to invade Void Land, only to realize that there was actually no one. Yang Kai did not answer immediately but instead continued to scan across the entire length of Void Land. Puzzled, Bian Yuqing quickly stood beside him and followed his eyes. Second manager, look carefully. What does Void Land look like to you? Yang Kai suddenly pointed his hand down and asked. Bian Yuqing replied without even thinking, a turtle. Yang Kai gaped at her. Bian Yuqing giggled. Doesn't it? We have 7 spirit lands in Void Land, with Earth Spirit Land being the largest, planted right in the middle, representing the turtle shell. Metal, Wood, Water and Fire Spirit Land are arranged in the 4 corners of Earth Spirit Land, which correspond to the limbs. Then Yin and Yang Spirit Lands are located at the top and bottom of Earth Spirit Land, representing the head and tail of the turtle, isn't it? Indeed, indeed. Yang Kai nodded lightly and laughed. Why didn't I see it before? Bian Yuqing explained. Sect Master has so many matters to attend to, so how could you have the time to notice something like this? She stopped for a moment, then added, Sect Master, is there any problem with Void Land? Yang Kai grinned. No problem at all, ha. Still cackling, he dived down again. Bian Yuqing watched him leave, confused, wondering what in the world Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai returned to the cave, sat down in front of Baishi again, took a deep breath and asked respectfully, Senior, may I know how old you are? Baishi replied, I don't remember. After living for so long, such things tend not to matter anymore. Senior, you're... Yang Kai pointed at Baishi, struggling to form a description. Fortunately, Baishi knew what he wanted to express and smiled lightly. I am this old master's embodiment. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he became more and more aware of the strength of the man before him. The spear of the high-rank open heaven realm master from myriad demons heaven did not even create a scratch on Baishi's embodiment. Baishi was also safe and sound, he just needed to shrink into his turtle shell. If a mere embodiment already had such a strong defensive ability, what more need be said about his true form? And Baishi's true form was Void Land itself. In other words, Baishi was not hidden in Void Land, but instead Void Land was built atop Baishi's body. Under the massive Void Land lay Baishi's true form, but because the body was too large, it was far more convenient for Baishi to use his embodiment to communicate. This explained why Baishi was complaining that Zhu Jiuyin was jumping on his back since the whole of Void Land was built on his body. He was a true, genuine behemoth. Yang Kai wondered how many years he had to live to reach such an enormous size. However, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed and excited at the same time at the thought that the Void Land he established was actually built on such a divine spirit. It was embarrassing because Baishi was a living, breathing creature, a sentient one at that, so it was not exactly polite to build a sect on his back literally. However, based on Baishi's reaction, he did not seem to care that much. If it was not for the intense battle previously, he might still have been asleep. The exciting part was that Baishi was formidable, so as long as he was safe, Void Land would never suffer from disaster. Though it was still better to be more cautious. In the case Baishi no longer wanted to have a whole sect living on him, Voidland would have to find a place to relocate. After a bit of probing though, Yang Kai realized that Bai Shi obviously did not care about such things, allowing the former to breathe a sigh of relief. Putting his mind at ease, Yang Kai spoke again. As Dragonborn and having lived such a long life, this junior has something to ask senior. Bai Shi responded, let's hear it. Does senior know where Dragon Altar is? Yang Kai had always wanted to find the Dragon Clan. Not to mention that he was considered to be carrying a pure Dragon Clan bloodline. Voidland had more than a dozen Dragon Clan members from Dragon Island. If he could locate Dragon Altar, he could return to his ancestral roots. And if he managed to form a relationship with the Dragon Clan, no one would dare to provoke Voidland anymore. It was a pity that he had only heard of Dragon Altar but did not know where it was located. Dragon Altar. Bai Shi murmured and sighed slightly. No one can trace Dragon Altar's location except for the true members of the Dragon Clan. Although this old master is also Dragonborn and has lived an extremely long life, if you asked me where Dragon Altar is, this old master really cannot answer. Even senior doesn't know? Yang Kai was stunned. Bai Shi answered, the place where the Dragon Clan is established is also the foundation of the Dragon Clan. It is reasonable for no others to be able to pry into it. The Dragon Clan is strong but equally proud, so they have offended many over the years. If Dragon Altar were to be exposed, it may attract unnecessary trouble, so only true members of the Dragon Clan will know where Dragon Altar is. After a slight pause, Bai Shi looked at Yang Kai curiously. Speaking of which, this old master has something to ask you. Senior, please speak. Yang Kai sat upright. Bai Shi began. The Dragon Clan bloodline in your body is extremely pure and rich, far more so than even this old master's dragon vein. Logically speaking, you should be a member of the Dragon Clan, but why does this old master have a feeling that you're not? Yang Kai laughed. Senior is right. This junior only obtained his Dragon Clan bloodline because he had fortunately refined a dragon source in his early years. I'm not of Dragon Clan origin. Bai Shi was enlightened. So that's the case. That dragon source must be very strong. Yang Kai was not sure of that, but judging from the reactions of those from Dragon Island, it was indeed not bad. But this was the outer universe after all, it could be a different case here. If you want to find where Dragon Altar is, this old master can't help you. You can only rely on yourself. Please enlighten me, senior, Yang Kai implored politely. With a chuckle, Bai Shi explained, with such a pure dragon vein, even as a human, your bloodline can be continuously improved. Cultivate diligently while stimulating the power of your dragon source to further refine your bloodline. Keep doing so and sooner or later you will become a true Dragon Clan member. By then you will naturally be able to sense where Dragon Altar is. Although Bai Shi was strong, his Dragon Clan bloodline was not of pure origin, and at his age he could no longer improve it, so even if he was a rare master in the 3,000 worlds, it was absolutely impossible for him to locate the Dragon Altar. Having said that, Bai Shi rubbed his hands together a little apologetically with an awkward smile on his face. Someday this old master would like to ask you, little friend, to take me to Dragon Altar as well. Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Bai Shi explained, this old master is also Dragonborn after all, and Dragon Altar is a supreme existence in the hearts of all Dragonborn. This old master's greatest wish in life is to take a look at the origin of his own bloodline. If this wish can be fulfilled, I will die without regret. Yang Kai was stunned but nodded and promised, don't worry, senior, although I don't know when it will happen, that day will come. Bai Shi lit up at his answer. The old man Bai Shi was very talkative. Yang Kai was grateful for his previous help, and in addition to both having dragon veins, they naturally had a sense of familiarity. However, although this old man was so powerful, he was extremely timid. He reminded Yang Kai countless times to avoid provoking the cave heavens and paradises. All of cave heavens and paradises were ancient monsters that must not be trifled with. Yang Kai naturally nodded and agreed but felt helpless on the inside. After all, since when did he want to provoke them? It was all because they were anxious that he wanted to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. That was why he became a target of the 100 Sect Alliance. But at this point there was no room for turning back. Presumably, no one would be harassing Voidland again in the short term after the 100 Sect Alliance was wiped out, unless the cave heavens and paradises led the attack in person. However, none of the cave heavens and paradises would be willing to forego their dignity for this. Therefore, as long as Yong Kai remained sheltered in Voidland, he should be fine. Now that there were two divine spirits in Voidland, one of which was Bai Shi, who had lived for countless years. If the enemy did not send an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was no way they could do anything to him. After chatting with Bai Shi for a whole day and obtaining some guidance on how to improve his Dragon Clan bloodline, Yong Kai began to feel like he had spent too much time here and finally excused himself. He had not recovered from his injuries completely, but because he wanted to get a feel for Bai Shi's attitude and background, he decided to prioritize this meeting. Now, Yong Kai naturally had to go back to continue his recovery. Before leaving, Bai Shi stopped him. "Little friend, this old master has a presumptuous request." Yong Kai replied, "Senior, please speak." Bai Shi answered, "This old master won't be falling asleep again for a short while after waking up this time. Time does bring great changes to life after all. The people who used to serve me have all passed away now, so this old master wants to request for those two little ones to keep me company." Yong Kai smiled when he heard the words. "Are Xiao He and Xiao Hong good choices to serve by Senior's side?" Bai Shi chuckled, "And very good. Many thanks, little friend." Yong Kai responded, "It is their blessing to be able to stay by Senior's side, since the two of them were only able to pass their human form tribulations after Senior's enlightenment." After a pause, Yong Kai added, "If Senior is bored, feel free to go down the mountain more. We have many members of the Dragon Clan in Voidland." Martial Peak, Chapter 4337 Meeting. It was indeed Xiao Hong's and Xiao Hei's blessing that they could follow Bai Shi. Bai Shi had lived for many years and had knowledge to match. Any wisdom that he could pass to them would benefit them for life. Yong Kai also wanted to get closer to Bai Shi, so he took this opportunity to do him a favor. After returning to his own room, Yong Kai continued to heal while in retreat. 10 days later, in the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land, Yong Kai sat at the head seat with the left and right protectors, Yu He and Mo Mei to his left and right. Further below were the members of the Elder Council. Yu He and Mo Mei were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while among the members of the Elder Council, other than Chen Tianfei being a 4th Order, the rest were all 5th Order. Voidland had now become a place full of upcoming talents, and not many places in the entire 3,000 worlds could compare with them. Furthermore, Voidland was founded just a few years ago. Compared to it, how many generations had those top-tier second-class great forces inherited to become where they were today? Of course, Voidland had the upper hand mostly thanks to the recruitment of the Abundant City cultivators, but this was also due to Yong Kai's capabilities. It was the first time that the leaders of Voidland had gathered for such a meeting to discuss its future direction. However, before that they talked to each other about all the gains and losses of the previous battle. Although it was a landslide victory for Voidland, it did not mean that they did not make any mistakes. Any great force that rose would have to go through all kinds of hardships. Such a battle was the nutrient and catalyst for the growth of Voidland, and it only did good to Voidland but no harm. The scene of everyone's bustling discussion was rather lively. When the crowd calmed down a little, Yong Kai started, "Although our Voidland has won a complete victory in this battle, we shouldn't take things lightly. Don't ever think that the great forces of 3,000 worlds are easy to bully. This time we had the upper hand because the enemy had extremely limited or outright inaccurate information about us and the power of our Grand Array, which is why we could have such outstanding results. If Kong Feng had known the heritage of our Voidland in advance, it would have been a far, far more difficult battle. Everyone should strive to cultivate and strengthen yourselves going forward." Everyone naturally agreed with him. After all, they were already aware of this without Yong Kai needing to say it. Although there were a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, 99% of them had only just broken through. They were insufficient in terms of heritage and their foundations weren't even stable yet. When fighting alone with the cultivators in the same realm, they would obviously be put at a disadvantage. Regarding this, Yu He and Mo Mei clearly experienced it. Especially Mo Mei. When she was fighting against Luan Baifeng, she was being suppressed almost the whole time and could only keep defending herself. However, they would need a lot of resources if everyone started cultivating, especially open heaven pills and cultivation materials of all orders would be in high demand. If they did not recently experience such a battle, the finances in Voidland would be tight again. Fortunately, they had killed almost 10,000 enemies in the recent battle and gained many spoils of war, which was sufficient to meet the needs of Voidland for a short time. Second manager Bian Yuqing immediately stood up and briefly reported the amount seized. After listening for a while, Yang Kai nodded lightly and ordered, "Second manager, please take care of the matter of cultivation resources. We must make sure we meet the needs of all cultivators in the sect." Bian Yuqing replied respectfully, "Yes." A contribution points system had been implemented in Voidland now. All the cultivators who participated in the previous battle had earned a large number of contribution points and could exchange them for the resources they needed. As for how to keep supply and demand in balance, Yang Kai did not need to worry about it, for Bian Yuqing and the Elder Council would come up with a solution. Yang Kai looked around as his fingers gently clasped the armrest of his chair as he added, "But we can't just sit idly and consume our resources. Any great force that wishes to prosper needs a variety of income sources, which our Voidland currently lacks. Although we earned a great deal this time, sooner or later, there will come a day when those spoils will be depleted. If we want to grow and flourish in the future, we need to start earning as well." Yun Xinghua immediately cupped his fist. "Sir, please allow this subordinate to return to the Star City. I will definitely take care of it well for Sir." Yang Kai responded, "Naturally, we can't lose the Star City as it is our greatest source of income and will likely continue to be so in the future. However, with the current scale of the Star City, I'm afraid it won't be sufficient to supply Voidland in the long run." In the past, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland was small, so the income of the Star City could still balance the budget and even run a small surplus. But the situation was different now. With the addition of more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters all at once, the daily consumption of Open Heaven pills alone became a massive number, so the revenue of the Star City was falling far short. Yang Kai looked around and asked, "Does anyone have any good ideas?" The group from Abundance City looked around at each other but did not know what to do. After all, they just entered the outer universe and knew nothing about the outside world. Since now the topic was about the continuous development of Voidland, what good suggestions could they give? Yun Xinghua pondered a little and then cupped his fist. "Sir, perhaps we could find a way to procure more resources in Void territory." Yang Kai turned to look at him. "Tell me more." Yun Xinghua explained, "In any great territory there are many great forces in universe worlds. The periphery of these great forces and the various universe worlds should have been developed long ago. If there were resources anywhere, they would have been pocketed by others by now. However, this does not mean that there is no value in searching the rest of the great territory. Perhaps there are some unknown places that contain undiscovered resources, especially the existence of universe cave heavens and universe paradises. A universe paradise was found 3,000 years ago in our Shocking Swan territory, inside Shocking Swan Pavilion's domain. It was precisely because of the development of that universe paradise that Shocking Swan Pavilion became the overlord of Shocking Swan territory." Yang Kai raised his brow. A universe paradise. Universe paradises and universe cave heavens were the small universes left behind after the death of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were essentially no different from true universe worlds. Therefore, after such a master's death, there was a chance that the small universes in their body would not collapse but instead maintain its structure and merge with the void. The remnant of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's death would be a universe paradise, while the remnant of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's death would be a universe cave heaven. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven. Yun Xinghua continued, "Since ancient times, how many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters have been born in the 3,000 worlds? After the death of those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, the small universes in their bodies will sometimes be left behind. Although most high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters will return to their native territories before death, there are always exceptions. It could be said that almost every great territory of the 3,000 worlds has universe paradises and universe cave heavens. However, the entrances of these places are always closed and ordinary people can't enter them at all. So it's natural to not be able to find them." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yun Xinghua added, "Therefore, as long as we can find such an entrance, we can inherit all the legacies of that fallen high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master." All high-rank open heaven realm masters had extremely abundant heritages. One could infer by the example of the situation in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. To the side, Chen Tianfei frowned. I'm afraid it will not be that easy. Yun Xinghua cupped his fist as he replied, if we don't even try we will never know. There may be some opportunities. This subordinate should bear the burden of this search for Sir, but regarding this matter, it would be better to have someone with higher cultivation handle it. Pang Duo immediately got up and offered himself, I'll go. Yun Xinghua quickly proclaimed, Elder Pang is a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it would be appropriate for him to carry out this task. Moreover, even if we can't find a Universe Cave Heaven or Universe Paradise, it would still be worth it if we found some undiscovered Universe World or Spirit Province. Yang Kai pondered for a while and announced, let's discuss this again next time. Although the legacies of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were truly attractive and it would be of great help to Voidland if such a legacy could be found, there was no trace of such things appearing in Void territory for so many years. If they looked for it now they might not be able to find anything. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland needed time to consolidate their cultivations, so there was no time to waste for the time being. It would not be too late to look for such buried treasure when Voidland had completely stabilized in the future. He proposed, it seems that we can only expand the scale of the Star City for now. If the scale of the Star City expands we could increase our income. Yang Kai smiled lightly, I think so too. But he was still a little worried. But young master, given that Voidland has just encountered a great battle, and with the rumors surrounding the Star City from before, the fame and reputation that was gained has almost all been used up. Although we don't know what the situation in the Star City is now, it certainly will not be good. Before, Voidland attracted a large number of great forces by marketing complete sets of 5th Order materials, which brought the Star City its short-lived prosperity. However, with the invasion of the 100 Sect Alliance and with Yun Xinghua and the others who were guarding the Star City, captured alive, it must be in a mess now. The news of this battle would definitely spread too. Of course, it would make Voidland famous, but it would not sweep away the many negative effects either. If someone was afraid of Heavenly Sword Union or the other sects in the 100 Sect Alliance, they may not have the courage to trade in Void Star City again. Furthermore, there were some cave heavens and paradises backing Heavenly Sword Union. No one dared to offend the cave heavens and paradises by visiting Void Star City. If no one came, the Star City would naturally be deserted. Therefore, being able to maintain the Star City was already good enough, while expanding it seemed hopeless. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Since fame can be depleted, it can naturally be regained too. As long as Voidland offers up something attractive enough, why would we worry about customers not coming? He looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. What young master means is. Yang Kai answered, if we sell Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, I believe the Star City will soon become famous. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could greatly improve the chance of a cultivator successfully breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. Such a good thing would be coveted by everyone, leading to a huge demand for it. Even the cave heavens and paradises would want these pills too. It could be imagined that once this news was spread, perhaps the entire 3,000 worlds would go crazy about it. By then countless people would flock to Void Star City. But young master, if we do this, all of Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters would be needed to guard the Star City. He frowned. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was an enviable treasure. Without enough power to keep watch over the Star City, it would be difficult to guarantee that it would not lead to riots. Thus, even if all the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters were dispatched, they may not be able to prevent such riots from occurring either. This was tantamount to playing with fire. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4338, Big Movement. But if all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland were dispatched at the same time, what would happen to the headquarters? It took a huge amount of resources to construct the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, so how could they just give it up? Not to mention the more than 600,000 disciples Yang Kai brought over from the Star Boundary to Voidland. It was impossible for him to abandon them. In short, with Voidland's current situation, they had to choose between the headquarters or the Star City to care for. It was obvious to everyone, and worry filled their faces as soon as they heard Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I have a plan, don't worry. If it was before, Yang Kai may not have come up with this idea. Void Land was his roots, the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds. Hundreds of thousands of disciples lived here, so he would be reluctant to give it up no matter what. He would rather allow the Star City to slowly deteriorate. Doing so would likely lead to Void Star City existing in name only within a few years. But after learning about Bai Shi, a very bold idea crept into Yang Kai's mind. Of course, if this idea was to be realized, old man Bai Shi would need to cooperate with them. Yang Kai felt that this wouldn't be much of an issue though. Developing the Star City, expanding its scale and re-establishing its popularity was a necessity to ensure Voidland's continued growth. For one, without the stable income provided by the Star City, the cultivation resources in Voidland would become a problem sooner rather than later. For another, the high-ranking element material that Yang Kai needed might be found in this Star City if it expanded enough. The ambush by the 100 Sect Alliance made Yang Kai realize that there were some cave heavens and paradises that were already getting anxious to bring him down, and were prepared to suffocate him, a potential future threat, while he was still in the cradle. In this case, it was impossible for him to search for the cultivation resources he needed outside. Otherwise, he would be creating chances for others to kill him. The proprietress told him before that she would help him look for a high-ranking element treasure. But even as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the proprietress would need to be extremely lucky to obtain such a rare and valuable resource. It was not that Yang Kai did not trust the proprietress, but the current situation gave him a new sense of urgency. He needed to improve his strength and fast. If he could get what he needed himself, he would not need to trouble the proprietress. Yang Kai still did not know that the proprietress had already stormed into a forbidden zone with the 3 shop hands from First Inn, just to look for a high-ranking element material for him inside. With the presence of the proprietress, there was a high chance of success. It was precisely because of this news that Kong Feng had rushed the ambush with the 100 Sect Alliance. Otherwise, it would be too late once the proprietress returned and Yang Kai managed to condense a high-order Yin element power. In the current situation, if Yang Kai could not search for resources outside, he could only wait for others to deliver what he needed to his door. But if he had nothing to offer them, how was he going to attract others to trade here? Therefore, the reputation of Void Star City needed to be raised, and all he could use now was the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Yang Kai was aware of the various risks that selling the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could bring, but he had no choice. Compared to the risks involved, the possible gains were far greater. High-rank materials were hard to find, but Yang Kai was sure that the major cave heavens and paradises would have some. So, to get his hands on a high-ranking element treasure, he would need to start with the cave heavens and paradises. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. While he was an eyesore to some and they wanted to clip his wings before he could fly, some just stood by and watched idly, while a few even wanted to win him over. There were differing opinions about him. However, regardless of which cave heaven or paradise it was, none of them would be willing to watch him achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly. As proof, Chu Huashang from Yinyang Cave Heaven proposed he marry into their sect, but even that came with the prerequisite that he only break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. It could be said that Yinyang Cave Heaven had given him the warmest attitude, but could Yang Kai accept such a condition? His foundation was so solid that if he did not achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, even though he had a close personal relationship with Chu Huashang, Yang Kai did not hesitate to reject Yinyang Cave Heaven's proposal. He was well aware that all troubles would be gone as long as he joined Yinyang Cave Heaven, but the stability that came at the cost of his own future might not last forever, for he feared that his regrets would overwhelm him in the future and hinder his martial Tao. No cave heaven or paradise would allow him to break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but that was only while Yang Kai was not qualified to speak and trade with them on even terms. However, with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in his possession, Yang Kai was sure they would be moved. As long as they were tempted, there would be a possibility for an exchange. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, there just might be a cultivator out in the vast 3,000 worlds who possessed a high-ranking element material. However, due to its exceedingly high value, even if someone did obtain such a treasure, they may not have the courage to take it out. There would probably be some who possessed such treasures but kept them hidden. People like this probably would not be very strong, but they may have descendants or disciples who could possibly advance to the open heaven realm. Regardless of the circumstances, the high-ranking element treasure that Yongkai needed had to fall into the Star City, and using the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was the best bait. With all these considerations, the expansion of the Star City became inevitable. Regarding the matter of Void Land and Void Star City, Yongkai had made a decision. Since he said that he would take care of everything even if others were still feeling doubtful, they dared not say anything more. Immediately afterwards, Yongkai ordered a number of Open Heaven Realm cultivators to head to the subordinate sects under Void Land in order to ask them to contribute some territory to expand the Star City. Void Land was not the only great force in Void territory. There were also 7 third-class great forces such as Golden Light Dock and Soaring Crane Sect, but even the strongest among these third-class great forces were still just third-order Open Heaven Realm masters. They used to serve 7 Wonders Land, so after 7 Wonders Land was replaced by Void Land, they naturally followed the lead of Void Land. In the 3000 worlds, the structure of these great forces had always been a hierarchical one. Each of these third-class great forces watched over a few universe worlds. Now that Yongkai had requested to expand the scale of the Star City, they agreed as it was not a big deal, nor did they dare to refuse to contribute some spirit peaks from their universe worlds to the process. After the discussion was over, the crowd dispersed and Yongkai made another trip to Dragon Sun's Peak. Now that Baishi lived on that spirit peak, there had to be a name for it, and Yongkai took it upon himself to name it Dragon Sun's Peak. They met and talked, and Yongkai left after less than a stick of incense. Yongkai came for a favor this time, and since it was just a small effort for old man Baishi, he did not refuse. After a few days, everything was prepared. Yongkai stood in the air above Void Land, while a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters looked up from below. Waiting silently below were not just the many Open Heaven Realm Masters, but also many other cultivators who had received the news. Everyone in Void Land, regardless of who, had received the same instructions. Do not enter seclusion that cannot be interrupted, because there would be a lot of movement in Void Land today. If one was disturbed at a critical moment, they may be injured. Yongkai personally sent someone to pass down this order, and everyone naturally attached great importance to it. The several great emperors gathered together, and Zhang Wuhen looked at the sky in confusion, muttering, "What is that brat doing?" Mo Huang urged, "Why not just go and ask if you want to know?" Zhang Wuhen turned to look at him, "Why don't you ask?" Mo Huang shrugged, "I'll know in a moment anyway, why bother asking?" After speaking, Mo Huang and Zhang Wuhen looked at each other for a moment before they turned away from each other. How noble were the 2 great emperors back in the star boundary. When faced with this situation, they would definitely rush forward without hesitation to demand, "Brat, what are you doing?" And that brat would probably not dare to hide anything. But now they did not think of asking at all. It was not that they had no courage, rather it was because Yongkai was now dealing with all kinds of Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they were not capable enough to interfere. They were not able to help in the battle against foreign enemies just recently, which really made them, the great emperors, very uneasy. Mo Huang took a breath and declared, "We have to advance to the Open Heaven Realm as soon as possible." All the great emperors nodded like chickens pecking rice. Elsewhere, Yuhi and Mo Mei came together. "Big sister Yuhi, what is Sect Master doing?" Mo Mei asked curiously. Yuhi shook her head slowly, "I don't know. Young Master just said that there may be a large movement today, but that everyone doesn't need to panic." Mo Mei was surprised, "You don't know either?" In Void Land, the closest person to Yongkai outside his wives was definitely Yuhi, so Mo Mei naturally thought Yuhi would know something about this, but even she had no clue. Yuhi smiled slightly. "Since young master has given such an order, he must have his own plans. We just need to wait and watch." Mo Mei nodded and agreed, still puzzled. The meeting before was regarding the Star City's expansion and raising its popularity. In fact, Yongkai had also immediately sent representatives to their subordinate forces to get them to contribute land to expand the size of the Star City. The various signs showed that Yongkai would be focusing on Void Star City, and manpower was needed to develop the Star City, so why were they all assembled here in the headquarters just waiting? As they were all wondering, they heard Yongkai's booming voice from above, "It's time, senior." From the depths of Voidland came the voice of the turtle-shelled old man from that day. It's just a minor matter, everyone stand firm. When the words fell, rumbling sounds suddenly came from all over Voidland, and the ground shook violently. Countless cultivators lost their balance and many almost fell to the ground, forcing them to fly up into the sky. In an instant, the sky above Voidland was densely filled with human figures. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Voidland, as if a sleeping dragon was awakening. The aura was so powerful that it even terrified Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yuhi and Mo. Fortunately, the aura was retracted a moment later. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of weak disciples in Voidland would not have been able to survive. With such a big movement, Voidland seemed like it was about to collapse and everyone was naturally terrified. Mo turned her head to look around, trying to figure out what was happening, but her eyes soon bulged as she pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed, "Big Sister Yuhi, look over there." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4339, Migration. Yuhi's gaze followed Mo's finger, her hand flying to her red lips when she saw what her fellow protector was pointing at. In that direction where the ground was shaking, a huge head had suddenly appeared. A gargantuan behemoth that appeared like the head of a turtle had emerged at the location of Yang Spirit Land, with the entire Yang Spirit Land planted on this head. Yuhi suddenly seemed to realize something and she quickly soared into the air. When she turned around to look, thick and outrageously massive feet emerged beneath metal, wood, water and fire Spirit Land. When she looked down further beneath Ean's Spirit Land, there was even a tail. A picture was drawn in her mind involuntarily. The entire Voidland seemed to be carried on the back of a giant turtle. Yuhi was stunned. She had lived here for years now, but she never once thought that such a huge secret was ever hidden under Voidland. In conjunction with the appearance of the turtle-shelled old man a few days ago, she vaguely had an idea of the situation. The Open Heaven Realm Masters were both horrified and shocked at the sight of Old Man Baishi's true form, but more than anything they were excited. "Oh!" Baishi raised his head and let out a long earth-shaking howl that shook the world, then slowly turned his body and moved his limbs in the direction that Yongkai pointed, carrying the entire Voidland in the direction of the Star City. While his movements were not fast, his speed was anything but slow. Everyone in Voidland felt a rapid acceleration and soon saw the outside world moving backwards as quickly as lightning. Realization dawned and Mo exclaimed, "So this is Sect Master's plan." With the current strength of Voidland and the enemies it had made, they could only choose between their headquarters and the Star City, abandoning the other. However, if the entire Voidland was migrated next to the Star City, the problem would be solved. For others, relocating a headquarters was a near-impossible task, but it was not a problem for Voidland. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, Voidland was probably the only sect which could so easily do something like this. It was impossible for any of the cave heavens or paradises to emulate. With the help of this giant divine spirit, Yongkai did not need to worry about the rest. All he needed to do was to give Baishi a direction, and the latter would carry Voidland towards the Star City. The journey took only 7 days. During that time, Pang Duo received orders from Yongkai to bring some subordinates to check out the situation in the Star City ahead of them. After Yun Xinghua and the others were captured by Heavenly Sword Union while on duty in the Star City, no one knew what the situation had become. Since they planned to remodel and reinvigorate the Star City, much more focus would be placed on operating it as well. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yongkai and Old Man Baishi sat opposite each other, a chessboard planted between them, while Xiao Hong and Xiao Hei served tea. Baishi was a superb chess player, and Yongkai was clearly not worthy to be his opponent. His soldiers were annihilated after 2 to 3 rounds, sending them flying pell-mell, while Yongkai scratched his head and ears in embarrassment. Baishi was quickly bored. "Boy, your skills are quite lacking. It's quite boring to play with you." Yongkai narrowed his eyes at him, fighting the urge to simply flip the board. After getting along for a few days, the both of them became better acquainted. Yongkai found that although this old man had extraordinary strength and knowledge, he was not the slightest bit pretentious. He was friendly and amiable, so Yongkai naturally did not need to act overly polite. While cracking his neck to try to break the game plan, Yuhi suddenly stepped in. "Young master, we are approaching the Star City." "Oh, we're here already? That was fast." Yang Kai hurriedly got up, accidentally, scattering the remaining chess pieces in his hand onto the board, completely messing up the arrangement. Patting his butt, he loudly declared, "Let's go and have a look." Old man Baishi naturally grabbed him. "Where are you going? Finish this game first." Yang Kai looked down at the chessboard and snickered, "This board is a mess now, how can we continue to play? I'll accompany Senior again when I have time." Baishi was relentless. "Smelly brat. Cheating and running away is not a good thing." Yang Kai retorted, "Important matters come first and there will be plenty of chances to play again in the long run. Why are you in such a hurry?" Baishi shook his head, "I don't care, you are not allowed to leave until the game is over." Yang Kai had been humiliated by him on numerous occasions over the past few days. This old man had a bad habit of taunting Yang Kai verbally while crushing him at chess and was thoroughly enjoying it. Perhaps he was just too bored after having been asleep for way too long. Yang Kai simply had enough. Now that he had an excuse to leave, why would he remain? But the old man continued holding on to him. Speechless, Yang Kai rolled his eyes before pointing at Yuhi. "Old man, if you want to play chess, just ask her. Yuhi's chess skills are far superior to mine. She will teach you how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is." "Me?" Yuhi blinked and pointed at her nose. Yang Kai shook off Baishi's hand in a moment of distraction, yanked Yuhi over and pushed her down on his seat, encouraging earnestly, "This old guy likes to play chess, you accompany him." "But young master, It's been decided." Yang Kai did not dare to stay any longer and immediately fled after he finished speaking. Yuhi and Baishi stared at each other. After a long time, Yuhi forced a smile, "Please show mercy, Senior." The Star City was right in front of them. Standing above Void Land, one could already make out the outline of the spirit province it was located on. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never been to Void Star City, and he did not even know the scale of his own Star City until now. From the looks of it right now, this Star City did not seem to be impressive. Compared with an ordinary medium-sized Star City, it was even slightly inferior, not to mention comparing it to Thousand Bird Star City. However, Yang Kai believed that as soon as the news of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill got out, Void Star City would be crowded. A group of people approached and Yang Kai reached out to open the Grand Array, allowing them to fly straight into Void Land. It was Pang Duo and the others. "Sect Master." Pang Duo cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "How's the situation over there?" Pang Duo replied, "When this subordinate and the others arrived, the Star City was practically empty with only a few people left." Yang Kai nodded. It was just as he expected. Voidland was invaded by the 100 Sect Alliance, and everyone would have agreed that Voidland was done for. Since this Void Star City was the Star City under Voidland's jurisdiction, who would dare to stay here? If the 100 Sect Alliance came to cause trouble after their victory, anyone left here would surely suffer a tragic fate. The merchants who originally entered the Star City had withdrawn one after another, so there would not be too many people left. However, no one would have thought that the 100 Sect Alliance would be completely crushed by Voidland, with almost their entire force being wiped out. Even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was beheaded by Yang Kai's sword and died. The current mess in Void Star City was due to the lack of hope for Voidland and the lack of order maintained. After Pang Duo and the others arrived, they immediately set about rectifying the situation. Although it had only been a few days, the order had been restored to the Star City, but nothing could be done about the ghostly stillness due to the extreme lack of population. If this situation continued, it would not be long before all the merchants in the Star City left, and Void Star City would only exist in name. But now that Yang Kai had relocated Voidland, and with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as his ace, it was only a matter of time before the popularity of the Star City was revived. Pang Duo added, Golden Light Dock, Soaring Crane Sect, and the other third-class forces all heeded the orders and brought some spirit land to expand the scale of the Star City. I believe it won't take long to complete. Yang Kai nodded. Offer them our sincere thanks. Second Manager. Bian Yuqing stepped forward and reported, Sir. Go back and give them some compensation. Voidland does not take advantage of others. Although these third-class sects swore loyalty to Voidland, and dared not complain even if they were not compensated, the spirit lands they contributed were all taken out from their respective headquarters or subordinate universe worlds, which would naturally cause some damage to their respective heritages. It was understandable to compensate them with something. Bian Yuqing received the order and quickly moved to carry it out. While they were speaking, the Star City had come into full view. It was impossible for the cultivators in the Star City to miss the massive void land charging at them through the void. Expressions of shock and confusion were etched on their faces. Some timid ones had even fled for fear that void land would crash into the Star City. They did not want to fall victim to such a tragedy. The remaining cultivators continued to watch, but they looked as though they were ready to run at any time. Fortunately, Voidland was clearly decelerating, and it came to a stop just 100 kilometers away from the Star City. This situation relieved the anxious cultivators in the Star City who were about to escape. But the situation in front of them really puzzled them. What was going on? However, they were astonished again when they saw the giant turtle below Voidland. Since Baishi's true form had been revealed, he did not bother to conceal himself anymore. It would be known sooner or later, so it was meaningless to hide. However, it was still a true rarity to witness such a giant turtle shuttling through the void with a great spirit province carried on its back. Just as the cultivators in the Star City were whispering amongst themselves, a group of people suddenly flew out from Voidland and headed straight to them in a vigorous and imposing manner. The leader was naturally Yang Kai, followed by many Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him. Yang Kai and the others soon stopped in the sky over the Star City before the eyes of everyone. With a quick scan, Yang Kai took in the situation below. The condition of the Star City was neither bad nor good, which was expected. However, regardless of its condition, it would develop slowly in the future. In the crowd, an elderly man bravely stepped out, cupped his fists and greeted, "So it is Sir Yun." This old man greets Sir Yun. Yun Xinghua, who was standing not far behind Yang Kai, looked down and recognized the man. He had been taking care of the Star City for a while now, and was naturally familiar with these merchants. He glanced at Yang Kai, then nodded when Yang Kai remained indifferent. "So it is Shopkeeper Tong." Shopkeeper Tong replied, "I heard that Sir Yun was captured by wicked evildoers recently." This old man had been feeling uneasy and wanted to help, but was helpless due to his old age and failing strength. Now that Sir Yun has returned safely, this old man can finally breathe easily. Sir Yun is indeed a good person blessed with luck. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4340. Old Ginger is spicier. Shopkeeper Tong appeared to be quite old, but he was only a second-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At first glance he looked like a person from a humble background. There were countless cultivators in the outer universe, and most weren't as lucky as the disciples of Voidland who had a good cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. With limited aptitude and resources, even if many cultivators could reach the Open Heaven realm, it would only be the trivial second order, and they would remain in that order until they passed away. Even among the more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Abundance City, 89 of them were second order, not to mention cultivators from other places. For people like Shopkeeper Tong, an Open Heaven Realm Master with no background and low strength, it was extremely difficult to survive in the 3000 worlds. He worked hard all his life, spending most of his savings just to finally manage to open a shop in Void Star City and start a small business. He did not need to worry about food and shelter for now, but the sudden calamity in Void Star City had chased away most of the cultivators who came to shop or work here. Shopkeeper Tong was unable to sleep due to anxiety these days. What business could he do when the Star City was desolate? If he had no business, how could he survive in the future? He wanted to leave, but where could he go? He didn't have enough funds left to set up another store elsewhere, and he could not bear to let go of the one that he spent most of his life savings to purchase. It could be said that most of the cultivators still left in the Star City were in the same situation as Shopkeeper Tong. It was hard to say if his intentions to help Yun Xinghua were real or not, but it was not false that he sincerely hoped that Yun Xinghua would return. The law and order of the Star City was managed quite well when Yun Xinghua was in charge, so at least no one came to cause trouble during that time. After Yun Xinghua was captured, Shopkeeper Tong's business plummeted, and scoundrels were attracted to the unguarded Star City from time to time, causing him so much trouble that he had to keep his shop closed. Therefore his words seemed very sincere. After speaking, shopkeeper Tong cupped his fist again. Sir Yun, the Star City is in chaos now. This old master pleads for Sir Yun to stand up and preside over the situation quickly. Behind shopkeeper Tong, a group of shopkeepers cupped their fists one after another. Please take charge of the situation, Sir Yun. Yun Xinghua heard the words and replied, Shopkeepers, please remain calm. Sir Yang, sect master of Voidland, has now arrived to rectify the situation in the Star City. This Yun is simply a subordinate of Sir Sect Master and has only been obeying orders. Although many shopkeepers had noticed Yang Kai heading this group, they did not know him, so they could only address Yun Xinghua. Now listening to Yun Xinghua's introduction, they all cupped their fists to greet him in unison. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai's Emperor Realm aura was obvious, but despite that, none of the many low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters present underestimated him. To be able to lead such a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai's identity and status no longer had anything to do with his cultivation. Moreover, when even Yun Xinghua, a dignified Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, claimed to be a mere subordinate of this young man, how could they dare to regard him as an ordinary Emperor Realm Junior? Yang Kai nodded lightly. This king understands all of your concerns, but please rest assured. The reason Voidland has migrated here today is to revitalize this Star City. When everyone heard the words, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. They initially did not understand why Voidland had to migrate its headquarters, but now they heard that it was all to revive this Star City, so how could they not be happy? They could feel Voidland's determination from this act alone. After all, Voidland was a second-class great force with many Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they focused on resurrecting the Star City, the situation should not be too bad in the future. Another person asked worriedly, Sect Master Yang, I heard that many great forces led by Heavenly Sword Union were causing trouble in Voidland. What is the situation now? If they were to make a living in Void Star City in the future, it was only reasonable that they paid close attention to the relationships Voidland had so as not to be affected by their disputes. Yun Xinghua sneered, that group of pitiful weaklings? What could have they done? The Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was beheaded by Sect Master Yang, and the 100 Sect Alliance was wiped out. Exclaims and gasps resounded loudly as everyone was stunned. Although the Star City did receive similar rumors that the 100 Sect Alliance was eliminated, and even Kong Feng was killed, no one had confirmed them yet. The incident happened not long ago, so the news has not fully spread out. As such, no one knew the full details of what happened. But since Yun Xinghua had said so, it must not be wrong. How powerful was Voidland that even the 100 Sect Alliance was annihilated, while Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was executed. If this was all true, Voidland was definitely a top-tier second-class great force. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there probably was not a more powerful existence than Voidland in the 3,000 worlds. The strength of Voidland naturally gave these people a sense of security. Shopkeeper Tong and the others were instantly overjoyed, secretly feeling affirmed that their decision to not abandon their businesses was the right one. Yang Kai's voice echoed loudly. The Star City now lies in ruins and we Voidland have the intention to remodel it completely. We of course won't disappoint. This king is gratified that you chose to stay and weather through this period of difficulty with Voidland. To thank you all, this king has decided that after 3 days, an auction will be held by Voidland, and all are invited to attend. Shopkeeper Tong was puzzled. Auction? May I ask what Sect Master Yang is planning to auction? Yang Kai smiled slightly and replied lightly, a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? Some were puzzled. Obviously, they had never heard of this spirit pill before, which was not odd seeing how it had essentially been extinct for thousands of years. Unless one was extremely knowledgeable in spirit pills, rarely would anyone have heard about it. However, although the number of people present was not large, there were still some who knew about the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, so audible gasps were heard coming from around the crowd. Yang Kai did not explain too much and simply replied, after 3 days if you are free, please join in the fun. There might even be a pleasant surprise for some of you. After saying so, he left, leading the group of people to continue to survey the situation in the Star City. After everyone from Voidland left, the cultivators left behind burst into excited whispers. Since some people knew about the amazing effects of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, the information naturally spread quickly, and for a time all the cultivators wore faces of disbelief. Most of these cultivators in the Star City were only in the Emperor realm and did not have an excellent aptitude. If they wanted to break through to the open heaven realm, they were bound to face huge risks. One careless mistake could cost them their life. However, with the help of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, their chances for success would improve greatly. Who would not be moved by such an opportunity? Not to mention the Emperor realm cultivators, even shopkeeper Tong and the other open heaven merchants were extremely excited. They may have already advanced to the open heaven realm, but who among them did not have a disciple or descendants? However, at the thought of the preciousness and rarity of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, these people became a little disheartened. Without millions of open heaven pills, it would only be a dream to get their hands on such a treasure. In the crowd, shopkeeper Tong fell silent for a long time before he suddenly smacked his cheeks with both hands and summoned a young man. Here, quickly liquidate everything in the store, even if we need to take a bit of a loss. It's important that we convert everything we have into open heaven pills as soon as possible. Tong, he asked haltingly after hearing the order. Grandpa, are you going to participate in the auction of the spirit pill? Don't tell me you've gone senile. Didn't you hear shopkeeper Chin and the others? They said that this thing is extremely valuable and could cost tens of millions of open heaven pills. How can we collect so many pills? Idiot. Shopkeeper Tong raised his hand and knuckled the boy's head. This spirit pill is indeed very valuable, but in an auction it still requires someone to raise its price. The only ones left in this Star City are desperate and destitute people. So how rich can they be? If we want to bid for that spirit pill, we don't need tens of millions. We just need to be richer than everyone else. Tong He's eyes lit up. What Grandpa says makes sense. You really are an old fox, Gah. Shopkeeper Tong knuckled his head again before he could finish, so he quickly rephrased. As expected, old ginger is spicier. Grandpa, I'll get going right now. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards their store, but turned back after just a few steps. Shopkeeper Tong frowned. Why are you back? Grandpa, I suddenly realize that this doesn't feel right. Since the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is so precious, how could Voidland let it fall into the hands of outsiders? Someone will definitely drive up the price at the auction. This grandson thinks that the spirit pill will eventually return to Voidland. Shopkeeper Tong looked at his grandson gratifyingly with a smile. Your worries are not without reason. Tong, he questioned, then are we still going to gather money? We might just end up going for wool and coming back shorn. Shopkeeper Tong smiled and replied, if it were normal times your grandpa might not even dare to covet this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, but things are different now. Now the popularity of Void Star City is at an all-time low. Since Sect Master Yang wants to reinvigorate this place, he will need something big to begin attracting people back. Auctioning this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is his way of gathering fame for Void Star City. So naturally he has to take the circumstances into consideration. Think about it, if word of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill spreads out from this Star City, the 3,000 worlds will definitely be shaken, and many will come over to investigate. So what? Tong he was puzzled. Shopkeeper Tong continued, if Sect Master Yang wants to revive the popularity of the Star City, his first act cannot be to rig an auction. This is his public debut, so he cannot show duplicity or underhanded behavior. Otherwise, who would dare come here in the future? Tong he contemplated for a while and agreed that what his grandpa said was reasonable, but he still felt insecure. But Grandpa, we're just running a small business. We can't afford a single mishap. A shrewd light flashed across Shopkeeper Tong's eyes and he smiled slightly. With such a great opportunity sitting in front of you, how can you hope to be successful if you don't even dare to take a gamble on it? Here, your aptitude is pretty good, and if you have enough resources, you should be able to refine fourth-order materials to achieve the fourth-order open heaven realm in the future. With Grandpa's ability, there's no way I can satisfy your cultivation needs. If we do this right though, not to mention fourth-order, even fifth-order materials won't be out of your reach. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-41 Rebuilding the Star City. The words Fourth Order and Fifth Order slightly accelerated Tong He's breathing. Clenching his fists, he replied decisively, "Good, grandson will listen to grandpa." After saying so, he disappeared without a trace. Shopkeeper Tong turned to look in the direction of Tong He's departure, and turned again to look in the direction the numerous open heaven realm masters in Voidland were gazing. Stroking his gray beard, his eyes flashed wildly while he considered his current situation. Despite what he said to his grandson, he was actually a little worried for fear that, as his grandson said, Voidland would arrange for someone to raise the price to eventually win the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill back into its own hands. But as he said, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they succeeded, then the grandfather-grandson pair would soar in the future, and they would no longer have to struggle at the bottom of the world. If one did not grasp the opportunities right in front of them, one could only remain poor. A large number of open heaven realm masters followed behind Yang Kai as he surveyed the Star City, allowing his identity to quickly spread, drawing the attention of all remaining cultivators in the Star City. People gathered together and whispered from time to time, pointing in his direction. At this point, many youths cast their eyes at him, admiration rising in their hearts. This was what a real man should be like. They were Emperor Realm cultivators too, but while they were toiling away for a few trivial open heaven pills, Yang Kai was already sitting high above, commanding many open heaven realm masters. The difference was simply overwhelming. Sect Master, are you really going to auction that Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill just to boost momentum? Lu Shui, who was next to Yang Kai, asked softly. Yang Kai nodded. Right now we can only rely on the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, so naturally we will need to raise some popularity. He mentioned this plan before, so no one was surprised, but there were advantages as well as disadvantages to taking out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The advantages included a large and rapid boost to the popularity of the Star City, while the biggest disadvantage was provoking greed from other great forces. However, whenever potential gains appeared, risks would as well. If shopkeeper Tong had the courage to gamble his life savings, how could Yang Kai not have the same courage? Moreover, Voidland had now even migrated its headquarters, and with the protection of two mature divine spirits, it more or less had some ability to defend itself. But with just 3 days there will be no time to publicize the event. I'm afraid that only the cultivators who are still in this Star City will participate in the auction when the time comes. Lu Shui was worried. We won't be able to fetch a high price. To auction an extinct treasure such as the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, it was necessary to start an advertising campaign a long time in advance to give the major forces time to gather funds, so as to obtain the maximum profit. Even the pill auction back in Thousand Bird Star City was advertised a year or two in advance, and with the addition of the opening of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, many masters gathered in Thousand Birds the Star City, to profit from that. It was really hasty for Yang Kai to announce an auction just 3 days before it took place. Yang Kai, however, just smiled. The price doesn't matter. A Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill may be quite precious to others, but to Voidland it's nothing rare. Yang Kai had given each of the more than 300 cultivators from Abundance City a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to assist their advancement to the Open Heaven realm, including those who would only break through to the Second Order Open Heaven realm. What did it matter if one was auctioned now? It was not necessarily a bad thing to lose profit sometimes. It could be imagined that after this auction was over, Voidland would no longer need to deliberately promote itself because the news of this auction would spread like wildfire throughout every great territory in the outer universe. By then there was no need to worry about the popularity of Void Star City. Lu Shui pondered about it for a while and it seemed to make sense, so she did not say anything more. The Star City was not too large, so the inspection was soon completed. The representatives of the 7 third-class great forces, including Golden Light Dock and Soaring Crane Sect, had also heard of Yang Kai's arrival and quickly came to greet him. Yang Kai naturally showed them a welcoming attitude and appropriate respect, allowing them to let out a sigh of relief. As subordinate sects of Voidland and being located in the same great territory, they lived and died at Voidland's whim. Logically speaking, when Voidland encountered a crisis, they should have mobilized to help, but they did nothing at the time. This was also human nature. The strongest cultivators in these 7 great forces were just third-order open heaven realm masters. Given the situation at the time, trying to intervene would be akin to trying to break a stone with an egg. If they were unlucky, their entire sect could be annihilated. The 100-sect alliance was hundreds of times more powerful than them, so how could they possibly stick their necks out? Yang Kai knew their difficulties and naturally would not hold them accountable. Still, they were afraid that Void Land would settle accounts after the incident was resolved, so after receiving the order from Yang Kai, they all contributed large pieces of spirit land from their headquarters and busied themselves with the expansion of the scale of the Star City. Yang Kai surveyed the work and soon calculated that the Star City's landmass had now expanded to more than 5 times its original size. Although it was still not as good as Thousand Bird Star City, it was not far off. With such a vast area, the scarce population in the Star City became even more apparent. However, this was not a big deal. As long as Yang Kai's plans for the Star City came to fruition, it would not be long before every inch of Void Star City would become priceless. Yang Kai had stayed in Thousand Bird Star City for a while, so he had a deep understanding that even in such a large star city, the annual rent for a store located in a good location was extremely high. So, the current vacancy of Void Star City was not to be underestimated, because every bit of land here would soon bring enormous benefits to Void Land. This place would surely become a treasure trove that continued to churn out open heaven pills for Void Land, providing long-term funding for its development. Elder Qin, Yang Kai called out. Fatty Qin immediately stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Subordinate is here. What are your orders, sir?" Yang Kai pointed ahead and gave his command, "Take some people with you to record all the shopkeepers who own stores in the Star City. Contact them and tell them that Void Star City will undergo a complete reconstruction, so all the original buildings will be leveled. Reassure them that Void Land will compensate them with a new store in the same location as their previous one, and they will not suffer any financial losses." "Yes." Qin Tian Fatty responded quickly and brought some people with him to carry out this task. In order for Void Star City to develop properly, it needed better planning. Even if there was no compensation, these shopkeepers wouldn't dare to complain, not to mention that they would be compensated with a new store in the original site. "Yun Xinghua." Yang Kai called out again. Yun Xinghua straightened his back, took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. "Subordinate is here." Yang Kai tapped his foot. "Build a grand auction house in this spot. You will be solely responsible for this matter." This was the very center of the entire Star City, the best location in the land. As this auction house would be directly affiliated with Void Land, it naturally had to occupy this spot. Yun Xinghua was taken aback, but he accepted the order sonorously. "Rest assured, sir. This subordinate will not fail." After a pause, he added, "Sir, what are the requirements for this auction house?" Yang Kai thought for a while before speaking. "It needs to be large enough to accommodate 10,000 comfortably. And you can go back to the headquarters to ask Yuhi for her input." Yun Xinghua had only broken through to the 4th Order Open Heaven realm recently. As his strength was somewhat low, his knowledge and experience were obviously not comparable to Yuhi's. It would be much better if Yuhi could give him some advice. Yun Xinghua immediately accepted the order and led a group of his subordinates straight to Void Land. Yuhi was currently stuck with Bai Shi playing chess, unable to extricate herself, so she was in need of rescue. "Elder Mo." Yang Kai called again. Mo Mei responded, "Subordinate is here." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a smile. "The blueprint of the Star City's construction is your duty now. I want this completed in the shortest possible time. Once plans are finalized, begin construction immediately." Mo Mei laughed lightly. "This is a big project." Yang Kai assured her, "All 600,000 disciples in Void Land are at your disposal. If you need anyone's help, you may transfer them as you wish. If you need materials, consult with second manager." Mo Mei saluted elegantly. "I have received the order, and will definitely live up to the sect master's expectations." As soon as everything was given their assignments, Yang Kai headed back to Void Land, allowing the resurrection of the Star City to begin. The representatives of the 7 subordinate sects led the disciples of their respective forces to expand the scale of the Star City with great enthusiasm, so it would not be long before the project was completed. At the same time, Qin Tianfei led a group of people to convene the remaining shopkeepers still in the Star City and explained to them the plans made by Void Land. All the shopkeepers agreed without a single refusal. For one who had the courage to object. Void Land's strength was overwhelming, and Qin Tianfei, who was right in front of them, had a fourth-order open heaven realm cultivation. For another, this was a good deal for them. They were getting new shops without needing to pay for them. All they had to do was to sit back and wait. Naturally, there was no need to object. For those reasons, Qin Tianfei's duties were progressing very smoothly. Yun Xinghua and his subordinates found Yu He, and together they began brainstorming various matters regarding the auction house, which was going to be built in the very center of the Star City. Yu He had been to many places over the years and participated in numerous auctions, so she had no trouble providing some ideas and references. Mo Mei, after convening with Bian Yuqing, brought 30,000 disciples from Void Land to carry out large-scale construction work across the Star City. Neat rows of houses were quickly assembled, and streets wide enough to accommodate 20 people walking side by side were paved. Golden Light Dock and the other subordinate sects also took the initiative to contribute to the construction process once they were done expanding the Spirit Province. Although the number of people was not large, it was the intention that mattered. The entire Star City was filled with activity. Shopkeeper Tong and the others had been living without a fixed place for the past 2 days, as there really was nowhere for them to stay after their shops were leveled. As such, these shopkeepers gathered either in groups of 3 or 5 to spectate the rapidly rising buildings in the Star City, excitement filling their hearts. At this moment, they no longer had any doubt about their decision to remain. They initially had only stayed because they had nowhere else to go, but no one knew that it would turn out to be such a huge blessing in disguise. Void Star City was not thriving yet because it was not built up, and its reputation has yet to be established. However, when the time came, this place would definitely prosper. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-42 Void Auction. Shopkeeper Tong. A voice reached Shopkeeper Tong, who turned his head to look. He smiled slightly and cupped his fist in return when he recognized it was an acquaintance, Shopkeeper Jean. Shopkeeper Jean was also an elderly man. Both he and Shopkeeper Tong were second-order open heaven realm masters, and were both unfortunate cultivators. They had always been at the bottom of the 3,000 worlds, struggling and striving for every small profit, exerting themselves for a mere dozen open heaven pills. But now both of them looked radiant, beaming and buoyant in spirits. If Shopkeeper Tong could see the bright future of Void Star City, how could Shopkeeper Jean not see it too? Now all they needed to do was wait for the popularity of Void Star City to rise before getting back to work. "What is it, Shopkeeper Jean?" Shopkeeper Tong asked while wondering. This old fox always only appears when there is something that could benefit him. Both of them had been doing business in the Star City and were fond of each other's character after having dealt with each other on numerous occasions. Shopkeeper Jean chuckled. "This Jean is here to congratulate Shopkeeper Tong." Shopkeeper Tong snickered in response. "What is there to congratulate?" Shopkeeper Jean replied, "Void Land's doing something big and the Star City is going to be promising in the future. As part of the group who stayed behind, we will naturally be the first to reap the benefits. Isn't this something worth congratulating?" "Congratulations to you too then. Didn't Shopkeeper Jean stay behind as well?" Shopkeeper Jean sighed. "And I was forced to stay, but I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. When Shopkeeper Sun and the others find out, they will probably rot in regret." The mentioned Shopkeeper Sun was one of the shopkeepers who escaped from the Star City as soon as the situation in Void Land deteriorated. It was truly expected that such a drastic change in circumstances would happen in Void territory. What's meant to be will be, it can't be forced if it's not. Shopkeeper Tong chuckled. Shopkeeper Jean pointed to the bustling construction activity in the Star City in front of them. "Shopkeeper Tong, this Jean probed Senior Chen earlier. The remaining shopkeepers like you and I can get a new shop lot at our original site. On top of that, we're not required to pay rent. In other words, the shops will be yours and mine in the future and no one can take them away." Shopkeeper Tong was overjoyed when he heard this. "Is this really true?" Shopkeeper Jean nodded. "It's absolutely true. This is what Sir Qin Tianfei said." "That's really great." Shopkeeper Tong clenched his fists tightly. Although he managed to open a shop here before, he was only renting the space and didn't own it. Now that Voidland had rewarded them all with new stores that belonged to them, it was indeed great news. Whether they would operate the shops themselves or simply rent out the space, it was guaranteed to make a profit. After pondering for a while, shopkeeper Tong asked, "What about shopkeeper Sun and the others?" Shopkeeper Jean sneered. Shopkeeper Sun and the others left the moment the Star City fell into troubled times. Do you think they'll have a share of the shops even if they come back? Shopkeeper Tong nodded when he heard the words. Void True Monarch is indeed fair with rewards and punishments. Regardless of whether they stayed back intentionally or were simply forced to, they stayed in the Star City and maintained its remaining population. That was why Voidland was willing to give them a new store. As for those who abandoned them, why would Voidland care about their interests? Shopkeeper Jean added, now Void Star City has expanded to more than 5 times its original size, with plentiful shops and grand architecture, as well as immaculate organization. It can be imagined that the Star City will definitely be very popular in the future, and every inch of this place will definitely be worth a fortune. Shopkeeper Jean is right. Shopkeeper Tong nodded in agreement. Shopkeeper Jean turned his head to look at him. Shopkeeper Tong, you and I are both people without any backing. Back then all I could do was some small business. It's rare to have an opportunity like this, so doesn't Shopkeeper Tong want to do something big? Shopkeeper Tong frowned slightly. Both of us have no connections nor any backing. How do we do something big? Shopkeeper Jean balled up his fist. As long as we have capital we can naturally do something big. Just with the funds you and I have on hand, even if we occupy a store, it's hard to be too ambitious. We'll probably just continue dealing in small trades. Shopkeeper Tong frowned and sighed. What Brother Jean said is exactly what this old man has been worried about these days. Whatever plan it is, capital is still the problem. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes blazed. It's easy to get the capital. It just depends if Brother Tong is willing to take a gamble with me. Shopkeeper Tong's eyes lit up. Does Brother Jean mean? Tomorrow will be the first auction of Void Star City. Void True Monarch said it himself that they will be auctioning a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. This is our chance. After Shopkeeper Jean finished speaking, he gave Shopkeeper Tong a meaningful look. Brother Tong, I know you've been selling your entire inventory over the past 2 days at any cost. Don't tell me that you have no plans for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? Shopkeeper Tong silently cursed the cunning old fox. He was able to catch a clue as soon as a move was made. It was pointless to deny it now, so Shopkeeper Tong simply nodded and admitted, yes, this Tong does have some plans for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, but this pill is precious and this Tong is low on funds, so I'm just doing my best and leaving the rest to destiny. Shopkeeper Jean smiled slightly. How about we work together? Shopkeeper Tong was moved when he heard the words, how shall we cooperate? Neither of us has a lot of funds, at least not enough to compete with the few big shopkeepers still remaining in the Star City. If they participate in the auction, you and I may not be able to succeed. Since that's the case, why don't we pool all of our funds together and give it our all? It would be excellent if we succeeded, and we'll just accept fate if we don't. We'll resell the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill at the right time when the price is right, then split the profit equally between the two of us. Shopkeeper Tong frowned deeply, struggling with his thoughts. Shopkeeper Jean stood by and waited quietly without interrupting. He knew that Shopkeeper Tong would not reject his proposal. After all, it was a decision that was beneficial to both parties, unless Shopkeeper Tong had enough money to triumph over other competitors without his aid. Sure enough, after a while, Shopkeeper Tong looked up decisively. Good, let's do it together. After saying that, he raised his palm forward, and Shopkeeper Jean raised his own palm to meet his. After 3 shakes, the 2 old foxes grinned knowingly. The auction was held as scheduled without any publicity or marketing campaign, the only participants being the few cultivators who were still stranded in the Star City. There were not many people, a few thousand at most, of which some 40 to 50 were low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, with only a handful being Third Order and the rest all weaker. The Void Auction House was still under construction, and Yang Kai's requirements were not low. Yun Xinghua was naturally not able to finish the construction within 3 days. Therefore, the auction was held in the original auction house of the Star City. Although Void Star City did have its own auction house, that didn't mean other great forces didn't have one. No one knew which great force owned this particular auction house, but it was already empty now, so Voidland did not need the consent of others to requisition it. Although the number of people who attended the auction was small, it was extremely lively. Void True Monarch had previously said that the auction item was a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, but no one had seen such a rare spirit pill before, so they all worried whether Voidland really had such a precious treasure. And now was time to verify their doubts. Whether what Void True Monarch said was true or false would be revealed today. Shopkeeper Jean and Shopkeeper Tong sat together, their heads leaning in together from time to time, while looking around silently observing potential opponents. It did not take long before the auction stage lit up, the lights converging on a beautiful silhouette that was slowly making its way onto the platform. The commotion in the audience suddenly died down as everyone turned their eyes to the stage, to see that the person who stepped on the platform was a slender woman with a beautiful face, looking no more than 30 years old, dressed in a light blue dress. Many in the audience stiffened at the sight of this woman, not because of her beauty, but because of her shocking identity. Over the past few days, they had also come to be more familiar with the masters of Voidland, so this woman was readily recognized as soon as she appeared. She was an elder of Voidland named Lu Shui, with a 5th order open heaven realm cultivation. Those who participated in the auction were at best 3rd order masters. In normal times, how would they dare stare at a 5th order open heaven realm master so recklessly? However, now they were given a chance to look at one all they wished. Lu Shui felt a little lightheaded and her chest suddenly became tight. She was forced to take up this task. Although she was a former manager of Sword Pavilion, she had never hosted an auction before. Among all the open heaven realm masters in Voidland, the cultivators of Abundance City had never participated in an auction ever, and had no clue on the auctioning procedure at all. Qin Tianfei, Yun Xinghua, and the others who were good at administrative and public works were all swamped with their own tasks, so Lu Shui was the only suitable candidate to be the auctioneer. Fortunately, although she had never hosted an auction before, she had participated in many. Besides, there was no need to raise enthusiasm or rile up the crowd for this auction, so it was not a difficult task. She took a deep breath and thought about how she could crush everyone in front of her with a snort, allowing her nerves to quickly calm down. Lu Shui had a somewhat aloof personality, so she did not say much and just immediately started the auction. Since it was an auction, they could not possibly be auctioning off just a single Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Voidland had also prepared some other items suitable for the cultivators in the audience. Voidland had harvested plenty of loot when the 100 Sect Alliance was wiped out, so it was just right to take some small things out to meet some of the auctioning demands. This was a unique auction because all the items, regardless of their value, had a reserve price of 1 open heaven pill. Many cultivators were ecstatic when they found this out and did not hesitate to increase the price. However, the financial resources of the people here were limited, and no matter how much they increased the price, no item exceeded 1,000 open heaven pills so far, with most selling for around 100 or so. No matter how one looked at it, this auction was a big loss for Voidland because the market value of every auction item was far more than it was auctioned off for. However, everyone knew that Voidland was willing to take a temporary loss to reap a long-term gain. The objective today was to raise the Star City's popularity, therefore it was understandable to take a small financial loss. Fortunately, since all the items were essentially a steal, even if Lu Shui did not say much, the crowd was incredibly fired up and the bidding audience was not mellow at all. For these people, no matter what they bid for, they were guaranteed to make a profit. All they needed to do was wait a little while before reselling these items. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4343, Simply Astonishing. Auction items were quickly displayed and sold under the hammer. An hour later, Lu Shui announced, "The next item is our finale for today's auction. I hope you won't be disappointed." Silence fell as everyone in the auction house immediately straightened their backs. It was so silent that needles could be heard falling on the ground. As they all knew, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was coming. Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jean met each other's eyes, and sat up involuntarily, staring at the platform unblinkingly. On the auction stage, A woman who appeared to be a maid walked up with a tray in her hand and a smile on her face, and stopped beside Lu Shui. The tray was covered with a red cloth, obscuring what lay beneath from the prying eyes below. Lu Shui raised her hand to remove the red cloth, revealing to everyone a jade bottle. Lu Shui's crisp voice resounded throughout the entire auction house. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. It can help one to comprehend the essence of splitting heaven and earth apart when a cultivator is attempting to break through to the open heaven realm, thereby greatly improving the chances of one completing the process successfully. With the complement of this spirit pill, as long as one's aptitude is not terrible, they can definitely advance to the open heaven realm. The reserve price is 1 open heaven pill and there is no limit on the increase in price. Please. After saying that, Lu Shui stood on the auction platform and said no more. Contrary to the previous scene where all kinds of items were auctioned and everyone responded heatedly, vying to increase the price, the appearance of this final item drew no bids. Everyone just stared at Lu Shui blankly, unable to believe their own ears. Shopkeeper Tong and shopkeeper Jean too looked at each other, almost thinking that they had heard it wrong. The starting bid of a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is 1 open heaven pill. Although all the previous items started from 1 open heaven pill with no exception, this was the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill that had long since vanished from the 3,000 worlds. Was its reserve price really just 1 open heaven pill? The information was so shocking that no one could open their mouth to start bidding, lest they desecrate the precious spirit pill with their lowly bids. The auction house fell into a quaint silence for a while before the sound of rapid breathing began filling the air. Lu Shui, who was standing on the stage, was a little stunned, thinking that she might have not explained clearly. How had the atmosphere, which was so heated earlier, suddenly turned so quiet? Suddenly, a voice asked weakly, "Elder Lu, may I ask if the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill of your noble sect really has an opening price of 1 open heaven pill?" Lu Shui said lightly, "Yes." The man hesitated, then asked again, "But the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is such an extremely precious thing, how could it only start from 1 open heaven pill?" "Elder Lu, please don't kid with us. We have low cultivation and our knowledge is very limited, so none of us have ever seen such a spirit pill before." If one had seen it before, there was essentially no way to distinguish its authenticity. And just how many were there in the 3,000 worlds who had actually seen a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill before? Although this man did not finish what he wanted to say, many quick-witted cultivators present understood what he meant. This guy was speculating if Voidland had fabricated a counterfeit spirit pill to pass it off as a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. However, he did not dare to say so outright and was just beating around the bush. Shopkeeper Tong sneered in his heart when he heard this. The person who said this really was stupid. The reason Voidland was willing to take such a massive loss in this auction was to create publicity for their star city. Were not all of the previous auction items sold at a loss too? Although it was a bit bizarre that the starting price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was only 1 open heaven pill, Voidland had the capacity and daring to do so. On top of that, this was the first time Voidland held an auction. If they really did auction a counterfeit item, their reputation would be forever ruined. Who would come to support them in the future if they did such a despicable deed? Therefore, regardless of the oddity of the situation, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill should not be fake. On the auction stage, Lu Shui looked in the direction of the man and replied, "This queen is here to preside over the auction under sect master's direct order. This heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was bestowed to me by the sect master, who refined it personally. Many open heaven realm masters in Voidland have also benefited from such spirit pills. If anyone thinks this pill is inappropriate in any way, they don't have to participate in the auction. Please begin bidding." Shopkeeper Jean cleared his throat and shouted, "This old master offers 1,000 open heaven pills. Not to mention 1,000 open heaven pills, this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was possibly worth 10 million open heaven pills." Shopkeeper Jean naturally did not expect to get the spirit pill with this bid, but he took the initiative to start the process. For one, he wanted to test the waters. For another, it was to show favor to Voidland. It was up to Voidland, however, if they saw through his intentions. In the previous auctions, the highest price an item was sold for was just over 1,000 open heaven pills. The price shopkeeper Jean offered was just a fraction of the true value of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, but it was still reasonable in this strange situation. Just as he finished speaking though, voices exploded from all directions in the auction house, filled with cultivators shouting their bids for the item. In just 3 breaths, the price had already exceeded 10,000 open heaven pills and was continuing to rise at an extremely rapid rate. Shopkeeper Jean and Shopkeeper Tong turned their heads from time to time to look in the direction of the other bidders, observing the reactions and expressions of these potential opponents, inferring their limits. The 2 old foxes were waiting for everyone to exhaust themselves before jumping out to make the final call. The atmosphere of the auction house suddenly became scorching hot. People were shouting their prices over each other because their previous bids were quickly outdone. 20 breaths later, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had exceeded 100,000 open heaven pills. At this point there were only 3 people left in the competition. These 3 people were undoubtedly shopkeepers in the Star City. When it reached 120,000, there were only 2 people left. However, these 2 were obviously approaching their limits. Each increase in price was not high, and they were gnashing their teeth each time they offered a new bid, as if they had a deep hatred for the other party. Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jean looked at each other and nodded lightly. They had been holding back for the right timing to make a move, and it had finally arrived. The 2 had been observing from the sidelines, so they had a very detailed grasp and judgment of the situation. This was a good opportunity to make a move. 130,000. Shopkeeper Jean called out decisively. This time he added 10,000 open heaven pills all at once, which for the people present was not a small number. In the crowd, a cultivator turned his head angrily at him with his eyes red. "Shopkeeper Jean, you." Shopkeeper Jean cupped his fist towards him with a smile. "Shopkeeper Zhou, please excuse me." Shopkeeper Zhou ground his teeth for a while before shouting decisively, 133,000. 140,000. Shopkeeper Jean remained calm and relaxed. Shopkeeper Zhou's initially straight back slumped and he released a deep sigh as he shook his head. On the auction stage, Lu Shui waited for a moment, but seeing that no one raised the price after 3 breaths, the hammer finalized the deal. Shopkeeper Jin's and Shopkeeper Tong's tightly clenched fists finally loosened as they both grinned wildly. "We did it. We really did it." At this moment, Shopkeeper Tong felt extremely fortunate that he chose to partner with Shopkeeper Jean. Otherwise he would not have been able to win the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill with his limited financial resources. At the very least, Shopkeeper Zhou was much wealthier than he was. A spirit pill that was worth tens of millions of open heaven pills was now actually won by 2 old foxes for a mere 140,000 open heaven pills. Such a lucrative trade was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The reason was that the cultivators remaining in the Star City were all from humble backgrounds and had limited financial resources. The people who really had the means and resources had already escaped. Otherwise they would not have the chance to grab such a great deal. Now, although both of them have sold most of their belongings for cheap and could not do any business in the near future, as long as they waited for the right opportunity, they could resell this spirit pill for millions. Lu Shui's voice once again rang out. "Many thanks to all of you for your support this time. Though this auction has ended for today, in 3 months' time, Voidland will be holding another auction, where another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill will be auctioned. It will be like this every 3 months thereafter." After saying that, Lu Shui turned around and walked down. In the auction house, many cultivators were stunned for a while, followed by a loud commotion. There would be another auction in Void Star City in 3 months. And there would also be another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill sold every 3 months from now on. In other words, every 3 months Voidland would be auctioning off a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Simply astonishing. Many had made a large profit today, but they still could not help feeling moved at the news of another auction in 3 months. There were not many opportunities like this for them to take advantage of a great force. If one missed it this time, one still may have another chance, but if one did not grasp the chance, it would be impossible when Void Star City truly flourished. Shopkeeper Jean and Shopkeeper Tong stood there, the smiles on their faces suddenly stiffened. After a while, Shopkeeper Tong took in a deep breath. "Just how many Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills does Voidland have?" If they were willing to take one out for auction every 3 months, it meant that they had enough to spare. But wasn't this spirit pill said to already be extinct? It was precisely because of this that the value was high. If it was available everywhere, it would not be worth much. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes flashed and speculated. Elder Lu just said that this spirit pill was refined by Void True Monarch himself. It seems that Voidland does have a lot in stock. Then our spirit pill. Shopkeeper Tong's initial joy turned into worry. Shopkeeper Jin chuckled. What are you worried about? As long as this kind of spirit pill is not released in massive quantities, its value will never decrease. Voidland is clearly planning to use these Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills to draw in people to their star city, so they will naturally only release a limited supply. In other words, we made a lot of money this time. Shopkeeper Tong thought for a while after hearing the words, then cracked into a smile. You're right, Voidland will never let the value of the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill fall unless they want to sabotage themselves. Let's go. Shopkeeper Jean stood up. Let's collect our spirit pill. I've never seen such a precious thing before in my life after all. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-44 Assigning New Tasks. As they walked out of the auction house, both Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jean trembled, unable to contain their excitement. A jade bottle was held in Shopkeeper Jin's hand, containing the rare Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Recalling what Elder Lu just said, Shopkeeper Jean praised admirably, Voidland really is efficient and upright. Shopkeeper Tong stroked his beard and nodded. There's no more need for you and I to worry, we just need to wait for the right opportunity. When the two went to Elder Lu to retrieve the spirit pill, she assured them that before the two resold the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, their safety and that of their families would be guaranteed by Voidland. In addition, if they found a buyer in the future, if necessary, they could request Voidland to act as an intermediary to ensure impartiality and that the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was sold at a reasonable price. The two shopkeepers were ecstatic to hear the news. Earlier they were a little worried that after obtaining the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, it would be hard to fend off greedy masters who intended to bully or outright rob them with their meager abilities. Now with Elder Lu's assurance, what else did they need to worry about? Who in Void Star City would dare to cross Voidland? Voidland obviously took their concerns into account, so they took the initiative, and Voidland also knew that even if they won the spirit pill, they would not use it themselves. They surely would be selling off such a precious item for a good price. Logically speaking, after the two won the spirit pill, Voidland bore no responsibilities to them, but Voidland's initiative to give them such a guarantee truly bought their trust and respect. Shopkeeper Jean handed the jade bottle in his hand to Shopkeeper Tong and said, Brother Tong, according to the agreement, you will be in charge of guarding it for the first month. Shopkeeper Tong smiled when he heard the words. There's no need, Brother Jean can keep the spirit pill by his side. If there was no guarantee from Voidland, Shopkeeper Tong would have to be a little wary of whether Shopkeeper Jean would pocket all the profits himself, but now he no longer needed to worry about this at all, unless Shopkeeper Jean was willing to take the risk of offending Voidland. Safeguarding the spirit pill also meant that he had to bear the risk of losing it, so why would Shopkeeper Tong take up such an arduous but fruitless task? That was the reason for his forthrightness. They were both cunning old foxes, so how could Shopkeeper Jean not know what Shopkeeper Tong was thinking? Still, he just laughed and nodded. Brother Tong, you really are too lazy. Fine, I'll keep the spirit pill. It'll probably be sold off after a few months, and this old master is not going anywhere during this time. Shopkeeper Tong smiled and cupped his fists. Many thanks for your hard work, Brother Jean. After the first auction of Void Star City, many cultivators left one after another in a hurry, especially the shopkeepers. It was unknown where they went. The already deserted Star City was left with even fewer occupants now, but the 30,000 Voidland disciples continued the reconstruction projects without pause. Construction done by cultivators was indeed different from mortals. There were obvious changes in the Star City every day, and in less than a month the rebuilding of the entire Star City was completed. Even the huge auction house ordered by Yang Kai was completed through the joint efforts of Yun Xinghua and Yu He. According to Yang Kai's request, the size of this auction house should be no less than that of Red Cloud's auction house back in Thousand Bird Star City, which meant it could comfortably accommodate 10,000 people. The huge auction house located in the very center of the Star City would soon become one of its most important landmarks. Yang Kai personally inscribed Void Auction House onto a giant plaque that hung proudly above the main entrance of the auction house. Nanmen Dejun had been working non-stop recently. The newly expanded and reconstructed Star City naturally needed a new grand array. That said, his accomplishments in the Tao of Arrays could not match that of Grandmaster Wu Liang's, and Voidland was no longer as resource-rich as before, so it was impossible to create another 9 Heavenly Layers grand array. However, Nanmen Dejun had been shadowing Grandmaster Wu Liang for a few months, so with his exceptional talent in Tao of Spirit Arrays, it was not difficult to arrange some decent arrays in the Star City. Of course, limited by his own cultivation and many other factors, the strength of the spirit arrays Nanmen Dejun arranged was not high, and they would be unable to resist powerful attacks. But Voidland was just 100 kilometers away from the Star City, which to Open Heaven Realm Masters was essentially within arm's reach. Who would dare to attack the Star City under Voidland's watch? If so, the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland would not mind teaching the intruders a harsh lesson again. The Star City was now completed, and compared with the original, its scale was several times bigger. Also, because of the strict planning, the buildings in the Star City were also well organized, no longer chaotic like before. The Star City had been built, but a governor had yet to be chosen. Yang Kai imitated the management system of the Thousand Birds Star City of Great Battle Heaven, establishing a governor's mansion in the Star City, and charging Mo Mei, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to serve as the first governor of the Star City. There was no other option really. In the entire Voidland, Yu-He and Mo Mei were the strongest. Yu-He did not want to take up the responsibility and just wanted to stay by Yang Kai, so Mo Mei had no choice but to take up this task. Although she was born in Blood Monster Cave Heaven, she had been City Lord of Abundance City for many years, giving her plenty of experience in management. She only needed some time to get familiar with the new environment and things would proceed smoothly. Under the jurisdiction of the governor's mansion, the Star City was divided into 4 major districts: North, South, East, and West, each district having its own supervisor in charge. The East City District was overseen by Pang Duo, West City District by Gong Yongxi, South City District by Fan Wu Exin, and North City District by Chen Tianfei. These 4 reported directly to Mo Mei. With the 4 of them assisting her, managing the Star City would not be a problem for her. This arrangement disappointed Yun Xinghua a little. After all, he had been in charge of the Star City before this. As an official from Voidland, he had a high position and authority, and countless people attempted to curry favor with him every day. However, he was not even a commander in this new Star City. He did not dare to complain though, after all, the Star City was lost right under his nose. Furthermore, he was only a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He understood that it was impossible to entrust him with such an important task. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not disregard his hard work and handed over management of Void Auction House to him. The Void Auction House was located in the very center of the Star City, not belonging to any of the 4 districts. It was directly under the control of the governor's mansion, and everyone understood that auctions would play a pivotal role in the future of the Star City, so being its head manager was not worse than being in charge of a district. Yun Xinghua was naturally grateful for this arrangement. Yang Kai originally wanted Lu Shui, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to serve as a commander, but she refused. Her personality was not suitable for works that involved public relations, and she did not like communicating with strangers, so she decided to remain in Voidland as the Hall Master of the Martial Hall, while also serving as a member of the Elder Council. Yang Kai took into account that the cultivators in Voidland would need a master to guide and pass down their experiences, so Lu Shui deciding to assume command of the Martial Hall was also a boon. With this arrangement, everyone in the Star City was assigned their own duties, and the general framework of the Star City was established. In the entire Star City, apart from Void Auction House, which was directly owned by Voidland, there were more than 8 blocks of shops reserved for Voidland, while the other shops would be leased out. Yang Kai had been relatively free recently, so after heating up his furnace and refining some Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, he went into retreat. His current situation was a little awkward. He could not leave because he was under close watch by a few cave heavens and paradises, so he could only stay hidden in Void Land, waiting for a 7th order element treasure to arrive at his doorstep. He had a lot of free time now. His wives were all cultivating in retreat, so he could not bother them, which meant he could only cultivate by himself. Whenever he was bored, he would play chess with Baishi to kill some time. At the Void Dock, a group of Voidland disciples had nothing to do but did not dare to slack off and decided to patrol in every direction in groups of 3 to 5. There was always at least one Void Dock in each Star City, which served as the gateway in and out of the Star City. It made managing the entries a lot more convenient. Otherwise, anyone could enter the Star City from any location. Unrestricted and unregulated access could lead to unnecessary chaos and even unrest, allowing those with ill intentions to easily slip in and stir up trouble. There was a Void Dock in Thousand Bird Star City. When the proprietress first brought Yang Kai there, she was stopped by a master on duty from Great Battle Heaven and had to undergo certain entry procedures. Void Star City aimed to become a top-tier Star City, so it was naturally essential to have a functioning Void Dock. However, Void Star City only had a single Void Dock. Of course, the current Grand Array set up by Nanmen Dejun was not very strong, but no one would break the Grand Array unless they wanted to offend Void Land. The one overseeing the Void Dock was Jin Yuan Lang. The Void Dock was the face of the Star City, so the one guarding it could not have low cultivation. Otherwise, the Star City would inevitably be underestimated. Jin Yuan Lang, who was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, was the perfect choice. This was also a small means by Void Land to display their authority. It was believed that anyone who came here would not dare to look down on Void Land after knowing Jin Yuan Lang, a 5th Order Open Heaven realm master, was guarding the entrance. No matter how big Thousand Bird Star City was, the one guarding its Void Dock was also a 5th Order Open Heaven realm master. It had been almost 2 months since Void Land migrated here, and during this time the Void Dock remained quite idle. Since no one came to the Star City, naturally no one passed through the Void Dock. On this day, however, a disciple was observing the void when he suddenly rubbed his eyes and stared carefully at a certain spot. A shudder ran through him as he shouted, "Someone is approaching." As soon as the shout resounded, the surrounding cultivators moved simultaneously towards the Void Dock. Some disciples immediately went to report to Jin Yuan Lang, who was cultivating. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-45, Rapidly Rising Popularity. By the time Jin Yuan Lang had walked out of the nearby palace and come to the dock, a ship could be clearly seen approaching from the void. Jin Yuan Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been living in Blood Monster Cave Heaven all this time, so he was not very familiar with the 3,000 worlds. However, after experiencing the battle that destroyed the 100 Sect Alliance, he had gained a little bit of insight. He could tell at a glance that the ship belonged to a second-class great force. The size of this ship was not small, and was clearly not of a size an ordinary third-class great force could afford. Only a second-class great force was qualified to own something like this. After a while, a disciple from Voidland's side approached the ship to guide it towards the Void Dock. As soon as the ship was properly berthed, a middle-aged man immediately disembarked, followed by a group of uniformly dressed cultivators with varying degrees of strength. The middle-aged man had a 4th Order Open Heaven realm cultivation and wore a light smile on his face. He walked straight to greet Jin Yuan Lang with a cupped fist. "Gathering Yuan Trade Firm, Li Jingyuan greets sir. May I know how we should address sir?" Li Jingyuan could naturally feel Jin Yuan Lang's 5th Order Open Heaven realm aura, and his heart shuddered slightly. It seemed it was not just a groundless rumor after all. The sudden rapid rise in numbers of mid-rank Open Heaven realm masters in Voidland seemed quite unbelievable to him. After all, the rise of a great force was not an overnight effort. It had to be accumulated slowly over countless years. But he was a little convinced after finding out the man who stood guard over the Void Dock here was actually a 5th Order Open Heaven realm master. To have a 5th Order Open Heaven realm master guarding their entrance obviously meant there were many more Open Heaven realm masters maintaining the operation of this Star City. The news of the collapse of the 100 Sect Alliance had spread like wildfire over the past few months, and Voidland's name had been widely circulated in the 3,000 worlds ever since. Since Gathering Yuan Trade Firm was a mercantile force that prioritized business, it was naturally well informed about current events in the outer universe. Jin Yuanlang's face was calm as he replied softly, "This king's surname is Jin." Li Jingyuan quickly responded, "So it's Sir Jin." Jin Yuanlang looked up at the ship. "This Jin has been entrusted by Sir Sect Master to safekeep this place by inspecting all who pass through our Void Star City's Void Dock. For the sake of security, I must ask you a few questions and perform some simple checks. Brother Li, please understand." Li Jingyuan smiled, "As you should. We will cooperate with Brother Jin's inspection." Jin Yuanlang nodded with satisfaction, his expression softening a little. "Sir Sect Master has left an order that anyone who enters the Star City, regardless of their cultivation, must register and report their intentions. Different jade tokens will be distributed according to each visitor's intended length of stay. Is Brother Li planning to just stop by here for supplies, or is he planning to stay in the Star City long term?" Li Jingyuan pondered for a while and replied bluntly, "Sir Jin, we, Gathering Yuan Trade Firm, are always searching for business opportunities following the Tao of Commerce. Our trade firm has never been to Void Star City before, so we will need to inquire about the situation here before we decide if we want to stay. I wonder how this will be handled." Jin Yuanlang answered, "That's simple. I will give you a jade token for a short-term stay, valid for 1 month. After a month, if you wish to continue your stay in the Star City, you need only report to the governor's mansion to renew or upgrade your jade token. If you don't renew your token in time, you may find yourself in trouble with the Star City law enforcement team." "Very good." Li Jingyuan nodded. He was ordered to come here this time by his headquarters to 1. Verify the existence of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, and 2. To inspect the future prospects of Void Star City. If possible, Gathering Yuan Trade Firm would definitely be willing to set up a branch here, but it also depended on whether Void Star City had the potential to develop in the future. If there was no such potential, naturally there was no reason for them to invest in this place. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanlang had ordered his subordinates to register the names of everyone from Gathering Yuan Trade Firm and their purpose for visiting. He then issued tokens to each of them. Li Jingyuan was pleased and nodded, "Many thanks, Sir Jin. Please accept this small token of our respect." While speaking, he shoved a space ring towards him. Jin Yuanlang's brow furrowed slightly before accepting the ring and quietly waving his hand, "Let them pass." A crack opened in the grand array of the Star City, allowing everyone from Gathering Yuan Trade Firm to pass through. Watching the group leave, Jin Yuanlang looked at the space ring in his hand and found that there were 300 open heaven pills inside. After he was entrusted by Yang Kai to guard the Void Dock, Jin Yuanlang sought out Qin Tianfei for some advice. After all, it was the first time he had taken up a task like this and he was really unfamiliar with it. Although Qin Tianfei's cultivation was lower than his, he was definitely more experienced than him in this aspect. Qin Tianfei had indeed mentioned that the task of guarding the Void Dock was a very profitable one because gifts were a normal part of the job. It was likely for visitors to enter and exit more than once, so it was better to form good relationships with the one safekeeping the Void Dock, allowing them to save some trouble in the long run. Even when the proprietress took Yang Kai to Thousand Bird Star City for the first time, she did the same thing, so nothing need be said about others. Jin Yuanlang did not expect that he would be receiving gifts from the very first visitor. 300 open heaven pills was really nothing to him as a 5th-order open heaven realm master, but many grains of sand would eventually build a tower, and this was just the beginning. Just when he was about to distribute the 300 open heaven pills to his subordinates, the lookout disciple shouted again, "Elder Jin, someone else is approaching and there is more than one ship this time." Jin Yuanlang looked up and sure enough he spotted 5 ships heading in this direction. Inside the Star City, Li Jingyuan led a group of people around on a tour of the grounds. To be honest, the scale of Void Star City was indeed not small. If it was well managed and if the population was high enough, it would definitely become a first-class Star City, and this Star City had only just been expanded, so the majority of the shops and lots were still unowned. For any profit-seeking businessman, this was undoubtedly a good place to flex their muscles. After a short round of inspection, Li Jingyuan was already confident that Void Star City had promising prospects. This could not be helped, for the news of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had already spread far and wide. If they had come here because of that, they certainly would not be the last ones to be attracted. Once more forces began arriving, the popularity of the Star City would not be an issue at all. Furthermore, Li Jingyuan could not help but turn his head to look in the direction where a great behemoth, which was Voidland's headquarters, was lying in the void. Rumor had it that Voidland's headquarters actually rested on the back of an ancient divine spirit. Many had witnessed this with their own eyes on the day it migrated here, causing a huge commotion. Since Voidland's headquarters had migrated here, it showed that it was determined to build up this Star City. The sooner one grabbed hold of this kind of opportunity, the greater the rewards one could reap. As for the feud between Voidland and other great forces, Li Jingyuan did not need to worry too much. If war really was initiated, the Star City would not be affected. After all, this was a land of gold, so anyone who planned to usurp this place would not allow it to be destroyed. Therefore, after only 3 days of inspection in the Star City, Li Jingyuan had already made up his mind to set up shop in Void Star City. He was a manager at Gathering Yuan trade firm and had some decision-making power. As long as this matter was done well, his status in the trade firm would also improve. After just 3 days, Li Jingyuan also noticed that a lot more people had arrived in the Star City. The inn where they had been the only occupants was now almost overcrowded. Most of the inns that were open in the Star City were owned by Voidland. The 8 rows of shops reserved by them were dispersed around the Void auction house, and among these shops some inns were opened as well as a couple of restaurants. Of course, it was not just Voidland's property that was doing business. Many shopkeepers who had remained in the Star City from before had received new shops in their original spots as compensation and had begun operation hastily. Unfortunately, because of the Star City's low population, the streets were still quite empty. Nevertheless, accommodations were a necessity. One could not be expected to sleep on the street every night, which was why all inns were fully booked now. Voidland had opened 5 inns, but now it seemed that was far from enough. Many cultivators were even forced to rent the empty cave mansions from the governor's mansion. A mountain range in the Star City that was no taller than 3 kilometers, was contributed by Golden Light Dock. Considering that many cultivators would definitely settle in the Star City in the future, it was impossible for them to live in inns every day, so Voidland opened up countless cave mansions in this mountain range. These cave mansions were divided into different categories and also came with different prices, but all of them were managed directly by the governor's mansion. When the inns were filled, cultivators who had no place to stay could only rent the cave mansions. The cave mansions had a 1-month minimum rental period, and because it was quieter and more private, many flocked to rent such places despite their higher prices. The operation of the inns and restaurants as well as the rental of the cave mansions had already gained Voidland a small fortune in the Star City, and this was just the beginning. Since the arrival of Gathering Yuan trade firm to the Star City, the Void Dock had not had a free moment. All the disciples on duty were exhausted, and because there was only one Void Dock in the entire Void Star City, a long line had formed outside waiting for entry. No one dared to trespass or cut in line, so they could only wait for Jin Yuan Lang to slowly inspect and register them before allowing them to pass through one by one. The popularity of Void Star City had soared through the roof, and showed no signs of cooling down anytime soon. Li Jingyuan led 2 attendants to the governor's mansion, and after reporting his intention, was led into a certain grand hall. In the grand hall, the manager in charge of the Void Star City's properties received him. The manager was an Open Heaven Realm Master from Abundance City and a 4th Order Open Heaven Master, so Li Jingyuan dared not underestimate him. The manager soon activated a projection, displaying the layout of the shops in the entire Star City. Li Jingyuan glanced at this map and pointed to an area that was glowing in green, asking, "Manager Liu, why are these places colored differently?" Manager Liu replied, "The green lots represent land that is already occupied. If you wish to open a storefront, please look for the white ones." Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-46 Too Many Rules. Li Jingyuan was stunned when he heard the words, "I thought we were already quite fast, how did others get ahead of us?" He took a closer look at the areas that were highlighted in green and quickly understood that they were the most central and prosperous areas in the Star City. He suddenly realized that these were the shops reserved by Voidland for itself. The Star City belonged to Voidland, so it was inevitable for them to keep the best locations for themselves. This was something that would happen in every star city. Secretly thinking to himself that it was a pity, Li Jingyuan pointed to where the next best shops were located. Here, here and here. He pointed at more than 10 locations in one go, all of which were where the streets met. Although Li Jingyuan was a fourth-order open heaven realm master, he was a businessman after all and had very sharp eyes. Naturally, he could foresee that these more than 10 places would be the second most popular places in the Star City in the days to come. Once the stores were in his hands, Gathering Yuan trade firm would be able to win the top spot in Voidland, and they would make a steady profit regardless of what kind of businesses they operated in the future. I'm sorry, fellow brother. The manager suddenly interrupted him. The governor has decreed that no one can own more than 3 shops in Void Star City. You have picked too many. Li Jingyuan was taken aback for a moment. There is such a rule. He had been to a lot of star cities, but this was the first time he had encountered such a rule. How confident was Voidland to be making such a decision? Were they so sure that the Star City would be so popular in the future that they were already limiting the number of stores one force could occupy in advance? But after thinking about what he had seen and heard for the past 3 days, he felt relieved. As long as there were no accidents, Void Star City would indeed become extremely popular. He pondered for a while, then with a smile on his face, he reached into his sleeve inconspicuously and pulled out a space ring. Placing it in front of the manager quietly, he started, Sir, we, Gathering Yuan trade firm, run many types of businesses, so 3 shops are really not enough. Couldn't you accommodate another 1 or 2? The manager glanced at the space ring on the table, then shook his head slowly. Forgive me, the governor has passed down clear orders, I am simply following them. Is there really no other way? Li Jingyuan was a little reluctant. The manager shook his head without another word. An idea suddenly struck Li Jingyuan then, and he quickly smiled. 3 shops then. He picked out the best 3 shops from his previous selection, then asked eagerly, how much does it cost to buy these 3 stores in total? The manager answered, the shops in the Star City are only for rent, not for sale. Li Jingyuan frowned. This is the case for all shops. There are no exceptions. Li Jingyuan's tongue clicked. It was common for the major star cities to reserve their good locations, but there would always be some that could be bought and sold. He never thought that none of the shops in Void Star City were for sale at all. Not wanting to discuss further on this matter, Li Jingyuan replied shortly, then I will rent these 3 shops. The manager replied, there are options of 10-year leases and 100-year leases, the prices differ too. Which one do you want? The corners of Li Jingyuan's brow twitched. After a long time, Li Jingyuan walked out of the governor's mansion feeling a little tired. He had been to many star cities and dealt with the people who managed properties numerous times, but he had never encountered a star city that had policies like Void Star City did. They are already positioning themselves in such a manner before the population of Void Star City even gathers. How irritating. Moreover, the rental of the shops here was really not cheap, almost 20% more expensive than his original estimates. If it was an ordinary star city, he would not be willing to splurge, but he was so optimistic about the future potential of Void Star City that he agreed to the conditions and signed the agreement with the manager. He originally planned to rent more shops through the hands of his subordinates, but at the moment he gave up on this idea. The rental price of Void Star City's shops were quite expensive. Although he was optimistic about the development prospects here, he decided to act a bit more cautiously. It would not be a great loss to use 3 shops to test the waters first. At least that was his initial plan. However, just after 2 days he regretted his caution greatly. That was because after just a few days, the number of cultivators who had poured into Void Star City was nothing short of a torrent. From a distance he could see several long lines of flight-type artifacts queuing up at the Void Dock, just waiting to enter the Star City. The street in front of the governor's mansion was brimming with visitors, and he even saw several familiar faces there, all of whom were managers of other trade companies. Needless to say, they were there to lease shops. Li Jingyuan made up his mind to lease more shops through his subordinates, and entered the governor's mansion. Unfortunately, he found that all the shops with good locations that he had his eyes on before had already been rented out. The Star City was beginning to get lively. Since the arrival of Gathering Yuan trade firm, thousands of cultivators had been flowing in from all directions, and as time went by, the numbers continued to increase rapidly. After just a few days, the number of people who were passing through the void dock daily exceeded 3,000, and the numbers were climbing rapidly. The dock was so jam-packed that Jin Yuanlang was beginning to get overwhelmed. He had no choice but to requisition more support. Yuhi reported to Yang Kai immediately after receiving the news, and he naturally did not refuse, sending her to personally bring more disciples to the dock to maintain order. With the arrival of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a large number of Voidland disciples, the situation at the dock improved slightly. A few days later, while reporting the situation in the Star City to Yang Kai, Bian Yuqing became very excited when it came to the matter of the number of cultivators in the Star City. Sect Master, the number of cultivators who have passed through the dock today alone has exceeded 5,300. Yang Kai nodded lightly while he took a sip from his teacup. Although this situation was expected, he felt relieved by the news of the current progression. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that was auctioned before was not wasted. With the emergence of this spirit pill and the last sentence Lu Shui said at the end of the auction, there was no need for Voidland to deliberately promote the Star City, for others would naturally spread the news for them. Once the news spread out, countless people would be attracted. What about the Star City? How many people are there now? Yang Kai asked again. Approximately 80,000. Our Star City can accommodate up to 1 million people. At this rate, I'm afraid it will be overcrowded within a few months. Yang Kai instructed, Mo Mei will need to increase the number of patrols and the number of law enforcers in the Star City to prevent troubles that could ruin our reputation. Make sure she understands that those who dare to cause problems in the Star City will not be tolerated. Bian Yuqing smiled. Protector Mo has already arrested a number of people in the past few days, all of whom have been sent to the dungeon. Yang Kai looked up in the direction of the Star City, pondering for a moment. The auction should have begun by this time, right? Bian Yuqing nodded. Yes, the auction started about an hour ago and should be finishing up soon. Who is hosting this time? Manager Yun himself. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The last time he had no choice but to let Lu Shui take up the task. Still, now that the auction house was under Yun Xinghua's management, and with him being a far more sociable individual, Yun Xinghua was a much more suitable candidate to host the auction. As they were talking, Bian Yuqing suddenly changed her expression, took out a communication bead and poured her divine sense into it. After a while she happily reported, Sect Master, there's good news. Yang Kai almost spat out his tea as his eyes widened. Tell me. Bian Yuqing giggled. The auction has ended successfully. The finale item, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, was sold for 3.5 million open heaven pills, and the total revenue with the rest of the auction items came to nearly 8 million open heaven pills. Yang Kai almost choked. 3.5 million open heaven pills was far from the true value of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Even 10 million was not sufficient for its worth. The reason for the price this time was probably because the cultivators here were still not fully prepared. The price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill would surely soar again in the next auction, and by that time the situation in the Star City would begin to stabilize. As long as Voidland managed the Star City well, there was no need to worry about cultivation resources for its disciples in the future. After solving the issue with resources for Voidland, the next issue was Yang Kai's own resource needs. 7th Ordering Element Treasure. He did not even know where to start looking for one, giving Yang Kai a slight headache. Shopkeeper Jean and Shopkeeper Tong walked out of Void Auction House absent-mindedly. They had participated in this auction mainly for research purposes and witnessed the popularity of the last Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Compared to the first auction 3 months ago, the auction this time could only be described as brutal. When the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill appeared on the stage, voices screaming bids constantly overlapped each other, and the price climbed so fast that left them both feeling utterly shocked. Brother Jean, we truly picked up an enormous bargain. Shopkeeper Tong spoke solemnly. If it were not for a coincidental opportunity, how could the two of them obtain a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill for a mere 140,000 open heaven pills? The same spirit pill was sold today for 3.5 million open heaven pills, which was dozens of times the price they had paid. At this point they no longer doubted the authenticity of the spirit pill. Even though they could not recognize it, would all these others not be able to? Besides that, Voidland would never do anything to sabotage their reputation at this critical moment. What we need to do now is to find someone to sell the spirit pill to as soon as possible. Void Star City is becoming more and more popular, and our shops need funds to operate. Shopkeeper Jean replied, Brother Tong, to tell you the truth, someone contacted me privately yesterday, offering 1 million open heaven pills to buy our Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. 1 million. Shopkeeper Tong's eyes widened as he snapped. He might as well just rob us. If he had not participated in today's auction, 1 million would be enough to impress him, but after witnessing the great struggle for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, 1 million was clearly not enough to excite him anymore. Shopkeeper Jean chuckled. I naturally refused, though I think that more people will be contacting us in the next few days. We should not stray far from each other so we can talk if we encounter a good opportunity. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-47. Visitors from Great Moon Province. Day after day, a large number of cultivators poured into the Star City, and in less than a month after the end of the second auction, the number of cultivators residing in the Star City had reached 200,000 according to the statistics of the governor's mansion. Such a number had far exceeded the limit of the previous Void Star City. If Yang Kai had not expanded the scale of the Star City in advance, it would have been extremely cramped. The more people there were, the more problems would happen. There were people picking fights and provoking trouble every single day. The Star City law enforcement team had also arrested many people, which brought the Star City back to stability again. The shopkeepers who had fled before also rushed back and gathered before the governor's mansion to protest to get their shop back. Voidland ignored them, but later on had no choice but to send them to the dungeon after they ignored warnings to not cause a public disturbance. About 1/3 of all the stores in the Star City had been leased out, and the profit from rent alone was a huge number. Merchants from near and far had come to rent shops. This further drove the popularity of the Star City. Void Star City was no longer a desolate backwater, and one could buy any goods they looked for and could sell anything they wanted to sell. Everything was on track. As long as they could sustain this pace for a year and a half, the Star City could be completely stabilized and form a healthy circulation. By then there would be no need to worry anymore. Everyone was waiting for the start of the third auction. Bian Yuqing would come every half-month to report on the situation of the Star City to Yang Kai at his residing palace, and today was no exception. Sect Master, according to the observation of this subordinate, people from the cave heavens and paradises have arrived in the Star City, but have hidden their identities. It's impossible to identify which cave heaven or paradise they're from. Yang Kai gave a small nod. The matter regarding the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is very important. It's only natural for them to send people to investigate. Then Sect Master, should we make contact with them? Yang Kai shook his head. Just ignore them. Since they have hidden their identities, they obviously don't want to reveal themselves. If they really want something, they will naturally come to us. And was it a pair of Star City shopkeepers who bought the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in the first auction for 140,000 open heaven pills? Bian Yuqing replied with a smile. Sect Master is correct. Shopkeeper Jean and Shopkeeper Tong both originally ran small shops, but had no choice but to stay back because they were reluctant to abandon their property, allowing them to pick up a great bargain instead. Send someone to protect them. Be cautious if someone comes in contact with them and wants to buy the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Bian Yuqing's expression changed slightly. Does Sect Master mean? Yang Kai smiled slightly, no harm being prepared. Bian Yuqing understood and bowed. Rest assured, Sect Master. Elder Lu promised them before that if they needed help in the sale of spirit pill, they could inform Voidland, and we would act as an intermediary. They have no background or backing, so if they really want to sell off the spirit pill, they would definitely seek help from Voidland. That's good. In addition, quietly spread the news that I need a high-ranking element treasure. Yes. Bian Yuqing bowed. If Sect Master has no other orders, this subordinate will retreat now. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Bian Yuqing stepped back respectfully, but turned back as soon as she left. Yang Kai looked at her. Is there anything else? Bian Yuqing reported, Sect Master, I just received news that some of your friends have come to Voidland and want to visit with you. Friends? Yang Kai raised his brows. Who? I was told that they're from Great Moon Province, but I don't know who they are. Great Moon Province. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, suddenly having an idea of who they were, so he immediately called out, Bring them in. Yes. After a while, Yang Kai stood outside his palace with a smile on his face, watching a group of people speeding towards him. When they approached, he took a few steps forward to greet them. Led by Bian Yuqing personally, the group landed not far in front of Yang Kai. The leader of the group was a burly man, accompanied by a pretty woman. Both of them were third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang from Great Moon Province, whom Yang Kai had met years ago. Behind them stood 2 men and 2 women. All 6 of them were familiar faces, and many memories flitted through Yang Kai's mind as his eyes swept across them. However, they all seemed very reserved. Great Moon Province was only a third-class great force, and its leader was only a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Voidland now possessed the atmosphere of a top-tier second-class great force, with numerous mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was inevitable for them to feel stressed to be here. The guests saw Yang Kai, who had come out to greet them, and the older-looking man and one of the women were delighted, speeding up their pace a little, but they seemed to remember something a moment later and slowed down slightly. Great Moon Province's Wei Kei greets Sect Master Yang. Wei Kei took a step forward, cupped his fist and shouted. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to hold him up and said with a smile, Senior Wei, it's good to see you again. Wei Kei broke into a grin at the word senior, and his stiffened body relaxed a lot. Yang Kai turned to Tao Rongfang again, nodding gently, Senior Tao. Tao Rongfang bowed elegantly, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai then looked at the 2 men and 2 women behind them with a happy smile on his face. Old Fong too was smiling, but his smile was a little stiff. Meng Hong, on the other hand, who was standing beside him, looked perfectly calm. Meng Hong had been with Yang Kai for over 10 years in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and formed a close friendship with him. Therefore, even though Yang Kai was now the owner of a prosperous great force with powerful subordinates, Meng Hong did not feel too much pressure. Behind the 2 were Dieyu and Asande. At this moment, Dieyu was looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. She could not help but recall the days when they all lived together in Seven Wonders Land. Back then, when the very ground under their feet was still Seven Wonders Land, they lived a life without hope for the future, wasting away their time and resources for trivial third-order materials. Even as a mere worker, however, Yang Kai was able to find a way to thrive, and now, after years of separation, he was the owner of this land. It was indeed true that capable people were able to achieve more than what ordinary people could. Old Fong was grinning. He did not know what to say. Before coming here, he thought about what to say to Yang Kai when they met, but was really intimidated by the prosperity of the Star City and the strength of Voidland when he arrived. Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and gave Old Fong a hearty bear hug while Old Fong continued to gaze at him dumbfounded, giving him a huge pat on the back. I haven't seen you for many years, Old Fong, you're looking older than ever. Old Fong's initially stiff body immediately twitched and he shouted angrily, Nonsense, despite this old master's age, he is still as mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. How am I getting old? Yang Kai's warm welcome had made him forego his embarrassment and anxiety. He chuckled and shook his head, You brat. Yang Kai let go of him, turned to Dieyu and Ah Sun with open arms. You two, on the other hand, have grown even more beautiful. Dieyu blushed and swerved away, glaring at Yang Kai. Ah Sun foolishly wanted to lean forward and accept the embrace, but Dieyu hurriedly grabbed her and snapped. He's trying to take advantage of you, you silly girl. Ah Sun suddenly realized, then made a face at Yang Kai as she shouted, My master is here, be careful or she'll beat you up. To the side, Tao Rongfang laughed dryly. Given that Yang Kai's identity was different now and she was just a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master, how would she dare to make a move against him in Voidland? If her disciple was really taken advantage of, all she could do was to pretend not to see it. It's just a hug, you won't lose anything. Yang Kai complained, Look how generous Old Fong was. Bah! Dieyu spat. He's an old man, how can he be the same as us? Old Fong was suddenly upset. Who's an old man? The group quarreled noisily and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. The previous respect and caution was longer present. Wei Kei and Tao Rong Fong exchanged glances, grateful that Yang Kai had deliberately broken the ice between them. It seemed that their trip here was not a mistake. Even though Yang Kai now held a lofty position, he never despised them for their weakness, and all the previous worries had vanished. Brother Meng. Yang Kai saluted to Meng Hong again. Meng Hong saluted back, Brother Yang. Meng Hong was quite likable, and one of the 3 mid-rank world fruits Yang Kai had was given to him by Meng Hong. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, Meng Hong received much help and protection from Yang Kai, allowing him and the other Great Moon Province disciples to remain unscathed. The mid-rank world fruit was Meng Hong's way of thanking Yang Kai. However, only 1 out of the 3 mid-rank world fruits were left. One of them was given to Yu He to help her advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and another was given to Lu Shui for her advancement to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. You have traveled far. Let's talk inside. Yang Kai ushered them in warmly and turned to instructed Bian Yu Qing, prepare a banquet. Today I won't go home unless I'm drunk with these old friends. Yes. Bian Yu Qing saluted elegantly and left immediately. After a while in the main hall, wine flowed freely and cups went gaily round, making for a lively atmosphere. Yang Kai, Old Fong, Ah Sun, and Dai Yu were all workers in Seven Wonders Land previously. Everyone reminisced sadly as they looked back on the days when it seemed that they would never see the light at the end of the tunnel. Who would have thought they could ever escape Seven Wonders Land? Perhaps only Yang Kai, who had been planning his escape since the first day he entered Seven Wonders Land. Old Fong and Dieu had been enslaved by Seven Wonders Land for hundreds of years, and if it was not for Yang Kai who threw everything into chaos and finally led them to escape, they would not have been able to ever have a new life. But now the once worker of the land was the overlord of Void Land, leader of over 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even the owner of a thriving star city that was renowned throughout the 3,000 worlds. Although Old Fong and the others did not have grand accomplishments like Yang Kai did, they were still doing pretty well in Great Moon Province. At the very least, there was hope for the future and the days were no longer as dark as they used to be. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-48 An Exchange of Gifts. Yang Kai's, Old Fong's and the others' voices and laughter resounded endlessly in the banquet hall. Wei Kei and Tao Rong Fong looked at each other secretly, feeling relieved. They had come here by the orders of the leader of Great Moon Province to make a request. They were initially a little worried about whether it would go well, but now it seemed that the two of them were unnecessarily anxious. Yang Kai was obviously someone who cherished old friendships. In this case, the matter regarding Great Moon Province's request should not be difficult. However, it was not a good time to bring it up, so they could only wait for an opportunity. But who could have imagined that the owner of Void Land, the man who destroyed the 100 Sect Alliance and killed off more than 10,000 with a single order, the one who beheaded a mighty 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master Kong Feng, would be such a genial person? Previously, the 100 Sect Alliance was led by Heavenly Sword Union to besiege Void Land but instead had the tables turned on them. When they received such news, Great Moon Province found it hard to believe them. Even though they had learned that Yang Kai had occupied Seven Wonders Land, renamed it Void Land and became its new owner, the 100 Sect Alliance was formidable, not to mention that it had several second-class great forces such as Heavenly Sword Union in it. After confirming from various sources that the information was true, Great Moon Province was greatly shaken. Old Fong and the others had wanted to come and provide help. Although their strength was limited, they had gone through life or death together with Yang Kai. Back then, when Yang Kai was pursued by many great forces after robbing the Golden Crow Corpse and hiding in First Inn, they had no choice but to follow Wei Kei to Great Moon Province. They still felt guilty because of that. They felt as though they had abandoned Yang Kai. It was only natural that they felt uneasy when they learned that Yang Kai was in trouble. However, Voidland had become famous through this battle. Later, when it was reported that the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had appeared in Void Star City, the leader of Great Moon Province agreed to Old Fong's and the others' request and ordered Wei Kei and Tao Rong Fong to be their escorts. It may appear that they were just going to escort Old Fong and the others to Voidland, But in fact Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang had another task. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yang Kai asked Old Fong and the others about their cultivation. Old Fong took a gulp of wine, wiped his mouth and replied with a chuckle, "This old master is just an old man, I don't want to fuss around anymore. It's already not bad to achieve the 3rd order open heaven realm in the future. But Xiao Yu and the others used the Tai Yi soul cleansing water that you gave them to wipe clean the powers in their Dao seals and have started cultivating from the beginning again." After leaving the grand ancient ruins boundary and occupying 7 Wonders land, Yang Kai sent Meng Hong to provide Old Fong and the others some cultivation resources, including the Tai Yi soul cleansing water and complete sets of 5th order heaven realm materials. However, one needed great will and daring to use the Tai Yi soul cleansing water. Old Fong had low ambitions and was already quite old. He might just die if he pushed himself too much. As such, he simply accepted his fate. Although 3rd order open heaven realm was a lower starting point as long as one worked hard over time, they still had hope to advance to the 5th order open heaven realm. It would just take a little longer. However, with the combination of Meng Hong's example and experience and their own careful consideration, it seemed that Jie Yu and Ah Sun had chosen to use the Tai Yi soul cleansing water to cleanse their Dao seals, and restarted their cultivation. Now both of them were condensing the 5th order elements, with the hopes that they could directly achieve the 5th order open heaven realm in the future. Their starting point would be much higher than that of Old Fong's, and their road ahead would thus stretch further. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were a little worried about the dangers they might encounter while advancing to the open heaven realm in the future. After all, although both of their aptitudes were good, condensing 5th order powers was still quite risky. Since Yang Kai was someone who cherished old friendships dearly, though, he would not ignore them. Now that the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was auctioned here in Voidland, it should not be a problem to get two to help with their advancement. Yang Kai turned to look at Jie Yu and Ah Sun, and although he did not know how much suffering the two had gone through, he could imagine that it would not be far off from what happened to Meng Hong when he took the Tai Yi soul cleansing water previously. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai turned to address Wei Kei. "Senior Wei, this junior has a request that he wonders if senior would agree to." Wei Kei hurriedly sat up straight and replied sternly, "Sect Master Yang, please speak freely. I, Wei Kei, will never refuse as long as I'm capable." The only reason Yang Kai called him senior was because of his friendship with Old Fong and the others, so Wei Kei did not dare to show a trace of arrogance. The handsome young man before him was capable of killing over 10,000 cultivators. He was the one who annihilated the 100 Sect Alliance with a single order and was the one who personally cut off the head of a 6th order open heaven realm master. Wei Kei was aware that his own Great Moon Province was not even worthy of carrying Heavenly Sword Union's shoes. Yang Kai proceeded, "Enemies targeted our void land recently and the Star City faced a major downturn. Now that we have achieved a great victory, it is time to focus on raising our Star City's popularity. Since you are already here, this Yang hopes you will not leave too quickly. I would like to ask Senior to continue his stay in the Star City. I can allocate a few shops to Great Moon Province. No matter what business Great Moon Province does, it will be of great help to me." Wei Kei gasped and stood up quickly, his face turning red. "Sect Master Yang gizes." The mission given to him and Tao Rongfang by their leader was to obtain a shop in Void Star City, one shop. Great Moon Province was not a very accomplished or ambitious sect, while Void Star City's popularity was rising at an astonishing rate. If one could secure even a single stall here and run some small businesses, it could be a great help to maintain one's livelihood and sustain the cultivation needs of one's disciples. Wei Kei was still pondering how to bring this issue up with Yang Kai, so he never thought that Yang Kai would take the initiative to mention it. In all honesty, what could they do to help Voidland? Yang Kai was only phrasing it this way to give them face. They passed by the Star City before arriving here, and it was clearly overflowing with vitality while all the shops were doing very well. Why would Void Lawn need a trivial Great Moon Province to help? Yang Kai had long seen their intention of coming here. Wei Kei was now thoroughly embarrassed. Yang Kai smiled. "Or does Senior Wei think that Void Star City is facing a bleak future? If so, I won't insist." "That is absolutely not true, Sect Master Yang." Wei Kei flailed his arms wildly as he hurriedly stated, "Being able to stay in Void Star City is exactly what Great Moon Province wished for, And if that's the case, I would like to thank Sect Master Yang for his deep kindness. He then cupped his fist solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and turned to Bian Yuqing, who was sitting next to him. Go back to the governor's mansion to make arrangements. Have the manager in charge of the Star City shops to reserve 5 premium-located stores under Great Moon Province's name. Bian Yuqing was slightly startled but quickly replied, Yes, Sect Master, rest assured, I'll see to it right away. Reserving shops under the name of Great Moon Province meant that ownership itself would be transferred to them, not leased. In other words, these 5 stores would belong exclusively to Great Moon Province in the future, and would no longer belong to Void Land. Wei Kei obviously understood the meaning of this and exclaimed involuntarily, Sect Master Yang, how could we possibly accept such generosity? 5 is too many for Great Moon Province, 1 is enough. Great Moon Province was a mere third-class great force, so it was not an exaggeration that they would not know what to do with 5 shops. It was just as Wei Kei said, 1 shop was plenty. Yang Kai raised his hand, say no more, Senior Wei. These 5 shops will be entrusted to you. Whether Great Moon Province chooses to do business with them or lease them out, it will be for you to decide. Old Fong and the others are dear friends of mine, and Brother Meng and I have faced many life and death tribulations together in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. On top of that, Brother Meng even gifted me an incredibly precious treasure. These trivial 5 shops are nothing compared to such things. How could Wei Kei refuse after what Yang Kai had said? With no other choice, he cupped fists and bowed his head deeply. Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. However, he was still a little puzzled. What did Meng Hong give to Yang Kai that could be called an incredibly precious treasure? However, now was not the right time to ask, so he could only suppress his curiosity. Yang Kai was not just trying to be polite. After all, how could a mere 5 shops compare to a mid-rank world fruit? Not to mention 5, even 50 shops would still pale in comparison. That was a treasure that could help a mid-rank open heaven realm master directly advance by a whole order, and would even increase their lifetime limit by an order. Such a treasure would even be of extreme interest to high-rank open heaven realm masters. It was not that Yang Kai was reluctant to give more shops to Great Moon Province, but he was also aware of Great Moon Province's limitations. It was useless to give them more shops and would only attract the greed of others, causing more harm than good. When the banquet ended, the members of Great Moon Province left, with Bian Yuqing personally leading them to the governor's mansion in the Star City to select the locations of their 5 new shops. The news that the owner of Void Land required a high-rank element treasure spread out quietly. Yang Kai hoped that someone would secretly come to him to trade, but no one approached even after waiting for a long time, though some people did come to give information of places where he might find high-rank element treasures. Yang Kai sent subordinates to inquire about the credibility of this information, but the results were disappointing. Most people just made fraudulent reports in the hopes of gaining some benefits, while the ones who did provide legitimate possibilities only did so for places Void Land could not confirm or even approach, so the matter was left to drift. Yang Kai sighed. It seemed that high-ranking element treasures were only accessible by the cave heavens and paradises. As time passed, the number of people residing in the Star City reached as high as 500,000. Such a scale had already surpassed the limits of a second-class Star City, and it was steadily developing into a first-class one. On the eve of the 3rd auction, another old friend came to visit. After receiving the report from Bian Yuqing, Yang Kai ordered her to be shown in. In the reception hall, Yang Kai smiled as he watched a great beauty sashay in, Senior Sister Chu. Chu Huashang smiled enchantingly, her eyes radiating an intense charm. As her lashes fluttered lightly, she asked sweetly, Junior Brother Yang, have you been thinking of me? Bian Yuqing, who brought her in, glanced at Chu Huashang with a strange expression, but quickly lowered her eyes again. Yang Kai half choked, half laughed, thinking to himself, this enchantress is still so unfiltered with her words. He was about to tease her in return when suddenly his expression changed. With a raised brow he asked, has Senior Sister advanced to the open heaven realm? At this moment, a world force aura was lingering around Chu Huashang, but it seemed that she had just broken through, so her cultivation had not been completely stabilized yet, so she was not able to withdraw her aura freely. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-49 Big Appetite. Thanks to Junior Brother. This senior sister was fortunate enough to break through after leaving the blood monster cave heaven. Chu Huashang covered her lips and giggled. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. This seductress told him before that she was cultivating the heartless Tao. If she wanted to advance to the open heaven realm, she had to fall in love with someone and then cut ties with that love. At that time she had told him frankly that he was the one who she chose to fall in love with and give up the love she had for him. They went through dire situations together and supported each other throughout the blood monster cave heaven. Being alone together, even a man like Yang Kai who had seen plenty of beauties could not help feeling some fondness for Chu Huashang. However, due to various reasons he did not want to overstep his boundaries. However, Chu Huashang had apparently already fallen in love along the way. It was easy to fall in love but not so much to cut ties. Now that Chu Huashang has advanced to open heaven realm, it meant that she has successfully given up her love, but Yang Kai had no idea how she had done it and was still standing here in front of him, flirting so casually. Obviously, Enyang Cave Heaven should have some special methods. Whatever the case was, Yang Kai was truly happy that she had advanced to the open heaven realm, and he immediately cupped his fist with a smile. Congratulations, senior sister. Having the sixth order open heaven as your starting point, senior sister's name will surely resound throughout the 3,000 worlds in the future. Chu Huashang pouted. What's there to congratulate? This senior sister's heart is hurting so bad. If you don't believe me, you can feel it yourself. After saying so, she puffed her chest out and leaned towards Yang Kai. Bian Yuqing's head was lowered so far by now that it was like she wanted to bury her head in the ground. Yang Kai could not stand it any longer and hastily took 2 steps back. Ahem ahem, a soft cough suddenly came from beside him and a somewhat familiar voice followed after. This old master is not dead yet. If the two of you are going to flirt, can you please not do it in front of this old man? This old man is getting old and his blood qi is not so strong anymore. The stimulation isn't good for me. Yang Kai turned to look at him. You are? Chu Huashang did not come alone. She was accompanied by another person covered in black clothes, making it difficult to make out the body, appearance, or even gender of this individual. But as soon as Yang Kai heard the voice, he could tell that the person was a man and he should be quite elderly. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that he should have met this person before. Otherwise, the voice would not have sounded familiar. The man lifted his hood, revealing an old face with a slight smile. He cupped his fist. Sect Master Yang, we meet again. Yang Kai pondered for a while, then suddenly asked, Old Shou? This elderly man was obviously the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Azura Cave Heaven. His surname was Zhou, and that was all Yang Kai knew about his name. He only knew Old Zhou because he was the person in charge of the Azura Arena in Thousand Birds Star City. The last time Yang Kai went to Thousand Birds Star City in search of the proprietress, he was forced by Yu Luo Sha, a core disciple of Azura Cave Heaven, to participate in a bout in the Azura Arena against her. In that battle, Yang Kai bet 100 million open heaven pills on himself, and won a fortune with the 10:1 odds against him. In the end, it was Old Zhou who came forward and handed over his prize. At that time, Old Zhou also compensated Yang Kai an extra 150 million with an agreement that he would never set foot in any Azura Arena again in the future. Yang Kai could truly be called invincible below the open heaven realm. Even Yu Luo Sha was beaten by him in a single move. With such a display, Old Zhou really had no choice but to make such a proposal. There was no way Yang Kai would not want to gain benefits without any cost. In addition to that, Old Zhou also revealed that some cave heavens and paradises were targeting him, so it was a good trade. Facts had proven that what Old Zhou said was right. The tree that rises above the forest would be the first one toppled by the wind. In the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai was targeted by many disciples from various cave heavens and paradises, especially Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demon Heaven and Yin Xian Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, both of whom repeatedly tried to kill him. Yang Kai did not expect that the person who came to Voidland with Chu Huashang was actually Old Zhou. He had always thought it was some master from Yin Yang Heaven who was sent to protect Chu Huashang. Now that he thought about it though, this situation made more sense. Now that Chu Huashang was a 6th Order master, despite not having full control of her strength, there were not many left in this world who could threaten her. All the high-rank open heaven realm masters were old monsters, so who would embarrass a junior for nothing? Yang Kai was of course an exception. He stood out too much and represented a future threat that forced two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to secretly establish the 100 Sect Alliance. In the end, these two masters were forced to act personally, but were ultimately deterred by two divine spirits. Why is old Zhou here instead of tending to Thousand Birds Star City's Azura Arena? And with senior sister Tu too, for what reason have you come today? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Chu Huashang replied, this senior sister met manager Zhou right outside Void Land. We didn't make any arrangements in advance. Manager Zhou asked me to help bring him in, probably because he had something to discuss with junior brother Yang. The people of the Cave Heavens and Paradises were more or less allies. Chu Huashang had also been to Thousand Birds Star City, so she naturally recognized manager Zhou. Chu Huashang could not refuse if manager Zhou made such a request, and it wasn't a big deal anyway. Yang Kai would not blame her for this, so she made the decision on her own. Manager Zhou smiled slightly. This old master is here to discuss something with Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai's eyes flashed before replying with a smile, please come in and talk. They were guests after all, so Yang Kai could not let them stand outside forever, that would be quite rude. The two of them entered while Bian Yuqing made arrangements for the maidservants to serve fruit and tea before leaving. After taking a few sips of tea and saying a few pleasantries, manager Zhou got down to business. This old master is here on the orders from the master sect. There are two things for which we would like to partner with Void Land. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Partner? Indeed. Manager Zhou nodded. Yang Kai played with the teacup in his hand and asked, didn't old Zhou hear about the battle that happened in Void Land recently? The 100 Sect Alliance suddenly ambushed us and Void Land was forced to fight back. The battle resulted in over 10,000 casualties, including countless Open Heaven Realm Masters. Various Cave Heavens and Paradises are already openly targeting me. Are you not afraid that you might upset others if Azura Cave Heaven does business with me? Manager Zhou chuckled. Even Sect Master Yang said that it was the 100 Sect Alliance that invaded your Void Land. It has nothing to do with the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Yang Kai looked at him with a half-smile. Manager Zhou shifted his gaze uncomfortably before lightly clearing his throat. Sect Master Yang is a worldly man, there's no need to state things so bluntly. The 100 Sect Alliance seemingly had the upper hand and they knew well about your Void Land, but still ended up in a disastrous defeat. Even Kong Feng was captured in the end. Otherwise, those two would not have shown up rashly. Yang Kai replied lightly, does Manager Zhou mean that my Void Land should have been breached and all of our 600,000 disciples living here should have been ruthlessly exterminated? Manager Zhou noticed his displeased expression, then quickly added, Sect Master Yang is too serious, this old master did not mean to imply that. Yang Kai softly snorted. Manager Zhou continued solemnly, what this old master meant to say was that even the 100 Sect Alliance couldn't defeat Void Land. And unless the Cave Heavens and Paradises take action themselves, no one can do anything to Void Land in the 3,000 worlds. Now Void Land even has two divine spirits protecting it, with one of them being Bai Shi, who has lived for countless millennia. One would have to gather at least 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters if they wanted to take down Void Land without suffering disastrous losses. Has Bai Shi's identity been exposed? Yang Kai's heart clenched. However, it was not surprising when he thought about it. It was not something that could be hidden any longer after so many people witnessed Void Land's blatant migration. It doesn't mean that the Cave Heavens and Paradises are not capable of dispatching such a lineup. Every Cave Heaven and Paradise has extraordinary heritage, so which one of them does not have at least a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? It's just that those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have long since stopped caring about worldly affairs, and are always cultivating in retreat. They will not show up unless a true disaster appears. So it's essentially impossible to gather 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Manager Zhou explained eloquently, so Sect Master Yang, as long as Void Land does not threaten the existence of any Cave Heaven or Paradise, there will be no more worries. No one would dare to attack Void Land again. Yang Kai smiled slightly, so is that why Azura Cave Heaven wants to partner with me? Manager Zhou replied sternly, Void Land is also qualified to partner with my Azura Cave Heaven. Yang Kai pondered for a while before nodding, What does Azura Cave Heaven want to partner with me on? Manager Zhou answered, Sect Master Yang has been to the Azura Arena, so you should know that it is my Azura Cave Heaven's biggest source of income and one of its most important training facilities. All other first-class star cities have their own Azura arenas, even some second-class star cities have Azura arenas. Now that Void Star City is so popular and it is still continuing to rise, Azura Cave Heaven naturally doesn't want to miss out on such an opportunity. So the Master Sect has sent this old master here to build an Azura arena. I see. So that's the proposal. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai has experienced the popularity of the Azura arena. As a place that used violence to solve all matters, the Azura arena was a good place for hot-tempered cultivators with grievances that could not be resolved with words, or for bloodthirsty cultivators who were hindered by various rules to vent out their frustrations. That was the reason why the Azura Arena was so well liked. When Void Star City was rebuilt and the new governor's mansion established, the law enforcement team were deployed and anyone who dared to start a quarrel or stir up trouble would all be quickly suppressed and captured. In this way, although the order of the Star City could be maintained, grudges and grievances would inevitably rise up in the long run. Some things were better to be allowed to happen than to be prevented. If an Azura Arena was built in the Star City, it would be a good place to settle such issues and for those who like to cause trouble to vent. Furthermore, the existence of the Azura Arena could definitely enhance the popularity of the Star City and drive its development even further. This was a win-win situation for Void Land and Azura Heaven. Yang Kai had no reason to disagree. So after just a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai nodded and agreed. This Yang is glad that Azura Cave Heaven is willing to build an Azura Arena in my Void Star City, but Void Land will need to participate in this venture. Manager Zhou frowned. What does Sect Master Yang mean? Yang Kai replied, the land required for the Azura Arena will be provided by Void Land free of rent or taxes, but Void Land will require 30% of the profits made. Manager Zhou gaped at him but quickly smiled. Sect Master Yang, isn't your appetite a little too big? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4350 Bargaining. If the Star City was a goose that laid golden eggs, the auction house and Azura Arena would be the biggest and heaviest eggs. The auction house was independently operated by Void Land, and no one else could intervene at all. It was the one and only auction house in the entire Void Star City, and Void Land was still not satisfied and wanted to intervene in the Azura Arena too? This was an extraordinarily large appetite. Yang Kai chuckled. Is it that big? I don't think so. Old Zhou is a sensible person. My Void Star City has only been established for a trivial few months, yet it has already become so popular and is far from reaching its peak. One can imagine what the future will be like. Millions of cultivators will flow through this city regularly, and Azura Cave Heaven building an Azura Arena in my Star City would be equivalent to planting a tree that grows leaves of money here. Void Land will provide you with the venue free of rent, free of tax, for just a 30% share of the profits. This deal is more than fair. Manager Zhou frowned as he spoke. Sect Master Yang, Azura Arena is one of the most important industries of my Azura Cave Heaven, and there is no room for any mistakes. Can you change the conditions? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Old Zhou, don't tell me that no other great force takes a share of the Azura Arena's profits in other cities. As far as I know, Great Battle Heaven takes a significant share of the profits earned by the Azura Arena in Thousand Bird Star City, yes? Why is it that Great Battle Heaven is cut in but my Void Land isn't? Is it because my Void Land is not good enough for Azura Cave Heaven? Old Zhou hurriedly answered. Sect Master Yang is too serious. This old master never said as such. Although he was a manager from Azura Cave Heaven and also a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he did not dare to be offensive in the slightest inside Void Land. This was the place where hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters recently died, and with two mature divine spirits keeping watch, who dared to underestimate Void Land. No other second-class great force could make someone like Manager Zhou set his pride aside like this. After pondering for a while, Old Zhou offered, Sect Master Yang is right, many other great forces do share profits of the Azura Arenas, but no one has ever taken 30%. Even Great Battle Heaven only gets 20% of the profits from the Azura Arena in Thousand Bird Star City. How about this? This old master will offer Void Land 10%. Does that sound good? 30%, nothing less. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Old Zhou smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yang, such a price is unreasonable. 30% is really non-negotiable. Yang Kai flicked off imaginary dust on his clothes and smiled. I only intend to allow Azura Cave Heaven to establish an Azura Arena in this Star City because the name of Azura Arena is well known, making it convenient for advertisement. But even without the Azura Arena, I can well build a similar venue on my own in this Star City with a similar name like Blood Arena. What do you think? Old Zhou's face twitched slightly, completely speechless. Then again, if Yang Kai really planned to build a Blood Arena and completely cut out Azura Cave Heaven, there was really nothing they could do. Azura Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, so the existence or loss of a single Azura Arena did not matter much to the Master Sect, but it meant a great deal to Manager Zhou, who was just a trivial manager. The matter could bring him a lot of benefits, so it was not something he could just ignore. After a while of careful consideration, Manager Zhou spoke. 30% is really too much. This old master can't make such a decision on his own and will need to consult his superiors. But if Sect Master Yang can agree to another condition, this old master can guarantee that the Master Sect will agree to this proposal. Another condition? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. Manager Zhou smiled. This is the second matter this old master is here to discuss with Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai gestured for him to continue. Manager Zhou coughed lightly. I heard that your noble sect has auctioned 2 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in recent months. I was wondering if that was true or not. Yang Kai knew that this old guy was really here for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, so his expression remained unchanged as he snickered silently to himself. After waiting for such a long time, it seemed things were finally getting started. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Voidland did auction 2 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Manager Zhou's expression brightened. And it was said that the Void Auction House will host an auction every 3 months from now on, where a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill will be auctioned. Correct. Manager Zhou's eyes sparkled a little as he asked. So, does that mean that your noble sect is capable of refining this lost ancient pill? Could it be that your noble sect has found a source of world source liquid? When he asked the question, Chu Huashang, who had been silent all the time, also had her beautiful eyes flash as she stared eagerly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled without answering. Manager Zhou continued. Before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, Red Cloud's auction house once auctioned a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and the recipe for this pill. As far as I know, those items were won by Sect Master Yang, but the spirit pill was exchanged for a 7th order primordial Yang profound ginseng with an elder from Sword Pavilion, while the pill recipe was left. But according to the recipe, world source liquid was required to refine this spirit pill, and world source liquid has long since disappeared from the 3000 worlds. Now that Voidland is able to take out a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill every 3 months for auction, it could only mean that Voidland had found a way to obtain world source liquid. There is no other explanation for why so many rare spirit pills could be auctioned. The extinction of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was because of the extinction of world source liquid. It was a treasure that was formed by chance when a new world was born. Where could it be found now? This situation was inevitable, and Yang Kai had already expected this would happen when he decided to use the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to help bolster the popularity of his star city. Taking a sip of his tea, Yang Kai smiled. Blood Monster Divine Monarch left many good things behind inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace, including some world source liquid. Manager Zhou looked at him hesitantly, not sure if he should believe him. However, obviously the timing fit. Yang Kai obtained the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, and the spirit pill was only first auctioned in the Star City after the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed. It was entirely possible that Yang Kai really got world source liquid from Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai moved the conversation forward with a smile. Does Azura Cave Heaven also need this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? Manager Zhou replied, who wouldn't want such a spirit pill? I'm afraid that many from the cave heavens and paradises have quietly entered Void Star City, waiting for the next auction. Don't tell me that you, Sect Master Yang, are unaware of this. It did not matter for the other cave heavens and paradises whether they snuck in or announced their presence, but it was different for Azura Cave Heaven. If they really wanted to build an Azura Arena here, they would have to show up sooner or later. The Azura Arena was a symbol of Azura Cave Heaven, and that was the reason Manager Zhou visited Yongkai. However, he had no idea what Yongkai's impression towards the cave heavens and paradises were after the previous battle, so he asked Chu Huashang to help bring him in, just in case he got rejected by Yongkai after notifying him of his visit. Yongkai put down the teacup and asked bluntly, "How many does Azura Cave Heaven need?" Manager Zhou chuckled, "The more the better, of course." Yongkai burst out laughing. "Does old Zhou think that the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills are cabbages? If I hadn't needed financial resources for Voidland and needed to build up my Star City, I would never have sold a single Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to the public. These are very rare and I don't have much world source liquid on hand, so it will run out from refining some of these spirit pills." Manager Zhou nodded in reply. "This old master understands that. How about this? If Sect Master Yang sells 10 of these spirit pills to Azura Cave Heaven, this old master will guarantee Sect Master Yang's request regarding the Azura Arena is granted." 10. Manager Zhou sure does know how to open his mouth wide. Yongkai's face stiffened. Manager Zhou chuckled heartily. "We will never take advantage of Voidland. We will offer 8 million for each spirit pill. What do you say?" Yongkai nodded. "The price is very fair, but 10 is really too many. Voidland doesn't have such a quantity." The look on Yongkai's face showed Manager Zhou that he was probably pushing a little too hard. Of course, if he knew that Yongkai had given Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to people trying to advance to the Second Order Open Heaven realm, he would have coughed up 10 mouthfuls of blood and died on the spot. These extremely coveted spirit pills really weren't treated much differently than cabbages in Voidland. If 10 is too many, 8 will do, no fewer. 3 pieces max. Manager Zhou was a little speechless. 3 is just too few. Sect Master Yang is too stingy. Yongkai replied sternly, "I'm not stingy, I really can't come up with more." Manager Zhou urged further. "How about 5? Yongkai tapped the armrest of the chair lightly and pondered for a long time before he spoke. "Since Manager Zhou has made a proposition, allow me to make a counteroffer. If Manager Zhou can agree to this condition, I don't even want the 30% share from the Azura Arena. Not only that, I will also give you the 5 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills free of charge." Manager Zhou's face became excited at the words. "What is it that Sect Master Yang wants?" Yongkai raised a finger. "A high-rank element treasure." The excitement on Manager Zhou's face was immediately replaced by bitterness, as he muttered embarrassedly, "Sect Master Yang, aren't you intentionally making things difficult?" Yongkai replied, "Azura Cave Heaven runs many industries and has existed for eons. A single high-rank element treasure is surely just a drop in the bucket for you. How is asking for one making things difficult?" Sect Master Yang should know that what this old master referred to was not the value of this high-rank material. Manager Zhou replied exasperatedly. After a pause he continued, "Since ancient times, despite the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises having occasional disputes, we have always been generally united, especially regarding certain sensitive issues. Now that Voidland is guarded by 2 divine spirits, I'm afraid no one would be interested in provoking it anymore. But that doesn't mean that some people will condone Sect Master Yang's direct advancement to the high-rank open heaven realm. If they really find out that we, Azura Cave Heaven, provided you with a high-rank element treasure, how will Azura Cave Heaven keep its foothold in the 3,000 worlds in the future?" Having said this, he persuaded earnestly again, "Sect Master Yang is truly a dragon amongst men, but you should take a step back and endure for a while. Why bother taking the risk of challenging the ancient order of the 3,000 worlds? With Sect Master Yang's aptitude, even if you achieve the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, you will still be able to soar. It's better to follow the current than swim against the river." Yongkai snorted at the words. "Whose order? What current? I, Yongkai, entered this vast universe only concerned about my own cultivation. I have never sought trouble with or offended others intentionally, so I will not allow others to stand in the way of my grand Tao." Martial Peak, Chapter 4351 should be very valuable. Manager Zhou asked with a bitter face. Can Sect Master Yang change his conditions? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. I cannot. Manager Zhou couldn't help but smile bitterly, and after pondering for a long time he said, this matter is very important and this old master can't make the decision. I will need to consult my superiors for instructions, but Sect Master Yang, I think there is a good chance that those in charge will not agree to your demands. Yang Kai said in response, Manager Zhou, just ask whether they agree or not is up to them. Then, all right. Now that it had come to this, there was no need for further discussion. Each of them had put forward their own requirements and conditions. The only thing remaining was to see whether the two sides could reach an agreement on the issue. It was not something for Manager Zhou to decide, so he stood up and said, all right, this old master will leave first and deal with this matter. Yang Kai personally sent him out of the reception hall before returning. Chu Huashang, wrapped in a fragrant scent, rushed to Yang Kai's side and stretched out her hand without hesitation and took his arm. With her large twin peaks pressing up against his arm, she delicately called out, Junior brother. Yang Kai looked at her with narrowed eyes and said with a headache, does senior sister have something to say? I promise I will never refuse if it is something I can do. Chu Huashang smiled and exhaled a breath filled with the scent of an orchid in Yang Kai's ear. I knew junior brother was the best. About those heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Yang Kai pulled his arms out of Chu Huashang's grasp and said with a smile while he faced her directly, before senior sister speaks, could she please confirm whether she came to Voidland this time for herself or for Enyang Cave Heaven? Chu Huashang's long lashes fluttered when she blinked. Is there a difference? Yang Kai smiled and said, Senior sister, do you have to ask me that? Junior brother, you're so ruthless. Chu Huashang's face was filled with resentment, like she was a weak woman abandoned by Yang Kai after a thoughtless night of fun, which would make one feel sorry for her. Why ask such a cruel question, junior brother? Did you forget how tightly we held one another in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven just to stay warm? Yang Kai said sternly, it is precisely because I remember that I have to ask clearly. Chu Huashang gave him a charming look. This woman had originally already been a seductress, but now that she had advanced to the open heaven realm, she had become more and more enchanting. Yang Kai sat down and drank his tea without looking at her. Chu Huashang, annoyed, came to sit down beside him angrily, after which she puffed up her cheeks and said, since junior brother wants to distinguish between public and private affairs, let's talk about proper business first. Yang Kai gestured in agreement. Chu Huashang continued, my Enyang Cave Heaven would like to buy some heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills from junior brother. No. Yang Kai replied immediately. Chu Huashang glared at him fiercely, slapped the table and said, just now you and old Zhou said that you would sell 3 to Azura Cave Heaven. Yang Kai said slowly, naturally that was the last available stock. Chu Huashang's chest heaved as she grit her teeth and said, you will not suffer a loss in terms of price, junior brother. I can make the decision on that. Yang Kai thought for a while, then smiled, if Enyang Cave Heaven can sell me a high-ranking element treasure. Junior brother, you should give up on that, those old farts agreeing to this condition is absolutely impossible. Chu Huashang said speechlessly, no matter how high a price you offer it won't happen. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, is senior sister certain? Chu Huashang gently nodded, I don't dare to say anything else, but what old Zhou said was right. The attitudes maintained by the cave heavens and paradises are firm and united. No one will sell you a high-ranking element treasure. Yang Kai frowned. Seeing that he was in a low mood, Chu Huashang also slightly regretted that she had spoken too much and swiftly changed the subject. Junior brother, what if it is I, your senior sister, who wants heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills? Yang Kai casually asked, how many does senior sister need? Chu Huashang looked at him in disbelief. Do you have that many of them? Yang Kai smiled slightly, I don't have a lot, but it should meet senior sister Chu's needs. Chu Huashang fidgeted for a while before muttering awkwardly, 5? No, 3 is enough. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai put a jade bottle in front of her. Chu Huashang picked it up and opened it, only to see that there were 5 spirit pills inside. Although she had never seen this spirit pill before, she was certain that they were heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. With some slight shock, Chu Huashang called out, "Junior brother." She was now an open heaven realm master, so she had no need for these spirit pills. It was not possible that Yang Kai was unaware of this, but he still took out 5 of them the instant she asked. Yang Kai followed up, "In the blood monster cave heaven, if it were not for senior sister's unwavering support, I am afraid that the consequences would have been disastrous. No cost can be put on a life-saving grace, so a few trivial spirit pills is nothing. Senior sister asked for them, so how can I, as your junior brother, refuse?" Chu Huashang was deeply moved, and as squeezed the jade bottle in her hand tightly, she whispered, "Junior brother, thank you." Putting away the jade bottle, Chu Huashang added, "There is one more thing that I need the help of junior brother for." "Senior sister, please speak." "When I came this time, I was also ordered by my master to come to your Void Star City to set up a Tao temple, but I came a little late, and the better locations were taken away by others, so." Yang Kai nodded knowingly but was also a little puzzled. Why does Enyang Cave Heaven want to set up a Tao temple? Could it be to open the door to accept disciples? But there's no need to do that in this star city. Chu Huashang smiled. "You should have some understanding of the situation in Enyang Cave Heaven. Disciples, whether male or female, need to find a partner when the time is right, but how difficult is it to find a partner who is suitable for them and can accompany them for a lifetime? Even if they do find someone appealing, they may not be willing to marry into Enyang Cave Heaven." She glanced at Yang Kai accusingly as she spoke. Yang Kai looked down his nose, ignoring her stare. "That's why some of the outstanding disciples from Enyang Cave Heaven need to go out for life experience and to mingle with fellow cultivators in various Tao temples, so as to find a good match." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded. Enyang Cave Heaven was trying to use this as a way to recruit people under them and enhance their own strength. A simple matter. I'll have second manager accompany you and let you choose whichever location you need for your Tao temple. Then this senior sister will thank junior brother in advance." Chu Huashang thanked him and after a pause, pursed her lips and smiled. "Now that proper business is over, let's talk about private affairs." Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. What else does senior sister want to talk about? Chu Huashang blushed slightly and replied shyly, "Could it be that junior brother forgot what I told you in the blood monster cave heaven? Those words are still valid now, so if you could agree." She now seemed like a naive young lady, one who would grasp everyone's attention. Yang Kai wanted to ask what was going on, but when he saw her eyes, he understood everything. In the blood monster cave heaven, Chu Huashang wanted to recruit Yang Kai on behalf of Enyang Cave Heaven, bluntly saying that she hoped that he could enter Enyang Cave Heaven, the premise being only after she broke through to the open heaven realm. However, at that time Chu Huashang was still just an emperor realm cultivation, and had not yet reached the open heaven realm, so she needed to fall in love with Yang Kai and cut off her emotions to reach a grand accomplishment in the heartless grand Tao. But now that she was in the 6th order open heaven realm, what was the point of mentioning this? Chu Huashang added, "If junior brother becomes my partner, there is no need for you to join Enyang Cave Heaven. Since you are now the Lord of Voidland, we only need to maintain it in name. If you want to stay in Voidland you can stay here, or if you want to come to Enyang Cave Heaven you can do that too." Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Is this what you want, senior sister, or is this what Enyang Cave Heaven wants?" Chu Huashang lowered her head, twisted her hands around the corners of her clothes and said softly, "It doesn't matter whose wish it is, what matters is what junior brother thinks." Seeing her act this way, Yang Kai was touched to know that Enyang Cave Heaven had not requested this. Rather, it was completely pursued by Chu Huashang herself. She wanted to use Enyang Cave Heaven to shield him, even at the expense of her own reputation. He hurriedly got up and bowed. "Senior sister's good intentions, this junior brother has received them, but I am only one step away. If I can't take this step, my Tao heart will forever be obscured, and even if I achieve the 6th order open heaven realm, I am afraid that it will become difficult to continue in the future." Hearing this, Chu Huashang sighed. Although she had expected it, she was still a little disappointed to hear Yang Kai say this. She raised her head and said with a smile, "Senior sister admires junior brother's firm will in the pursuit of the martial Tao. I will be stationed in this star city in the future, so maybe I will come visit you in your void land from time to time. I hope it won't be too troublesome when the time comes. Yang Kai laughed. I'd like nothing more. How could it be troublesome? Chu Huashang stood up. Then I'll say take my leave first. I'll return when matters related to the Dao Temple have been settled. Yang Kai got up to send her off, and at the same time summoned Bian Yuqing to accompany her to the governor's residence to help her choose the location for the Dao Temple. Once the arrangements were made, Yang Kai entered retreat once more. However, before he could start cultivating, he noticed that the isolation barrier had been touched and frowned. He opened the barrier and Bian Yuqing walked in from the outside. Sect Master. Has Chu Huashang's business arrangements been completed? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing said, yes, the arrangements have been made. As she spoke, she took out a wooden box and handed it to Yang Kai. What is this? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Bian Yuqing looked at him with a puzzled face. Isn't this something that Sect Master left behind? Some disciples saw it while cleaning the reception hall, and thought it was something that the Sect Master had accidentally dropped, so they handed it over to this mistress. Yang Kai laughed. How could I have left something behind? It should be Senior Sister Chu's. Go and return the box to her. Bian Yuqing replied, Sect Master, if this was really Lady Chu's, then it can't be sent back since this should be her gift to you. She is a 6th order open heaven realm. How could she have taken out and then forgotten a box for no reason? When Yang Kai heard this, he pondered over it. After Chu Huashang entered the reception hall, he hadn't seen her take out this box. Only after she left did a disciple discover it, which made it apparent that Chu Huashang had left it behind on purpose. Her cultivation was now much higher than Yang Kai's, so if she wanted to do something covertly, he would not be able to discover it. If it wasn't for the disciples who saw it while cleaning the reception hall, it would not have been found. The contents of this box should be very valuable. Bian Yuqing casually stated. Martial Peak, Chapter 4352 Feng Yu. Why do you say so? Yang Kai raised his brow. She must have secretly left it behind because it is precious and she knew Sect Master would not accept it if she passed it to you directly. Bian Yuqing made a slight bow. If there is nothing else, this subordinate will retire first. After Bian Yuqing left, Yang Kai held the jade box in his hand, slightly dazed. He didn't know what Chu Huashang left for him before she left, but he vaguely felt that what his second manager said was not unreasonable. The box was blocked by a seal, but the method to unlock it was not too troublesome. Yang Kai used a secret technique and opened the box, but after seeing what was inside he was slightly startled. The contents of the box were indeed, as Bian Yuqing said, extremely valuable and not just ordinarily valuable either. It contained a 7th order Yang element monster core. This was clearly the one Chu Huashang obtained in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time she and Yang Kai comprehended the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture, and crossed the Blood Lake to reach the Central Palace. On the 3rd island Chu Huashang obtained a 7th order Yang element monster core, while Yang Kai only got a 5th order core, which made him envious. 7th order materials in general were worth at least 150 million open heaven pills, while materials of the yin or yang element would be even higher than that. Yang Kai originally bid for a 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng at an exchange meeting, and it had cost him a great fortune. If such a 7th order yang element monster core was put up for auction, it would definitely cause a huge scramble, and it could easily be sold for 200 million open heaven pills. But now, such an item worth at least 200 million, was deliberately left here by Chu Huashang for Yang Kai. It was only now that Yang Kai understood why Chu Huashang accepted the 5 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills he had given her without hesitation, and never asked how much they were worth. It turned out that she had already planned on compensating him with this. 5 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills were worth a lot, but they were nothing compared to a 7th order yang element monster core. She also knew that he wouldn't accept it, so she left it behind secretly. Being a disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she could not help Yang Kai by what he needed from her own sect, and could only help him within her own abilities. Since this thing did not belong to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven and was instead something she owned personally, she had the right to do whatever she pleased with it. Yang Kai was extremely grateful and solemnly put away the 7th order monster core. A few days later, the Void Auction House's third auction began. The Void Auction House was filled to the brim today. The auction house, which was built by Yun Xinghua himself, had an atmosphere of magnificence. It was constructed according to Yang Kai's requirements, and could accommodate 10,000 people with ease in the main floor, and had many private rooms for VIP guests. Compared to the previous two auctions, this one was undoubtedly of a higher standard. Because the Star City now had a resounding reputation and a much higher population, many people that had great treasures and had no way to sell them entrusted them to the auction house to auction on their behalf. The Void Auction House was naturally happy to do so, so the auction conducted this time was much livelier and fiery than the previous two. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, which was the finale item, broke through the 10 million mark easily and was eventually won by a master in one of the private rooms. In room A1, Yang Kai was sitting in a chair with Bian Yuqing accompanying him by his side. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's anticipation, Bian Yuqing said, "Sect Master, it's time." Yang Kai gently nodded, rubbing his fingers unconsciously. In the past two auctions, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill marked the end, but this time was different. On the auction stage, Yun Xinghua said loudly, "Honored guests, today we have a special item we would like to present, and I believe many will certainly be interested in it." In the auction house, the people who were about to leave stopped and looked towards Yun Xinghua curiously. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill had already been auctioned off, so what else did Voidland have to offer? Was it more precious than the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? In front of everyone's eyes, Yun Xinghua took out a wooden box, used a secret technique to open its seal and declared loudly, "A 7th Order Yang Element Monster Core from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." The audience immediately flew into an uproar. Although the auction held by Void Auction House was quite good this time and many high-class items had appeared, no one had imagined that such a valuable item would appear. Even top auction houses like Red Cloud's Auction House, which belonged to Red Cloud's Cave Heaven, would often have 7th Order items for sale. From the private rooms, powerful divine senses undisguisedly swarmed towards the wooden box to check whether it was really true. Although Yun Xinghua was a 4th Order Open Heaven Master, cold sweat oozed from his forehead due to the pressure that was like a mountain engulfing him at that moment. He felt like he was a little sheep that was being targeted by a bunch of hungry wolves. Suppressing the trepidation in his heart, Yun Xinghua took a deep breath and continued, "This item is not for auction and only an exchange will be accepted. My Void Auction House would like to exchange this for a 7th Order Een Element treasure. If anyone has something suitable, please contact me and rest assured, my Void Auction House will definitely give enough compensation." Yun Xinghua looked around and waited for a long time, but no one made a sound. In room A1, Yang Kai also monitored the situation, but he did not feel too disappointed to see no response since he had expected this. This time was just a publicity stunt. Yang Kai believed that due to this announcement, the news that Void Auction House was trying to exchange a 7th Order Yang Element treasure for a 7th Order Een Element treasure would soon spread, and anyone who met the conditions would take the initiative to approach them. Of course, this was provided that this person was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai was confident that in this way, the matter regarding his need for a high-rank Een Element treasure would be known to the entire 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai wanted to act secretively, but he had already revealed the fact that he had condensed multiple high-order elements. Anyone who was interested in him could deduce what elements he currently lacked. There was no harm in letting others know that he needed a Een Element treasure now. This was probably not something that he would get in a short period of time. He might have to wait for a long time, maybe 3 to 5 years, several dozen years, or even hundreds of years. But Yang Kai could wait. Compared to the pursuit of the martial Tao, a small wait was but a trivial matter. Moreover, he was still young and he had only recently entered the vast outer universe. In a trivial 20 or 30 years, he had already accomplished what ordinarily took others hundreds if not thousands of years to complete. He had enough qualifications to wait it out. While waiting, he could also accumulate and fortify his foundation, paving a smoother road to his future, thus saving himself time and effort when he eventually did break through. Void Auction House held an auction every 3 months, and the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was the final item every single time. Even though one was sold every 3 months, the price of this item only got higher with time. After all, there were too many cultivators that needed this kind of spirit pill. Which cave heaven or paradise did not have a few core disciples? When these disciples advanced to the open heaven realm, even if they were well prepared, and even if they had great confidence in themselves, accidents could always occur. Throughout the ages, how many geniuses had fallen due to tiny mistakes, vanishing from the annals of history? If those cave heavens and paradises wanted their disciples to advance to the open heaven realm successfully, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was the best guarantee. Across the 3,000 worlds, the only place a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill could be acquired was Void Auction House. Void Star City's popularity was booming, and it had only taken a trivial year to become crowded. The Void Dock now had to limit the flow of people entering the city because every moment, there were more flight-type artifacts queuing up outside, waiting to be let in. Only when people inside left were people outside allowed to enter. Bian Yuqing was planning on expanding the size of Star City, because under the current situation, it was already somewhat unable to meet its high popularity. But she was overruled by Yang Kai after she made this proposal. Voidland had sprung up suddenly and had been growing too fast, leading to a lack of experience in various matters. So right now they had to focus on gaining stability, not endless expansion. Therefore, even though he knew that expanding the Star City could bring even greater profits, Yang Kai did not agree to it. Since there were 2 divine spirits in Voidland, Yang Kai felt that as long as he didn't go out and cause trouble, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't do anything to him. It would not be too late to make plans after he got his high-rank Yin element treasure and advanced to the high-rank open heaven realm. One day when Yang Kai was in the middle of retreat, he felt the barrier being touched, so he opened his eyes. Without an appropriate Yin element material, he could not advance to the open heaven realm. He had entered retreat this time only to further his understanding of the elements he had already condensed, hoping he might uncover some kind of new divine ability from them. As such, it wasn't a big problem that he was disturbed. Opening the barrier, Bian Yuqing walked in from outside. Yang Kai asked, "Does senior sister Chu need something again?" In the past 6 months, Chu Huashang had opened a Dao temple in the Star City. She had just advanced to the open heaven realm, so she had spent most of her time there for 2 reasons. One was to maintain the stability of the Dao temple itself, and the other was to consolidate her new cultivation. Yang Kai had also been to the Dao temple once and participated in discussions about the Grand Dao, but he used 7 faces to change his appearance and aura to do so. He found that the so-called Grand Dao discourse was actually just a group of young attractive people gathering together to market themselves, which wasn't of any interest to him. But Enyang Cave Heaven had a need for this kind of place since it was full of beautiful women and handsome men looking to find partners. From time to time, Chu Huashang would come to Voidland to look for Yang Kai. It was never for any serious reason and instead just to casually chat with him. Yang Kai knew that she wanted him to join Enyang Cave Heaven, but she never broached the topic directly. Naturally, since Bian Yuqing had come to alert him of a guest, he immediately thought it was that seductress again. But Bian Yuqing shook her head and reported, "It is not Lady Chu who is looking for you but a young man named Feng Yu. He says he is an old acquaintance of sect masters." Feng Yu. Yang Kai frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that this name was familiar as if he had heard of it somewhere, but it did not immediately ring a bell. After thinking carefully, Yang Kai finally remembered that among the people he knew, there was only one guy named Feng Yu, whom he met in the primordial land of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. But there was not much of a friendship between them as Yang Kai simply brought him out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at the end of the Spirit-Seizing War. However, there were quite a lot of people who were brought out by Yang Kai at that time, all of whom were chosen by the various divine spirits as bearers but had the misfortune of losing the battle to Yang Kai. Yang Kai still had a lot of faith tokens left behind by these disciples of various great forces. These young people had left these tokens with Yang Kai in the hopes that, if he had time in the future, he would visit their sects so they could show their appreciation for the life-saving grace he had shown them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4353, Come to Offer Services. Yang Kai did save their lives after all. If he did not use the sealed world bead to bring them out, many of them might have been killed by the enraged divine spirits backing them. However, now that he was seen by some cave heavens and paradises as a threat to peace and order, They may have to rethink their proposal, since befriending Yong Kai could bring disaster to their sects. So even though Yong Kai had now become Voidland's sect master, and the battle that ended with the destruction of the 100 Sects Alliance had made Voidland famous, no one had come to visit. Feng Yu was not like them and obviously did not share their worries since he was a loner, not associated with any great force. If Yong Kai remembered correctly, the divine spirit that stood behind this guy at that time was the solid earth black tortoise, and then in the primordial land he acquired a divine medicine, the 1,000-leaf stone lotus. Both of these combined basically made his defenses impregnable. There were a number of divine medicines in the primordial land. Yong Kai got Pu Bai Xiong and the little mushroom, Feng Yu got the 1,000-leaf stone lotus, and a guy named Xiangying got the purple bamboo. The divine medicine Aku was obtained by an unknown cultivator, and a man surnamed Go obtained the gourd vine initially, but he was killed by Yong Kai, which led to the gourd vine falling into Yong Kai's hands. Thus, Yong Kai obtained 3 of the 6 known divine medicines. Divine medicines each had tremendous effects. Taking Pu Bai Xiong as an example, each of the berries on his head had unimaginable healing efficacies, and even a man half a step through the gates of death could be brought back to full health by eating one. In the blood monster cave heaven, when Yong Kai was being chased by Yin Xen Zhao, if he had a berry from Pu Bai Xiong on hand, he would not have fallen into such a miserable state. So when Yong Kai came back after that, ignoring Pu Bai Xiong's strong protests, he took a berry to keep for emergencies, earning him Pu Bai Xiong's ire for several days. Little Mushroom evolved from a profound multicolored illusionary mushroom, which had unparalleled natural hallucinogenic powers. Yong Kai placed her in the 9 heavenly layers grand array as the array core of the illusion array, strengthening both even further. The 1,000-leaf stone lotus had supreme defensive power. The purple bamboo that Xiangying had could suppress all types of principles, while the gourd vine could exert power equal to the strength displayed by a 5th-order open heaven realm master. The only thing Yong Kai didn't understand was what divine medicine Aku was, and since his master had never used it to do anything, there was no way to guess. Yong Kai had never thought of exploiting the life-saving grace he had shown to those people, so when he first heard of Feng Yu's visit, he didn't have much of a reaction at all. But after a moment of contemplation he suddenly understood why this guy had come at this time. Things were really as he guessed, perhaps. Voidland could gain a powerful master in the near future. If Sect Master doesn't want to see him, this subordinate will turn him down. Seeing Yong Kai hesitate, Bian Yuqing thought that Feng Yu was taking the opportunity to climb the ladder, and felt a little unhappy. Now that Voidland had become famous, such an occurrence would not be unusual. Yong Kai, however, just smiled and said, "Show him in." At his response, Bian Yuqing took out a communication bead and sent a message outside. After waiting for an incense stick's worth of time, a Voidland disciple led a young man with thick brows and big eyes into the reception hall. It was Feng Yu. When he saw Yong Kai, Feng Yu's eyes lit up with a look of relief. He took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. "Senior brother Yong." "Brother Feng." Yong Kai nodded lightly. Feng Yu looked at him incredulously and said, "When we left the grand ancient ruins boundary, I did not expect that in less than 10 years, Senior brother Yong would have made such a grand accomplishment. When I heard the name of the Voidland sect master, this Feng couldn't believe it at first. I thought perhaps it was another man with the same name, but I never thought it would really be Senior brother Yong." Opportunities and coincidences. Yong Kai smiled and gestured, "Brother Feng, let's sit down and talk." Feng Yu did not stand on ceremony and sat down readily as the maidservant served tea. Yong Kai looked at him and asked, "Does Brother Feng have some advice for me today?" Feng Yu laughed and said, "Senior brother Yong is now the master of a great force with numerous open heaven realm masters for subordinates. Not to mention even a great force like Heavenly Sword Union has been defeated by your Voidland. I am but a trivial person with no roots. How can I give you any guidance? I came here today just to thank Senior brother for saving my life that day." Yong Kai smirked in his heart, but he said with a solemn expression, "What happened that day was just a simple matter. Brother Feng need not worry about it." Feng Yu replied sternly, "To Senior brother, it may have just been a minor matter, but to this Feng, it was a life-saving grace. I was selected as a bearer by that divine spirit in the grand ancient ruins boundary, and spent a lot of effort to cultivate, but the result was a complete failure. I was unable to assist my backer in achieving what he wanted, and without your help, senior brother, the consequences would have been dire. I, along with many others, would definitely have been killed by those enraged divine spirits. Yang Kai smiled and said, not necessarily. Some divine spirits were actually quite friendly. The divine spirit that took in Gu Pan would not have killed her, but Kuan Sha, the divine spirit that supported Lin Feng, would definitely have eaten Lin Feng alive to vent out his rage. Naturally, each divine spirit had a different temperament and each of them acted in different ways. In any case, senior brother's life-saving grace cannot be forgotten. Feng Yu continued, this Feng is not someone who does not know how to repay the kindness that he receives. The favor from that day has been etched into this Feng's heart. If senior brother has any orders, just speak up and this Feng will never decline. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Junior brother Feng is too serious, my void land is at peace now, so there is no need to speak of such heavy matters. No matter what it is. This Feng wants to do something to repay this favor. If not, I will not be able to eat and sleep in peace. Feng Yu's face was earnest. It's really fine. Yang Kai said while shaking his head slowly. Feng Yu asked anxiously, when I came here I passed through the Star City dock and it was quite overcrowded. Does senior brother need manpower to maintain order? Although this Feng's cultivation is low, I will still do my best. Yang Kai said, I have people guarding the dock so I won't bother brother Feng. Well, if brother Feng is free, you might as well spend some time in my void land. I still have some things to do so I won't be able to accompany you further. Saying so, he stood up. Feng Yu rushed up to him in a stride, grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve and hurriedly said, Senior brother, please stay. Yang Kai turned around and looked at him with a smile. Brother Feng, is there anything else? Feng Yu faltered and blushed slightly, unable to speak. Yang Kai sighed. Brother Feng, just say what you have to say, why beat around the bush? When Feng Yu saw his expression, he suddenly came to his senses. Senior brother, you already expected me to ask for help. Yang Kai said, I had a guess but I wasn't sure. Now I am. Brother Feng is here for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, right? Feng Yu's face turned slightly red and he looked very embarrassed when Yang Kai said that. Senior brother, this Feng Yu would like to offer his services to you and hopes senior brother will take me in. Yang Kai took a deep look at him and held out his hand. Let's sit down and talk. The two men retook their seats. Yang Kai said slowly, Brother Feng should have a great aptitude to be valued by the solid earth black tortoise and be chosen as his bearer, but sixth order elements are probably a bit too much for Brother Feng. Of course, the solid earth black tortoise would not care about your future problems, he only wanted Brother Feng to be as strong as possible so that he could win the first place in the spirit-seizing war. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, the solid earth black tortoise helped Brother Feng to forcibly raise your strength, right? Feng Yu said with shame. It appears I can't hide anything from senior brother Yang. Yang Kai replied, I was there in the grand ancient ruins boundary as well, and I was chosen to be a bearer, so I know firsthand about such matters. At that time, Zhu Jiuyin also wanted to forcibly raise Yang Kai's strength by making him condense a sixth order earth element. However, Yang Kai staked his own life against it, forcing her to back down. Furthermore, considering that Yang Kai was originally refining 7th order elements and his strength was already phenomenal, Zhu Jiuyin was willing to back down. But others such as Feng Yu were not so lucky, and were forced by their divine spirits to condense 6th order or even 7th order elements. Even taking the entire 3,000 worlds into consideration, those who could condense 6th order powers and directly achieve the 6th order open heaven realm were extreme rarities. Often core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. There were only a few of such people in each generation such as Gu Pan, Chu Huashang, Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran and so on. Although Feng Yu and the others had good aptitudes and were valued by the divine spirits, they were still inferior to geniuses like Gu Pan and Chu Huashang. Their limit was the 5th order. Even though forcing them to condense 6th order elements could grant them more power for a short period of time, allowing them to gain some advantage in the spirit-seizing war, it would leave fatal drawbacks. These drawbacks would become more and more serious as they progressed in their cultivation. By condensing elements beyond what they were capable of bearing, once they tried to break through to the open heaven realm, they would most likely die. Ding Yi, the leader of Emperor Heaven back then, was forced by Bai Fong to condense a 7th-order fire element power, but every time he used this power he suffered a serious backlash. He would look like a cooked crab, all red and steaming hot from overheating. Yang Kai had once asserted that if Ding Yi dared to break through to the open heaven realm, he would die on the spot in 9 out of 10 cases. Fong Yu was now facing the same problem. The only thing that could help him and the others was the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills that Yang Kai had. This spirit pill could greatly increase the chances of success. If Fong Yu took one before attempting to break through, although there was no guarantee of success, the chance of failure would be greatly reduced. However, Fong Yu was only an Emperor Realm cultivator without any background, so how could he earn enough open heaven pills to afford to buy a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? Thus he thought that the only way he could survive was by joining Yang Kai. That was why Fong Yu had approached him today. Fong Yu said with a bitter smile, "In the 10 years that I stayed in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, this Fong traversed the path that others could not finish even in 100 years. With the assistance of Senior Solid Earth Black Tortoise, I refined several materials for different elements, and advanced straight to the half-step open heaven realm. However, this Fong knows his aptitude very clearly. In this Fong's present situation, I will not be able to bear the impact of advancing to the 6th-order open heaven realm. The only possible way to survive would be to instead advance to the 3rd order, but even then the chances are slim." It was easy for him to advance into the 3rd order since he would only need to refine a 3rd-order material. The powers of yin, yang and 5 elements required to break through to the open heaven realm were like the boards of a wooden barrel. The amount of water that could be stored in the wooden barrel depended entirely on the shortest board, regardless of how tall the others were. But with such a great starting point, how could this Fong be willing to settle for the trivial 3rd-order open heaven realm? These words couldn't help but resonate with Yang Kai, because all of them had a high starting point. They couldn't settle for such mediocre achievements. The gap was just too big. Martial Peak, Chapter 4354, Grand Ancient Ruins Shop. Everyone had their own sense of greed, especially when it came to their martial Dao. Once a person had experienced their first breakthrough, they would want to continue. Yang Kai was the same. He was not willing to waste his high starting point with all the rare materials he had condensed. Although he knew that his journey would be full of thorns and tribulations, he still had no intention of backing down. Fong Yu was no different. If it wasn't for the rise of Voidland, if it wasn't for Yang Kai using the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to increase the Star City's popularity and make the fame of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills spread throughout the 3,000 worlds, Fong Yu would probably have been resigned to his fate. He would settle for the 3rd-order open heaven realm. Otherwise he would lose everything and disappear due to the backlash of trying to break through to the 6th-order open heaven realm. However, when he heard that there were Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in Voidland, it was like a ray of light had pierced through the fog of darkness. Fong Yu felt a glimmer of hope. That was why he had taken the liberty to visit Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's Voidland already had a mighty army with the finest arms. What advantages could he, a trivial half-step open heaven realm master, offer Yang Kai in return for such a precious treasure? The only thing he could rely on was the small friendship all of them had in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Now it seemed as if this trip had not been in vain. Thinking about it, Yang Kai was not a narrow-minded person. He brought out all the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, disregarding their former status as enemies. Instead, it was Fong Yu who had been overly skeptical and pessimistic. Reflecting on this, Fong Yu couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. "I naturally welcome Brother Fong if you want to join my Voidland, but does Brother Fong know the current situation of my Voidland?" Fong Yu replied, "I've heard a little bit about Senior Brother's intention to reach the high-rank open heaven realm directly, which seemed to have touched the nerves of certain powerful figures, leading to targeted discrimination and suppression." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "That's right, the 100 Sects Alliance was formed to attack us because of this. When the time comes, my Voidland might face trouble. Does Brother Fong still want to join knowing this?" Fong Yu said, "If I enter Voidland, this Fong will live and die together with Voidland. It's better to die a glorious death than live a life filled with regrets." "Good." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "If Brother Fong has expressed such an intention, How can this Yang refuse? From now on you will be a member of my Voidland. Feeling overjoyed, Feng Yu got up and saluted. Disciple Feng Yu greets sect master. Yang Kai came forward to help him up. No need to be polite, you and I will call each other fellow brothers in the future. Feng Yu had condensed 6th order powers, and would sooner or later advance to the 6th order open heaven realm. At that time he would become a powerhouse of Voidland, so Yang Kai did not want their relationship to stiffen due to their different positions. Feng Yu said gratefully, "Many thanks, senior brother." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since you have joined my Voidland, you should practice well and tell me when you are about to break through to the open heaven realm. I will help you then." Feng Yu said in reply, "I am not going to lie to senior brother. Right now I am only one step away from advancing to the open heaven realm. I only need to condense my last element to break through, but I want to cultivate and retreat for some time to solidify my foundation first so that I can have a better chance of success." "That is for the best." Yang Kai nodded his head. When he was in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Feng Yu had already reached the half-step open heaven realm with the help of the solid earth black tortoise. It had been a few years since he had left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so it was not surprising that he was only one step away from breaking through. "I'll have someone arrange a place for you to live so you can cultivate inside the sect without worry." Feng Yu thanked him and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior brother, do you remember Xiang Ying and the others?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and asked curiously, "Junior brother, what do you?" Feng Yu answered, "There were many bearers in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. I believe that there are quite a few people who are facing the same predicament as me, such as Xiang Ying and Ding Yi. If senior brother offers them the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, I think they would not refuse to join you. Since they were chosen by the divine spirits as bearers in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they should have condensed at least 5th order elements. If they can successfully break through to the open heaven realm in the future, they will definitely become a great help to senior brother." Yang Kai nodded and said, "While that is true, the 3,000 worlds is vast. No one knows where they could have gone after leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." Feng Yu said with a smile, "I too have no way to contact them, but senior brother does not need to worry about that. Even if senior brother may not know where they are right now, they certainly know where senior brother is. I believe that sooner or later they will come to you on their own initiative just like me. All senior brother needs to do is to sit back and wait." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "That's true." In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, the number of people chosen by the divine spirits to be bearers was quite large, 50 at least. While the number of people that did not belong to any sect may not be that great, as long as that number reached 30%, that would translate to 15 to 20 people. These people had at least condensed 5th order elements. Furthermore, people such as Feng Yu and Ding Yi had condensed 6th order elements. As long as they had a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills as an auxiliary, there was a great chance that all of them could break through to the 5th or 6th order open heaven realm. These bearers already owned Yang Kai a life-saving grace, so if he offered them a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill now, delivering charcoal to them in the frigid winter, then Voidland should have no problem recruiting them. That would mean in a relatively short span of time, Voidland could have 15 to 20 more masters in the 5th and 6th order open heaven realm. That was a terrifying force. From the situation Feng Yu pitched, it could be seen that the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary needed Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills much more than others. The closer they were to breaking through, the more urgent their need would be. Thus what Feng Yu was saying had promise indeed. If what this Feng said assured senior brother, "Please let me handle this matter. If I act as an example, I believe they will be more assured." Feng Yu volunteered. Since he had just joined Voidland, he needed to do something to prove his worth, not just silently cultivate. "What does junior brother plan to do?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Feng Yu smiled and said, "I would like to ask senior brother to allocate a store to me. This junior brother can open a Grand Ancient Ruins shop in the Star City, not to sell anything, just to allow people to be able to find and come to this junior brother." Yang Kai laughed. "Is junior brother trying to fish?" Feng Yu winked at him and said, "The ones who need it will take the bait." If Feng Yu personally ran the Grand Ancient Ruins shop, Yang Kai believed that those who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would be much less wary, and it would be much easier to recruit them. Yang Kai had no reason to refuse anyway. It was only a single store and it didn't matter even if he could not recruit people. He immediately called Bian Yuqing in and asked her to cooperate with Feng Yu. Soon a store called Grand Ancient Ruins Shop opened in the center of the Star City, near Void Auction House. Grand Ancient Ruins Shop sold numerous goods, but none of the items were particularly valuable. In other words, it was a general store. There were also only a few shop hands in the Grand Ancient Ruins Shop. The sudden appearance of such a shop in such a prime location naturally aroused the interest of many, who came to investigate, but after ascertaining the circumstances of Grand Ancient Ruins Shop, many people sighed, thinking that the shopkeeper was simply stupid. It was an unwise decision to open the Grand Ancient Ruins Shop in such an area, which was a waste of money. Therefore, the popularity of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary quickly died out a few days after it opened. The few shop hands had nothing to do all day long, and Feng Yu just sat behind the counter and cultivated in silence. However, the Grand Ancient Ruins Shop had its first harvest after just 10 days. A young man called Li Yi approached Feng Yu, talked with him in a secret room, and was quickly introduced to Void Land. Li Yi was also one of the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Just like Feng Yu, he was a rogue cultivator. However, he was a little bit inferior when compared to Feng Yu as he had only condensed fifth-order elements. Still, even fifth-order elements was beyond his limit. When Feng Yu heard about the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, he took the initiative to come to the Star City, which Li Yi had also done. However, Li Yi had no relationship with Yang Kai whatsoever, except for the fact that he was brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by him. Thus, he did not take the liberty of visiting Yang Kai due to the fear that he would be ignored. Moreover, he could not be sure that Void Land's lord was the Yang Kai he met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If this Yang Kai was not the one that he knew and they just had similar names, then he would be put in an awkward spot. When Li Yi was at a loss for what to do, he passed by the Grand Ancient Ruins shop and saw Feng Yu. He was not familiar with Feng Yu, but he had met with him face to face before, so he naturally remembered him. Li Yi felt surprised and delighted and decided to talk to him. Feng Yu was waiting for this moment, so he didn't hesitate and immediately led Li Yi into the secret room. Getting to know that he could obtain a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill when he was about to break through to the open heaven realm as long as he joined Voidland made Li Yi feel overjoyed. He nodded in agreement without any hesitation. To him, this was a life-saving straw he found when drowning, so why would he not grasp onto it firmly? With his successful recruitment of Li Yi, Feng Yu became even more confident. He believed that as long as those bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary heard news of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, they would look for Void Star City sooner or later. All he needed to do now was wait patiently. While Feng Yu was staying in the Grand Ancient Ruins shop, Manager Zhou from Azura Heaven visited Void Land again. He and Yang Kai had bargained before, each putting forward their own conditions, but Manager Zhou was unable to make a decision and had sent a message to his superiors. This time he had come to deliver Azura Heaven's answer. Yang Kai needed a high-ranking element treasure, which Azura Heaven insisted was not possible. This was their bottom line and there would be no negotiations. Even though Yang Kai had expected it, he was still slightly disappointed. Azura Heaven also failed to buy any Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills from Yang Kai. Yang Kai's attitude towards this matter was quite simple. They did not sell something he wanted, so naturally he would not sell them what they wanted. If they wanted Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, they could go to the auction that happened once every 3 months and bid for it themselves. The final results of the negotiations were that Void Star City would set aside a large plot for a new Azura arena to be built. Void Land would take a 30% share of the profits, but the rent and taxes would all be free. Void Auction House was already established now, so with the 30% stake in the Azura arena, 2 giant money trees had been planted. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4355, Old Bai's Accident. With the auction house and Azura arena's 30% share, plus the Star City's rent and taxes, Voidland was now making a lot of money every day, more than enough to meet its current needs. It no longer needed to worry about making ends meet. However, 6th-order materials were still a problem. Although materials of this order were not as rare as those of the high rank, The amount of sixth-order materials one could find was definitely not great and they couldn't easily be bought with money. Although the Star City was now popular and some sixth-order materials were now flowing in, there were still many in Voidland who needed sixth-order materials. The great emperors Yang Kai's wives and even Mo Shaoqi Lin Yuner, Li Wu Yi Yang Yan and several others all needed sixth-order materials. Although Yang Kai made a huge fortune in the grand ancient ruins boundary, including a lot of sixth-order materials, it couldn't support the needs of so many. Originally, after Yu He and Mo Mei advanced to the sixth-order open heaven realm, they wanted to use sixth-order materials to cultivate. However, due to the lack of materials, they could only cultivate with open heaven pills. While refining open heaven pills could certainly help steadily improve their cultivation, the efficiency was not as good as directly refining sixth-order materials. Although Voidland had been spending a lot of money to acquire sixth-order materials, it still could not keep up with its pace of consumption, resulting in Yang Kai contributing even the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd. The sixth-order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light was sealed within the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd. It was a sixth-order metal element material that could be refined by cultivators. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Su Jin had helped Yang Kai upgrade his wind gourd to this Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd. This item had played a significant role in Yang Kai's hands and he repeatedly used it as a trump card to deal with strong enemies. However, now that Voidland had a shortage of sixth-order materials, Yang Kai could only prioritize the cultivation needs of everyone first. Besides, he had made up his mind to not leave Voidland easily, so the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd would also not be of any use for the time being. When he later broke through to the open heaven realm, the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd would also become useless. On the other hand, Voidland wasn't the least bit worried about fifth-order materials, because the gourd vine could produce a whole set of fifth-order materials every month. There were always enough fifth-order materials and all they needed to do was slowly wait. So, Voidland never needed to buy fifth-order materials and instead they bought a lot of fourth-order and third-order materials. The Star City was developing steadily, and everything in Voidland had gradually entered the right track. Day by day, Yang Kai's retreats were also being rewarded. He had now refined 6 element powers, only missing the Yin element. From these element powers, he had obtained the Golden Crow casts the Sun Divine Manifestation by comprehending the mysteries of his Golden Crow's true fire. The Earth Great Dragon Bead helped him obtain the Dragon Shield secret technique, which was a powerful defensive ability. And the essence of the Immortal Tree helped him comprehend the Towering Evergreen Tree, another divine manifestation which was remarkably effective in both protection and healing. During these days of retreat, Yang Kai also comprehended Water Reflects the Moon. Although it was not a divine manifestation and instead just a divine ability, it complemented the Golden Crow casts the Sun perfectly. The metal element power was refined by Yang Kai from the monster core of the Golden Wolf King. And around the same time as when Yang Kai realized the divine ability of Water Reflects the Moon, he was also blessed with the comprehension of Golden Wolf Howls at the Moon. Among the 6 elements he had refined, he had only not yet comprehended a divine ability from his Yang element. However, Yang Kai had obtained his Yang element power by refining the primordial Yang profound ginseng, so he who did not know what he would be able to comprehend in the end, could only wait in silence. The Void Auction House held an auction every 3 months, and each time the finale was a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Most recently, the 10th Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill had been auctioned off. In other words, it had already been 3 years since the Great Voidland migration. Voidland and its Star City had been developing quite well during this time. The only hiccup was the high-order Yin element treasure that Yang Kai needed, which there was still no news of. However, Yang Kai had mentally prepared himself for this, so he was not anxious. Not to mention 3 years, he could continue to wait for several hundred years. He believed that as long as he had and was in the Star City, sooner or later he could get what he wanted. Yang Kai had originally planned to just sit back and wait, but life never went as one planned. He overestimated the patience of some people and underestimated their determination to target him. While he was in retreat one day, the isolation barrier was touched. Yang Kai opened the restriction and Bian Yuqing hurriedly came in, her expression slightly unsightly. "Sect Master." Yang Kai looked at her and asked, "What is it?" "There is news from the Void Dock that Bai Qi was found." "Old Bai was found?" Yang Kai frowned. What happened to old Bai? Bian Yuqing responded. Bai Qi was severely injured by someone and fell into a coma. He was brought to the dock by a passing ship. What? Yang Kai immediately jumped up. More than a year ago he had sent someone to Thousand Birds territory to find the proprietress, and to ask her to come to Voidland as a guest. He intended to ask her to open up a first branch in their own star city so that it would be convenient to take care of and meet each other. But the messenger he sent eventually came back and reported that the first branch was closed temporarily. The 3,000 worlds was vast and boundless and filled with seemingly endless great territories. Yang Kai simply did not know how to find old Bai and the proprietress, so he could only give up. Who would have guessed that today when he finally got news of Bai Qi? That he was seriously injured and unconscious. Old Bai was a fifth-order open heaven master, so for another cultivator to injure him so gravely, they would have to be at least in the sixth-order open heaven realm. Being that he was a shop hand of first in, and the personal attendant of the proprietress, who would dare attack him so recklessly? If Bai Qi was so seriously injured, what about the proprietress? Yang Kai's heart clenched and he suddenly had a sinking feeling, like a big invisible net was covering him. After receiving the news, Yang Kai immediately summoned Yu He and asked her to follow him to the Star City Void Dock. Soon Yang Kai saw old Bai while Jin Yuanlang personally reported the situation at the dock. Void Star City was now overcrowded, and every day there were many people waiting in line outside the dock to enter. Although the number of people was quite large, Jin Yuanlang had been in charge of the dock for a few years now, so he was able to handle it. When checking one of the ships waiting to enter, the owner reported that there was a fifth-order open heaven realm master called Bai Qi on board, who seemed to know the Lord of Void Land. Jin Yuanlang did not dare to be slow and went to check. And when he saw that it was indeed Bai Qi, he urgently treated his wounds to stabilize his condition while also sending a message to Void Land. When Yang Kai arrived, Bai Qi was still in a coma, his face as pale as paper. His aura was unstable and his body was drenched with fresh blood. The dried blood was caked onto his clothes in a way that was unbearable to see. Sect Master, Brother Bai has already taken a healing pill and there is no danger to his life for the time being, but Jin Yuanlang, who was worried, stepped forward to whisper something to Yang Kai. But what? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, his face almost dripping with gloom. But Brother Bai had pushed himself too far. When he was seriously injured, he did not heal his injuries properly and instead overexerted his own strength, resulting in the small universe in his body showing signs of instability. There is a risk that it might collapse soon. It is difficult to say whether he will survive. Yang Kai's face became uglier and uglier. If the small universe in Bai Qi's body really collapsed, then his cultivation would become completely useless and he would become a cripple. Is there a solution? Yang Kai asked. Jin Yuanlang shook his head slowly. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yu He. After all, someone from Abundance City would not know much about this kind of thing while Yu He might have some options. Yu He promptly answered, if we have a star-gathering universe pill, it should help him stabilize his small universe. During battles between open heaven realm masters, there are cases like old Bai's, where the small universe in their body becomes turbulent. If the situation is mild, it is fine and can be resolved with some meditation and quiet cultivation, but if it is serious, it would require external help to restore. The star-gathering universe pill has this effect, but that pill is precious and ordinary alchemists would find it difficult to refine. Yang Kai immediately said, send out a message that my Void Land is offering a huge reward for a star-gathering universe pill. If anyone has this spirit pill or can refine it, Void Land will fulfill any one wish they have as long as it is within our ability. The Star City was now full of talented people from all walks of life and even many alchemists from other great forces were stationed here. The only way to get a star-gathering universe pill was from the Star City, and Yang Kai could only pray that someone in Star City had or could refine one. After asking Yu He to take care of old Bai, Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, what happened? Jin Yuanlang cupped his fist and said, Sect Master, my subordinates don't know what happened exactly, but when they were checking a certain ship, someone reported that there was a seriously injured person on board, called Bai Qi. It turned out to be Brother Bai, so I hurriedly reported it. Yang Kai coldly snorted, Bai Qi was unconscious, so how did the people on the ship know that his name was Bai Qi? Where is the owner of this ship? He's outside, Jin Yuan Lang said before hurriedly asking someone to bring the manager in. The manager, who was only in the third order open heaven realm, said with some trepidation once he stepped into the room, "Profound Thundersex Lu Wenfei greets sirs." Yang Kai turned his head towards him, looked him up and down, and saw that this man's hair was white. He looked elderly with an unstable aura. Obviously, the third order open heaven realm was his limit and Profound Thundersect was just a third-class force. Jin Yuan Lang said, "Manager Lu need not be afraid. My void land will never bully the weak. I only called you over because my sect master has some questions he wishes to ask." Lu Wenfei bowed his head and said, "Sir, this old man will tell you everything I know no matter what questions you have." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "Manager Lu, I want to know where you found Bai Qi and what the situation was at that time." Lu Wenfei hurriedly reported, "Sir, this old man met Sir Bai Qi in this void territory. He was in a hurry at that time, but it seemed that because he was seriously injured his strength was failing him and his speed was quite slow. This old man invited him on board, but he only had time to report his name, and that he was to be taken to the Yang Kai of Void Land directly. After that he passed out." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4356, Man-Made Disaster. Hearing him mention Sect Master Yang's name, this old man did not dare to neglect this issue. This old man immediately rushed to the dock, and when I saw Sir Jean, this old man reported the matter. "Is that all?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Lu Wenfei hurriedly said, "Sect Master Yang, please understand this was really what happened. This old man would never dare to hide anything from you." Yang Kai looked at his face, nodded lightly and said, "I understand." He ordered someone to lead Lu Wenfei out and to also reward him with some open heaven pills. Yang Kai also instructed his men to monitor Lu Wenfei's movements. Jin Yuan Lang mused, "Sect Master is suspicious of this Profound Thunder sect. Just in case, but they should have nothing to do with old Bai's matter. It is most likely just a coincidence." In the end it didn't matter. If old Bai woke up, everything would become clear. But right now old Bai's situation did not look very optimistic. Yang Kai carefully put him into the Fated Paths bag and brought him back to Void Land. At the same time he sent a message to the Star City Governor's mansion, telling Mo Mei to personally put up a reward for a star-gathering universe pill. In a secret chamber, old Bai was lying on the bed, breathing weakly, still unconscious. The aura surrounding him was extremely faint. He carefully used World Force to adjust the small universe in old Bai's body, to prevent his injuries from deteriorating. Yang Kai, on the other hand, used his wood element power to heal old Bai's physical injuries. Yang Kai really didn't know where the proprietress had gone for more than 2 years. Word of the previous battle against Void Land by the 100 Sects Alliance had already spread throughout the 3,000 worlds. Logically speaking, according to the proprietress's temperament, if she got to know that such an event had happened, she would have already come to Void Land to investigate the situation. But she never showed up. Yang Kai sent someone to invite the proprietress to Void Star City, but she was still nowhere to be seen. Where did she go after leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? What happened to her? Just who managed to injure Old Bai like this? As long as Old Bai did not wake up, everything would remain a mystery. 2 days later, good news came from the Star City Governor's mansion. There was an alchemy grandmaster in the Star City who could refine the star-gathering universe pill. With the help of Yang Kai's wood element power, Old Bai's injuries were much better and his aura had also stabilized a lot, but the small universe in his body was still far from stable. If this was not resolved, Old Bai could die at any time even if he woke up. Yang Kai had been quite worried these past 2 days, but now he had finally heard some good news. He immediately ordered someone to invite the Grandmaster over, but soon Mo Mei sent a message back, saying that although the alchemist was willing to help Voidland, he was asking for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills recipe and 100 portions of world source liquid as his price. Mo Mei was extremely annoyed by this shameless request. The only reason Void Star City was so popular was because of its Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. This kind of pill was only available in Voidland, so if someone else obtained its recipe and a large supply of its main ingredient, It would greatly affect the future development of the Star City. The alchemist obviously understood this, which was why he made such an excessive demand. Yang Kai's heart was filled with rage, but he did not hesitate to reply, "Promise him." Even if someone had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills recipe, they would need world source liquid, which was the primary ingredient. 100 portions of world source liquid could only make a total of 100 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Although it was a lot compared to Old Bai's life, it was nothing. After he sent the message, an idea flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he sent another message. "Tell that alchemist that he can have the pill recipe, but we can only give him 10 portions of world source liquid. Tell him to take it or leave it." It wasn't that he wasn't willing to hand over 100 portions, or that he didn't have enough world source liquid to spare. In fact, Yang Kai had a literal pond of it. However, if he just agreed to such an excessive request, he would be revealing this fact, which would be detrimental in the future to all of Voidland. It wouldn't even matter if this alchemist did refuse, since Yang Kai could just continue to negotiate. After waiting for less than an incense stick worth of time, Mo came back with a message. The alchemist agreed. He probably thought that world source liquid was extremely rare and asking for 100 portions was just him trying to take the lion's share, not really expecting to get it. Since Voidland had put forth a counteroffer, 10 portions would be more than enough to satisfy him. The alchemist also put forth a condition that he would not come to Voidland to perform alchemy, and would instead refine the spirit pill and then make the trade in the Star City. Yang Kai believed that the alchemist feared entering Voidland would be disadvantageous for him. After all, he openly coveted the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The alchemist who dared to request such a thing knew he had offended them. In Voidland, where his life or death would be under the control of another, how would he dare to perform alchemy? All that did not matter though, since Yang Kai agreed to his condition. It would take a few days to refine the star-gathering universe pill. After all kinds of materials were needed to make it. Fortunately, the Star City now had a wide range of goods for sale, so it would definitely not be difficult to collect the materials required. Yang Kai was glad that he had made great efforts to develop the Star City. Otherwise, where could he have found an alchemist who could refine the star-gathering universe pill while collecting the materials locally? 2 days later, Old Bai woke up. Yang Kai was healing him at that time, and suddenly found that Old Bai's aura had stabilized slightly. His eyelids twitched, so Yang Kai called out to him a few times hastily. Old Bai really did open his eyes, and when he saw Yang Kai, he grabbed his arm and said through clenched teeth, "Proprietress is in trouble, please save her." Yang Kai's heart sank, and while suppressing the uneasiness he felt, he said comfortingly, "Speak whatever you want to say slowly. You're gravely injured, so you can't let your emotions fluctuate too much." Old Bai took a few deep breaths, lay down on the bed, and explained what had happened over the past 2 years. After parting with Yang Kai and leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the proprietress took Old Bai and the others to the Shattered Heaven instead of Thousand Birds territory. The Shattered Heaven was a famous place in the 3000 worlds, because that place was a battlefield that were the remains of a shocking war that happened during ancient times. No one knew which masters participated in that calamitous war, but it was certain that many high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were involved and had met their ends there. In the Shattered Heaven, there were crises around every corner, with numerous ancient seals and divine abilities that either persisted to today, or could be triggered at a moment's notice. There were even some extremely dangerous artifacts and entities that had gained spirituality and would attack with earth-shattering and heaven-destroying power. In addition, there were many universe cave heavens and universe paradises left after the death of so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters, and if one was not careful they could fall into one never to escape. Naturally, it was known as a forbidden zone in the 3000 worlds. Even high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were reluctant to set foot there, because no one knew when danger would strike in that place. Once, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator ventured deep into the Shattered Heaven, and simply disappeared. No one knew whether that person was dead or alive. More than a dozen 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters had also disappeared in the Shattered Heaven in the last 1000 years. But even if the Shattered Heaven was notorious, many cultivators could not resist exploring it, because as the remnants of an ancient battlefield, where countless powerful masters had died, countless riches had also been left behind. Not to mention if one could find the entrance to a universe cave heaven or a universe paradise, they could scavenge the legacy left behind by those high-rank open heaven realm masters. A single blood monster cave heaven drew forces from all across the 3,000 worlds every time it opened. But what if there was more than one blood monster cave heaven hidden in the shattered heaven? It was possible that dozens, if not hundreds of universe cave heavens and paradises remained, so it was not hard to imagine what an irresistible temptation it presented. After the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, the proprietress had said that Yang Kai should cultivate peacefully and let her take care of the matter of the high-ranking element treasure. So, after parting with Yang Kai, she led Bai Qi and the others directly to the shattered heaven. The proprietress was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, while Old Bai, chef and accountant were all fifth-order masters. The four of them made for a considerable force, and if they were lucky enough, they might just be able to find a high-ranking element treasure in the shattered heaven. In fact, the proprietress's luck was quite good. In the 2 years they spent in the shattered heaven, they really did come across a suspected high-ranking element treasure, but while they were trying to collect it, some sort of restriction that they had not discovered was triggered and it disappeared, along with accountant and chef. The proprietress tried to escape, but her efforts proved futile. Just when Old Bai was at a loss on what to do, a voice reached his ear. If you want to save them, go to Voidland and find Yang Kai. Don't delay or it will be too late. After listening to Old Bai's explanation, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He did not expect that the proprietress would be in trouble because of him. If she hadn't wanted to help him find a high-ranking element treasure, why would she have risked going to the shattered heaven, where even high-rank open heaven realm masters could die? If she hadn't gone to the shattered heaven, she wouldn't have suddenly disappeared. The voice transmission that Old Bai heard at the end clearly indicated something. Damn it! Yang Kai ground his teeth. This was obviously a very complex and well-planned trap. If not, why would Old Bai hear that voice transmission? Some people were trying to lure the snake out of the hole. Yang Kai had been staying in Voidland for the past 2 years, so the forces aiming at him had no way to attack him. As such, they decided to target the proprietress to lure him out. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai suppressed the rage in his heart. Someone must have done it on purpose. Old Bai looked at Yang Kai with shame present on his face. I didn't understand why the mastermind behind this wanted me to come to Voidland to find you, but after hearing some news along the way, I understood. Old Bai heard about the destruction of the 100 Sex Alliance on his way here, and only then realized that Voidland was now a force that had a mighty army with the finest arms at the ready. Even Kong Feng of Heavenly Sword Union died in Voidland. Now that Voidland had 2 divine spirits protecting it, if they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, they would need to separate him from Voidland. Bai Qi clearly knew this, and also knew that if he came and informed Yang Kai about what happened, Yang Kai would not sit idly by, but the proprietress's safety was at stake, and thus he had to do something. Naturally, this caused him to feel great guilt towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, if you do not want to go, this Old Bai will not blame you. After I heal my wounds, I will go and save proprietress myself. Yang Kai firmly and decisively shook his head. Proprietress has shown great kindness and care towards me. Without her there would not be a Yang Kai today. She is in trouble because of me, and the mastermind behind this is clearly doing this to target me. If after knowing this I do not go, how can I still have the face to live in this world? Old Bai, you are underestimating me by saying that. Old Bai let out a soft sigh. Besides, in this condition, what more can you do? As for proprietress, you can rest assured. Since this person is targeting me, he will not do anything to her until I show up. Yang Kai comforted. Martial Peak, Chapter 4357, Hitting a Wall. That said, Yang Kai still felt somewhat uneasy since, right now, no one knew what the proprietress' situation was. Old Bai's physical injuries had healed a lot thanks to his wood element power and the healing pills he had taken. All remaining issues need to be taken care of slowly. Right now, the greatest problem he faced was the instability of the small universe in his body, but that required the star-gathering universe pill to resolve. Leaving Yu He to look after Old Bai, Yang Kai sent a divine sense transmission to Mo Mei, inquiring about the situation. Shortly afterwards, Mo Mei replied that the star-gathering universe pill was being refined. While she didn't know when it would be successfully completed, once the pill was ready, she would send it to Voidland immediately. Yang Kai stood on the top of a certain spirit peak after breaking off the transmission with Mo Mei. Gazing at the sea of clouds, he sorted out his jumbled thoughts while his mind wandered. The proprietress was in trouble and someone was trying to lure him out of Voidland, but in the face of this situation he really did not have any good solution. Unless he acted like a shrinking turtle, he could not sit idly by. However, if he really did rush out of Voidland, his enemy's scheme would be successful. After a long contemplation, Yang Kai's gaze gradually hardened. His body flickered and he suddenly disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived outside of a great palace, which was protected by layers of arrays. Entry into this part of the Voidland was forbidden for any uninvited person. Even its open heaven realm masters had to go around this place. This couldn't be helped because this was the place where Zhu Jiuyin cultivated in retreat. Facing this palace, Yang Kai cupped his fist and shouted, "Senior, Junior Yang Kai requests an audience." There was no response. Yang Kai shouted again, "Senior, I need to see you urgently, please show yourself." Even after calling for her 3 times in a row, Zhu Jiuyin did not respond. Yang Kai felt very annoyed. Although there were barriers here, Zhu Jiuyin was incredibly powerful, so she certainly knew he was here. She must have also heard his voice. Yet she was not showing up. What did that mean? Ever since she came to Voidland, Zhu Jiuyin had been living in seclusion, except for the last time when the 100 Sex Alliance had come. Other than that time, she had basically not shown herself. Normally, since Zhu Jiuyin had taken such an attitude, Yang Kai would not impose himself on her. However, this time, since it was related to the safety of the proprietress, he had no choice but to risk offending her. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, its tip pointing forward. With a single thought, the 9 heavenly layers grand array roared to life, making the entire Voidland buzz. It had been 3 years since the last time the 9 heavenly layers grand array had been activated, so while the starlight strength gathered in such a short period of time was not much, it was enough to support Yang Kai to activate it at least once. The Azure Dragon Spear suddenly turned into a great dragon, shaking its head and flicking its tail. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky as dragon pressure filled the air. The giant dragon stared at the palace's front door majestically, ready to pounce with its teeth and claws. "You dare to display such impudence, you brat?" Zhu Jiuyin's voice boomed in Yang Kai's ears, and a slender figure entered his field of vision after the palace's restriction disappeared. Seeing her, Yang Kai hurriedly dispersed the power of the Grand Array and put away the Azure Dragon Spear. His action had made the great dragon disintegrated into thin air. Zhu Jiuyin looked at him with annoyance. "What madness possessed you to do this, you smelly brat?" Yang Kai's face was slightly pale, and after taking a few sharp gasps for breath, he cupped his fist and said, "Please forgive me, senior, but the situation is urgent." Zhu Jiuyin looked at him suspiciously and frowned when she saw him so disturbed. Last time, when the 100 Sex Alliance had come, Yang Kai was as steady as a mountain and did not send any messages to her, asking for help until the very last moment. It was only when the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly showed up that Zhu Jiuyin really took action. What could have happened this time for him to appear so disturbed? Faintly aware that the situation this time was probably not a small matter, Zhu Jiuyin softly snorted, "Come in and talk." "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai followed Zhu Jiuyin into the palace after he cupped his fist. After the guest and the host were seated, Yang Kai looked around and saw no sign of Shanqing Luo. She was obviously cultivating in retreat. With Zhu Jiuyin, a divine spirit of the same lineage as her, personally teaching her, Shanqing Luo's future cultivation path was not something Yang Kai needed to worry about. "So, what is it?" Zhu Jiuyin proactively asked. Yang Kai organized his thoughts and told her briefly about what had happened to the proprietress. Zhu Jiuyin listened to him completely before she snorted, "What the hell did you do to provoke so many people to deal with you? Last time it was the 100 Sex Alliance, and this time, it is clear that some group is targeting you. This queen and that old turtle are present in Voidland, which is why they are using that Lan Yu Rua as bait to lure you out. It is only because of your relationship with her." "What senior says is true. Someone is trying to lure me out," Yang Kai nodded. Zhu Jiuyin looked at him with amusement. "Since you know this, Why don't you just not go out? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. I have to go. Since the mastermind behind this had told Old Bai to go to Voidland and inform him, it was clear that his target was Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not show up, the crisis that the proprietress was in would not be resolved. Furthermore, she would only be put into more danger. So, even though he knew that once he left Voidland he would be stepping into a trap set by someone else, Yang Kai had to leap into it. Zhu Jiuyin looked up and down at him. I didn't know you were so foolish till now. Yang Kai quickly replied, Senior, please don't joke right now. This junior is feeling really anxious. Zhu Jiuyin laughed coldly. What kind of bewitching soup did that woman feed you for you to even risk yourself to save her? Do you not know, if something happens to you, LoveLore will try to avenge you no matter what? With the inconsequential cultivation she has right now, it will be the same as impulsively jumping into death's embrace. Even so, she will still do it. Yang Kai said, Proprietress has shown great kindness to me. Now that she is in trouble, I cannot sit idly by. Zhu Jiuyin snickered. Fool. Suddenly she frowned and squinted at Yang Kai. What are you doing here talking to this queen then? I'm warning you, don't get any ideas about bothering this queen. Yang Kai said, since someone has set up such a trap waiting for this junior to throw himself in, I naturally cannot go unprepared. In all of Voidland I can only rely on you, Senior, so I hope Senior can accompany me. In your dreams. Zhu Jiuyin instantly snapped. Senior, please don't forget that you are my protector. You have sworn an oath on your divine spirit source. If this junior dies during this trip, you will be breaching your oath. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled lightly and said, Really? This queen seems to recall there being many clauses in that oath, such as this queen's protection not extending to situations in which you cause trouble outside yourself and get killed? Go ahead. This queen will wait for the good news here in Voidland. Once you die, this queen will be free. Just thinking about it certainly makes this queen feel happy. Yang Kai said miserably, Senior, I was the one who brought you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, out of that prisoner's cage. You can't just sit back and watch when I'm in trouble now. When those two high-rank open heaven realm masters attacked you last time, didn't this queen help? This queen is your protector, not your nanny. If you want to go around courting death, this queen cannot stop you. Forget about this. This queen will never agree to accompany you. Zhu Jiuyin flicked her sleeve. Get out, don't show this queen your unlucky appearance. All it will do is bring misfortune. A strong force shoved Yang Kai, pushing him back. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, If Senior helps me this one time ensuring that proprietress is safe and sound, then I will consider Senior to have fully fulfilled her oath. From then on, Senior will regain her freedom. Zhu Jiuyin's movements paused and her beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at him. Is what you're saying true? Yang Kai grit his teeth and said, I always mean what I say. Zhu Jiuyin was clearly moved. As long as she helped Yang Kai this time, she could be released from her oath, and for her this was indeed a huge temptation. It would be a hassle for her to be a protector for 1,000 years, especially since this brat in front of her had a propensity for stirring up trouble. She would not have to help this brat clean up after every mess he made. But Zhu Jiuyin slowly shook her head after pondering for only a little while and declared, No. Absolutely not. Yang Kai hurriedly asked, Why? Zhu Jiuyin grunted, Do you think a divine spirit is invincible? This queen's strength has not yet been fully restored, and last time they already tested this queen's depths. They would have obviously taken this queen into consideration since they are targeting you. Perhaps the people targeting you have set up a terrifying trap outside, just waiting for this queen to step into it. After saying this, Zhu Jiuyin could not help but have a cold sweat, increasingly feeling a sense of an inexplicable crisis. I was almost deceived by your honeyed words, you damn brat. Zhu Jiuyin scolded furiously. Yang Kai also snarled angrily, Senior is so heartless, even refusing to grant this small favor. Is this what you call a small favor? Stop talking nonsense. You are asking this queen to gamble with her life. Fine then. Yang Kai ground his teeth angrily. Since Senior is so unwilling to help, this junior will not force you. Just know that if this junior really dies on this trip, LoveLore will become a widow, and we will see if she forever resents you or not. Despicable little bastard. Zhu Jiuyin's face turned red with rage. Get out. With a flick of her hand, she drove Yang Kai out of the palace, causing him to tumble through the air for a few breaths before he slowly stabilized himself. Glancing at the palace where Zhu Jiuyin lived, Yang Kai heaved a heavy sigh. Even though he had been arguing so passionately with her just now, he was in no position to blame Zhu Jiuyin for refusing his request. Zhu Jiuyin was right. Her existence was already known to them, and this time she would definitely be taken into account and targeted. Even if Zhu Jiuyin accompanied him, the other party may have the means to deal with her. However, right now in Voidland, she and Baishi were the strongest masters available. Yang Kai definitely needed their help to save the proprietress. After hitting a wall with Zhu Jiuyin, Yang Kai turned his head towards the Dragon Sun's peak. Martial Peak, Chapter 4358 Tortoise Shell. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai and the old man Baishi sat facing each other with a chessboard in between them. They played in turns, and Yang Kai, who did not know how to play this game too well, was soon defeated. Xiao Hong stood behind him, watching nervously and clenching her little fists from time to time, while Xiao Hei sat beside him, mindlessly giggling and drooling all over the place. Boy, you are a little unfocused today, no? Baishi said smilingly and casually placed a piece. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at him and dropped the piece in his hand onto the board, saying, Senior, why do you ask? Voidland in its entirety was carried by Baishi on his back. Thus, if he so desired, nothing in Voidland could escape his perception. Yang Kai had gone to Zhu Jiuyin's place and had almost made a big scene just a few moments earlier. Thus, he did not believe that the old turtle had not noticed. Baishi laughed. You didn't come to this old master to vent the anger you feel towards that little spider, right? While saying that, he raised his hand to wipe the drool off the corner of Xiao Hei's mouth before stroking his head with a doting expression. Yang Kai said with a bitter smile, This junior naturally dares not to, but the future is looking very dim. That is why I came to senior this time to ask for advice. Baishi slowly tidied up the pieces and gently said, This is an unsolvable game. This old master can't do anything about it unless you learn from this old master. Saying so, he shrank his neck and made a very vivid action, and became a shrinking turtle. Yang Kai said with a dark face, Senior knows that is impossible. Then you'll have to go and die. Xiao Hong looked towards Yang Kai nervously, tears welling up in her eyes. Is there really no advice Senior can give me? Yang Kai looked at him expectantly. Baishi sighed. This old master really cannot help much with this. This old master can still be of some use if something happens in your void territory, but this time, you have to travel far away. You know the size of this old master. I would never be able to pass through the territory gate unless I transform and shrink. But if I do that, your Voidland will definitely be torn apart. Do you want to give up on Voidland? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Voidland had hundreds of thousands of disciples living in it. If he really gave up on it, where would they go? But there would be no way to get through the territory gate to other great territories if Baishi didn't shrink himself first. So, from the beginning, Yang Kai didn't really expect Baishi to follow him with his real body. Senior, what about your embodiment? Yang Kai stared at him, not moving for a moment. Baishi replied, This old master's embodiment is able to borrow power only when it is in the vicinity of my true body. Cannot exert much strength when it is too far away. Outside this territory, it will at best be on par with a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm master. Do you actually lack 6th-order Open Heaven Realm subordinates? Yang Kai was stunned. Last time, when Baishi's embodiment had appeared, it easily blocked a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm master's strike. Thus, Yang Kai thought that the old man's embodiment was also extremely powerful. Now he realized that the old man's embodiment was only able to do that by borrowing the power of his real body. If Baishi's embodiment was really only equivalent to a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm master, its presence wouldn't be able to make much of a difference. Zhu Jiuyin had rejected him with no trace of politeness, and now he could not even count on Baishi. Yang Kai felt his future looked completely bleak. After pondering for a while, he asked, Does Senior know anything about the Shattered Heaven? Baishi said, I know a little bit about it. The Shattered Heaven formed a long time ago, even before this old master was born. Apparently, the birth of an innate supreme treasure triggered a bloody struggle amongst all the major cave heavens and paradises. It almost swept up the entire outer universe. That battle was fought for over 100 years. I don't even know how many high-rank open heaven realm masters fell in that accursed place. Several great territories were broken to pieces, and the shattered heaven was formed from their remnants. The cave heavens and paradises that took part severely damaged their foundations. Even after recuperating for countless years after that battle ended, they still haven't been able to recover completely. How could the current heritage of the cave heaven paradises even be compared to their former glory? Yang Kai was startled. The shattered heaven was a result of a blood feud between the major cave heavens and paradises? Indeed. Baishi nodded. Apart from a battle between the cave heaven paradises, what else could lead to the death of so many high-rank open heaven realm masters in this world? It was enough to fill the shattered heaven with so many opportunities and dangers. This old master once traveled the shattered heaven when he was young, but I did not go too deep. So the only advice this old master can give you about the shattered heaven is to be careful. This junior will remember. Yang Kai nodded. At the same time he felt both guilty and touched. The proprietress also knew that it wouldn't be convenient for Yang Kai to go looking for a high-rank element treasure by himself. Thus she took this matter into her own hands after they left the blood monster cave heaven. However, even though she was a 6th order open heaven realm master, finding a high-rank element treasure would not be easy, with the shattered heaven as the only place she could think of. Although she knew it was dangerous, the proprietress still ventured into the shattered heaven boldly without any hesitation. Nothing would have happened to her if it wasn't for someone else's hidden scheme, but someone wanted to use her to lure Yang Kai away from Voidland, and that was what got her into this mess. Yang Kai also asked Baishi about what happened when he entered the shattered heaven, and Baishi told him everything he could. Unfortunately, he had only wandered around the outer edge, so Yang Kai did not really get much information. After half a day passed, Yang Kai got up to say goodbye. Xiaohong also stood up and said, "Young master, I will come with you." Over the past few years she had learnt to stop stuttering while speaking. Xiao Hei sucked in his saliva and puffed out his chest. "I'm coming too." When Baishi heard them, he glared at them. "What are you two even capable of doing in a place like that right now? Be good and stay here with this old master." Xiaohong replied, "Xiao Hei and I were brought out of the grand ancient ruins boundary by young master. We are only able to assume human form right now thanks to him giving us so many dragon blood pills. If it were not for young master, Xiao Hei and I would still be living in that dark cage, trapped and ignorant of the world. Now that young master is in trouble, how can we ignore him? Since you can't go, Grandpa Turtle, Xiao Hei and I will go." "Nonsense," Baishi rebuked. He had been alone for countless years, but luckily now he had 2 little babies who possessed dragon bloodlines like him to accompany him. He was happier and more comfortable than he had been in millennia, so how could he sit back and watch them walk into danger? Yang Kai rubbed Xiaohong's head. "I understand how you feel, but don't come to the shattered heaven with me. I survived the grand ancient ruins boundary, so what's the shattered heaven to me? You stay here at home. This young master will be right back." Xiaohong stubbornly replied, "No, no, no. I'm coming. If young master doesn't take us, Xiao Hei and I will just secretly follow you by ourselves. We will live and die together with young master." Xiao Hei nodded vigorously. "Yes, we will live and die together." Yang Kai was dumbfounded and looked at Baishi for help. Baishi's face turned black with anger. It took a while before he grit his teeth and spoke up. "Little girl, you should just say it. If you want this old master to help, just say it openly. Why do you have to beat around the bush like that?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Baishi opened his mouth and spat out something and handed it to Yang Kai with some reluctance. "Take it. It may save your life at a critical moment." Yang Kai reached out and took it while curiously asking, "What is this?" Baishi chuckled and said, "This was something this old master molted in my early years. It has been refined by this old master. All you need to do to activate it is pour your strength into it." Yang Kai looked carefully and found that the object in his hand was a tortoise shell that was the size of a palm, and immediately lit up with joy while thanking, "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai had witnessed how strong Baishi's defense was with his own eyes. Now that he had this tortoiseshell refined by Baishi himself, Yang Kai had some capital to protect his life during this trip. He was only in the half-step open heaven realm, and although he could compete with a low-rank open heaven realm master if he used all his cards if he encountered a high-rank open heaven realm master, he still did not have enough power to fight back. He did not need to fight and win in the shattered heaven this time. All he needed to do was protect himself. Right now, what Baishi gave him was akin to charcoal delivered in the frigid winter. Xiao Hong stepped forward and started shaking Baishi's arm with a smile. I knew Grandpa Turtle was the best. Baishi said with a dark face, don't play these kinds of tricks. I shouldn't have let you see that thing last time. Little girls are really ungrateful wolves that can't be raised well. They always side with outsiders instead of their own family. Xiao Hong placed her head on Baishi's arm and said coquettishly, Grandpa Turtle, don't be angry. When Xiao Hong grows up and becomes stronger, she will be filial to you. At those words, Baishi smiled with great joy and comfort. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, Senior, this junior still has things to do, so I shall leave first. After saying that, he turned around to leave. Kid! Baishi suddenly shouted behind him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. What's the matter, Senior? If your life is truly in danger. Baishi looked solemn and took a long time before continuing. You might as well reveal your dragon heritage. If you do so, you may force your enemy to act cautiously, lest they incur dangerous consequences. But only expose it as a last resort. Even though the dragon clan is strong, it also has a lot of enemies and exposing it will likely backfire as well. Yang Kai nodded to show that he understood. This junior will remember. Yang Kai vaguely felt that Baishi's statement seemed to be somewhat familiar. Thinking about it carefully, he remembered that when he saved Miameng, she had said something similar to him. Baishi also had the same advice, so it seems that the Dragon Clan may have truly made quite a few enemies in the 3,000 worlds. But still, Yang Kai had gained something that was personally shed and refined by Baishi, which was at least something. When he returned to the place Old Bai was currently recuperating in, he spoke, Young master, I have thought about it for a while and I think you shouldn't go to the Shattered Heaven. After Bai Chi recovers, I will go with him to save Big Sister Lan. Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. If I don't show up, Proprietress will never be able to escape from danger. This is a scheme purposefully aimed at me and only I can resolve it. On the contrary, you shouldn't go. Proprietress is stronger than you, but the person behind this still managed to subdue her. It's easy to tell that your going won't help. Yuhi shook her head and replied, just like how young master has a reason to go, I also have a reason to go. Big Sister Lan treats me like her true sister and nurtured me from a young age. I've resented her for many years because of something in the past, but now when she is in trouble, how can I stand by and do nothing? Young master, you are not yet in the open heaven realm, yet you are risking your life going there for her, so how can I sit by and watch? Besides, the shattered heaven is full of dangers, so you must be accompanied by someone. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4359, Interception. No matter what he said, Yang Kai could not persuade Yuhi, so he could only give up and let out a sigh. Fine. This trip is dangerous, so it'll be just you, me and Old Bai. Yuhi said, what about Mo Mei? Void Land needs someone to assume command, so Mo Mei can't leave. No one else needs to know. I will write a letter to her explaining the situation. This trip to the Shattered Heaven was not a problem that could be solved with numbers. Since the mastermind behind this wanted to lure him out of Void Land, they must be fully prepared. Void Land's current strength was most likely not worthy enough to be placed in front of their eyes. What's more, if they sent too many people, they would easily expose themselves. Thus, it would be easier for Yang Kai and the others to hide their movements if they embarked on this trip with only 3 people. Subconsciously, Yang Kai was not optimistic about the prospects of this trip. If he really did take all the major pillars of Voidland with him and something went wrong, Voidland would be finished. The hundreds of thousands of disciples would become homeless and displaced. On the contrary, if Mo Mei and the others stayed behind, even if something happened to him with Voidland's current scale and the almost perfectly prospering Star City, Voidland would still have the power to continue to exist and develop. Yuhi pondered for a moment before gently nodding her head. Yang Kai summoned Bian Yuqing and gave her a few confidential instructions. A few days later, the Star-Gathering Universe pill was finally refined. Mo May delivered the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills recipe and the 10 portions of the world's source liquid Yang Kai prepared to the alchemist in question, exchanging the star-gathering universe pill with them. Afterwards she returned to Void Land. Yuhi stood guard while Old Bai swallowed and refined the star-gathering universe pill. It took a whole day for his small universe, that had been endlessly shaking, to finally settle down. There was no longer any more risk of collapse, he just needed to slowly recuperate. With everything ready, Yang Kai set off, fearing that a long delay would only cause more problems. At the Void Dock, a large, rough-looking man strode forward while leading a group of people. The disciple who was guarding the dock came forward and bowed while cupping his fist. "Sir Wei, are you on your way out?" Although the person who had arrived was only a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master, the disciples guarding the dock recognized him because he was Wei Kei from Great Moon Province, and they had been instructed by their superiors to take special care of him. It seemed that the sect master had some connections with Great Moon Province. Wei Kei chuckled. "Business is good these days, so I'm going back to the sect to pick up some supplies and deliver some profits. I'll have to bother you, fellow brothers." "Sir Wei is too polite." The disciple nodded lightly and led a few other disciples to perform a casual inspection before waving them through. After leaving the dock, Wei Kei immediately summoned a boat and took several disciples from Great Moon Province aboard, speeding off into the distance. It was only half a day later that Wei Kei, who was in the cabin compartment, reached out and took a bag from his waist, whispering after patting it gently, "Sect Master Yang, we've already traveled for half a day." Once he was done, the mouth of the bag suddenly opened and 3 figures appeared in front of him. The 3 figures were none other than Yang Kai, Yuhi and Old Bai. Old Bai, who was still seriously injured, coughed. Yang Kai put the Fated Paths bag away and cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Senior Wei." Wei Kei waved his hand. "Sect Master Yang is too polite. Void Land has been very kind to my Great Moon Province. What this Wei has done is nothing in comparison. It is hardly enough to return even one of the favors we owe." After a short pause, Wei Kei continued. "This Wei is a simple man. Although I don't know why Sect Master Yang is doing this, it is obvious he is going to do something big. If there is something that Great Moon Province can do, please feel free to ask." When Yang Kai suddenly approached Wei Kei and asked him to bring him out of Void Land quietly, the latter realized that the matter at hand was not simple. Void Land was Yang Kai's territory. If now, as Void Land sect master, he needed to conceal his whereabouts when he entered and left, it would mean he suspected that there were people both inside and outside of Void Land that were watching him, which made it necessary for him to act so secretively. How powerful was the enemy he was facing for him to still be so cautious even with Void Land's current strength? Great Moon Province was only a third-class great force and could not afford to get involved in such muddy waters. But Wei Kei was a man who believed deeply in repaying favors and grudges. He was willing to help even though he knew it would be extremely dangerous. Yang Kai said, "This junior appreciates Senior Wei's kind intentions, but others can't help me this time. Many thanks." Wei Kei sighed. In that case, Sect Master Yang must be careful not to let these wicked people's schemes succeed. He knew that this was Yang Kai's personal matter. Also, he wouldn't be able to help with his meager strength, so he didn't try to force the issue. Bidding farewell to Wei Kei, Yuhi summoned a small wooden shuttle and the trio headed straight towards the nearest territory gate. 2 days later, the territory gate came into sight. There were territory gates between all great territories, and when crossing one, a cultivator would be exposed to a strong pressure. If one tried to cross a territory gate with their physical body without having a cultivation of at least the mid-rank Open Heaven realm, they would face grave danger to their lives. If a cultivator under the mid-rank Open Heaven realm wanted to cross a territory gate, they had to use some type of flight-type artifact. Although Yuhi's wooden shuttle was not a high-grade artifact, it wasn't a low-quality item either. She also had a cultivation of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so it would not be a problem for them to pass through the territory gate. In a matter of breaths, the swirling territory gate was right in front of them, and the wooden shuttle rushed straight in. Even before the slight feeling of dizziness could pass, the 3 of them were already in another great territory. Before Yang Kai had the time to check the situation around them, he heard Yuhi cry out, "Young master, look out." The next moment, a great sense of crisis overwhelmed them. Violent world force burst out. The wooden shuttle burst into pieces, sending Old Bai flying with a trail of blood behind him. Fresh damage was added to his already seriously injured body. Yang Kai also felt uncomfortable, but he was well protected by Yu He and did not suffer any kind of serious injury. Yu He, on the other hand, was bleeding from the corner of her lips, and had obviously been wounded. Yang Kai's face was instantly filled with rage. He could guess that his void land had to be littered with the prying eyes of outsiders, so he hid in the Fated Path's bag and asked Wei Kei to take him, Yu He and Old Bai out quietly. He did think that the road ahead would be thorny, but he never anticipated being intercepted as soon as they left void territory. The person who attacked was extremely decisive and had obviously determined that they would emerge from this territory gate. Thus, the enemy did not hesitate to bombard them with their divine ability. Yu He and Old Bai were caught unprepared, plus they had just passed through the territory gate and were still a little disoriented, leading to them suffering a big loss. Looking up, Yang Kai saw two people, an old man and a young man, standing in the void. The old man had a crane-like face and looked hearty, full of energy. Cold light flashed through the slits of his long and narrow eyes as he squinted them. The young man looked like he was only a teenager, but the aura he was emitting showed that it was absolutely impossible for him to be a mere youth. Both the old man and the teenager were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. One of them was holding a wooden branch with lightning flashing out of it, while the other was carrying a copper rod, which looked rather out of place. The young man with the copper rod smiled at the three of them and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai before asking warmly, "Void lands, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai shouted angrily, "It is this king. Who are you? Announce your names." The young man smiled, "You're young, but your tone is filled with arrogance. On the other hand, although your strength is low, you have managed to stir up the entire 3,000 worlds, so you are qualified to know the name of this monarch." After saying so, he cupped his fist while holding the copper rod in a backhand grip and declared, "Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, Shin Liang." The old man, while holding the wooden branch behind his back and putting one hand on his chest, said indifferently, "Vice Union Master, Jiang Yun Shan." Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai raised his brow and said coldly, "Heavenly Sword Union has lost their Union Master not long ago, but two more have now popped up? Haven't you people had enough yet?" Shin Liang chuckled, "You mean Kong Feng? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. This monarch must thank you for killing that old dog. Otherwise, how would this Shin have been able to become the current Union Master? Though while I am thankful to you, I still have to take revenge. No matter what, Kong Feng was the previous Union Master and he was killed at your hands. Since I am the new Union Master, I can't just ignore this slight. Therefore I am here today to take your head. I advise you to not resist, otherwise, it will be very unpleasant." Yang Kai grunted, "Since I can kill a Kong Feng, I can naturally kill you. If you want to die, just try it." While speaking, he urgently sent a voice transmission to Yu He, "Try to hold them back for a while. We can't win this fight, so we need to find a way to escape." Two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had come at once, and only Yu He could contend with them. Old Bai was definitely no match for them, not to mention himself. It was a fight they would definitely lose. The only way for them to have any chance of survival was to use Yang Kai's space secret techniques to escape. Yu He understood and gave a nod. Shin Liang laughed lightly, "You are truly a brat who doesn't fear the heavens. No wonder you dare to act like that. Come, let this monarch dig your heart out to see how big it really is." Saying so, the copper rod in his hand smashed down. Even though it was just the slash of a rod, it felt as if the whole world was crashing down. The terrifying world force tumbled down, making both the heavens and the earth shake. At the same time, Jiang Yunshan also struck with the wooden branch in his hand, which caused lightning to appear and turn into thousands of thunder swords, each thunder sword containing an abundant amount of world force. Old Bai roared with strong spirit. The power of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm poured out, transforming into a sky of fist shadows which clashed with the thunder swords. Yu He summoned a vase with several flower branches in it, each branch with a flower bud on it. She took out a flower branch and shook it. In an instant, flowers filled the sky, gently flying all over the place. Each flower petal was like the world's sharpest blade, able to cut even space. The main reason why there was a huge gap between the strength of a newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Master and an old Open Heaven Realm Master was the difference in accumulation in their small universes. There was also a huge difference in the quality of the artifacts that they possessed. Even if the artifacts one possessed before they advanced to the Open Heaven Realm were exceptional, they would not be useful after they broke through. The chasm between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm was just too great. Thus, one had to find someone to refine new artifacts or buy new ones that were suitable for their new Open Heaven Realm cultivation. Artifacts of the Open Heaven Realm were graded on the same scale as the Open Heaven Realm itself. Yang Kai was something of an exception, as even though he had not advanced to the Open Heaven Realm yet, he had a powerful weapon like the Azure Dragon Spear in his hands. Thus, he need not pay much attention to this. However, after the 100 Sex Alliance invaded Voidland, Yang Kai began paying closer attention to Open Heaven Realm artifacts. This couldn't be helped. There were too many new Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, and their base strength couldn't be raised in a short period of time. After all, it took time to strengthen one's foundation. Thus, if he wanted to immediately raise their combat power, he had to use external means like artifacts. Martial Peak, Chapter 4360 Prophetic Words. When the 100 Sex Alliance attacked, Mo Mei was pitted against Wan Baifeng and ended up being completely outclassed. Of course, the biggest reason was because she had just broken through and her foundation was still unstable, but there was another matter as well, which was that she lacked suitable artifacts to assist her. Thus, she ended up having to use her bare hands to fight. If she had an artifact that suited her current cultivation at that time, the situation would have been much better. As such, after the Star City was rebuilt and developed, Yang Kai asked Bian Yuqing to allocate a large amount of money to purchase artifacts for Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, with the many spoils obtained after the battle, many of Voidland's new Open Heaven Realm Masters could now exert much greater power than they were able to at that time. The vase in Yuhi's hands was worth 40 million Open Heaven pills. It was an artifact meant for those in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. The artifacts used by Open Heaven Realm Masters were all capable of channeling and augmenting world force, which were incomparable to the artifacts used by cultivators below the Open Heaven Realm. Flower petals flew amidst the sky that was filled with flowers in the void, which made Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan lose all sense of direction. How could they find Yang Kai and the others, when the only thing they could sense around them were colorful flower petals and chilling murderous intent? It was almost as if they were trapped in a sealed world. Hurriedly, both of them used secret techniques to try and break out of the trap, which caused shockwaves and endless rumbles to sound. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted without hesitation when he saw that the two of them were trapped, immediately wrapping Yuhi and Old Bai in his space principles to escape. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. The space around them seemed to have turned into a cage, locking them in place, making it impossible to flee. "We're trapped." Yang Kai's face was gloomy. This feeling seemed familiar. Instantly, a person's figure popped up in his mind, which caused him to grit his teeth and shout, "Wan Baifeng." When the 100 Sex Alliances invaded Voidland, Wan Baifeng had been there to help Kong Feng. This woman was extremely proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. If there was anyone that could seal a local region of space so quickly and quietly, it was her. When Kong Feng was captured, that woman resolutely fled. Yang Kai thought she had gone back to Black Prison, but unexpectedly she was here. In other words, this time, they were not facing off against 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but 3. Wan Baifeng's figure suddenly appeared along with a charming laugh. She spoke while playfully looking at Yang Kai. "Little boy, you have a good head on your shoulders. You could even guess that this queen was also here. Then guess again, will you be able to leave alive this time?" Yang Kai glared at her. "Wan Baifeng, my void land and your Black Prison have no grudges or enmity. Why do you keep coming to provoke trouble again and again?" Yang Kai felt hatred surging within him. If it wasn't for this woman, he could have taken Yuhi and Old Bai away with his instantaneous movement. But this woman had sealed off that possibility, making him unable to escape with his space principles. Wan Baifeng flicked her jade-like finger and said with a smile, "We really do have no grievances, but this queen is short of our slaves and is very interested in your Open Heaven Realm Masters. How about this? Give me all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in your Voidland, then I will spare your life. How about it? In your dreams. Yang Kai ground his teeth and roared, if I don't die today, I swear to crush your black prison one day. Wan Baifeng put her hands on her chest and delicately said, I'm afraid of men with such big tempers. Hong. When the boundless rain of flower petals broke apart, two figures appeared. It was Xin Liang and Jiang Yunshan who were trapped by Yuhi before. Glancing at Wan Baifeng, Xin Liang snorted coldly and asked, why are you talking so much nonsense? Kill them first. Wan Baifeng said smilingly, this queen is a gentle woman. Although I am capable of bullying the weak, it is not something I am willing to do. Helping you trap them is the limit of what this queen will do this time. If you want to kill them, do it yourself, I'll just watch from the sidelines. Saying so, she actually took a few steps back. Xin Liang snorted coldly without worry and ordered, you take care of Yuhi, this monarch will kill that brat. Jiang Yunshan replied, good. A thunderous beam of lightning headed towards Yuhi with a single swing of the branch in his hand. Right when he did so, Yang Kai shouted, Zhu Jiuyin. Until when do you plan to wait? As soon as Yang Kai said so, Xin Liang and the others' faces changed dramatically. Xin Liang, who was about to rush towards Yuhi, immediately assumed a defensive stance, his eyes darting around as he pushed his divine sense wildly. Wan Baifeng also froze while Jiang Yunshan directly summoned a defensive artifact to protect himself. Before the 100 sex alliances fought against Voidland, no one took Voidland seriously, and no one even considered the possibility that there could be two mature divine spirits hidden in this puny second-class force. After that battle though, Zhu Jiuyin's origins were made clear. Yang Kai left Voidland this time seemingly followed by only Yuhi and Bai Qi, however who knew whether he had any hidden backup like Zhu Jiuyin or Bai Shi. The reason why Wan Baifeng did not attack just now was because she was afraid that Zhu Jiuyin was hiding nearby. Thus, as soon as they heard Yang Kai shout the name Zhu Jiuyin, the three of them acted as though they were facing a terrifying enemy. Taking this opportunity, Yuhi and Old Bai, who had been secretly instructed by Yang Kai, struck out in unison, targeting a certain spot in the void. After the raging world force exploded 3 times, the imprisoned space suddenly loosened. Although Wan Baifeng had set up a heaven-sealing earth-locking array here, it was not very solid as she had to act quickly. Thus, Yuhi and Old Bai could easily break through it by force. Wan Baifeng's pretty face turned red as she shouted, it's a trick, stop them. Yang Kai turned his head around and sneered at her as he manipulated space principles once again. As long as he could escape from here, he was confident he would be able to get rid of Wan Baifeng and the others. When he first entered the 3000 worlds, he was able to escape from the proprietress. Now that his strength was far greater, it would not be difficult for him to use his space beacons and space principles to escape from Wan Baifeng and the others. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became odd as he looked behind Wan Baifeng in a daze. The next moment, his eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. Old Bai said anxiously, go. What are you doing? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his tense expression suddenly becoming completely relaxed. Wan Baifeng, however, shivered violently because at that moment, a cold aura appeared behind her. It was as if a poisonous snake had climbed up to the back of her neck and gently hissed into her ear. Your name is Wan Baifeng? A voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Wan Baifeng's body jolted, and the full might of her 6th order open heaven realm cultivation burst out along with a roar. She struck behind her with the back of her palm, which, though hurried, still contained all her strength. Whipping her head around at the same time, she saw the face of the person standing behind her. Charming and enchanting, the person's heavenly beauty could topple kingdoms. Even though Wan Baifeng was a woman herself, she could not help but be moved when she saw her. Divine Spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Jiuyin. This turned out to be a trick disguised as another trick. When she saw Yang Kai rushing to escape, she thought that the boy was just trying to distract her. However, who knew that Zhu Jiuyin was really nearby and at some point had snuck up behind her. Facing Wan Baifeng's attack, Zhu Jiuyin just gently slapped away her palm. This casual slap held the power of a mature divine spirit though, and the sound of bones cracking rang out as Wan Baifeng was sent flying like a paper kite without a string. Fresh blood sprayed from her lips as she tumbled uncontrollably. A sixth-order open heaven master was as weak as a 3-year-old child in front of Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin did not pause. Her whole body seemed to not move at all, yet somehow still managed to catch up to Luan Baifeng. With a flip of her hair, each strand turned into a poisonous snake. There a group of thousands of snakes opened their mouths, hissing endlessly as they bit Luan Baifeng. Zhing zhing. Ethereal music sounded at that moment, as if someone was plucking a zither in the void. Yang Kai did not know when, but a woman with a breathtakingly beautiful face had appeared. Her white arms and calves were exposed with a pinkish tinge dyeing them. She sat cross-legged in the void, a zither before her and a sweet smile on her face. With a single move of her delicate hand, sound waves that were visible to the naked eye turned into sharp knives, heading towards Jiang Yunshan. Yang Kai turned his head to look and exclaimed with widened eyes, "Senior Sister Chu." In truth, he really did just shout Zhu Jiuyin's name to distract Luan Baifeng and the others to take advantage of their lapse in attention and create an opportunity to escape. Who knew that his words would be prophetic and Zhu Jiuyin would really appear? His cultivation had not yet reached such a state where his words would become law, whereby the world would follow it. Thus, Zhu Jiuyin had only shown up because she had been secretly following him to protect him. His attempt in deception not only fooled Luan Baifeng and the others, but also Zhu Jiuyin herself. When Yang Kai went to Zhu Jiuyin and asked for her help, she had firmly refused. He thought that she would really not assist him this time, so it was a pleasant surprise to learn she had actually followed him in secret. This warmed Yang Kai's heart. No matter what the reason may be, Zhu Jiuyin did follow him in the end. Not only did Zhu Jiuyin follow him, but Chu Huashang had also tagged along. Yinyang Cave Heaven had opened a Dao temple in Void Star City to attract young talents from all over the world to discuss the Dao. This Dao temple was the reason Chu Huashang had been present in Void Star City for the past few years. She had even visited Void Land numerous times. It was just that this time, Yang Kai had not informed her about this incident, and he did not know why she had come here with Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin was now equivalent to a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. With the two of them joining the battle, the roles of hunter and prey had instantly been flipped. The melody of the zither was soul-stirring, forcing Jiang Yunshan to retreat again and again. Jiang Yunshan was definitely stronger than Chu Huashang in terms of raw strength. After all, it had not been long since Chu Huashang had advanced to the Open Heaven Realm. Thus, even with the artifacts given to her by her sect, it would be difficult for her to make up for the gap brought by the difference in their foundation. However, when Zhu Jiuyin appeared, Jiang Yunshan was also momentarily distracted and had to divert part of his attention to monitor her. Thus for a while he was caught off guard and greatly affected by Chu Huashang's sound attack. Meanwhile there was another enemy remaining, Shen Liang, who was still watching. He decisively held a flower and swept it towards Shen Liang. The flower petals filling the void trapped him again. Violent sounds came out of the storm of petals, but Shen Liang was unable to escape in short order. Martial Peak, Chapter 4361, A Smooth Journey. The situation had been decided. If Heavenly Sword Union did not have backup, Shen Liang and the others would not be able to turn the tide. However, Heavenly Sword Union was only a second-class great force. After Kong Feng's death, sending 2 more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to set up an ambush here was already their limit. Even if they still had another master of such caliber, it was impossible for them to be here, since they still needed someone to assume command of their headquarters. Only if this ambush was part of a greater plot where a stronger mastermind was waiting behind the scenes, could the situation be reversed, but that was unlikely. Since the mastermind was using the proprietress to lure Yang Kai to the Shattered Heaven, they must be planning to strike there. Shen Liang and others were probably just the vanguard, sent to test Yang Kai's depths. In fact, Shen Liang and others had already accomplished their mission, since at least Zhu Jiuyin and Chu Huashang had been exposed. This news could naturally not be concealed from those plotting behind the scenes, giving them time to prepare. With so many unknowns though, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. He continued to surge his space principles in case he needed to escape. In front of Zhu Jiuyin, Luan Baifeng was simply unable to fight back. In a matter of just 2 or 3 moves, she was severely wounded and was coughing up blood. Luan Baifeng was also a very decisive woman. Knowing that she was definitely not Zhu Jiuyin's opponent, and that a prolonged battle would lead to her death, she used a divine ability that Yang Kai had never seen before, and turned into a red beam of light, traveling thousands of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Zhu Jiuyin didn't pursue her as a sixth-order open heaven realm master who was determined to flee was not so easy to kill. Not to mention, Zhu Jiuyin was also worried about possible ambushes lying in wait for her. Seeing that she couldn't kill Wan Baifeng in short order, she simply gave up and turned her gaze towards Shen Liang. Shen Liang felt so depressed that he almost spat out blood. Yu He alone was enough to constrain him, so with Zhu Jiuyin joining in, how could he be their match? Even though he went all out to resist, he was surrounded by danger and was repeatedly walking along the edge of death. On the other hand, Jiang Yunshan, who was tied down by Chu Huashang, saw Wan Baifeng's escape and Shen Liang's desperate situation and decisively attacked Chu Huashang with all his strength. Creating an opening, he immediately fled in the opposite direction. He knew that Shen Liang, who was targeted by an existence like Zhu Jiuyin, was finished, and if he didn't leave when Zhu Jiuyin was done dealing with Shen Liang, he would be next. Two of the three sixth-order open heaven realm masters had fled immediately after Zhu Jiuyin and Chu Huashang showed up. Shen Liang also wanted to flee, but how could he manage to escape? Seeing his own vice-union master running faster than a rabbit from the corner of his eyes, he felt a mixture of grief and anger as his face turned ashen. Teetering on the brink of death, Shen Liang cried out, "Spare my life, and from now on Heavenly Sword Union will follow only Void Land." Zhu Jiuyin's jade-like white hand latched onto the top of his head at that moment, and a violent and unstable power emanated from within her palm. Turning her head to look towards Yang Kai, she silently asked for his opinion. Seeing this, Shen Liang understood that his survival depended entirely on Yang Kai's thoughts, so how could he still care about their gap in cultivation and status? He hastily pleaded, "This Shen is willing to swear an oath on his martial heart. Please show mercy, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai was not moved and uttered only one word, "Kill." Shen Liang's eyes widened as Zhu Jiuyin's jade-like white hand clenched, and with a fierce twist she directly wrenched his head off. The now headless body twitched a few times before it stopped moving. If he really wanted to subdue Shen Liang, Yang Kai could use the loyalty list. After all, right now the loyalty list only had 3 names on it and there were still 6 pages left. Shen Liang was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Thus he could not resist the power of the loyalty list. The only thing Yang Kai had to do was make him leave his name and imprint on it, and Yang Kai would be able to control his life and death. Qin Tianfei, He He and Yun Xinghua were all in this situation. Perhaps Shen Liang really could be used to influence Heavenly Sword Union. However, Heavenly Sword Union had already attacked Yang Kai twice, so how could he let them off so easily? He had long been determined in his heart to someday eradicate Heavenly Sword Union from the 3,000 worlds. Naturally, when he was strong enough. Shen Liang, the new Union Master, only held his position for 2 or 3 years before he was killed by Void Land. Including Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union had already lost 2 Union Masters at Void Land's hands. There was absolutely no way to resolve such a deep grudge. However, since Heavenly Sword Union was willing to be a blade in the hands of others, they should be prepared to be broken. And many thanks to Senior for rushing to my aid. Yang Kai hurriedly thanked Zhu Jiuyin while cupping his fist in gratitude. Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly, "If it wasn't for Luor's incessant begging, do you think this queen would have come? This queen is only here for Luor's sake, so don't flatter yourself." Yes, it's Luor's good fortune that she is so valued by Senior. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly while smiling secretly in his heart. Shanqing Luo was currently in secluded retreat under Zhu Jiuyin's tutelage, so she knew nothing about outside events. How would she have gotten to know about Yang Kai's trip? Zhu Jiuyin's statement was clearly just a pretense. Yang Kai guessed that she was afraid Shanqing Luo would blame her if he fell prey to any accidents during this trip of his, which was why she secretly followed him here. Yang Kai did not reveal any such thoughts that flickered across his mind. "But brat, don't forget about the conditions you promised before. This queen will help you this time. Whether you live or die, once this is over, you will consider this queen's oath fulfilled. This queen will regain her freedom either way." Naturally. Yang Kai nodded sternly. Although this junior is young, he always means what he says. After this trip, Senior will no longer be bound by anything. Zhu Jiuyin's expression cleared up a little. Seems you still have some sense. Yang Kai turned to Chu Huashang next and asked with a sigh, Senior Sister Chu, why did you come here too? Chu Huashang withdrew her zither and said with a smile, naturally I had to come because you were in trouble. Junior brother Yang, you're really something. Why didn't you call me when you were short of hands? If Senior Zhu hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have even known that you had left Void Land. Yang Kai realized that Chu Huashang was called by Zhu Jiuyin and hesitantly said, with Senior Sister's status. Chu Huashang smiled and said, I am only acting in my personal capacity on this trip. My actions have nothing to do with Enyang Cave Heaven. While that sounded well and good, in the end she was still a core disciple of Enyang Cave Heaven. After this trip she would definitely be reprimanded by her sect. Perhaps it was precisely because of her identity that Zhu Jiuyin specifically invited her, because it would be more convenient to act if she took advantage of Chu Huashang's identity. Yang Kai let out a slight sigh, forget it. No matter what happens next, you have my sincere thanks, Senior Sister. Chu Huashang pursed her lips and smiled, Junior brother, you could pledge yourself to me if you're so moved. Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted from the side, stop flirting. You were ambushed right after you exited Void territory, and there are undoubtedly many more dangers lying ahead. If you have enough time to profess your undying love, you may as well use it to think about how to overcome those dangers and defeat your enemies. Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, since Senior has shown up, there should be no more difficulties along the way, unless they want to fight Senior to the death. Those people have already used Proprietress to lure me out of Voidland, so they will definitely try to finish me off in the Shattered Heaven. Zhu Jiuyin pondered for a moment and said, according to your speculations, we should be safe until we reach the Shattered Heaven. I believe so, but I can't be sure. In any case, it's better that we act carefully. Saying that is the same as saying nothing. Zhu Jiuyin gave him a blank look. Yang Kai scratched his nose and said, no matter what, we should continue forward first. Right now we can only take one step at a time. Yuhi's wooden shuttle had been broken in the battle. Thus, Chu Huashang summoned her flight-type artifact. The small group entered the artifact, after which it zoomed ahead, following the universe chart's guidance. Even as they passed through one great territory after another, there were no further ambushes, just like Yang Kai expected. Luan Baifeng and Jiang Yunshan had escaped from the previous battle, so the news that Zhu Jiuyin was accompanying Yang Kai must have reached the ears of the people behind the scenes. Zhu Jiuyin's strength was close to that of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so they would need more than 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to join hands to deal with her. As Yang Kai had said, unless they wanted to fight against Zhu Jiuyin to death, they wouldn't attack them easily. However, all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had cultivated for many years, so which one of them didn't cherish his or her own life? Who would want to fight with a divine spirit for nothing? However, Yang Kai was clearly able to notice that someone was following and monitoring them, which was to be expected. Thus, he did not pay attention to it. Now that his whereabouts had already been exposed, he simply prioritized reaching the Shattered Heaven, since no matter what, he would be exposed sooner or later when he arrived there anyway. After nearly 2 months since he had left Voidland, Yang Kai finally arrived at the Shattered Heaven after passing through the last territory gate. Yang Kai said hesitantly while looking straight ahead, is this the Shattered Heaven? As far as he could see, there was a vast region of shattered spirit provinces that were filled with many shops and people. Cultivators were coming and going in droves from this place. Yang Kai originally thought that since the Shattered Heaven was filled with dangers, there wouldn't be too many people present, even including those who came to explore. But contrary to his expectations, this place seemed very lively. While not as well organized or laid out as Void Star City, the level of activity in this patchwork-like area was no less. After 2 months of recuperation, Old Bai had somewhat recovered. Hearing Yang Kai's words, he smiled and said, this is the Shattered Heaven, but we're still only in the outermost periphery. This place has been explored by countless people, so there will be no danger here. What's that about? Yang Kai pointed to the Shattered Spirit Province. Where there are people, there will naturally be trade. This is essentially the Shattered Heaven Star City. An ungoverned place that is more chaotic than any other in the 3,000 worlds. People who come in and out of the shattered heaven need a place to rest and recuperate. And the people who come out of the shattered heaven's depths also need a place to sell the treasures they acquired, which is why this star city came into being. Yang Kai nodded lightly as he commented, "It's quite lively." Old Bai replied, "It's naturally lively. There are many people killing others and stealing goods every day there." Understandable. Yang Kai nodded, "Let's go and have a look." Old Bai frowned and said, "We can always watch the liveliness later, but we don't know how Proprietress is doing right now. We should prioritize finding her." Yang Kai, however, patted his shoulder and shook his head. "Believe me, I'm just as concerned as you are about Proprietress' situation, but you don't even know how she and the others disappeared or where she is trapped, so even if you go there, what would you do? Going to this star city first is not to watch the commotion, but to wait for those people to come to us." After hearing this, Old Bai hesitantly said, "You mean?" Yang Kai confirmed, "Those people lured me to come to Shattered Heaven. Now that I'm here, it's time for them to get down to business and do what they have planned to do. At the very least, we should be able to find out about the Proprietress's current location and situation." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4362 Eyes for Sale. After giving it a thought, Bai Chi realized that Yang Kai was right, so he nodded in agreement. Following that, they moved into the lawless Star City. Not only was this place chaotic, but the buildings were also built in a haphazard fashion. There were some people who had gotten into scuffles on the streets, and the stains of blood on the ground suggested that many lives were lost here. As Yang Kai silently scanned his surroundings, he was horrified to learn that the cultivators moving around this damned place were mostly Open Heaven Realm masters. There were rarely any cultivators like him who hadn't ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. After pondering on it for a moment though, he realized that Shattered Heaven was a truly dangerous place, so no weak cultivators were able to venture into this area. Being an Open Heaven Realm Master was probably the minimum requirement. Furthermore, most Open Heaven Realm Masters here looked destitute, which explained why they took a huge risk to look for opportunities in this dangerous place. Yang Kai was a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master who was followed by Zhu Jiuyin, Yu He and the other strong cultivators, so this group of people looked rather conspicuous in this city. The people who could make a living here were all cultivators with sharp vision, so they were able to easily tell that it was difficult to deal with Zhu Jiuyin and the others. Therefore, even though many people had their eyes on them, no one dared to go anywhere near them. Whenever Yang Kai and the others went, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands that separated the onlookers. "Some people are secretly paying attention to us," Zhu Jiuyin said in a small voice all of a sudden. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That's expected. It'd be strange if no one is paying attention to us." Upon seeing a restaurant, Yang Kai led all of them inside. People from all walks of life had gathered together in the restaurant and it was quite bustling, with shop hands running around with their backs soaked in sweat. The shopkeeper looked grumpy and had ugly facial features, but he was truly powerful as he was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After getting a private room, Yang Kai's group ordered some signature dishes before sitting down and waiting. Soon, the dishes and bottles of wine were served. Even though they were delectable, no one started eating as Yang Kai just sat with his eyes closed, waiting. Since he hadn't made a move, Yu He and the others would naturally stay still. On the other hand, Bai Chi kept squirming as though he was sitting on pins and needles. It had been half a year since the proprietress got into trouble, but they hadn't found out her whereabouts until now, so he was expected to be apprehensive. Just 1 hour later, Zhu Jiuyin suddenly took a look at Yang Kai, who seemed to have noticed it as well and opened his eyes. Zhu Jiuyin said impassively, "He's here." Yang Kai gently let out a breath and replied, "Good." Even though he had comforted Bai Chi earlier, he wasn't confident that the mastermind would show up to see him here. His plan was that if no one showed up after a day, he could only ask Bai Chi to lead them to the place where the proprietress got into trouble, then they'd search for her slowly. Now it seemed that his speculation was right. Since he had come to Shattered Heaven as he was told, the mastermind was supposed to show up and reveal his intentions. Next, they heard a series of footsteps as some people were coming upstairs in a calm manner. Before they even arrived, a disturbing aura started permeating the place. Yang Kai frowned and snorted, "They're from Myriad Demons Heaven." He was certain that the aura was demon chi as he was familiar with it. After the 100 Sex Alliance invaded Voidland, Yang Kai found out that Myriad Demons Heaven was the culprit behind the siege. Now, the mastermind behind the incident this time was also from that great force, so it seemed that the feud between them was bound to worsen. A moment later, the door was pushed open from the outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw two figures stepping into the private room. As expected, they were from Myriad Demons Heaven as they were engulfed in black demon chi, which undulated and concealed their faces. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that the person at the front was the same high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who had appeared in Voidland previously. At the moment, this man was followed by another Open Heaven Realm Master, but this person's aura suggested that he was only in the 5th order. Faced with such formidable enemies, He and the others immediately rose from the chairs and stood behind Yang Kai to protect him. On the other hand, Zhu Jiuyin remained seated in a dispassionate manner, as though she hadn't seen the people who came in. Even though the person at the front was covered in demon chi, Yang Kai could clearly sense that the other party was examining him with a pair of piercing eyes. An unafraid Yang Kai stared back at him, but the next instant he felt the person's demon chi turning into a swirl and sucking his soul into it. It was totally beyond Yang Kai's control as he felt his eyes burning all of a sudden. The demon eye of annihilation on his left and the black purgatory eye on his right revealed themselves. At that moment his golden eye was bright while his black eye was pitch black. Just then Zhu Jiuyin gently flicked the wine glass in front of her. Following a clang, a ripple spread around in Yang Kai's mind like a glimmer of light that tore apart the darkness, extricating him from that strange state. Yang Kai hurriedly looked down and closed his eyes, which felt like they were burning. I respect you as a guest, but if you dare to make a scene, don't blame this queen for becoming rude with you. Zhu Jiuyin gave him a warning impassively. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven put on a smile and cupped his fist. Myriad Demons Heaven, Tizheng, greet Senior Sister Zhu. The reason I did some probing just now was that I had some doubts, so I hope that you'll forgive me. Even though he was covered in eerie demon chi, he was rather polite when he spoke, unlike how haughty he was in Voidland previously. It seemed he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of a divine spirit. After all, he had suffered a setback because of Zhu Jiuyin back then. Zhu Jiuyin snorted. Then Tizheng turned to look at Yang Kai and nodded gently. The last time we met, this monarch was curious about why you exuded an aura that was supposed to be exclusive to Myriad Demons Heaven. Now it seems to be the case. Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye. These two are very abstruse eye secret techniques from our great force that are never taught to outsiders. Even within Myriad Demons Heaven, rarely anyone has successfully cultivated one of the two secret techniques, let alone mastered both. Where did you learn these eye secret techniques? Yang Kai was slightly taken aback, but he didn't let his emotions show on his face and simply replied, I don't know what you're talking about. His two eye secret techniques came from great demon god Emo Sheng. When Emo Sheng's physical body was destroyed in the past, his eyes were cast into the void and wound up far, far away. As time passed, they gained their own sentience and life. One of them became the great demon god of Tongxian realm while the other became a one-eyed giant monster. There came an opportunity for Yang Kai as he obtained the demon eye of annihilation first, followed by the black purgatory eye, which was how he mastered both eye secret techniques. The moment Yang Kai found out that there was a Myriad Demons Heaven in the 3,000 worlds, he warned himself to be cautious if he came across anyone from that great force so that his secrets wouldn't be exposed. Those from that great force might not be aware that Emo Sheng eventually lost his life in the star boundary, but if he showcased the two eye secret techniques from Great Demon God, it would catch the attention of those from that great force. In fact, Yang Kai had been cautious enough as he rarely used these eye secret techniques. He hadn't expected that Tizheng had already noticed them when he came to Voidland previously. Upon some probing this time, he easily found out Yang Kai's secrets. Both the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye were secret techniques that came from Myriad Demons Heaven, so the other party's understanding of the two eye secret techniques must be far greater than Yang Kai's. As such, he was unable to resist Tizheng's inspection. With a faint smile, Tizheng took a seat and said, It's pointless for you to deny it as the characteristics of these two eye secret techniques are too conspicuous. Even though this monarch has never cultivated them, There are a number of people in our great force who have mastered these secret techniques. That's why I can easily recognize them. However, there's something I don't understand. You're not a disciple from our great force, so how did you get to learn these techniques? Over the years, only a small number of the disciples from our great force have had the aptitude to learn these secret techniques. And they're also the most talented people in Myriad Demon's heaven. After he finished speaking, the demon chi around him dissipated and revealed his face. As he stared fixedly at Yang Kai's eyes, he licked his lips and said, "This monarch is interested in your eyes. Why don't you sell them to me? I'll offer a reasonable price." Yang Kai asked impassively, "I'm interested in your head as well. Are you going to sell it to me?" Tijing grinned, "You're pretty bold. However, even though you have these eye secret techniques, you're unable to fully activate their powers without the core secret art. Furthermore, you're not a disciple from our great force. It'd be a waste if you hold on to these eyes of yours." "That's none of your business." Yang Kai shook his head. Tijing examined him and also shook his head. "What a shame. This monarch is not going to force you since you're not willing to sell your eyes. In any case, I'll be fine with it if you join our great force." Yang Kai arched his brow. "Oh? Are you trying to recruit me?" Tijing replied seriously, "Yes, but it's because I don't want the two-eye secret techniques from our great force to go to waste." A curious Yang Kai asked, "What are the benefits I will get if I join Myriad Demon's heaven?" Tijing said, "You'll never have to worry about putting food on the table again, and all your trouble will be gone. This monarch can give you everything you want as long as you make a heart demon oath and start working for me from now on." "Everything?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Does it include a high-rank element treasure?" "If you want, this monarch can give it to you," Tijing said with a smile. "That's attractive, but your conditions are too harsh. I'm not used to being subservient to anyone." There seemed to be a look of regret on Tijing's face. "I wanted to lead you to a bright future, but you wouldn't appreciate my kindness. Despite the fact that you have two great eyes, you're no different from a blind man. How pitiful." Yang Kai snorted, "Enough nonsense. You told me to come to the shattered heaven and I'm here now. Where's my proprietress?" Tijing asked, "Are you talking about the woman named Lan Yu Rua?" "Stop asking the obvious." "Well," Tijing smiled and fished out a jade slip before pushing it towards Yang Kai. "She's in this place now. Do you have the guts to go there?" Yang Kai frowned as Tijing readily revealed the proprietress' whereabouts, so he wasn't sure if he should believe him. Then he gave Zhu Jiuyin a signal with his eyes, whereupon the woman picked up the jade slip and examined it. Then she nodded at Yang Kai to mean that there was nothing wrong with it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4363. He's here. It was then Yang Kai picked up the jade slip and infused his divine sense into it. With a frown, he gazed at Tijing and asked, "How would I know if you're telling the truth?" "It's up to you whether you want to believe me." Tijing grinned and rose from the chair, then cupped his fist to Zhu Jiuyin. "I'm sorry for disturbing you, Senior Sister Zhu." Following that, he turned around and nonchalantly left. After he was gone, Bai Qi asked anxiously, "Where's proprietress now?" Yang Kai replied, "Have a look." Then he passed the jade slip to him. After scanning the jade slip, Bai Qi furrowed his brow. Shadowless Cave Heaven. The jade slip indeed contained the proprietress' whereabouts, but it was actually a universe cave heaven called Shadowless Cave Heaven, which was just as powerful as Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Both of them were universe cave heavens left behind by 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after they passed away. "Old Bai, do you think we can believe the information in this jade slip?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi replied, "It's likely to be true. The location marked in this jade slip was where proprietress and the others disappeared back then. It explains why they went missing if they really fell into a universe cave heaven. However, I've never heard of Shadowless Cave Heaven before." Yuhi said, "It's rumored that many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives in the Shattered Heaven. After they died, they left behind many universe cave heavens and universe paradises. So, it's expected that you've never heard of it, but..." "But what?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Universe cave heavens and universe paradises are usually sealed off from the outside world. No one can find entrances unless they're extremely lucky. Since those people could make Big Sister Lawn fall into this shadowless cave heaven, it probably means that they already have control over its entrance. As Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes as he asked, "Old Bai, you said that the reason proprietress came to the shattered heaven was that she was looking for a high-rank element treasure for me. How did you all get wind of it? Did you find out about it yourselves?" Bai Chi replied, "It was proprietress who somehow got word of it. Do you think someone deliberately leaked news of a high-rank element treasure to lure proprietress into the trap that sent her into the shadowless cave heaven?" Yang Kai snorted, "I don't think it was a coincidence. It seems that they've really discovered a portal into the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least they know how to enter it." The heritages of the cave heavens and paradises were all extremely rich, so it wasn't odd that they could control the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven, and it also wasn't difficult for them to use it to trap the proprietress and lure Yang Kai to the shattered heaven. "In that case, are you still going?" Zhu Jiuyin shot Yang Kai with a dispassionate glance. "The reason they generously told you the location must be that they've set up a trap. Even if this queen goes with you, I can't necessarily ensure your safety. You'll probably lose your life there." Yang Kai pursed his lips and said, "I was ready for that before I came here. There's no turning back now. Regardless of how dangerous the road ahead of us is, I have to move forward." Zhu Jiuyin stared intently at him and said calmly, "Don't worry. If you lose your life there, I'll at least bury your corpse." "And offended you?" he glared at her. "Let's go. I'm eager to find out what kind of an amazing trap they've set up for me." Yang Kai rose from his seat without hesitation. After shuffling out of the restaurant, they headed for the Star City's exit. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression as he was worried about the proprietress. Countless ideas flashed through his mind as he pondered on the circumstances that he might come across, but a moment later he realized that someone was staring at him. As their eyes met, Yang Kai became startled for a moment. There was a middle-aged man across the street who had a look of disbelief on his face. It seemed that he hadn't expected to bump into Yang Kai in this place. Following that, a sense of resentment rose within this man and his eyes seemed able to spurt endless wrath and hatred. His expression suggested that he was eager to skin Yang Kai alive and drink his blood. However, as soon as he noticed the people around Yang Kai, he knitted his brow. Even though the auras of Zhu Jiuyin and the others were concealed, it was apparent to this man that it would be difficult to deal with them. Given his power now, he was unable to kill Yang Kai to get his revenge. As he darted his gaze around, he shot towards the Star City's exit. "Follow him!" Yang Kai yelled and chased after the man. Despite the fact that Zhu Jiuyin and the others had no idea what was going on, they still promptly followed Yang Kai. After leaving the Star City, they looked up and saw a ray of light shooting towards the depths of the void. Chu Huashang quickly summoned her flight-type artifact, after which they boarded and raced after him. A puzzled Zhu Jiuyin asked, "Brat, who is that guy?" "Give me a moment to think." Yang Kai frowned without answering her question. Innumerable memories flashed across his mind and just a moment later he seemed to have figured out something. "I got it." An impatient Zhu Jiuyin asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai grinned, "We might be able to recruit some helpers." Bai Chi asked curiously, "Helpers?" All of them looked at him in puzzlement as they didn't understand why he was chasing after someone unrelated to the matter instead of heading straight to the proprietress location. After letting out a breath, Yang Kai gazed at Chu Huashang and asked, "Do you remember Abundance City, Senior Sister Chu?" Chu Huashang replied with a smile, "Of course I do. We were even held captive together there. Aren't those people living in Voidland now?" She had frequently visited Voidland over the years, so she had seen Mo Mei and the others a number of times. When she and Yang Kai were held captive in Abundance City, they had met Mo Mei and the other inhabitants of the city and found out about their situations. The ancestors of Abundance City were implanted with a blood principle restriction by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so their descendants had to live in Blood Monster Cave Heaven for their entire lives. Without the nourishment from the Cave Heaven's aura, they would immediately lose their lives. Back then, I joined forces with Black Crow Divine Monarch and obtained a secret technique that could resolve the blood principle restriction. After the collapse of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, I managed to return to Abundance City in time and brought Mo Mei and the others out. eventually bringing them to settle in Voidland. However, when we were still captives, there was an elder from Abundance City who tried to kill me. Do you remember that, senior sister Chu? After giving it a thought, Chu Huashang nodded. And he was named Tan Luoxing, right? It's no wonder I found that man familiar just now. When Tan Luoxing saw the wooden token given to Yang Kai by the proprietress in the past, he attempted to kill him outright. However, Tan Luoxing failed miserably and soon after forcefully opened the city's defensive grand array and fled as he was worried that he would get punished. After that, Golden Gorilla King stormed into Abundance City and made a scene. The person Yang Kai came across just now was Tan Luoxing, who had fled from Abundance City. After finishing her words, Chu Huashang asked in perplexement, "There's something I don't understand, junior brother Yang. Tan Luoxing fled pretty early on, so he supposedly shouldn't have survived. After the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, all the cultivators in that place must have passed away except for the ones from Abundance City that you managed to save." Yang Kai said with a smile, "The only possibility is that his blood principle restriction was also removed." But who could have helped? Before Chu Huashang finished her words, her gaze brightened as she figured everything out. Yang Kai went on to say, "That's right. There's one more person who can resolve the blood principle restriction other than me." Chu Huashang completed his sentence, "Black Crow Divine Monarch." Yang Kai chuckled, "He's really something." He had killed many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After the collapse of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, all of the cave heavens and paradises got wind of Black Crow Divine Monarch and began hunting him down. Initially, I thought that he must have lost his life in the Blood Monster territory. Now it seems that not only is he still alive and kicking, but he's also come to the Shattered Heaven. After a moment of deliberation, Yang Kai nodded, "I'm sure he's in the Shattered Heaven now. His life must be worse than mine since he's being actively hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. There's nowhere in the 3,000 worlds that he can go except for the Shattered Heaven where there's nothing but chaos," he tutade. "Did you notice, senior sister Chu? Tan Luoxing is also an open heaven realm master now." Chu Huashang nodded, and Fifth Order. Yang Kai went on to say, "There was no way Black Crow Divine Monarch would help Tan Luoxing resolve his blood principle restriction out of kindness. He was aware that he was on his own, so he had to recruit some subordinates. As a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Tan Luoxing is powerful enough to be used as a pawn. Moreover, in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Abundance City alone was able to produce so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. What about other cities? If my speculation is right, Black Crow Divine Monarch must have amassed a lot of helpers who are in the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. After all, Black Crow Divine Monarch was a former high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, reborn after seizing someone else's body. Since Black Crow Divine Monarch possessed the necessary secret technique to resolve the blood principle restriction, it would be easy for him to enslave some people when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven began to collapse. Since Yang Kai was able to save the people from Abundance City at that time, Black Crow Divine Monarch could naturally do something similar. The fact that Tan Luoxing was still alive was the best proof. Moreover, he said, "Tan Luoxing seems to be luring us somewhere, young master." Yang Kai said, "He's completely resentful of me. After his failed attempt to kill me back then, he was forced to flee Abundance City and became homeless. When he saw me in the Star City just now, he wouldn't dare to make a move as all of you were around me. However, if he can lure us to the place where his companions gather together, he can join forces with them and get his revenge." Chu Huashang remarked, "That must be the place where Black Crow Divine Monarch resides." Yang Kai nodded, "You're right. He's trying to make use of Black Crow Divine Monarch's power to deal with us." Even though there were only a small number of people with Yang Kai, they were obviously all powerful masters. Since Tan Luoxing had the guts to lure them to that place, it meant that Black Crow Divine Monarch must have amassed a lot of subordinates, and he believed that the Divine Monarch was able to deal with Yang Kai and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a decision. Zhu Jiuyin warned him by saying, "Are you trying to make use of that Black Crow Divine Monarch's power? Be careful, as you might go for wool and come back shorn." Chu Huashang said, "You should really think twice about it, junior brother. I remember that you made Black Crow Divine Monarch suffer a huge loss in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so he also abhors you." Martial Peak, Chapter 4364 Blood Sacrifice. The reason Black Crow is resentful of me is that I ruined his plan to refine the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is no longer around, it's useless for him to keep on hating me. On the other hand, those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises hunted him in the Blood Monster territory, and even though he escaped from that great territory in the end, he was forced to live miserably in the Shattered Heaven. I believe that if there's a chance he won't mind retaliating against those people. Back then, Black Crow Divine Monarch was trying to refine the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If he had succeeded, the life or death of all the people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have fallen into his hands. Unfortunately, Yang Kai foiled his plans at the critical moment. This was indeed an unresolvable feud. However, fighting back in order to survive as Yang Kai had done, and the active hunt to exterminate him by the Cave Heavens and Paradises were not equal in weight. Yang Kai had ruined his plan while those from Cave Heavens and Paradises wanted to kill him, so both of these parties were also his enemies. With that said, it was more difficult to deal with the Cave Heavens and Paradises in comparison. Black Crow Divine Monarch must be fully aware of that, which was why he had hidden in the Shattered Heaven. It was said that the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Perhaps they could join forces over this matter temporarily. As for their feud, they could settle it at a later date. Black Crow Divine Monarch had lived for a long time, so he must be able to see the big picture. Regardless, we have to meet him first. Maybe we'll get what we want, but even if we don't, we won't suffer any losses. Since Yang Kai had made a decision, the others were not in any place to say otherwise, especially Chu Huashang. After all, she was a disciple from Enyang Cave Heaven that was also involved in hunting down Black Crow Divine Monarch. As they raced after the ray of light, they moved forward at full speed. Broken spirit provinces were scattered everywhere in the Shattered Heaven. There was no vitality in these spirit provinces, and their world principles were long gone. These shattered spirit provinces were supposed to be parts of universe worlds in the Shattered Heaven, but after the epic war in the past, the neighboring great territories were all broken, and their universe worlds were destroyed, leaving behind only remnants. On a certain small spirit province, many figures had concealed themselves while there were some strong cultivators who stood guard around the periphery. All of a sudden, a shriek was heard coming from the deepest part of the spirit province, which sent a chill down everyone's spine. The mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who stood guard shuddered upon hearing that as they mourned for the lost life. These people were cultivators who were born and bred in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven broke apart, they were found by a person called Black Crow Divine Monarch, who helped resolve the blood principle restriction in their bodies and brought them away. Initially, they thought that they could finally break free from the cage that had confined their ancestors and them and start a new life. However, no one could have expected that it was just the beginning of their nightmare. They were still half-step Open Heaven Realm Masters when they left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but Black Crow Divine Monarch gave them resources and helped them ascend to the Open Heaven Realm in a short period of time. Due to years of accumulation and Black Crow Divine Monarch's help, they were able to ascend to the 4th Order at minimum. Many of them were in the 5th Order while there were a small number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them. Very few lost their lives when breaking through. Following that, Black Crow Divine Monarch led them all the way to Shattered Heaven. Due to the fact that Black Crow Divine Monarch loved drinking human blood, he would need an Open Heaven Realm Master to use as blood food from time to time. The Shattered Heaven was a chaotic and lawless place, where countless lives were lost every day. As a formidable force like them wandered around, they could wait for the right targets and make a move at the right time. There were many unlucky Open Heaven Realm Masters who were captured by them and brought to this place to be served as blood sacrifices for Black Crow Divine Monarch. However, even though they were powerful, there were times when they were not lucky enough to find any target. For a time like this, Black Crow Divine Monarch would choose one of them to be his blood sacrifice. Initially, 35 people had left the Blood Monster territory with Black Crow Divine Monarch, but after just 3 years, only a little more than 20 of them were left. Those who were gone didn't lose their lives in battle but instead had their blood essence sucked dry by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Luck wasn't on their side recently as they couldn't capture anyone to serve as blood food, so as soon as they heard the shriek, they knew that one of their companions had perished. Now their life or death was basically in Black Crow Divine Monarch's hands. Although some of them were stronger than him, none of them dared to rebel. If this went on, all of them would be killed by Black Crow Divine Monarch in a few years. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. When Black Crow resolved the blood principle restriction for them, he also left something in their bodies, which ensured that they wouldn't be able to break free from his control even after they advanced to the open heaven realm. The shrieks didn't last for a long time. After slightly more than 10 breaths' time, the voice weakened. The open heaven realm masters on the spirit province sported in different expressions as they were already used to this. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, "Someone is coming." The people who were responsible for standing guard immediately looked around and saw a ray of light approaching them at high speed, and they quickly put their guard up. However, just a moment later, someone recognized the person who was approaching and shouted, "Don't panic. It's Tan Luo Xing." As expected, Tan Xing Lu appeared within everyone's sight just a while later, but before he even reached them, he exclaimed, "Hide yourselves. There are some new blood sacrifices following me." Upon hearing that, all of them became energized as they used their secret techniques to conceal their auras and figures. They had been extremely unlucky recently as they were unable to capture any blood sacrifice at all. They had just lost another companion, and no one knew who the next among them would be. Therefore, when they heard that some blood sacrifices were following Tan Luo Xing, they quickly got prepared. As long as they could catch those blood sacrifices, they would be safe in a short period of time. On the other hand, upon informing his companions about it, Tan Luo Xing shot towards the deepest part of the spirit province. Just a moment later, he arrived at a collapsed grand hall that was protected by powerful cultivators in all directions. However, all of them looked as pale as white sheets now. In the middle of the grand hall stood a figure that was engulfed in blood mist. For some reason, he was trembling violently, and the blood mist around him contracted and expanded irregularly. There was a withered corpse lying on the ground in front of this figure. The corpse didn't contain any moisture, as though it had been left in the burning sun for countless years. His skin was horrendously pale and all his blood essence was gone. He must have gone through a terrifying experience before his death. His hollow eyes almost popped out, and horror was written all over his shriveled face. Tan Luo Xing took a glance at the corpse and instantly recognized his identity. Just a few days ago he had chatted with this man over some casual topics, so it never crossed his mind that after he returned from the Star City in the Shattered Heaven, the other party would already be dead. Still, he quickly retracted his gaze and called out, "Divine Monarch." All of a sudden, the figure covered in blood mist extended his hand and slapped Tan Luo Xing. The slap was so forceful that he flipped over several times in the air, and when he landed on the ground, half of his face was swollen up while several of his teeth were broken. "How dare you disturb this monarch when I'm having my meal? Is it your first day working for me? Or do you also want to be my blood food today?" Black Crow Divine Monarch's grim voice was heard coming from the weltering blood mist. Tan Luo Xing shuddered and fell on all fours as he pleaded, "Please forgive me, Divine Monarch. Please forgive me. I know I've made a mistake. Please don't kill me." Black Crow roared like he was an injured beast. His eyes were bloodshot as he said through clenched teeth, "Old dog blood monster, you still taunt this monarch even after your death. What did you do to the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture? Damn you." It wasn't until Black Crow fled from the blood monster territory and arrived at the Shattered Heaven that he realized there was something wrong with the scripture that he had cultivated. That was because after he ascended to the open heaven realm, he had to look for suitable blood sacrifices from time to time and swallow all their blood essence. Otherwise, he would be at risk of self-detonation. Even though the learner of the scripture was supposed to consume others' blood essence to increase their power, there was a difference between doing it proactively and being forced to do it. He had a speculation that the scripture he had obtained was tampered with by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, which was why he had fallen into such a state. Whenever he needed a blood sacrifice, he would feel unbearably itchy as though countless cats were scratching his soul. He was unable to control his emotions as he'd become highly irritable. Then he turned his head and stared fixedly at Tan Luo Xing. "Why did you disturb this monarch? If you can't provide a good reason, I'll devour you immediately." Tan Luo Xing became horrified as he knew that Black Crow wasn't pulling his leg. If he couldn't come up with a satisfactory reply, he would lose his life the next instant. Not daring to be negligent, he pressed his head against the ground and said in a shaking voice, "I found Yang Kai in the Star City." Young Kai. Black Crow Divine Monarch became startled for a moment, then the blood mist around him exploded as he shot towards Tan Luo Xing and yanked him up before saying through gritted teeth, "Are you talking about that damn brat who ruined this monarch's plan back in Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Where is he?" If Yang Kai hadn't foiled his plan, he wouldn't have fallen into such a state. At that time, as long as he could refine the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and make use of its resources, he could wait until he recovered his strength before leaving. By then he could go anywhere he pleased instead of hiding from his enemies in this place. Tan Luo Xing quickly said, "I've lured him to this place. He'll be here soon." Upon hearing that, Black Crow was elated. "Good, very good. That brat ruined this monarch's plans in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. I've been wanting to get my revenge, but I didn't know where he was. Now that he dares to show up in the Shattered Heaven, he's basically stepping right into his grave. This monarch will definitely catch and kill him." After he finished speaking, he gently put down Tan Luo Xing and said with a mild expression, "You've done well." Martial Peak, Chapter 4365, Persuasion. After getting a compliment, Tan Luo Xing put on a fawning smile. "It's my duty to help solve your problems, Divine Monarch. However, Yang Kai is followed by some Open Heaven Realm Masters this time. I couldn't see through their strength as they were concealing their auras, but I don't think they're pushovers." Black Crow sneered, "I was worried that they would be too weak. To this monarch, the more powerful a blood sacrifice is, the better they'll taste." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look in a particular direction. Apparently, he had sensed something. At the same time, explosive sounds were heard as world force undulated. There was also an aura that was extraordinarily powerful and eerie. Obviously, the people who were responsible for standing guard had engaged Yang Kai in battle. A divine spirit. Black Crow turned pale and widened his eyes in disbelief. Why was there a divine spirit following Yang Kai around? Moreover, judging from the divine spirit's energy fluctuations, she should be a mature one. In other words, she was at least as strong as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Black Crow's expression darkened instantly. To him, there was no doubt that a powerful blood sacrifice would taste better and be more beneficial to him. Still, he had to be wary of a mature divine spirit. Even though he had many strong cultivators in the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm who worked for him, they would be useless when faced against such a foe. Despite his wariness, he wasn't afraid. More than 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were a force to be reckoned with. If they got into a life-and-death battle with this divine spirit, both parties would likely be equally matched. While he was pondering on whether he should fight or retreat, he heard someone speaking to him. "Black Crow, your friend has come all the way here to see you. Why don't you let me in?" Upon hearing that voice, Black Crow immediately had the urge to kill. That was the voice of the accursed brat who had repeatedly ruined his plans in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. First, he failed to seize Yang Kai's body and had to settle for an inferior one. Then he foiled his plans to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, leading to the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, which forced him to flee to the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai was the cause of all of his misery. Whenever Black Crow thought of that brat, he was eager to skin him alive and drink his blood. In fact, he had secretly made an oath that as soon as he returned to his peak, he would scour the 3,000 worlds to look for this boy and let him taste the cruelest torture imaginable. However, it never crossed Black Crow's mind that they'd meet again so soon. As he narrowed his bloodshot eyes, he raised his arm and bellowed, "Let them in." Black Crow was fully aware of his subordinate's strength. Since Yang Kai had a divine spirit with him, there was no way his blood slaves could stop him. In that case, he decided to directly let them in. He wanted to find out why Yang Kai had come all the way to the Shattered Heaven to look for him. The battle ended as the explosive sounds died down. Soon enough, under the attention of many mid-rank Open Realm Masters, Yang Kai led Yu He, Zhu Jiao-yin and the others to barge into the place and walked up to Black Crow. Shwa shwa shwa. The cultivators who were hidden earlier flew over from all directions and surrounded Yang Kai and his group. At this moment, nearly 30 mid-rank Open Realm Masters had gathered together in this small spirit province. There was also the divine spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. People who had no idea what was going on would be shaken to the core if they saw such a powerful group. As their eyes met, Yang Kai smiled and saluted in a friendly manner. "Good to see you again, Black Crow. Who could have thought that we'd reunite in this place? Black Crow's eyes seemed able to spit fire as he snarled. Quit being so presumptuous. How dare you call this monarch by his name? Yong-kai replied with a smile. It's just a name. Please don't mind it, divine monarch. Black Crow snorted. Stinking brat, you ruined this monarch's plans in the blood monster cave heaven, yet you still have the gall to show up in front of me? Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have a divine spirit to protect you? Then he lifted both arms and put on a smug smile. Do you see it now? I have many powerful subordinates with me. As soon as I give the order, they'll kill you. Yong-kai spoke up with an amiable expression. I believe that you're capable of doing that. However, it's pointless for you to kill me now. The blood monster cave heaven is gone, and you're currently being hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. I believe that life has been terrible for you in the shattered heaven, am I right? At the mention of this, Black Crow became even more infuriated. If you hadn't interfered, this monarch wouldn't have fallen into such a miserable state. If he had managed to refine the blood monster divine palace, he could have taken control of the blood monster cave heaven and made use of the resources left behind by blood monster divine monarch to restore his strength while remaining hidden from the world, rather than being forced to flee and getting hunted down. I was forced to do that, divine monarch. If you had really refined the blood monster divine palace, I would have died. In order to survive, I had to oppose you at that time, Yong-kai said with a smile, as though he wasn't the one who did that back then. Black Crow barked. What do you want, boy? Have you come all the way here just to annoy me? In that case, this monarch will never let you off. Of course not, Yong-kai shook his head and said solemnly, I'm here to join forces with you. Black Crow gawked for a moment before growling. Are you saying that you want to join forces with this monarch? Did you fumble your words? Or did I mishear you? Yong-kai replied, You didn't mishear me, nor did I speak wrongly. Black Crow looked around and laughed in a maniacal manner. His laugh reverberated across the entire spirit province. A moment later he stopped laughing and snorted, Even though this monarch has no idea what your intentions are, I know that you've not some kind-hearted saint. Scram while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, all of you have to lose your lives here. Yong-kai stared at him and shook his head. You haven't even asked about what I want to join forces with you for, divine monarch. Why are you in a rush to chase me away? Black Crow scoffed. If possible, you're the first one this monarch would kill. Are you taunting me by telling me to work with you? Who do you think you are? Do you even have a right to join forces with me? Ignoring his mockery, Yong-kai went on to say, You had no choice but to flee from the blood monster territory and hide in this broken spirit province because of those from the cave heavens and paradises. Don't you want to get your revenge? Black Crow stared at him with narrowed eyes as a dangerous glint flashed through his gaze. It was as though he was pondering on whether he should attack Yong-kai here and now. Certainly he had no regard for the latter whatsoever. When he was in the blood monster cave heaven back then, he had just taken over someone else's body, so he was only able to exert a fraction of his true power. That was the reason Yong-kai was able to repeatedly foil his plans. But now he was already a fifth-order realm master while Yong-kai was still just a half-step open heaven realm cultivator. They were not even comparable anymore. However, he was wary of the divine spirit. With this divine spirit's protection, it would be unrealistic for him to kill Yong-kai even though he had many strong subordinates with him. You hold some grudges against those from the cave heavens and paradises, and it's the same case for me, Yong-kai continued. Since we have common foes, why don't you join forces with me? Black Crow's interest had been piqued as he asked, Why is there a feud between you and those from the cave heavens and paradises? Yong-kai explained, That's because I want to directly break through to the high-rank open heaven realm, and it seems to have affected some people's interests, so I've been targeted by them. In fact, I was lured to this place and there is a trap waiting for me in the depths of the shattered heaven. Understanding now, Black Crow nodded faintly. As expected, you really want to ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm directly. It's no wonder that the cave heavens and paradises won't let you off. If I were them, I wouldn't let you achieve your goal either. However, since you're aware that it's a trap, why are you still going straight into it? There's a reason I must go, but I'm not going to tell you about it. It's a coincidence that we've come across each other here. I didn't deliberately look for you. Black Crow turned to look at Tan Luoxing and reckoned that the latter must have exposed his whereabouts by being followed. Faced with Black Crow's deathly stare, Tan Luoxing was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Black Crow snorted, "Since those from the cave heavens and paradises have set up a trap for you, it'll be useless regardless of how many people you bring with you. This monarch isn't a fool, so why would I decide to perish together with you?" "You're wrong, divine monarch." Yang Kai shook his head. "If all 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises had joined forces, there's no way I would survive, and even trying to resist would be pointless. However, we're only going to deal with some of them here, so they can't possibly summon a large number of their strongest cultivators. They are currently targeting me and the people around me, so if you seize the chance and make a move now, they won't be able to counterattack. Since you have so many powerful cultivators with you, don't you want to deal a heavy blow to them?" While Black Crow was contemplating it with a frown, Yang Kai just stared silently at him without urging. A moment later, Black Crow sneered, "Regardless of what you say, this monarch will not believe even one word from your wicked mouth. I indeed hold some grudges against the cave heavens and paradises, and I'll storm into their headquarters someday, kill all of their disciples and destroy their inheritances that have been accumulated over so many years. However, I also very much want to see you dead. You want to use me to ease your burdens? You're too naive, brat." Yang Kai said with a frown, "We can settle the score between us in the future, divine monarch. Such a chance is hard to come by. If you don't make a move now, you'll regret it in the future, won't you? Do you want to keep hiding in the shattered heaven forever? If they discover your whereabouts, do you think they'll let you live peacefully here? This is none of your business. Get lost now, or else I'll kill you right here." Black Crow waved his hand to chase them away. "Divine monarch." While Yang Kai attempted to keep persuading him, the blood mist around Black Crow undulated as he snapped, "If you don't leave within 3 breaths, you'll have to stay here forever." Following that, the 20 or so mid-rank open heaven realm masters circulated their strength. At that instant, the aura of world force permeated the broken hull. Yuhi Chu Huashang and Bai Qi became alarmed, with only Zhu Jiuyin remaining impassive as she stared coldly at Black Crow Divine Monarch. A frustrated Yang Kai shot Black Crow Divine Monarch a glare and said through clenched teeth, "We're leaving." Then he turned around and swung his sleeve before walking off, seemingly quite vexed. In the blink of an eye, they left the Spirit Province and headed straight to the depths of the shattered heaven. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4366, Which Path to Follow? It wasn't until they flew for a long time after leaving the Spirit Province that Yang Kai's expression turned milder as he let out a breath. To the side, Zhu Jiuyin asked, "You wanted to join forces with him, but he didn't seem interested one bit. What are you going to do now? Walk right into the trap like a fool?" There was a faint smile on Yang Kai's face. "He wasn't interested? I don't think so." Zhu Jiuyin said with a frown. Black Crow made his stance clear. "Are you blind or what?" Yang Kai explained, "It's exactly because he made his stance clear so quickly that I'm sure he's interested. As for whether he'll make a move, it depends on our ability to deal with the trap they've set up. If my speculation is right, Black Crow will secretly follow us, then play it by ear. If there's a chance, he'll gladly have a hand in this matter. However, if the difference in power between our enemies and us is too great, he'll stay clear of it. He's not the charitable sort. Since he has suffered such an immense setback, there's no way he won't want to get his revenge. The most important thing now is whether we can create a chance for him to make a move." Zhu Jiuyin refuted, "That's just your speculation." Yang Kai nodded, "That's right. It's just my speculation. Maybe Black Crow won't make any move in the end." If they couldn't use Black Crow's power, they had no choice but to face the trap in the shadowless cave heaven on their own. In any case, it was a surprise that they came across Black Crow in the shattered heaven. Yang Kai had never expected Black Crow to hide in that place, and the latter even had so many mid-rank open heaven realm masters working for him. In fact, it never crossed his mind that Black Crow had actually fled from the blood monster territory. Initially, he thought that the latter must have lost his life there. After all, every single territory gate of that place had been controlled by the cave heavens and paradises at that time, and all the cultivators who passed through gates were carefully screened. It wasn't certain what trick Black Crow had used, but not only had he managed to flee, he had even brought many people with him. This kind of old fox who had lived for countless years must never be underestimated. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang and asked, Senior Sister Chu, since you're a disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven, what kind of trap do you think those from Myriad Demons Heaven have set up in the Shadowless Cave Heaven? Following a moment of deliberation, she replied, I know little about the information at the top level. Even though my great force did its best to gather information, we're unable to do so as we're not involved in this matter. However, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters are all powerful figures with supreme identities, so they won't easily make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. Senior Zhu's existence has been exposed, so if those from Myriad Demons Heaven want to set up a trap, they'll specifically target her. Moreover, Senior Zhu showcased her power in the battle in Voidland a few years ago. Therefore, I think at least 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters will be waiting outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai nodded gently. What Chu Huashang had said was the same as his speculations. Since they wanted to target Zhu Jiuyin, they'd need 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the very least. That was because 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to defeat Zhu Jiuyin previously. Moreover, only Myriad Demons Heaven had exposed themselves in this matter so far. The other cave heavens and paradises remained hidden. Yang Kai had no idea whether there were other players in this game apart from Myriad Demons Heaven. However, Chu Huashang was right to say that high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were powerful figures with superb identities, so they wouldn't easily make a move. Even if they did, they wouldn't come in large numbers. That was because they had a reputation to preserve. As the ship moved forward, Yang Kai stood on the deck and looked at the endless void while pondering on his future. Before coming to the 3,000 worlds, he would never have expected that a mere Emperor Realm Jr. like himself would be able to raise such waves one day. Now, faced with an extremely difficult trial, he realized that he was still too weak after all. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, he was still able to use the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array to play some role. Since the Array Jade was in his possession, he could make use of the Grand Array to fend off his enemies. However, he practically became useless after leaving Voidland. Initially, he wanted to make use of the Star City's development and wait for a chance to look for a high-rank element treasure that suited him. Once he became a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he would make a name for himself. However, those who had been paying attention to him thought that he was going to disrupt the order in the 3,000 worlds, so they decided to take care of him before he had a chance and lured him out of Voidland. Faced with the siege by Shen Liang, Jiang Yunshan, and Luan Baifeng, all Yang Kai could do was stay behind his companion's protection as he watched Bai Qi and Yu He fend off the enemy while he looked for a chance to flee. This ambush was just a probe to find out his true power, and the trap in the Shadowless Cave Heaven was the real deal. Given his current strength, there was nothing Yang Kai could do even if he reached the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Was he going to rely on Zhu Jiuyin to save the proprietress and then just run back to Voidland? Since Zhu Jiuyin's existence had been exposed, it was expected that she'd be targeted. By then she might not even be able to protect herself, let alone save the proprietress. Which path should he follow as he stepped into the unknown? Yang Kai was a resolute man who made decisions firmly. Even if the road ahead was paved with thorns, he had to charge forward despite knowing that he'd be injured. However, at this moment he was at a loss. As the ship sailed forward, Yu He and Bai Qi remained silent. They worriedly exchanged glances as they could sense that Yang Kai was feeling conflicted. The Shattered Heaven was indeed a dangerous place. As they moved forward, they would come across unknown dangers from time to time. A series of mighty fluctuations could be felt spreading from seemingly ordinary spirit provinces, and some of these fluctuations were as strong as a strike from someone in the high-rank Open Heaven realm. If they accidentally triggered these fluctuations, they would be turned into dust. These hidden dangers were left behind from the ancient war. Due to that great battle, countless restrictions and spirit arrays were left behind in the Shattered Heaven. Other than the divine abilities and secret techniques that might explode at any moment, there were also many Open Heaven artifacts that had gained spirituality. Fortunately, as a divine spirit, Zhu Jiuyin had sharp perception. It was thanks to her warnings that they were able to stay away from many of the dangers. With that said, she wasn't able to detect all of them. On the 3rd day since they entered the Shattered Heaven, a ray of light suddenly came at their ship when they were passing by a spirit province. The ray of light contained a horrifying power. The expressions of Yu He and Bai Qi changed drastically as they stood in front of Yang Kai while Chu Huashang quickly drove the ship forward. At the same time, Zhu Jiuyin roared and spat out a snow-white spider web to intercept the ray of light. The ray of light was soon covered in the spider web, but just one breath of time later, it broke free and continued shooting towards the ship. Zhu Huiyin's expression changed as she took Yang Kai's arm and flew away for several dozen kilometers. At the same time, Chu Huashang and the others also dispersed. When they looked back, they realized that the ship had already turned into dust after coming into contact with the ray of light. Meanwhile, the ray of light exposed itself. It turned out to be a blue wolf that stood in the void and stared at them. The wolf's figure flickered, so it was apparent that it wasn't a real beast. Moreover, one could see an arm-long jade scepter floating inside its body. Without stopping, the wolf turned into a ray of light again and disappeared into the depths of the shattered heaven. After they regrouped, Yu He and the others all had pale faces. Zhu Jiuyin sported a solemn expression as she gazed at Bai Qi and asked, "Was it also this dangerous the last time you were here?" Bai Qi replied, "We didn't come across that wolf previously. However, it's a well-known fact that the shattered heaven is full of dangers. We bumped into different kinds of attacks from time to time." "What was that?" Yang Kai asked. He was the weakest among all of them, so just now he couldn't clearly see what was going on. All he saw was the wolf's figure. "It was an artifact that gained sentience," Yu He said seriously. "It was likely the manifestation of the Jade Scepter's artifact spirit. The Jade Scepter's owner was probably an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before his death. No ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could wield such a weapon." Yang Kai was stunned as he finally understood why the ray of light easily broke through Zhu Jiuyin's secret technique. No ordinary person could resist this kind of attack. If Zhu Jiuyin hadn't made a move, all of them would have been severely wounded. Obviously, the Jade Scepter had been hidden in that spirit province. It was triggered when Yang Kai and the others passed by this place. The shattered heaven was indeed a place full of danger, but at the same time, it was also a treasure trove. If anyone could obtain the artifact they had seen earlier, even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would also see their power increase significantly. However, in order to obtain it, the person had to be in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm at the very least. After pulling themselves together, they continued moving forward. Wherever they went, they could see that some people had gotten into fights for one reason or another. Those who could make a living in the shattered heaven were all Open Heaven Realm Masters who were ruthless. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in this lawless place. They had no reservations when fighting and constantly used fatal blows. Zhu Jiuyin would spread her aura from time to time to intimidate the people who passed by or were fighting nearby, reducing the number of people who dared confront them greatly. Even so, they were still only at the periphery of the shattered heaven. What would the core of the place look like? According to Bai Qi, the core area of the shattered heaven was a place where only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had a right to step into. Despite that, there was no guarantee that they would come out alive. That was the reason so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their lives here over the years. When Bai Qi and Proprietress were looking for a high-rank element treasure, they never went near the core area. She was indeed searching for the resource for Yang Kai, but she wasn't so foolish as to take such a risk. As they flew forward carefully, they were relieved that the following journey was much safer. Half a month later, they arrived at their destination following the instructions in the jade slip given to them by Ti Zheng. This was a quiet place in the void as spirit provinces of different sizes hovered around them. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings with the jade slip in his hand, and upon making sure that there was no mistake, he asked Bai Qi, "Is it here?" After looking around, Bai Qi nodded with a solemn expression. "That's right. It's here." Martial Peak, Chapter 4367, Locking Divine Spirit Array. Yang Kai stared at the void in front of him. They had arrived at this place following the instructions in the jade slip given by Ti Zheng, and Bai Qi confirmed that Proprietress had disappeared here. It meant that the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven was somewhere around this place. As long as they could find the entrance, they could enter and save her. However, this was easier said than done. The first difficulty they were facing was where to look for the entrance. The shadowless cave heaven had remained undiscovered in this place for countless years, which suggested that the entrance must be well hidden. After all, innumerable people had moved around the shattered heaven over the years. If the entrance could be found easily, the shadowless cave heaven would have been exposed by now. In reality, this universe cave heaven had essentially remained undiscovered. Only the masterminds here knew how to open up the entrance, as they had lured the proprietress to this place and made her fall into the trap. Despite the fact that it was serene in the void, anyone could feel the hidden murderous intent. With a solemn expression, Zhu Jiuyin spoke up, "Brat, I have a bad feeling." As soon as she arrived at this place, she could feel that they were being watched over by countless pairs of eyes. After scanning the surroundings with her divine sense, she could clearly feel that many auras of living creatures had hidden in the spirit provinces around them. Yang Kai said gently, "Please stand guard for me, senior." Zhu Jiuyin turned to look at him and realized that he had closed his eyes. As space principles swirled around him, it was apparent that he was looking for the entrance. Such a troublesome brat. Zhu Jiuyin snorted in disgust, but she wouldn't dare to be negligent as she paid close attention to her surroundings. At the same time, she secretly made a decision that the moment things turned south, she would immediately take Yang Kai away. It wasn't a wise choice to fight enemies in a trap set up by the other party. She wasn't a fool, so she wouldn't do such a silly thing. Now she just had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. As for the life or death of the others, it had nothing to do with her. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. The universe cave heaven was actually an independent sealed world that lingered in the void of the shattered heaven. If there was really an entrance, there would be some space principle fluctuations coming from where the two places intersected. When the blood monster cave heaven opened up in the past, Yang Kai made use of space principles to discover entrances in advance. Therefore, he believed that he could also find the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven by doing the same thing here. Even though Yang Kai was just a half-step open heaven realm master, which meant that he was the weakest among everyone here, even Zhu Jiuyin was no match for him when it came to this. There was no doubt that she was powerful, but she knew nothing about the Tao of space. The entrance of the shadowless cave heaven was well hidden, so perhaps only some slight space principle fluctuations could be felt. She couldn't sense them, but Yang Kai might be able to. As long as he could find the entrance, he could try to enter it. As he emptied his mind and carefully examined every part of the void with his divine sense to observe the tiny differences, he fell into a kind of trance. "Come out." Zhu Jiuyin suddenly bellowed and turned to look at a particular spirit province while raising her hand. In silence, a spirit province of several hundred square kilometers exploded. As the stones scattered everywhere, a few figures appeared in embarrassment as they looked both horrified and doubtful. However, before Zhu Jiuyin could make a move again, she heard someone guffawing, "You've got a short temper, it seems, senior sister Zhu. That isn't good for you, as it might make you grow old faster." Following that, a figure engulfed in demon chi shot out of a spirit province in a different direction. He was none other than Tijing, who showed up in the restaurant in the shattered Heaven Star City before. He wasn't on his own, as he was followed by two others. Fog was seen weltering around them, so no one could clearly see their figures. However, the auras exuding from their bodies suggested that they were high-rank open heaven realm masters. Shwa shwa shwa. Many figures started appearing above the spirit provinces around them. Yuhi and the others looked around and became alarmed. That was because, in the depths of the shattered heaven, more than 20 open heaven realm masters had gathered together in this part of the void. Apart from Tijing and the other two high-rank open heaven realm masters, the rest of them were mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Even the weakest one was in the fourth order. This kind of formation could be described as horrifying. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, only the cave heavens and paradises were able to mobilize so many powerful open heaven realm masters. Judging from the current situation, Chu Huashang's speculation some time ago was right. This time they had indeed gathered 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters at the shadowless cave heaven to deal with Zhu Jiuyin. As long as they could hold her down, the rest of Yang Kai's companions were no match for their people. The difference in numbers on the two sides was glaring. "I'm old enough to be your grandmother, so what if I'm a little foul-tempered?" Zhu Jiuyin snorted and reproached him. Tijing replied with a smile, "I hope that your power justifies your terrible temper, senior sister Zhu." Just then someone beside Tijing asked, "Chu girl, what are you doing here? Don't forget your identity, He could apparently recognize Chu Huashang. She pressed her lips together and replied, Junior brother Yang has saved my life on multiple occasions. Since he's in trouble now, I can't sit back and do nothing. My actions today are mine and mine alone. They have nothing to do with my master sect. After this incident, I will return to the sect to accept any punishment they deem necessary. There's never a gentle fight in this world. Are you sure you can leave this place alive? The person asked. Chu Huashang replied with a smile, If I die, I won't have anything to worry about anymore. The person nodded, Since you've understood, this king will say no more. We are all responsible for our own actions. Many thanks for your lessons, senior. Chu Huashang elegantly saluted him. An impatient Zhu Jiuyin scoffed, Cut the crap. Young boy has come here as he was told. Make a move now if you want to kill him. Let's see if you're capable of doing that. Tijing grinned, Senior Sister Zhu, since you can't wait any longer, I'll grant your wish. As soon as he spoke the last word, he turned into a fog of demon chi and brought with him a horrifying world force as he pounced on Zhu Jiuyin. Meanwhile, the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him made a move at the same time. One of them was wielding a sword while the other flicked his fingers and sent out numerous beams of light. At that instant, the auras of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm permeated and shook the world. As soon as these three high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters took action, the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters around them moved towards specific places to form an array. Following that, they sent flags into the void and started forming hand seals, linking them in a profound and mysterious manner. A fight between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was terrifying, so these mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to interfere at all. It seemed that their only purpose here was to operate some kind of array, rather than to face Zhu Jiuyin head-on. This was undoubtedly a wise move, as not only could they prevent any loss of life on their side, but they could also weaken Zhu Jiuyin's strength. Before the array fully activated, Zhu Jiuyin already felt a pressure coming at her. She immediately realized that this mysterious array was targeted at divine spirits. Thus she yelled, Protect young boy. As she spoke, she charged towards the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own, initiating a world-shaking battle. Yu He and the others formed into a triangular formation as they surged their powers to ward off the fallout from the battle, protecting Yang Kai behind them. Presently, Yang Kai was just a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master, so if he was hit by a shockwave from the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and her enemies, he would die on the spot. Therefore, Yu He and the others wouldn't dare to be negligent. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland previously, Zhu Jiuyin was able to fend off two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, it seemed taxing for her to battle against three high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters now, as she fell into a disadvantage almost immediately. Faced with the attacks of Tijing and the others, she could only protect herself but not counterattack. Furthermore, the current situation was different from the previous one. Back then, Zhu Jiuyin had nothing to worry about, so she could focus on the battle against her enemies. But this time she had to ensure Yang Kai's safety, so she was even more constrained. Just a moment later, a rumbling sound was heard as the array targeted at divine spirits took shape. An abstruse pattern lit up in the void as Zhu Jiuyin and the others stood in the center of effect. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly became slightly sluggish, and following a rain of attacks from Tijing and the others, she fell into a perilous situation. Just a while later, wounds could be seen appearing on her body. What is this damned spirit array? Zhu Jiuyin bellowed through gritted teeth. While Tijing calmly attacked her, he replied, Locking Divine Spirit Array. It's an array specifically designed to suppress divine spirits. Senior Sister Zhu, you're extremely powerful, so this array won't have much impact on you. However, in a life-or-death battle, even the slightest influence might cost your life. Despicable. Zhu Jiuyin snarled. It seemed that the siege by Xin Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union previously was indeed just a probe. Zhu Jiuyin was forced to make a move in that fight, so the other party brought out this locking divine spirit array to deal with her. Tijing grinned. Senior Sister, you're quite beautiful, so you shouldn't waste your time protecting a boy in the Emperor realm. Why don't you side with me from now on? Side with you? That's right. Tijing smiled faintly. I do need a mount now. Since you're a divine spirit, you would be qualified. As long as you side with me, I'll treat you well. Murderous intent surged as Zhu Jiuyin roared, "You dare blaspheme this queen? You court death." She couldn't believe that someone had the gall to want to make her, a divine spirit heavenly moon demon spider, their mount. There could be no greater humiliation. However, it was useless for her to be enraged at this moment. Under the restriction of the locking divine spirit array, her divine spirit source had been slightly suppressed, so she wasn't able to fully exert her strength. What's more, she still had to protect Yongkai. In short order, her fair skin was marred with wounds. Fortunately, as a divine spirit, Zhu Jiuyin's vitality was quite astonishing. Otherwise, she would have been weakened significantly from these wounds. She secretly cursed at Yongkai for being obstinate as she was dragged into this mess. There were times when she had the urge to grab him and simply flee from this place. However, she was even more infuriated by Ti Zheng's words, so she became determined to teach him a lesson today. Martial Peak, Chapter 4368, Heaven Covering Web. On the other hand, when Yu He and the others who were protecting Yongkai saw that Zhu Jiuyin was suffering a setback, they realized that the array had some impact on her. They wanted to break the array, but the battle between the three high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and Zhu Jiuyin was so intense they didn't dare to act rashly. Left with no choice, they could only remain in place with their anxieties. Above a certain spirit province fragment that was a few thousand kilometers away, some figures hid and suppressed their auras. Apart from the fact that there was not even a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master around, this group of people were a match for the ones attacking Yongkai and the others when it came to the number of people and collective strength. The person at the front was seen with a pair of bloodshot eyes as though blood was swirling around behind them. He was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch. Just like what Yongkai had expected, even though Black Crow had turned Yongkai down outright, he was actually interested in this opportunity. However, he didn't want to reveal his intentions in front of Yongkai. Certainly, he was aware that Yongkai wanted to use him to deal with the cave heavens and paradises, which was why he rejected him so firmly. However, he wouldn't want to miss such a good chance either. Therefore, after Yongkai and the others left, Black Crow led his people to secretly follow them to this place. Presently, he could see that they had gotten into an intense battle. Even though he was several thousand kilometers away, he could still feel the horrifying world force explosions sweeping across him, which made him feel elated. Wonderful. Keep fighting so that this monarch can appear at the last moment and reap all the benefits. He was resentful of both parties in this battle. The cave heavens and paradises hunted him down and forced him to sneak into the shattered heaven. On the other hand, Yongkai had repeatedly foiled his plans in the blood monster cave heaven. It could be said that he had fallen into such a state because of Yongkai. Therefore, he was determined to kill both parties. Seeing both his enemies fighting to kill one another, he was naturally quite jovial. Regardless of which party emerged as the winner, he would be able to reap all the benefits by kidnapping some blood sacrifices for himself. Both Yongkai and the other party had many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters with them after all. To the side, Tan Luoxing said with a fawning smile, "Everything is within your expectations, Divine Monarch. This dog-eat-dog fight between them is splendid." Black Crow grinned. "It seems that brat is on the losing side, though." Tan Luoxing's interest had been piqued as well. "Do you think Yongkai will die?" Since Black Crow was in a good mood, he decided to explain the situation. He's not going to have an easy time. Even though he has a divine spirit to protect him, there are 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the other side. And those mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters have set up the locking divine spirit array. As soon as they can break through the divine spirit's protection, that brat will definitely die. Now, it seems that even though the divine spirit is powerful, she's unable to ensure that little bastard's safety. It's just a matter of time before her guard is broken through. An excited Tan Luoxing said, "I knew that he would have a short life. I hope he dies a horrible death." Yongkai was the main reason he had fallen into such a state. If Yongkai hadn't brought the wooden token to Abundant City, he wouldn't have attempted to kill him and then been forced to flee from that place. Yongkai was the cause of his misery. Of course, if he hadn't fled from Abundant City and come across Black Crow Divine Monarch, he would have exploded and lost his life just like Mo Mei and the others because of the blood principle restriction. At the thought of Mo Mei, Tan Luoxing appeared dejected. Even though he was a slave now, he was still alive at the very least. However, the others from Abundance City were not so lucky. Unbeknownst to him, the people from Abundance City were now living a great life in Void Land. It would be interesting if he ever found out about it. It was apparent to Black Crow which party was on the losing side. Zhujiao-yin was in a perilous situation as she had to keep retreating, so he frowned and said, "This is bad. That divine spirit is no match for them. It's time for us to make a move." Tan Luoxing was shocked. "Are you going to help that boy Yang Kai, divine monarch?" Black Crow grinned. "The best scenario for this monarch is if the battle drags on. If one side loses too soon, how am I supposed to get my blood sacrifices?" Tan Luoxing was unwilling to act, but since Black Crow had given the order, there was nothing he could do. And so they secretly began moving from the Spirit Province fragment towards the battlefield. There were countless such Spirit Province fragments in the Shattered Heaven, so neither side currently in combat could have expected that a large number of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was hiding behind this one like a pack of ferocious beasts, just waiting to strike. Usually, regardless of how perfectly Black Crow's group could hide, they would be unable to evade the perception of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and a divine spirit. However, Zhujiao-yin and her enemies were engaged in a life-or-death battle now, so they were unable to pay attention to anything else. The Spirit Province fragment slowly approached. Just when they were about several dozen kilometers away from the array, a strange turn of events took place. An unfamiliar aura abruptly spread around as a figure appeared in the battlefield like a phantom and turned into a ray of light before charging towards Yang Kai. Black Crow's expression changed. "There's one more person here." The aura that had suddenly appeared was that of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Initially, Black Crow thought that both sides had shown all their cards, with 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters being sent to deal with the Divine Spirit, so it surprised him when he realized that there was a 4th such master who had been hiding all along. This person was pretty skillful as Zhujiao-yin wasn't even aware of his presence. As soon as he made his move though, Ti Zheng and the others bombarded Zhujiao-yin with their attacks to tie her down. As long as she was unable to extract herself from the fight, Yang Kai was bound to lose his life following the 4th high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's attack even though he had Yu He and the others with him. Things played out just as expected. The moment the 4th high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master made a move, Zhujiao-yin was unable to rescue Yang Kai as she was forced to counter the attacks from Ti Zheng and the others. The 4th master shot past her and lightly pushed out his palm, whereupon Yu He and the others spat blood and were sent flying away. Following that, the person pointed a finger at Yang Kai. "Young master." Yu He wailed as she pushed all her power in an attempt to save Yang Kai, but her efforts were futile. Right before the finger was about to reach his forehead though, Yang Kai, who had been looking for the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven, suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his teeth before summoning a small tortoise shell, which spun around and rapidly enlarged in front of him. Following a loud boom, Yang Kai was injured as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. At the same time, the tortoise shell was glowing brightly. The 4th master arched his brow as he realized that it was no ordinary tortoise shell. He then pushed out his palm at Yang Kai 3 times in quick succession. As the horrifying world force surged, Yang Kai felt like he was in a small boat caught in a tempest, at risk of drowning at any moment. The tortoise shell obstinately stood guard in front of Yang Kai and glowing fiercely. It managed to fend off the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's successive attacks, but despite that, Yang Kai still felt his blood weltering in his body from the impact alone. Baishi's tortoise shell. The person quickly figured out the tortoise shell's origins. As the saying went, Baishi bears a heavy load. Known for carrying a world on his back, Baishi naturally had exceptional strength and defense. The tortoise shell he shed was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was only natural that the shell could ward off several strikes from a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. However, regardless of how great a defense was, it could not withstand persistent bombardment forever. Moreover, Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, so even though he could activate the power of Baishi's tortoise shell, he was unable to persevere for a long time. Just the shock waves from the clash would eventually be enough to kill him. The 4th high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master seemed determined to kill Yang Kai in this place, so even though he could recognize Baishi's shell, he didn't seem to have the intention of holding back as he was ready to strike again. As his murderous intent surged, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. At the same time, a woman was heard yelling, "Heaven-covering web." As the divine spirit's aura swept across the sky, a colossal figure suddenly appeared. It was a gigantic silver spider. As her terrifying figure hovered in the void, all her legs were seen dancing. The crescent moon symbol on her back was especially conspicuous. Jujioin had shown her true form. When a divine spirit assumed their true form, it meant that they had fully activated their power. Previously, Jujioin was forced to reveal her true form by the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. Now that she was faced with 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, she couldn't possibly have any reservations. Furthermore, as soon as she revealed her true form, a huge spider web suddenly appeared and unfolded in the void before engulfing all 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. At that instant, a sense of danger rose within them as they felt like they were insects who had accidentally crashed into a spider web. Jujioin was heard laughing in an eerie voice as she gently flicked a thread of the spider web with her huge leg. Following a clang which sounded like a sword leaving the sheath or the music played by devils, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who was raining attacks on Yongkai fell into a dazed state. When he snapped back to reality, he suddenly saw a ray of light coming right at him. Horrified, he was forced to stop attacking Yongkai and quickly defend himself. Following a loud boom, the local space shook. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master flew backwards for 1,000 meters as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Being injured after just one strike, he became quite wary when he turned to look at Jujioin. While Jujioin made this move though, Tizheng and the others didn't stand idly by and seized the chance and fiercely strike at her body. Unable to deal with both sides at the same time, Jujioin was seriously wounded. There was a 30-meter-long wound on her back that revealed her squirming flesh. However, she was still slowly flicking her gigantic spider web as clanging sounds were heard in succession, which seemed able to shake the universe. The sound contained a mysterious power that could bind Tizheng and the others to their spots regardless of how hard they tried to struggle out of the web. Rays of light were seen moving around the spider web, and each one contained immense powers. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to underestimate these rays as they jumped around in embarrassment. Tizheng snarled through clenched teeth, "You were concealing your true strength all along." Even though Jujioin had showcased great strength in the battle back in Voidland several years ago, it was still only slightly difficult to deal with. Tizheng and the others had estimated that just 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would be enough to deal with her. The reason they used the help of a 4th person was to make sure that no accidents would happen. Furthermore, the locking divine spirit array was arranged here to suppress her source and weaken her. Martial Peak, Chapter 4369 Black Crow Strikes. Now it seemed that Jujioin hadn't revealed all her might in the battle in Voidland. At the very least, she had never showcased this heaven-covering web. She was able to hold down 4 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters all on her own, so it was obvious that her power was equivalent to that of an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. In truth though, Tizheng was mistaken. Previously in Voidland, Jujioin used all the strength she had to fight him. The reason she appeared stronger now, on par with an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, was because she originated from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and needed time to adapt to the 3,000 Worlds principles. It had been 3 years since the last battle, a period of time that was neither long nor short, but it was sufficient for her to restore more of her strength. That was the reason she seemed more formidable than in the past. They had 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and used 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to form the locking divine spirit array. Nevertheless, instead of killing Yongkai quickly, they had become bound in Jujioin's heaven-covering web. Tizheng and the others naturally sported dark expressions because of that. Following a roar, a grim voice was heard shouting, "Fear nothing, spare no one." Demon Chi surged as a gigantic demon phantom appeared behind Tizheng. The demon phantom was covered in narrowed and eerie-looking eyes. There were probably more than 1,000 eyes, and every one of them was darting around randomly as though they were suffering from hysteria. There was a huge blade that was almost 300 meters long in the demon phantom's hand. Its horrifying presence was able to shake the universe and shatter space itself. As soon as thousand-eyed demon phantom appeared, Tizheng became even more overbearing than before. Divine Manifestation. Bai Qi exclaimed. Divine manifestations were techniques exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but not all high-rank Open Heaven Masters possessed one. The people who could successfully cultivate a divine manifestation were the top masters among the high rank. There had never been anyone in history who could comprehend a divine manifestation below the high-rank Open Heaven realm except Yang Kai. Tijing was an elder from Myriad Demons Heaven who had lived for a very long time. It had been a couple thousand years since he ascended to the 7th Order, so it wasn't surprising that he had a divine manifestation. Once the divine manifestation was cast, it suggested that Tijing was no longer holding back. While the thousand-eyed demon phantom came into existence, another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master also used his divine manifestation. Unlike Tijing's thousand-eyed demon phantom, this person's divine manifestation looked ordinary as it was just a spirit peak that hovered behind him. However, a thick and dangerous earth attribute aura could be felt coming from the spirit peak. The remaining 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't reveal manifestations, either because they were concealing their strength or because they simply didn't have one. With that said, the latter was most likely to be true. After all, they had fallen into Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. Faced with such a formidable divine spirit, they could lose their lives if they still tried to hold back. Even though they didn't have divine manifestations, the divine abilities and secret techniques they used were still quite horrifying. Clanging sounds were continuously heard as Zhu Jiuyin kept flicking her spider web, binding everything within her domain. As the screeching music sounded, ripples were seen spreading across the thousand-eyed demon phantom and the spirit peak. The thousand-eyed demon phantom roared as all its eyes beamed out dark lights which pierced the void and flew at Zhu Jiuyin from all directions. Even though Zhu Jiuyin kept avoiding the dark lights, she was still struck as some parts of her skin became burnt. However, she ignored her injuries as though she couldn't feel any pain. Her countless threads of spider silk turned into razor-sharp blades that whipped and slashed at the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The demon phantom raised his blade and forcefully brought it down, whereupon a few threads of spider silk snapped with a metallic clang. In an instant, Tijing felt less pressured as he became elated and attempted to break free from the heaven-covering web. Nevertheless, the moment he jumped up, he saw dozens of rays of light coming from above his head, which forced him to fall back down. Looking up, he realized that the broken threads had been reconnected. The sight of it made him feel vexed. In the void, the lights of secret techniques and divine abilities glittered as Zhu Jiuyin was locked in an intense battle with the 4 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even Yu He and Chu Huashang, who were in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, were unable to join such a battle, let alone Bai Qi, who was only in the 5th Order. All they could do was stay by Yang Kai's side and help him fend off the fallout. Fortunately, they were in the center of the spider web, so most of the pressure was still being borne by Zhu Jiuyin and the fallout that reached them was negligible. However, anyone could tell that even though Zhu Jiuyin appeared to be domineering, she was unable to persevere forever. Moreover, she was too heavily outnumbered, so she was in a really tight spot in this battle. Once Zhu Jiuyin's secret technique was broken through, all of her companions wouldn't stand a chance to counterattack. Now they could only hope that Yang Kai could find the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven as soon as possible so that they could enter and rest. During the fierce battle, a shriek was suddenly heard from an unexpected place. Everyone involved in the battle was shocked as they turned to look in that direction. Upon finding out what was going on, Zhu Jiuyin remained indifferent while Tijing and the other high-rank masters became enraged. A spirit province that had been approaching them slowly exploded all of a sudden. Following that, more than 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters shot out and bombarded the people who were supporting the locking Divine Spirit Array. This group appeared too abruptly, catching everyone off guard. By the time the Myriad Demons Heaven disciples realized what was happening, it was already too late. The instant the attack began, several people already lost their lives, which included a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. "How dare you? Who are you?" Tijing bellowed. A grim voice was heard cackling, "It's your grandpa Black Crow." Upon hearing that, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were stunned and Tijing widened his eyes in shock. "Black Crow Divine Monarch. How can this be? Why is Black Crow Divine Monarch here?" Back then, Black Crow ruthlessly killed many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed and the cave heavens and paradises got wind of Black Crow's doings, they cordoned off all the territory gates in the Blood Monster territory. Everyone who wanted to pass through the territory gates had to submit to inspection. The cave heavens and paradises had spent an entire year trying to capture Black Crow, but they were unable to find any trace of him. Since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Black Crow seemed to have vanished into thin air. Black Crow was an old fox who had lived for innumerable years and possessed an incredible secret art like the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture. Naturally, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't let him off. Tijing had been paying close attention to this matter as well, so he immediately understood who the other party was when he heard the name Black Crow. How did this bastard flee from the Blood Monster territory and sneak into the Shattered Heaven? Why does he have so many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters serving him? Tijing could not understand what was happening. His heart sank as he knew that his side was in trouble now. If he came across Black Crow at any other time, he would have been ecstatic. As long as he could capture this fellow, he could stand a chance to comprehend the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture. Moreover, this kind of old dog who had lived for countless years must have other secrets with him as well. However, at this moment Black Crow suddenly appeared with a group of masters, giving Tijing a big headache. Now, all 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were stuck in Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. They couldn't break free from it if Zhu Jiuyin wasn't killed. Without their support, their disciples scattered around the locking Divine Spirit Array wouldn't be able to fight Black Crow and his band. Like a tiger that had just left the mountain, Black Crow led his subordinates and attacked the enemy. In just 10 breaths of time they managed to kill 5 more Open Heaven Realm Masters, including the one in charge of the array. Black Crow pointed his finger at the front and ordered, "Kill them all." Tijing yelled, "Don't you dare, Black Crow." Black Crow glared at him and sneered, "Open your eyes wide and see whether this monarch dares to." He was forced to live miserably in the Shattered Heaven because he was hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. Now that he had a chance to get some revenge, he certainly wouldn't miss it. The grudges between those great forces and him had been formed, so it made no difference to him whether he killed even more of their disciples. The cultivators behind him turned into rays of light and shot towards another array node where 5 more Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together to support the operation of the array. Seeing so many enemies coming at them, this group of 5 wouldn't dare to remain. Upon seeing that, the other Open Heaven Realm Masters in other array nodes ground their teeth and stopped operating the array before gathering together in the same spot. If they worried about the array, they would be killed by Black Crow and the others one by one. By then none of them could hope to leave this place alive. Only by gathering together could they stand a chance to go against Black Crow and his subordinates. Soon 2 groups clashed in a fierce battle. Black Crow remained in the same spot as a mysterious aura swirled around him. The vitality of the deceased Open Heaven Realm Masters was attracted by this aura and converged around him. In the blink of an eye, Black Crow was engulfed in a thick layer of blood mist. So delicious. The blood essence of those from the cave heavens and paradises tastes so different. Black Crow was heard laughing from inside the blood mist. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters caught up in the heaven-covering web were infuriated. The thousand-eyed demon phantom behind Tijing kept beaming out dark lights and wielded his blade. At the same time, the gigantic spirit peak manifestation behind another master repeatedly attempted to smash Zhu Jiuyin's true form. All 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were trying their hardest in an attempt to break free from the web. However, without the restriction of the locking Divine Spirit Array, Zhu Jiuyin became even more powerful as she was able to hold down the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters more easily. One would expect that the center of the spider web would be the most chaotic, but it was the most serene spot instead. Space principles undulated around Yang Kai as he kept using different hand seals before pushing out his palms at the void in front of him. He could sense that there were some unusual space fluctuations before him, and he could even faintly feel the aura of another world from it. It must be the aura of the shadowless cave heaven. As long as he could open up the portal, he would have a chance to look for the proprietress inside and bring her out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4370, Innumerable Wonders. Despite that realization, Yang Kai was still unable to achieve his goal regardless of how hard he tried. The entrance of that universe cave heaven was like a hefty door. No matter how much force he exerted, he was unable to open it. The intense battle went on. The appearance of Black Crow and his subordinates divided the battlefield into two separate clashes. One of which was Zhu Jiao-yin battling against 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own, while the other was the intense battle between two groups of several dozen mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even though the battle between Zhu Jiao-yin and the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was world-shaking, they all possessed incredible strength and abilities. Therefore, despite the fact that they had fully used their powers, they had fallen into a kind of stalemate. With that said, it was inevitable that they became injured, especially Tizheng. Zhu Jiao-yin was incensed that this man humiliated her earlier, so most of her attacks were targeted at him, causing him to groan in exasperation. In the other clash, people were heard shrieking as lives were lost with great frequency. Both sides had roughly the same number of people, and they were equally matched when it came to their orders. However, Black Crow and his subordinates were undoubtedly weaker when it came to their collective power. Just like how Mo Mei, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, wasn't a match for Luan Baifeng in the past, Black Crow's subordinates were all newly promoted Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they hadn't had time to consolidate their foundations and build up their heritage, leading them to be weaker than the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters brought to this place by Tizheng and the others. Moreover, the secret techniques and artifacts they used were inferior to those of the other party. Surprisingly though, Black Crow and his subordinates actually gained the upper hand quite quickly. When Black Crow resolved the blood principle restriction on these mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the past, he used a trick and made sure that he could control their life or death. Therefore, as soon as he gave the order, none of them dared to be negligent as they went all out, risking their lives. Furthermore, Black Crow and his subordinates had killed some opponents in their initial surprise attack, so the momentum was already on their side. Once they engaged in battle, the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises found it hard to breathe and were soon suppressed. The situation was exacerbated for them when Black Crow joined the battle. The body taken over by Black Crow was that of Zhou Yi from Great Thousand Blood Land. Even though Zhou Yi was a core disciple in his great force, he was still far weaker than Chu Huashang and the others as he only managed to condense 5th Order powers. Black Crow had inherited Zhou Yi's heritage, so he could only reach the 5th Order when he ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. However, after using the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture to absorb the blood essence of all the deceased mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters around him, his aura surged to the point where it was on par with an ordinary 6th Order Master. He was an old master who was reborn in someone else's body. Coupled with his 6th Order strength, no one beneath the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was his match. He had mastered the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture, which contained many powerful methods that he could now use with ease. Immediately after he joined the battle, countless blood crows flew around and squawked loudly, blinding and distracting his opponents. All of the blood crows were relentless, and even after they were destroyed, they would simply recondense. The Cave Heavens and Paradises sides soon found themselves overwhelmed. If a person was covered in 3 to 4 layers of blood mist, he was basically doomed in such a battle. Within an incense stick, 6 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had been captured alive. Black Crow sealed their cultivations and had one of his subordinates guard them. Obviously, he was planning to bring these people back to serve as his blood sacrifices. A lot of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their lives already. In a short period of time, more than 10 such masters were killed on both sides, most of which came from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Black Crow had only lost a couple of subordinates so far. Whenever someone was killed though, Black Crow would use the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture to absorb all of their blood essence. The blood chi around Black Crow thickened by the moment, and his aura became increasingly horrifying. He was starting to show signs of truly breaking through to the 6th Order. Certainly, the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were caught up in the heaven-covering web could see that the other battle wasn't going in their favor as many of their subordinates had lost their lives. While Tizheng roared repeatedly, another person threatened that he would skin Black Crow alive sooner or later. Of course, Black Crow just snorted and ignored them. Such a great chance was hard to come by. Even though he was fairly strong now, he could only run for his life if he was faced with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was the reason he had been hiding in the Shattered Heaven all this time. However, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises were presently held down by Zhujiao-yin, so Black Crow had nothing to worry about. It felt exhilarating to take advantage of the disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises in such a brazen manner. Although he was indirectly lending Yang Kai a hand, he had indeed gained a lot of benefits. Therefore he decided to let Yang Kai off for now. As for the grudges between them, he would get even with him when he fully recovered in the future. The subordinates of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were all either dead or injured now. If the remaining ones stayed any longer, all of them would be killed or captured. While facing Zhu Jiao-yin's wrath, Tijing yelled at those surviving mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, "All of you leave." The reason he brought them over was to arrange the locking Divine Spirit Array to pin down Zhu Jiao-yin. Now that the Spirit Array was destroyed and could no longer be used, it was pointless for them to keep staying here. They would only be killed by Black Crow in the end. Since some of them were still alive, the best course of action was for them to flee. The remaining 8 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had been waiting for permission to leave, so as soon as they heard Tijang's order, they activated their secret techniques and ran for their lives without hesitation. "None of you can flee from here." Black Crow snorted and shook his figure, whereupon rays of blood light beamed out of his body. Like maggots on rotting bones, those rays of blood light chased after those disciples. Once someone was struck, his figure would be greatly weakened, and then Black Crow's subordinates would pounce on and capture them. Meanwhile, Black Crow charged towards a certain 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was engulfed in demon chi. He had his eyes on that person not because the latter was powerful, but because he was running the fastest. As blood light broke through the air, Black Crow was about to reach that person, and with a grin, he extended his hand and shouted, "You won't get away." That person hurriedly turned around and pushed out his palm. Black Crow sneered in disdain. He usually wouldn't even have any regard for a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not to mention that he had absorbed a lot of high-quality blood essence just now and was significantly more powerful than before. As they traded moves, their world forces clashed violently. Black Crow performed a hand seal and activated the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. Given his power and his mastery of the Bloodlight Scripture, there was no way an ordinary 5th Order Master could get away from having his blood essence absorbed by him. However, what took place next surprised him. As they traded moves, Black Crow could feel a horrifying suction coming from the other party's palm. The suction power was similar to his Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, but there were some slight differences. Even though the person seemed inexperienced when using this technique, his suction power was just as great as that of Black Crow. Instead of absorbing the other party's blood essence, the overconfident Black Crow had some of his own blood chi sucked away by that person. Following a loud boom, that person was sent flying away as demon chi around him undulated. In the end, there was still a gap between their powers. Following the clash, this 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suffered a setback as expected. However, he was pretty swift, and using the momentum from being flung back, he turned into a cloud of demon chi and flew away. Black Crow was still shocked by the exchange of attacks earlier, and by the time he came to his senses, the other party was already nowhere in sight. Then he looked down at his palm as his bloodshot eyes glistened. Interesting. How interesting. He wondered what kind of secret art that 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven had cultivated. Through their brief contact just now, he could feel that the other party's secret art must be extremely abstruse. But due to the fact that the person still hadn't mastered it, his execution appeared somewhat amateurish. That person could already display such an immense power before mastering his secret art. Therefore, the secret art must be as powerful as the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, if not even more so. It seemed there truly were innumerable wonders in this expansive world. As Black Crow stared intently in the direction that person had fled, he snorted before turning around with his hands behind his back. In just a short while, the dust had settled, and of the original 20 or so mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, other than 6 who managed to flee, all the others were either killed or captured. Black Crow's subordinates were also wounded as their auras faltered and world forces trembled. There were over 20 of them initially, but now there were only about a dozen. He had lost 10 subordinates in that battle. Rays of blood light could be seen shooting out of the corpses and gathering around Black Crow. Tan Luo Xing and the others stared at him in horror, but none of them dared to utter a word. Meanwhile, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and the gigantic Heavenly Moon Demon Spider were still locked in an intense battle in the heaven-covering web that stretched across the void. Black Crow licked his lips as though he was drooling over some delicious dishes. If possible, he wouldn't mind interfering in that battle too. The blood essence of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and a divine spirit were on a completely different scale compared to what he had absorbed earlier. The blood essence of a powerful master would be greatly beneficial to him. However, he was incapable of interfering in such a battle. Even if he made all his subordinates join in, it wouldn't make a difference. Suppressing his greed, Black Crow sneered, "All of you from 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, widen your eyes and look. This is the consequence of going against me. And this is just the beginning. There will come a day when this monarch re-enters the 3,000 worlds, storms into your headquarters and kills all of you." Tijing bellowed, "Old dog, how dare you act so presumptuous? You court death." Black Crow scoffed, "You'll find out whether this monarch is the presumptuous one later. Let's go." Following that, he turned around and left. Tijing and the others were both shocked and infuriated. One of them bellowed, "Don't flee, you coward." There were 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters around, so how could they possibly let Black Crow just take their subordinates away? However, even though they wanted to save them, they were unable to do so. Before destroying Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web, none of them could leave this place. Martial Peak, Chapter 4371, Riding a Tiger. As they exchanged glances, they knew that they couldn't hold back anymore. If they still wouldn't risk their lives, Black Crow would escape from this place. After they made a decision, layers of blood mist were seen exploding around the 4 of them. As these 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters burned their blood essence, their auras exploded. Even the thousand-eyed demon phantom behind Tijing became reddened and more overbearing. No one was willing to use this kind of technique unless they were left with no choice, as doing so would damage their foundation and it would be troublesome to recover from. However, that was the least of their worries in this situation. In an instant, Zhu Jiuyin felt immensely pressured as her heaven-covering web was no longer able to restrict the movements of these 4 masters. Following the attacks of the thousand-eyed demon phantom's demonic lights and blade, the web was starting to show signs of collapsing. Although Zhu Jiuyin was trying her best to sustain it, she was unable to persevere indefinitely. After all, she hadn't fully restored her power yet. Just now, she had caught her opponents off guard. She had already done her best by trying to confine them for such a long time. Seeing as the 4 enemies were about to break free from her web, Zhu Jiuyin realized that once they managed to do so, she would be unable to ensure Yang Kai's safety on her own. She suddenly had the intention of retreating. While she was still lost in her thoughts, she felt her chest tightening. Following a loud boom, her gigantic true form staggered backwards while her heaven-covering web broke apart. A ray of light shot out of the spider web and rushed in the direction Black Crow and his subordinates had left earlier. Apparently, he was trying to save the captured mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. He disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Tijing and the others bombarded Zhu Jiuyin with their attacks. The giant spirit peak repeatedly landed on her while the thousand-eyed demon phantom slashed across the void with its blade. A flustered Zhu Jiuyin brandished all of her legs, and even the crescent moon mark on her back started glittering. She wanted to weave a web again, but she didn't have the chance to do so. As soon as she spat out a thread of spider silk, it would be destroyed with overwhelming force. The remaining 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed to have tacitly come up with a strategy as 2 of them pinned Zhu Jiuyin down while the last person pounced towards Yang Kai. Their goal this time was to kill Yang Kai, so as long as they could achieve their objective, they could immediately leave this place. By then Zhu Jiuyin would never be able to stop them. Even though Zhu Jiuyin was powerful, she was faced with the divine manifestations of 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own. Meanwhile, the last person brought with him an immense world force and broke through the spider web's restriction before appearing before Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. Yu He, Bai Qi and Chu Huashang became alarmed as they hurriedly tried to intercept this person. However, the difference in their strength couldn't be made up with numbers. Faced with the tremendous force, the three of them were sent flying away after just 3 breaths. They looked battered as they sprayed out blood from their mouths. Since there were no more obstacles in the way, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked at Yong-kai condescendingly. An Emperor Realm Junior to him was just an ant. Engulfed in a sense of crisis, Yong-kai gritted his teeth and pushed all his might to use Baishi's turtle shell to protect himself. Yong-kai had used the turtle shell to fend off his opponent some time ago, so he was naturally prepared to do so again. However, even though the shell was sturdy, the person using it was too feeble. Instead of destroying the turtle shell, this master only had to continuously attack, and Yong-kai would eventually die from the impact. Therefore, even though Yong-kai had summoned the turtle shell, this person still didn't seem to have the intention of holding back. As he brandished his fists, innumerable shadows engulfed Yong-kai. Hong hong hong. World force surged like a storm. Even though the light on the turtle shell remained strong and obstinately stood guard in front of Yong-kai, the fallout that passed through the shell and reached Yong-kai was enough to cause severe damage. Just a moment later, Yong-kai felt as though all his bones had been dislocated and the vitality in his chest was weltering. It seemed that he would lose his life at any moment. At the critical moment, he could no longer hold back and shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Following a high-pitched dragon roar, the universe trembled. A huge and majestic dragon's head manifested behind Yong-kai's back before disappearing into his body. As a golden light glittered and explosive sounds were continuously heard, Yong-kai's figure expanded rapidly. His hands turned into gigantic dragon claws and dragon horns grew out of his forehead. A long dragon tail swept out and his entire figure was covered in a layer of glistening golden dragon scales. Simultaneously, a rich dragon pressure permeated the void. An originally petite human suddenly transformed into a 4,000 meters long behemoth. Yong-kai had refined all the dragon blood pills he had obtained from the grand ancient ruins boundary, which allowed his dragon form to evolve massively once again. Baishi's turtle shell expanded exponentially as it seemed to cover the void and hovered in front of Yong-kai, who extended his claw and grabbed it as though he was holding a colossal shield. Following a dragon roar, Yong-kai shot a glare at the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who attempted to harm him. As his dragon whiskers flapped in the air, he targeted the person and hurled the turtle shell at him. "You're part of the dragon clan?" That person was flabbergasted. He never expected to see Yong-kai undergo such a transformation. Feeling the pure dragon pressure, he fell into a dazed state, and by the time came to his senses, the turtle shell was already upon him. Then he roared and parried the attack with both hands. As the violent forces clashed, that master was forced back several hundred meters before he was able to stabilize himself. On the other hand, Yong-kai slightly bent backwards as he almost flipped over. The flesh on his arms exploded as his golden dragon blood splashed across the void. There was still an enormous gap between their powers, which was why Yong-kai immediately suffered a setback. If it weren't because his dragon form was extremely sturdy, he would have exploded on the spot from the impact. Meanwhile, Tizheng and the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were stunned as they looked dazedly at Yong-kai. Quickly they used feints to withdraw and widen the gap between Zhu Jiuyin and them. Zhu Jiuyin breathed a sigh of relief as she didn't have the intention of relentlessly attacking them. Just now for a moment she thought that Yong-kai was doomed as she secretly cursed at him for being overconfident about his capabilities and interfering in this matter. If he really died in this place, Shanqing Luo and the others would become widows. By then she wouldn't know how she could explain herself to Shanqing Luo when she returned. However, it never crossed her mind that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would relent at this moment, allowing Yong-kai to escape from death's door. The intense battle came to an abrupt halt as Yu He and the others, who were coming back to protect Yong-kai, stood there in disbelief. Tizheng and his companions gathered together as they vigilantly stared at Zhu Jiuyin while examining Yong-kai. They appeared both doubtful and shocked. Yong-kai sported a solemn expression as he hovered in the void like a true dragon overlooking the heavens and earth. Even though he was the weakest at the scene by far, he was also the most overbearing. "Are you really a member of the dragon clan?" Tizheng asked through clenched teeth with a pale face. He was severely wounded when battling against Zhu Jiuyin just now. The main reason was that he had humiliated Zhu Jiuyin, so the woman targeted most of her attacks at him, which led to his current miserable state. At this moment the small universe in his body was trembling violently. What difference does it make whether I'm part of the dragon clan or not? Cut the crap and fight if that's what you want, Yang Kai replied. Every word he said was like thunder that reverberated across the void, making all of their ears ring. Despite what Yang Kai had said, he could clearly see a sense of wariness behind the eyes of Tizheng and the others. He became slightly at ease as he realized that Niameng and Baishi were right to say that it was useful to reveal his dragon form at the most critical moment. Tizheng and the others were naturally not wary of him, but they were of the dragon clan. Revealing his dragon form had pros and cons. Even though the dragon clan was extraordinarily powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds, so this identity might attract some unwanted trouble for him. However, he had no choice but to reveal his dragon form in that kind of situation just now. Tizheng snorted, "How could there be such a strange dragon clan member like you in this world?" As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was naturally more familiar with the dragon clan than ordinary people. Although Yang Kai had many characteristics of the dragon clan, there were still some traces of a human in him. That was why he was doubtful. With that said, he was puzzled at the purity of the dragon pressure he was currently feeling. If Yang Kai only had a faint dragon clan bloodline, he couldn't possibly exude such a pure dragon pressure. There was a reason that the dragon clan was touted to be the head of the myriad spirits. Whether I'm a dragon or not is none of your business, Yang Kai decided. The less he revealed the better. This monarch has a way to find out. As Tizheng spoke, he rubbed his fingers together and obtained a drop of golden dragon blood that was floating nearby. After having a taste of the blood though, he sported a dark expression. The other 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters turned their heads and observed his expression before realizing that Yang Kai was indeed a dragon clan member. Otherwise, Tizheng wouldn't have sported such a solemn look. At that instant, they furrowed their brows as a single thought crossed their minds: this is bad. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai was just a random dragonborn. The dragon clan was known for its lasciviousness, and they had left behind countless dragon descendants in the 3,000 worlds. Half-dragons and dragonborn were not valued by the dragon clan at all, so they could be killed without any concern. However, a pure-blood dragon couldn't be killed as one pleased. If they could erase all traces of the act, they could ensure the dragon clan never found out about it. It wasn't like there had never been dragons who were murdered in the past. Nevertheless, even if they could kill Yang Kai today, there was no way they would be able to kill Zhu Jiuyin. Hence this news was bound to leak out. Although they were all 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were not willing to risk offending the dragon clan. It wasn't that the great forces behind them were afraid of the dragon clan, but creating this kind of unnecessary conflict would be extremely detrimental to them. At that instant they found all their previous actions laughable. They had summoned 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and more than 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to deal with Yang Kai, but in the end, many of them were either killed or injured, and they were unable to kill him as they pleased. What was the point of doing all this? If they knew Yang Kai was a dragon clan member, they wouldn't have spent so much effort setting up a trap in this place. Now they were all riding a tiger, unable to get off. They couldn't let Yang Kai go just like that, as many of their subordinates were killed. How were they supposed to explain themselves to their respective great forces when they returned? What's more, if they released Yang Kai, it would be troublesome should he manage to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. At that instant, they didn't know what to do, as they could neither kill him nor release him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4372. I've made up my mind. As Tizheng and the others traded glances, they were unable to make a decision. Just then the 4th high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who had run after Black Crow earlier, returned. He had no idea what was going on, so he couldn't help but ask, "What are you all doing?" Another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master parted his lips and quietly informed him of the situation, causing the former to frown. Tizheng asked, "Where's Black Crow?" "He escaped," that person said resentfully. Black Crow was an old monster who had been reborn by taking over someone's body, and he had also cultivated a heaven-defying secret art. Even though the one who chased him was a high-rank Open Heaven Master, Black Crow still managed to throw him off. Left with no choice, he could only come back. They were not able to either kill or release Yang Kai, while Black Crow had captured their people and fled. Their plot this time could be said to be a complete failure. Therefore, all 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters sported extremely dark expressions. While they were in a dilemma, Yang Kai suddenly asked loudly, "What's going on with this shadowless cave heaven? Why can't I open the portal?" Initially, Tijing wanted to ignore him. The failure this time would definitely damage his reputation in Myriad Demon's Heaven. When he returned to his great force, he would probably be demoted and punished. Presently, he was wondering how he could settle the issue, so he wasn't in the mood to reply to Yang Kai. However, as he darted his eyes around, he suddenly thought of something, and with a smile he said to Yang Kai, "You're just a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master, so you're unable to open the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven." "Why is that?" Yang Kai gazed at him with a tilted head. Tijing explained, "That's because there's a restriction around the shadowless cave heaven. The minimum requirement to pass through this barrier is to be in the Open Heaven realm. It's just like how the barrier around the Blood Monster Cave Heaven dictated that only those below the Open Heaven Realm Masters could enter it. The Shadowless Cave Heaven is just the opposite. Only Open Heaven Realm Masters can go in." "I see," Yang Kai muttered under his breath as though he had already expected it. While both parties were locked in an intense battle just now, he had repeatedly attempted to open up the entrance to the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, even though he had found the entrance, he was obstructed by some kind of repulsive force, which stopped him from succeeding. He had a feeling that he was not powerful enough to force it open. If he had sufficient strength, he could easily enter the Shadowless Cave Heaven. "Do you want to go in?" "It's easy. Just ascend to the Open Heaven realm." Tijing grinned. Upon hearing that, the other 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters arched their brows as they realized Tijing's intention. "You want me to ascend to the Open Heaven realm?" Yang Kai sneered at him. Tijing shrugged and coughed before saying, "It's entirely up to you whether you want to ascend to the Open Heaven realm, and no one can force you to do so. However, I have to tell you that the Shadowless Cave Heaven isn't a pleasant place. Over the years, many people have entered it, but none of them have managed to come out, so no one knows what the situation is like inside or how dangerous it is. It has been half a year since Lan Yu Ruo fell into it. If you're too slow, you might not even have a chance to retrieve her corpse. Nevertheless, I heard that you're proficient in the Tao of Space. After you go in, you might be able to find a way out. Lan Yu Ruo's life or death is up to you now." He seemed to be encouraging Yang Kai to break through right now, so upon hearing that, He paled and exclaimed, "Don't listen to him, young master." Yang Kai remained in his 3,000 meters dragon form as he narrowed his eyes and looked condescendingly at Tijing. Even though Tijing's face was somewhat pale, he still stared back at him smilingly. A moment later, Yang Kai closed his eyes and returned to his human form. Things had come to a point where they wouldn't fight again. Tijing and the others were wary of the Dragon Clan, so they wouldn't kill Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai had no way to defeat them, so it was pointless to sustain his dragon form. Tijing observed his expression and realized that Yang Kai sported a conflicted look, as though he was trying to make a difficult decision. Upon that realization, Zhu Jiuyin shot him a glance. "Brat, are you really?" He anxiously spoke up. "You have come so far in this path, young master. It would be an incredible shame if you fail at the last step. Please don't even think about it." Yang Kai turned to look at her and realized that her eyes were filled with concern and anxiety. There was still a trail of blood at the corner of her mouth. All of a sudden, he stopped hesitating and calmed down as his gaze turned resolute. Then he took a step forward and helped her brush away the blood on her lips before gently saying, "It's indeed a shame to fail at the last step, but I should have my own power now." As a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master, he was too weak and insignificant in all these battles. When he was besieged by Shin Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union back then, all he could do was stay behind everyone's protection. Now he was attacked by Tijing and the others, but all he could do was let his companions protect him. He could only watch as Zhu Jiuyin fought a life-and-death battle with the enemy while He and the others repeatedly spat blood just to shield him from harm. He wouldn't want to go through this kind of terrible experience again, as it pained him to see his companions being harmed while he was powerless to help. As that realization dawned upon him, All his worries melted away and he was left with a decision in his mind, which was ascending to the open heaven realm. All of a sudden he felt as though he had been enlightened. Only by ascending to the open heaven realm would he have a right to be viewed as important in the 3,000 worlds. Only by ascending to the open heaven realm would he be able to enter the shadowless cave heaven and stand a chance to bring the proprietress out of this place. "Please don't do that, young master," he exclaimed. Yang Kai had been working hard, and coupled with his incredible luck he had managed to condense 6 high-rank elements. As long as he could complete the last step he would directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm and make a name for himself. If he failed at the very last moment, it would be the biggest regret in his life. Yang Kai spread his arms and flashed a smile at her. "What do you see?" A puzzled He shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. Yang Kai explained, "It's a pair of powerless arms. What can I do with them? Proprietress has fallen into danger because of me, but I'm unable to save her because there's no power in my hands." Then he balled up his fists as though he was trying to grab something. "Only by having strength that I can call my own, can I change anything." He and the proprietress were unable to wait any longer. Just like what Tijing had said, no one knew what was going on inside the shadowless cave heaven. It had been half a year since the proprietress fell into it, so there was no telling what kind of danger she was facing. Although the proprietress was among the strongest in the 6th order, she might not be able to break free from this trap. Moreover, what was the point if he kept waiting? It was unrealistic for him to obtain a high-ranking element treasure now. This time, myriad demons heaven led the way and used proprietress to lure Yang Kai out of Void Land. What would come next? There was no way they would let him off, and the merchants wouldn't dare to offend all the cave heavens and paradises by selling him a high-ranking element treasure. It had been 3 years since he started developing the Star City and business had been excellent, with all the streets filled with people buying and selling all manner of goods. However, although he had offered a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and a high-rank metal element monster core, he still couldn't get what he wanted. Even if he kept waiting he might not be able to achieve his goal in the end. Rather than waiting for a dream that was out of reach, the most important thing for him now was to have his own strength. Affirming his decision he turned around as his black hair flapped in the non-existent wind and bellowed, "I'll ascend to the open heaven realm as you wish, Tijing. I hope you all won't be too disappointed." Upon hearing that, Tijing rubbed his palms together and guffawed, "You're indeed a promising young man." If Yang Kai wanted to ascend to the open heaven realm now, he wouldn't be able to become a high-rank open heaven realm master because he didn't have a high-ranking element treasure. He could only make it to the 6th order at most. In that case they were willing to accept such an outcome. All this while they had been worried that Yang Kai would directly ascend to the 7th order, giving him a chance to become a 9th order open heaven realm master and challenge the order of the 3,000 worlds. If he only ascended to the 6th order there would no longer be any worries. The highest limit a 6th order open heaven realm master could achieve was the 8th order. There were quite a number of 8th order open heaven realm masters who stood guard over the cave heavens and paradises, so Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cause a stir. At that instant Tijing found Yang Kai to be less despicable as he secretly cursed at the latter for being so difficult. If Yang Kai had made up his mind earlier, they wouldn't have had to go through so much effort. If word got out that some of the cave heavens and paradises, led by myriad demons heaven, joined forces just to suppress an Emperor Realm Jr., all of them would lose a lot of face. "Young master," he still wanted to dissuade him. Yang Kai raised his hand and stroked her head, "Stand guard for me." With her lips pressed together, he gazed at him with reddened eyes. While Chu Huashang heaved a sigh, Bai Qi sported a conflicted expression, not knowing what to say. He felt extremely guilty and thought that things might not have come to such a point if he hadn't gone to Voidland to look for Yang Kai. However, he didn't know what else to do. If he stopped Yang Kai it was akin to letting the proprietress perish. If he let Yang Kai ascend to the open heaven realm at this point, the latter's future would be ruined. He was truly caught in a dilemma. "Why do you all wear such expressions?" Yang Kai flashed a smile at his companions. Zhu Jiuyin spoke after a sigh, "Brat, it's up to you whether you want to ascend to the open heaven realm or not. You have to think it through." Even though she had once tried to force Yang Kai to refine a 6th order element in Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then, That was because she wanted to increase his strength to prepare for the spirit-seizing war so that he could stand a better chance to become the winner. Now that he had to voluntarily give up the dream he had been pursuing for years, she couldn't help feeling sorry for him. The main reason she stopped forcing him at that time was that he threatened to kill himself, which showed just how firm his determination was. "I've made up my mind." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. He appeared completely at ease. Even though he would ruin the foundation he had built by ascending to the open heaven realm today, he would never regret his decision. That was because if he insisted on being stubborn, the people around him he cared about would be hurt. That was a future he would never want to see. "Does any one of you have a sixth-order element treasure? Give it to me." Yang Kai gazed at his companions who shook their heads at the same time. He arched his brow and turned to look at Zhu Jiuyin. She said, "Why are you looking at me? This queen does have some sixth-order materials, but none of them are of the Yin element." Martial Peak, Chapter 4373, Sincerity. Among all the 7 elements, Yin and Yang were much harder to find than metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yang Kai had spent lots of open heaven pills to buy all sorts of materials, so he was fully aware of that. He was now a part of Void Land, so it was reasonable that she didn't have any sixth-order Yin element treasures on her. That was because many people in Void Land needed sixth-order materials right now, and such materials were difficult to come by. Be it the items Yang Kai had acquired back then or the new sixth-order materials that had appeared in the Star City, they were all given to the cultivators who needed them in Void Land, so there was basically nothing left. Certainly, Bai Qi and Chu Huashang didn't have one either. The former had followed the proprietress for a long time. If there were any precious items, the proprietress would keep them and only give them to him when needed. As for the latter, even though she was a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, she had just ascended to the 6th order. Hence, she didn't need any 6th order materials to improve her cultivation for now. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would have to ascend to the open heaven realm when he left Void Land, which was why he hadn't prepared anything. Although he had made up his mind, he didn't have the item he needed, and even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. All of them appeared embarrassed in this situation. Yang Kai glared at Zhu Jiuyin and asked, "You'd been accumulating wealth for a long time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Why don't you even have a single 6th order Yin element treasure?" Zhu Jiuyin rolled her eyes and replied, "This queen doesn't need those things to cultivate, so what's the point of collecting them? Moreover, it's also hard to find Yin and Yang materials in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." This was giving Yang Kai a headache as he didn't know what to do. Across from them, Tizheng and the others were supposed to be at ease. As soon as Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, the burden on their shoulders would be lifted. However, this unexpected situation rendered them speechless at that instant. Certainly, they were more than happy to see Yang Kai ascending to the open heaven realm at this point, as he would no longer be a threat to them once he did. Although they hadn't managed to kill him as they had planned, the outcome was acceptable as they could explain themselves to the great forces behind them. However, it would be troublesome for them as well if Yang Kai couldn't achieve an ascension because there wasn't a Yin element material available. Since they were not able to kill everyone here, they wouldn't dare to make a move on a member of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, they would have to face the Dragon Clan's wrath. Nevertheless, they were not willing to let Yang Kai go just like this. While they were in a dilemma, they saw Yang Kai staring at them. The corners of Tizheng's brow twitched as he asked vigilantly, "Why are you looking at me?" Yang Kai snorted, "Since you want me to ascend to the open heaven realm here, I'm willing to grant your wish. However, you should show me some sincerity in return." "What do you mean?" Tizheng furrowed his brows. "Stop asking the obvious. You know what I want." A speechless Tizheng gazed at him and fell silent for a moment before parting his lips to secretly speak to his companions. Although he was a 7th order open heaven realm master, he didn't have a 6th order Yin element material on hand. Therefore, he could only ask the others whether they had such an item. If they could solve this issue by offering up a 6th order Yin element material, it would be acceptable. Although Tizheng was displeased, he still suppressed his anger. However, after asking around, he realized that none of them had such a resource. Just like Zhu Jiuyin, they had some 6th order materials but not Yin and Yang ones. That was because Yin and Yang materials were extremely rare. Even if they obtained such items, They either had to give them to their respective sects for the disciples' cultivation needs or refine these items themselves. The cave heavens and paradises were extremely powerful, so they needed more of these rare resources compared to Voidland. Tijing glanced at Yang Kai and declared, "None of us have a sixth-order element material." Yang Kai's face fell. "All of you are seventh-order open heaven realm masters who are filthy rich, and you're telling me that none of you has a single sixth-order element treasure. Do you think I was born yesterday?" Tijing snapped, "Believe it or not, we don't have the item you need." Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai put on a sneer. His expression enraged Tijing. Instead of getting prepared for his ascension, Yang Kai was now blaming others for not having the item he needed, which was ridiculous. However, after giving it a thought, Tijing realized that Yang Kai had always focused on looking for a high-rank element treasure in order to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm. Even if a sixth-order element material was presented to him in the past, he probably wouldn't even spare it a glance. This time he was forced to achieve a breakthrough, so it was expected that he wasn't prepared. After a cough, Tijing said, "Do you want a fifth-order element? This monarch has a very good fifth-order heavenly sand which is hard to come by. It's the best kind of material in the fifth order. If you want, this monarch can give it to you." Yang Kai bellowed, "You may kill me, but you cannot humiliate me, Tijing. You forced me to ascend to the sixth order, which is my bottom line, but now you want me to ascend to the fifth order? What is this? Regardless of how great that heavenly sand may be, it's still a fifth-order material. Can it help me ascend to the sixth order? Why don't we just fight it out and leave the rest to fate?" Upon realizing that his suggestion was indeed unrealistic, Tijing fell silent. Yang Kai had built such a solid foundation, and he was gifted enough to become a high-rank open heaven realm master directly. He was practically forced to ascend to the sixth order, so it would be outrageous if they still asked him to lower his expectations further and become a fifth-order open heaven realm master. If they pushed him over the edge now, this young man might do something crazy to retaliate against them. If they got into a fight again, they wouldn't dare to ruthlessly kill Yang Kai. By then they would be the ones who suffered losses. After giving it a thought, Tijing asked, "Why don't you wait here for a while? This monarch will send a message and tell someone to bring a sixth-order element material over." In fact, he was completely vexed deep inside. His goal was to kill Yang Kai to nip this problem in the bud, but things had come to a point that he seemed to be begging the young man to achieve an ascension as soon as possible. Moreover, he had to prepare a sixth-order element treasure for him, which was simply preposterous. He had lived for a long time, but there had never been a time when he felt so vexed. Yang Kai asked in a grim voice, "How long will it take?" Tijing replied, "It's unrealistic to go back to Myriad Demon's heaven now. However, this monarch can tell someone to buy a sixth-order element material in the Shattered Heavens Star City where all sorts of goods are available, so it shouldn't be difficult to find the item you want. It'll probably take 1 month for the thing to be sent here." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "That's a long wait." Tijing frowned. "It's just 1 month." Yang Kai said, "I can't wait any longer." "What do you want then?" Yang Kai reminded him, "I want a sixth-order element material right now." Tijing bellowed, "I told you we don't have one. Do you want this monarch to make it appear out of thin air?" "I don't believe you." Yang Kai swept a glance over the space rings on their fingers. "Unless you let me examine your rings." The faces of the high-rank open heaven realm masters fell. Tijing stared coldly at Yang Kai and snapped, "Brat, do you know what you're talking about? Are you going to agree to it or not?" Yang Kai sneered and gazed arrogantly at him. "Fine, I don't want to see your rings anymore. Let's go back to Voidland. I don't believe I'll never get a high-ranking element treasure in my lifetime." Then he seemed ready to bring everyone back home in a resolute manner. Tijing questioned, "Are you going to let Lan Yu Ruo perish here?" Yang Kai shot him a glance. "You'd better pray that she's safe. If anything happens to her, I'll destroy Myriad Demon's heaven right after I ascend to the 9th order. I'll remember what you've done to me and visit all of you one by one when the time comes. I hope you'll still be able to laugh by then." "Impudence!" Tijing roared. "Wait a moment, little friend Yang." Another high-rank open heaven realm master suddenly spoke up. His voice suggested that he was pretty old now. Yang Kai shot him a cold glance. What now? The old voice was heard saying, since you're a half-step open heaven realm master, it must have been quite some time since you started cultivating. So you should know that a space ring is the most personal possession to a cultivator and it mustn't be examined by anyone else easily. If you want to inspect our rings, it's no different from humiliating us. We've lived for a long time, so we do have a reputation to preserve. Yang Kai scoffed. You four are high-rank open heaven realm masters, but you joined forces and plotted against an emperor realm cultivator like me. I'm surprised to learn that you actually still care about your reputation. The old voice replied impassively, if you were on your own, all of us wouldn't have shown up. However, since you have some powerful protectors, we have no choice but to come all the way here, but now is not the time to talk about such things. What this old master means is, we can let you examine our rings to prove to you that we didn't lie to you. We really don't have the 6th order Een element treasure you need. However, what if you still don't find any 6th order Een element treasure after going through all of our rings? What do you want? Yang Kai questioned. The old voice said, since you want to humiliate us, we can't possibly bear it for nothing. There's a price you have to pay, little friend. Yang Kai swept an impassive glance over them and frowned. After giving it a thought, he suddenly said through clenched teeth, I don't believe that you don't have a 6th order Een element material, but if I still can't find one after examining all of your rings, I'll ascend to the 5th order. His expression was that of a gambler who had lost it all. Upon hearing that, all of them were stunned. An anxious you, he said, you can't do that, young master. Yang Kai was unable to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm, so the 6th order was supposed to be his bottom line. The 5th order was totally unacceptable. If he ascended to the 5th order, the highest limit for him would be the 7th order in the future. In other words, the end of Yang Kai's martial Tao was his initial starting point. The disparity between expectation and reality was too great to bear. Bai Qi said, you mustn't ascend to the 5th order, Yang Kai. Chu Huashang also dissuaded him from doing so. Yang Kai put on a bitter smile. I can't ascend to the 7th order, and there isn't a 6th order Een element treasure now. What can I do if I don't ascend to the 5th order? Wait for them to get the item I want from Shattered Heaven's Star City? Who knows what could happen to Proprietress in 1 month? We can't wait any longer. As he spoke, he secretly winked at Yu He. Do you remember that thing I have? Yu He, who was about to dissuade him again, became startled as she suddenly thought of something. That's right. Young Master still has that thing. With that item in his possession, it makes no difference whether he ascends to the 5th order or 6th order. He can even use this to trick others into believing that he'll only become a 5th order open heaven realm master and stop them from targeting him. In that case, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Martial Peak, Chapter 4374, like an arrow on the string. On the other hand, Tizheng and the others exchanged glances as they appeared ecstatic. Even though a 5th order open heaven realm master was fairly powerful in the 3,000 worlds, such a person was nothing in the eyes of these high-rank open heaven realm masters. If Yang Kai really ascended to the 5th order, it was something worth celebrating for the great forces behind them. A 5th order open heaven realm master would never be able to move the world order. For a cultivator who had the hopes of becoming a 7th order open heaven realm master to end up in such a state, it was no different from killing him. Instead of ending his life, they had killed his future. Tizheng's gaze brightened as he asked, are you serious? Yang Kai gazed at him with a tilted head. You look happy, don't you? Tizheng coughed. Not really. However, a wise man knows when to submit to the circumstances. This monarch is gratified that you've made such a decision. Cut the nonsense, Yang Kai replied dispassionately. Tizheng and the others then secretly spoke to each other. Certainly, they were sure that they didn't have a 6th order Een element material. Even if Yang Kai wanted to examine their rings, they weren't afraid. Although it was humiliating for these high-rank open heaven realm masters to let an Emperor Realm Jr. examine their space rings, it was better than remaining in this stalemate forever. It was especially true for Tizheng. He was injured in the battle against Zhu Jiuyin, so he desperately needed a quiet place to recuperate and stabilize his small universe. Otherwise, he might be left with some potential issues later. The others were in a better state, but they were also wounded. Moreover, as high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, they didn't want to keep wasting time on Yongkai anymore. By settling this issue as soon as possible, they could go back and tell everyone that they had achieved their goal. Therefore they soon came to an agreement. Tijing scolded, "Brat, we all agree that we'll let you examine our rings. However, if you can't find any 6th order Een element materials, you must not go back on your word. Otherwise, we'll kill you right here even if we have to face the Dragon Clan's wrath." Yongkai sneered, "Don't worry. Even though I'm just an Emperor Realm cultivator, I value my reputation. Unlike some other people, I'll never go back on my word." Then he spread his palm, "Pass me your rings. Oh, take out everything from your small universes as well. I know that the small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters like you all must have materialized. Not only can you store some stuff inside it, but you can also let some living creatures live inside it." Tijang and the others sported dark expressions. However, things had come to a point where they didn't want to argue with Yongkai anymore. Therefore, they fished out a number of things from their small universes and put them inside their space rings. Obviously, Yongkai was unable to find out whether they had actually taken everything out, unless he could also inspect the small universes in their bodies. However, that would never happen. Tijang and the others had made a concession by letting Yongkai go through their space rings, but there was no way they'd let anyone probe their small universes, or else they'd be risking their lives. Even if they had some precious items stashed in their small universes, they wouldn't put them into their space rings. Yongkai was fully aware of that. Soon their space rings fell into Yongkai's hands. The restrictions on the rings had been erased so that he could easily examine them. When Yongkai scanned one of the rings with his divine sense, he couldn't help raising his brow. The wealth of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was truly astonishing. Open Heaven pills had been piled up like mountains, and there were countless resources, which included many 6th order ones. There was even one 7th order material in this particular ring. The number of artifacts in the ring was mind-blowing as well. He didn't have time to go through them one by one, but Yongkai reckoned that the resources in this ring were worth more than 10 billion Open Heaven pills. Obviously, that wasn't all this man's wealth. The truly precious items must be kept inside his small universe. Unfortunately, none of the 6th order and 7th order materials were Een or Yang. Yongkai set the ring aside and looked at the next, finding it to be about the same. Tijang and the others were just standing nearby as they watched Yongkai joyfully go through all the rings. All of them found it odd as they never expected that things would develop into such a situation. Their initial goal was to kill Yongkai in this place. However, not only was Yongkai alive and kicking, but they would also have to help him ascend to the Open Heaven realm. Besides that, they had also passed their space rings to him to inspect. What they had done was no different from financially supporting their enemy. Nevertheless, they could not object. Although they were high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had lived for many years, it was the first time they had such a strange experience. It only took Yongkai a short time to examine all of the rings. Tijang asked, "Now you know we didn't lie to you." Yongkai looked up and roared, "The heavens are unfair." Upon seeing that he appeared crestfallen, Tijang and the others felt less frustrated. Since they had confronted and attempted to kill each other before, there wasn't a need for them to be polite to him. Tijang said, "In that case you should give our rings back to us." Yongkai nonchalantly tossed the space rings at Yuhi and kept only a bottle that was half his height. They were too gullible to think that he would return the rings to them. Yongkai had relented and agreed to become a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master. But since he didn't have the item he needed, he could only lower his expectation and ascend to the 5th order. With the existence of a particular item he possessed, it made no difference whether he ascended to the 5th order or the 6th order, and he would be able to deceive the outside world. However, there was a price to pay if he wanted to use that precious treasure. The thing was so valuable that the space rings of these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could only be considered as a slight compensation for it. There was no way he would give the rings back to them, for he still had Void Land to run. Even though he had a Star City to help gather resources, he wouldn't mind more good things. "You dare covet our space rings?" Tijing glared at Yongkai. He was so exasperated that he laughed and nodded, "Very good. You're indeed bold enough." Ignoring him, Yongkai fiddled with the bottle and shook it. As he listened to the ringing sound coming from the bottle, he asked, "Is this the heavenly Een sand that you'd mentioned?" Presently, Tijang was fuming within him, so upon hearing the question he snorted and did not reply to him. In fact, the moment he passed the space ring to Yongkai, he had a feeling that he would never get it back. However, he was incensed at the fact that the young man did it in such a brazen way. It was apparent that he had no regard for them at all. Yongkai gazed at Tijang and questioned, "Are you deaf? Is this the heavenly Een sand?" Tijang looked away and pretended that he didn't hear him. Yongkai said smilingly, "It seems that it's not heavenly Een sand. I won't break through then." Upon hearing that, Tijang glowered at him and said through clenched teeth, "Don't you cross the line, Yongkai." The faint smile on Yongkai's face made Tijang have the urge to give him a punch. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Heavenly Een sand is extremely hard to come by. It's one of the rarest among the fifth-order materials. It's just that it isn't a sixth-order material. However, the divine ability you'll obtain through this item is as powerful as that of most sixth-order powers once you condense it. The one in your hands was meant for another disciple in my great force. I have no choice but to give it to you." Yongkai snorted, "I was supposed to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm, but I can only make do with the fifth order because of you all. Who is the one taking advantage here?" Tijang fell silent. "Forget it. I'm not in the mood to bicker with you." Yongkai lightly threw the bottle into the air and said to Zhujiao-yin, "Please stand guard for me, senior." After a moment of silence, Zhujiao-yin reminded, "Brat, this is an important matter, so you must think it through." Yongkai replied with a bitter smile, "I'm like an arrow on the string now. There's no going back for me." If he went back on his word at this point, he was basically forcing Tijang and the others to fight to the death with them. They had Zhu Jiuyin's protection, so they would easily escape from this place, but they wouldn't stand a chance to save the proprietress. Furthermore, Zhu Jiuyin had been wounded after the previous battle. Presently she looked pretty battered as was covered in blood. "Forget it. It's your own matter and no one else can interfere. I hope you won't regret your decision in the future." After she finished speaking, she flicked her fingers as threads of spider silk crisscrossed each other in the void, forming an impenetrable web which covered a large area except for the spot Yongkai was in. If Tijang and the others wanted to harm Yongkai, they had to break her web first. Tijang and the others had experienced how horrendous this heaven-covering web was, so they didn't dare to fall into it again. "Young master." Yuhi's eyes reddened as she pressed her lips together. She seemed to be holding back her words. Yongkai waved his hand, "All of you stand back." Then he gently closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Will I regret my decision?" If it were for any other reason, he probably would. However, since he was doing this to save proprietress, he didn't think there would come a day when he felt regretful. As he emptied his mind, he calmed himself and sat cross-legged in the center of the heaven-covering web. His aura was curbed while he remained unmoving, as though he had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Upon seeing that, Yu-He and the others knew that it was pointless for them to say anything else, so they spread out and stood guard for Yongkai in nearby spots. They stared vigilantly at Tijang and the others to prevent them from disturbing Yongkai while he achieved his breakthrough. It was completely silent in the void. All of them were paying close attention to Yongkai as they tended their wounds. Time went by slowly, and half a day later, Yongkai suddenly opened his eyes and flicked the bottle. Following a clang, the cap flew up as a ray of light shot out of the bottle. It was apparent that the ray of light was made up from countless grains of sand. Every grain exuded a light glow and an extremely cold aura. They looked just like a galaxy that had been shrunk down innumerable times. Heavenly Een sand was indeed one of the best materials in the fifth order. As soon as it appeared, the void seemed to have been frozen over as a layer of frost formed on Yongkai's clothes and hair. Instead of resisting, Yongkai circulated his secret art and pushed his Dao seal to refine the Een element power in the heavenly Een sand. At that instant, the galaxy formed from the sand seemed to have been attracted by a mysterious force as it swirled and danced around Yongkai. Looking from afar, it was as if he was engulfed in a storm of silver rain. Yongkai had refined other element powers before, the last one being the Golden Wolf King's monster core, which was a seventh-order metal element treasure. Although the heavenly Een sand was extraordinary for its order, it wasn't comparable to that monster core at all. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4375, Too Fast. Ti Zheng and the others stared intently outside the heaven-covering web. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had started refining the fifth-order heavenly Yin sand, they breathed a sigh of relief. Once the process started, it couldn't be stopped. That was because Yang Kai's Dao seal had been affected by the Yin element power in the heavenly Yin sand as he built his open heaven realm foundation. There was nothing else he could do to reverse it unless he used something like Tai Yi soul cleansing water to wipe clean his Dao seal. However, in that case all his previous efforts would also be erased. Initially they were worried that Yang Kai might go back on his word. After all, if they were him, they would never be willing to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm when they had a chance to make it to the seventh-order open heaven realm directly. Therefore, they wouldn't be surprised even if he went back on his word at the last moment. However, his action at this moment suggested that he was truly determined. Therefore, they admired the fact that he was able to leave his aspiration behind and make do with such an inferior result. Throughout history, only a small number of people were able to directly ascend to the seventh order. Given such a chance, Ti Zheng and the others reckoned that they would never give it up, but Yang Kai could do that. He's indeed a loyal brat. One of the high-rank open heaven realm masters gently nodded. What a shame. Another person shook his head. It wasn't certain whether he felt sorry for the fact that Yang Kai had to waste his aptitude or something else. Although they were the ones who forced Yang Kai to take such an action, they still felt sympathetic when they saw him do it. Ti Zheng put on a smile. There's nothing to feel sorry about since we can't use him. The person who spoke earlier gave it a thought and nodded. You're right. The last person fell silent for a moment before uttering, this brat's Dao seal is indeed very sturdy. Don't you think the speed at which he's refining the heavenly Yin sand is too fast? Upon hearing that, all of them immediately turned to look at Yang Kai. Just like what their colleague had said, the speed at which Yang Kai was refining the heavenly Yin sand was outrageously fast. The glowing grains of sand could be seen dimming at a rate visible to the naked eye. Given his speed, it would only take him 1 or 2 days to fully refine the heavenly Yin sand. All of them were stunned as this was a fifth-order Yin element treasure. Its order was neither too high nor too low. Usually it would take an average open heaven realm master a few months to refine it. For someone with a great aptitude, it would still take him 10 days to half a month. The fact that Yang Kai was able to do it in 1 or 2 days was unbelievable. This outcome suggested that Yang Kai's Dao seal was extremely sturdy, so the impact of the fifth-order Yin element power penetrating his body was almost negligible. That was the reason he was able to refine it without any concern. All of them were high-rank open heaven realm masters who had lived for a long time and seen many gifted people, but none of those people were comparable to Yang Kai. Although they couldn't inspect his Dao seal, they believed it was far more robust than that of anyone else just by looking at the speed he was refining the heavenly Yin sand. A person with a sturdy Dao seal was able to condense element powers swiftly, and there was only a minimal risk for him to ascend to the open heaven realm. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, it could be said that it was practically risk-free for him to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm. Now, the crux of the matter was how strong the foundation of his small universe would be after he achieved his ascension. With a strong foundation he would become powerful in the future and vice versa. Nevertheless, he would still be just a fifth-order open heaven realm master, so it wouldn't matter regardless of how strong his foundation would be. While Ti Zheng and the others were paying close attention to Yang Kai, Zhu Jiuyin and her companions were staring vigilantly at the other party. On the other hand, Yang Kai was focused on refining the heavenly Yin sand in the center of heaven-covering web. A sense of coldness penetrated his physique through his pores before converging in his Dao seal under his guidance. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yang had already gathered together in his Dao seal, so he needed only one more. As he absorbed the Yin element power from the heavenly Yin sand, his Dao seal gradually became complete. The Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers mutually supported and suppressed one another as they formed an endless cycle in his body. The power of the cycle clashed within his Dao seal, and following every collision, there seemed to be a bell that rang loudly in his body, which shook his very soul. Initially, this kind of movement was still not conspicuous, but as Yang Kai refined more of the Yin element power, the movement became increasingly violent. When Yang Kai refined his metal element power, thus gathering all 5 element powers previously, he realized that a crack had appeared in his Dao seal. He was shocked as he thought that something had gone wrong with his cultivation. However, he couldn't feel there were any problems with him. Be it cultivating or using his strength, he faced no obstacles at all. Instead, he felt that his power had increased after he condensed the metal element power. Still worried, he asked Yuhi about it. It was then he learned that when a cultivator ascended to the open heaven realm, his Dao seal would break apart to allow his own grand Dao to merge with the 7 elements to form his small universe. Nevertheless, the average cultivator would only see his Dao seal cracking when ascending to the open heaven realm, but such an incident happened to Yang Kai in advance. Perhaps the order of the elements he had condensed was too high, leading to such a result. Regardless, this was a good thing for him. Anyone who wished to ascend to the open heaven realm had to go through this trial. If he couldn't successfully integrate his grand Dao with his small universe, his ascension would fail. Since Yang Kai's Dao seal had started cracking earlier, things would become easier when he attempted his breakthrough. As he condensed more of the Yin element power, more cracks started appearing on his Dao seal, as though it would collapse at any moment. At the same time, a chaotic aura started exuding from Yang Kai, who was seated in the center of heaven-covering web. Anyone who noticed this aura would be stunned as they stared fixedly at Yang Kai. All of them were open heaven realm masters who had tread the same path, so they were aware that it was the most critical moment for Yang Kai. Before heaven and earth split apart, there was only chaos. It was apparent that Yang Kai was on the brink of achieving his breakthrough. So far, it had only been 1 day since he started refining the heavenly Yin sand. Anyone could see that the heavenly Yin sand, which looked like a swirling galaxy, had lost all its glow and spirituality. That was because the Yin element power within it had been fully absorbed. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was a genius. Even the high-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to refine a 5th-order material in a day, not to mention a mere Emperor Realm Jr. A mysterious power trembled violently within Yang Kai's body. With him as the center, visible ripples were seen spreading out in a regular manner. Since all the power in the heavenly Yin sand had been refined, it turned into dust and scattered with the wind as soon as it came into contact with these ripples. Meanwhile, all of Yang Kai's skin had reddened as his chaotic aura became even more conspicuous. He felt like he had been trapped inside a thick membrane, as though he had returned to his mother's womb. He was restricted in every way, which made him feel extremely unpleasant. Inside his Dao seal, Yin Yang and 5 element powers moved in a cyclical manner as they clashed with Yang Kai. Following every collision, he felt his soul shuddering violently. Not only was he unable to make his mind focus, but he also couldn't control 1 bit of his energy. Yang Kai was flabbergasted, as it was only now that he realized how dangerous the process of ascending to the open heaven realm really was. If he wasn't careful enough, he would instantly lose his life. His Dao seal was pretty sturdy to begin with, and he had consumed a lot of divine Dao water, which fortified his Dao seal to the point that there was no room for improvement. It could be said that within the half-step open heaven realm, no one was a match for him when it came to the sturdiness of their Dao seal. Every time he condensed a high-rank element power, his Dao seal would be bombarded by that same power. Fortunately, he managed to endure each time. When he finally completed his Dao seal with a Yin element power this time, he realized that the collisions he had experienced in the past were nothing compared to what he was going through now. The powers in his body, except for the 5th-order Yin element power he had just refined, were all high-rank powers. As they clashed with Yang Kai in succession, he felt his body and soul shuddering. Only when the Yin element power collided with him did he feel an almost negligible impact. He had to face such a difficult trial even though he was just ascending to the 5th-order open heaven realm. If he really attempted to make it to the 7th-order open heaven realm, the difficulty he would have had to face would be far greater. It was no wonder that only a small number of people had managed to directly break through to the 7th-order open heaven realm throughout history. Even if someone had condensed the requisite high-rank elements like Yang Kai, they might still lose their life at this last step. As more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's Dao seal, it seemed that it would break apart soon. However, he realized that he was still unable to get rid of this thick restrictive membrane around him, and even his mind seemed to be lost in a foggy state. What was worse, the chaotic aura was increasingly thickening. All of a sudden, Yang Kai came to the realization that if he couldn't break through the barrier after his Dao seal exploded, he would fall into danger. At this life and death moment he became calm instead as he attentively sensed the chaotic aura and let the powers of yin yang and the 5 elements clash with his Dao seal without restraint. He still had some heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, but he hadn't planned on using any of them. It was a good idea to use a spirit pill to assist his ascension, but it wouldn't be as rewarding as if he achieved the ascension through his own perseverance. He had initially intended to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm directly, but now he had to make do with the 5th order. If he still needed to use a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill now, it would only mean he wasn't gifted after all. In the past he had consumed a fair amount of world source liquid, allowing him to sense the magnificence of heaven and earth splitting apart. However, he realized that he couldn't recall most of the details now. Still, he would never forget that innate feeling. As time passed, everyone could see that Yang Kai's skin was alternating between red, white, and blue. That was the result of the powers of yin-yang and the 5 elements weltering in his body. The primordial elements of the universe turned in an endless cycle, supporting and suppressing one another as the chaotic aura around Yang Kai thickened by the breath. One could see that Yang Kai had been engulfed by very thick fog, which couldn't be peered through even using one's divine sense. Yuhi was on pins and needles as she stared fixedly at the fog while Bai Qi balled up his fists and hoped that Yang Kai would succeed. To the side, Chu Huashang was secretly praying for him. As Zhu Jiuyin watched coldly, she couldn't help but mutter, "What is this smelly brat doing? Is it really so difficult to ascend to the 5th order open heaven realm?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4376, Chaos Breaks, A New World is Born. If this brat can't break through the fog of chaos, he'll definitely lose his life. An old voice was heard coming from one of the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters. Ti Zheng and the others exchanged glances as they felt that they had probably overestimated Yang Kai's potential. He was going through so much danger although he was just ascending to the 5th order open heaven realm, so it probably wouldn't have mattered even if they allowed him to obtain a 7th order yin element treasure. Based on their observation, if Yang Kai really attempted to achieve the 7th order open heaven realm, he wouldn't stand a chance of succeeding. The chaotic aura around Yang Kai was so thick that it had engulfed him entirely. Looking from afar, they felt as though he had been covered in a large cocoon that totally obscured his figure. Inside the cocoon, Yang Kai was completely at ease as he silently felt the chaotic aura and the state before heaven and earth split apart. It was as though he had traveled through time and returned to the beginning of history, when there was still nothing but chaos. Just then, cracking sounds were heard coming from his heart as his Dao seal began to shatter. The Dao seal was the very core of an Emperor realm cultivator as it was the essence of their cultivation. When the Dao seal broke apart, it meant that their grand Dao also started dispersing. If this Dao essence wasn't quickly integrated into a small universe, the consequences would be dreadful. Therefore, before the Dao seal completely collapsed, a small universe had to take shape. In order to achieve that, one had to break through the chaos by splitting heaven and earth apart in their body, melding the 7 elements together into a new world. At this life and death moment, Yang Kai seemed to be oblivious to the situation he was in. He couldn't help recalling the moment his body was destroyed by great demon god Mo Sheng. It was the final battle between the star boundary and the demon realm. In order to win that battle, all the masters from the star boundary, including all the great emperors, waged war against great demon god. It was in that battle that Yang Kai lost his life under a horrifying attack from the great demon god. If it weren't for the immortal tree, he wouldn't have stood a chance to be reborn. It could be said that he was someone who had died and come back to life before, so he knew better than anyone else about the cycle of life or death. Most other people wouldn't have a chance to experience dying and then being reborn. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon Yang Kai as he felt that he gained enlightenment. All life starts with chaos and returns to chaos in the end. What is life? What is death? That doesn't matter. One will only realize life or death if he's aware of it. There is no life or death if he knows nothing of it. What is reality? What is an illusion? There are no boundaries in this world. All is a construct of one's mind. As his murmur was heard coming from the cocoon, there seemed to be a spiritual light that penetrated his mind and broke through the thick fog, which allowed him to see a glimmer of the future. At the same time, the chaotic aura around Yang Kai seemed to have been seized by an invisible hand as it stopped churning entirely. Just 3 breaths later, a crack appeared on the chaos cocoon, and soon after, it was covered in cracks. The aura of heaven and earth exuded from it as a brand new world was taking shape, and through the cracks Yonkai's own world force began to permeate. Hong. The void shook. The cocoon shattered all of a sudden and revealed Yonkai's figure. His eyes were still tightly closed as he remained seated with his legs crossed in the void. However, there was a storm swirling around him which made his clothes and hair flap in the wind. The Tao seal in his body completely shattered, but there wasn't a risk of his grand Tao collapsing. That was because at this exact moment his newly formed small universe absorbed this grand Tao and integrated with it. Chaos was broken and a new world was born. At that moment, the illusory image of a small universe manifested behind Yonkai's back. It was his very own world that had just taken shape. Tijing narrowed his eyes and spoke up. He actually succeeded. He was puzzled as he could see that Yongkai was about to be consumed by the swirling chaos just now. However, he somehow managed to break through that fog at the last moment and enter the open heaven realm. He didn't understand what Yongkai had gone through during that life and death moment. Only Yongkai knew exactly what had happened. The moment the small universe appeared, Tijing exerted more power with his eyes in an attempt to peer into it. Unfortunately, the heaven-covering web was still in place, so he was unable to see it clearly even though he was a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Upon seeing that Yongkai had advanced to the open heaven realm, Zhu Jiuyin breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment she was stunned as she gazed forward with a frown. That was because instead of immediately consolidating his newly formed small universe, Yongkai actually turned his hand over and revealed a rounded bead. Zhu Jiuyin immediately recognized that it was his sealed world bead. She knew that there was an independent world inside this bead, but she had never entered it due to it not being able to withstand her immense power. What's this brat trying to do by taking his sealed world bead out at this point? While she was wondering, she saw Yongkai's body shake as his small universe's illusory image appeared behind him again. Following that, he nonchalantly tossed his small world bead into his small universe. Zhu Jiuyin's brows twitched as she exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing, you crazy brat?" Yongkai opened his eyes and grinned at her, just taking a little gamble. Zhu Jiuyin felt her chest tightening while Bai Qi and the others widened their mouths in disbelief. Their expressions changed when they realized Yongkai's intention. While they were staring anxiously at him, Yongkai performed a hand seal and shouted, "Open." Following his shout, the sealed world bead exploded inside his small universe. The bead had been with Yongkai for many years, and it had helped him overcome numerous dangers. It could be said that the sealed world bead was one of the most important treasures throughout his cultivation journey. At this moment, the bead had completed its last duty and detonated following Yongkai's order. Following that, the small universe's illusory phantom trembled violently because it was suffering from a huge impact that was coming from the collapsed small sealed world. Although the sealed world bead looked like a small rounded bead, it contained an entire world within it. At this moment it was exploding within Yongkai's small universe, so the immense impact could be imagined. If Yongkai was unable to bear such an impact, his newly formed small universe would be destroyed and he would most likely lose his life. There was no doubt that this was an extremely risky move because he was making a bet on his small universe in the sealed world bead. Once he failed, he would lose everything. However, if he succeeded, the sealed world bead would integrate into his small universe and the benefits he would receive would be inconceivable. Putting the newly formed small universe aside for now, the land mass in the small sealed world was quite expansive. When the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, Yongkai had collected many of its fragments and stored them inside the bead. Each fragment contained the heritage left behind by a deceased 8th-order open heaven realm master. At that time, countless open heaven realm masters were trying to snatch these spirit province fragments. Yongkai was weak, so he could only collect a few pieces. Usually, even an open heaven realm master wouldn't dare to absorb these fragments into their small universe, unless their aura was extremely similar to that of the blood monster divine monarch. The consequences of forcefully doing this would be akin to poisoning oneself. Yongkai didn't have to worry about it as he had the small sealed world to act as a filter. Over the years, the small sealed world had fully assimilated the aura of those fragments, which significantly strengthened the heritage within the bead. Furthermore, Yang Kai wasn't doing this on a whim. In fact, a long time ago he had already planned on merging his sealed world bead with his small universe while he was breaking through to the open heaven realm. Others didn't have such an option, but it was different for him. Both the small universe and the small sealed world were part of Yang Kai's heritage, with the latter having been thoroughly painted with his aura, so there was absolutely no conflict when merging the two. However, the problem he was facing now was the impact that had been inflicted on his small universe after the small sealed world literally exploded. As long as he could get through this trial, he would be able to achieve his goal. The task was as difficult as ascending to the open heaven realm. The illusory image behind him continuously expanded as Yu Jiu-in and the others watched, their hearts pounding against their chests. Ti Zheng and the others were puzzled as they didn't know what Yang Kai had done to make this kind of scene. They had been paying close attention to Yang Kai since the beginning, but after he achieved his breakthrough, all they saw was him toss some kind of bead into his small universe, and then this happened. What in the world was that bead? Although they couldn't look into what was going on exactly, the ever-expanding illusory phantom suggested that Yang Kai's small universe was experiencing an unimaginable impact. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression as he repeatedly used different hand seals and focused on controlling his strength to stabilize his small universe while merging it with the collapsed small sealed world as soon as possible. Inside his newly formed small universe, bolts of lightning flashed across the sky as a great thunderstorm blew through it, as if it was the end of the world. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu hugged each other tightly as they trembled in the medicine garden. These two petite wood spirits had always lived inside the medicine garden in the small sealed world. When trying to assimilate the small sealed world, Yang Kai didn't release them as he already had a plan in mind. Although it appeared even more perilous than when he was ascending to the open heaven realm, everything was well within his control. From time to time, Yang Kai would roar as the illusory image behind him expanded and contorted. However, as time passed, things were showing signs of improvement as the illusory phantom became more stable. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, everything was going well. The small universe was formed by splitting heaven and earth apart when he was attempting a breakthrough. On the other hand, the sealed world bead had been with him for years, so he was able to control every part of the small sealed world as he pleased. That was why everything fell into place, as there was no conflict when merging the two. His Tao seal had already fallen apart as it turned into Tao essence, which filled the entire small universe. As time passed, the thunderstorm calmed and the illusory phantom behind Yang Kai stabilized, its violent energy fluctuations dissipating. All the commotion died down. An open heaven realm's aura swirled around Yang Kai. That was indeed a fifth-order open heaven realm master's aura. Every new open heaven realm master had to go through this phase, and it would take them some time to fortify their cultivation and consolidate their aura so they could take it out and retract it at will. Martial Peak, Chapter 4377, Small Universe. Yang Kai was now an open heaven realm master. He had come a long way and encountered countless dangerous incidents. Finally, he took this vital important step. His emotions undulated in his heart, and as he recalled everything that he had gone through, he couldn't help but let out a long roar to express his excitement. His roar was so loud that the entire void seemed to be shaking. It wasn't until this moment that he had time to examine his own small universe. Sending his consciousness inwards, the entire small universe appeared in his mind. The first thing he could see was a gigantic ancient tree. The tree crown stretched out like a colossal umbrella and seemed to cover the entire sky. Extremely rich vitality exuded from every part of the tree as it breathed life into the small universe. At that instant, Yang Kai realized that it was the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation in his small universe. He comprehended the towering evergreen from his wood element power, which was derived from the immortal tree's essence. Therefore, the manifestation of this divine manifestation had something to do with the immortal tree. Upon realizing that there was a shadow beneath the tree, Yang Kai became startled for a moment before looking up. There, a dazzling golden sun hung in the sky. Sounded as there seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird flying around inside the sun. The shadow under the tree was caused by the great sun's glow. It was the manifestation of his golden crow casts the sun. Yang Kai arched his brow as he hadn't expected his small universe to look like this. Besides that, he seemed to understand something at that moment. As his thoughts flashed, time in the small universe seemed to accelerate rapidly. The radiant sun in the sky traveled across the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon as a bright moon rose from the opposite side. The manifestation of water reflects the moon seemed to have cast a silvery glow on the entire small universe, giving it an ethereal ambience. There was a golden wolf standing atop a certain mountain as it howled at the moon. Apart from that, innumerable stars could be seen twinkling in the sky. The round moon was the manifestation of Yongkai's water element power, while the golden wolf was the manifestation of his metal element power. As for the stars, they were the representation of the heavenly insan that he had just refined. As his thoughts flashed, Yongkai was able to make the sun and moon cycle in succession. A strange feeling filled his heart as at that instant, he realized that his comprehension of the Tao of Time had improved significantly. He had always been a novice when it came to his studies of the Tao of Time, and that was only thanks to him having learned the time flies seal, without which he couldn't even have comprehended the basics of time principles. However, after such a long time he was still considered a beginner in the Tao of Time. That was because most of his time was spent on the comprehension of the Tao of Space. First of all, he didn't have a natural aptitude when it came to the studies of Tao of Time, so it would be quite time-consuming if he insisted on learning it. Secondly, his time was limited, so he had to focus on one grand Tao. There were countless grand Taos in the universe, but while being versed in many had its advantages, mastering one was still a better choice. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Tao of Time was like a generous elder who opened up to him and taught him all kinds of skills and knowledge, tremendously enhancing Yongkai's comprehension of it. The reason behind that was the formation of his small universe. He knew nothing about other people's small universes, but presently there were sun, moon, and stars in his small universe. As these celestial objects that moved in an endless cycle like a flowing river of time. His entire small universe was filled with ample time principles, which was how he obtained such tremendous benefits. There was no doubt that it was a pleasant surprise. As his thoughts continued flowing through his mind, he saw Mu Zhu and Mu Lu sitting together on the tree branch of a certain spirit tree in the transplanted medicine garden. As their heads pressed against one another, they swung their legs and looked dazedly at the starry night sky. While the stars twinkled, they also batted their eyes. Mu Lu remarked, "It's beautiful." Mu Zhu uttered, "It's wonderful." In the past, although the small sealed world was an independent world of its own, they had never seen such a magnificent view before. Now everything had changed. Since these wood spirits started following Yongkai and settled in the small sealed world, they had never seen such a wonderful night sky. The sight before their eyes made them recall the time they grew up in the star boundary. Back then they always loved to sit together and enjoy the mesmerizing night view. Yongkai retracted his mind and sported a solemn expression. The situation Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were in suggested that his small universe was able to accommodate living creatures, which was contrary to common sense. In the 3,000 worlds, only the small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters were fully corporeal, akin to real universe worlds. Presently, Yongkai was only a 5th order open heaven realm master, which was 2 orders below the requisite 7th order. 2 orders was a massive gap that countless cultivators failed to surmount in their lifetime. Although one could slowly cultivate over time, it would take them a painfully long period as well as many fortunate changes to achieve this goal. However, Yongkai wasn't surprised at the outcome. If he attempted to break through like everyone else, his small universe would have become the same as those of other people. However, the moment his small universe was formed upon his ascension, he integrated his sealed world bead into his small universe, leading to this incredible transformation. The sealed world bead was already able to accommodate living creatures, but due to the limitations of its grade, it was unable to take in open heaven realm masters without the risk of exploding. After the sealed world bead merged with his small universe, the new small universe inherited the characteristics of the sealed world bead. Accommodating living creatures was just one part of that. Moreover, there were sun, moon, and stars inside Yongkai's small universe, giving it a day and night cycle. Yin Yang and the 5 elements formed into a virtuous cycle. The grand Tao and world principles inside it were incredibly complete. Basically, his small universe was no different from a real universe world. Even the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master might not be as perfect as his. The great sun was a divine manifestation he had comprehended after refining the golden crow's true fire, while the moon was the manifestation of the water element power he refined from the moon essence. If someone wanted to reproduce his success, they would have to refine the golden crow's true fire and moon essence as well. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the golden crow's true fire and moon essence, both of which were high-rank materials. One of them was scorching while the other was freezing. Either of them could easily kill a cultivator who absorbed them haphazardly. In the entire 3,000 worlds, probably only Yongkai's small universe contained the sun and moon that rose and set. Upon seeing that Yongkai was grinning from ear to ear, Zhu Jiuyin couldn't help but scoff. Why are you so ecstatic when you've only ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm? Can you be more ambitious, you smelly brat? It was then Yongkai opened his eyes and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. Many thanks for your protection, senior. If Zhu Jiuyin hadn't tagged along, he would have been dead by now. Since 4 high-rank cultivators were waiting for him in this place, he would have had no hope of surviving. In front of absolute power, all strategy was meaningless. From today forward, I consider your oath fulfilled, senior. Since Zhu Jiuyin had fulfilled her promise, Yongkai certainly wouldn't go back on his word. Some time ago he said that as long as she could escort him to this place, her oath would be completed regardless of whether he survived or not. From now on she no longer had to protect him. Zhu Jiuyin snorted, "Save your platitudes, this queen is fully aware of that." Then Yongkai turned to look at Chu Huashang and thanked, "Many thanks, senior sister Chu." Chu Huashang shook her head with a bitter smile, "I wasn't able to help you in any way." Yongkai shook his head, "Simply coming with me is already more than I could have asked for, senior sister Chu." He knew that when she returned to Yinyang Cave Heaven she would be punished. After all, she had jumped in to interfere when those from Myriad Demons Heaven were dealing with Yongkai. Since she was a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, she was in all essence a representative of her sect. Her actions this time had tarnished her sect's reputation. Following that, Yongkai gazed at Yuhi and said, "Please take care of Void Land." A startled Yuhi subconsciously asked, "Where are you going, young master?" Without responding to her, Yongkai put on a smile before he pressed his palms together and pulled them apart as he shouted, "Open." As space principles undulated, a huge crack suddenly appeared in front of them. The aura of another world exuded from the crack. Naturally, it was the aura of the shadowless cave heaven. Tijing was right to say that there was a restriction around this universe cave heaven that would bar anyone below the open heaven realm from entering. Although Yongkai had found the entrance using space principles earlier, he could feel that there was a force that stopped him from entering it. Upon ascending to the fifth order open heaven realm, he realized that the force no longer blocked him. Without hesitation, Yongkai slipped into the crack as he sent a divine sense message to Yuhi, "Go back to Void Land and wait for me. I'll definitely bring proprietress out of this place." Yuhi widened her eyes in disbelief and shot forward to follow him, but the crack disappeared the next instant. When she reached the spot, the entrance was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qi was dumbfounded as well. As they exchanged glances, they inspected the void around them but failed to find the entrance. A pale Tijing said, "Stop wasting your time. The entrance is so well hidden that even this monarch is unable to sense it, let alone you all. The reason that Brat can enter it is that he's a master of the Tao of space. Still, it's a wise choice that he went in alone." Zhu Jiuyin shot him a cold glance. "What do you mean?" Tijing replied with a smile. "The shadowless cave heaven is an extremely strange place where one can enter but not come out. Over the years, many open heaven realm masters have accidentally fallen into it, but no one has ever managed to leave, so no one knows what's going on inside. Although that boy can enter easily enough, he probably doesn't have the confidence to come out again. So he doesn't want to drag all of you into it. He's just a fifth order open heaven realm master. Does he think he can change anything by going in?" At this moment he was completely at ease. Even though he didn't achieve his goal of killing Yongkai, he had managed to force him to become a fifth order open heaven realm master, which was good enough. It could be said that the cave heavens and paradises could stop worrying about anyone challenging their status, as Yongkai's future was now ruined. The best a fifth-order open heaven realm master could achieve was the seventh order in the future, which was in the same order as them now. Moreover, it'd take Yong-kai millennia to reach the seventh order by ordinary means, so there was truly nothing for them to worry about. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4378 on his own. Senior Sister Zhu, pardon my previous offense. I'll take my leave now. Tijing cupped his fist at Zhu Jiuyin and left. They had engaged in a life-and-death battle just now because they were on opposing sides, but there wasn't any feud between them. Since the issue had been settled, there wasn't a need to be hostile towards each other. Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit after all, so he had to show her due respect. All four high-rank open heaven realm masters turned into rays of light and disappeared from Zhu Jiuyin's sight. They had suffered immense losses in this battle. Other than their own injuries, the over 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters that they had brought with them were either killed or captured by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Only 5 or 6 of them had survived. These losses were considered painful for the cave heavens and paradises. It wasn't easy to nurture 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm masters, as it took a long time and countless resources. Yu He and Bai Qi were still looking for the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven as they continuously inspected the area, but to no avail. Ti Zheng and the others must have a way to open the portal. Otherwise they couldn't have made the proprietress fall into it at an opportune time. There was no way Ti Zheng would tell them how to open it though, so it was pointless for them to ask him about it. After standing around for a while, Zhu Jiuyin sighed and said, "Stop wasting your time. The portal is so well hidden that even this queen is unable to sense anything, so there's no way you two will find anything even if you keep looking." "You cannot sense anything either, senior?" Bai Qi was stunned. If Zhu Jiuyin also couldn't sense it, there was no way he and Yu He could. After a long sigh, he looked in the direction Yong-kai had disappeared and fell into a dazed state. In order to save the proprietress, Bai Qi traveled to Voidland to inform Yong-kai about the incident. In the end, Yong-kai was forced to become a 5th order open heaven realm master, which basically destroyed his future. Now he had gone into the shadowless cave heaven on his own, and no one was sure whether he could come out again. All these results left Bai Qi feeling extremely guilty. Yu He stopped making a move as her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Chu Huashang came over and comforted her by saying, "Junior brother Yang is a man who can create miracles that others can't even dream of. Since he decided to go in on his own, he must have his own considerations and plans." Certainly Yu He was aware of that. Just like what Ti Zheng had said, no one had yet been able to come out of the shadowless cave heaven over the years, so no one knew what was going on inside. Yong-kai must have been worried that none of them could come out if they all went in together, so he decided to venture in alone. As a master of the Tao of space, if he was unable to find a way out, it was pointless for the others to go in with him. "Let's go," Zhu Jiuyin said. She felt sorry that Yong-kai was forced to become a 5th order open heaven realm master on this day, and he had even dived into the shadowless cave heaven, so it wasn't certain whether they'd have a chance to meet again. Since she had gotten rid of the oath restraining her, she felt completely at ease now. The problem now was how she was going to explain this matter to Shan Qinglua when she returned. It gave her a headache just thinking about that young woman rashly deciding to come all the way here to look for him. She truly valued this junior of hers who had a source from her lineage. "You all can go back first. I must wait for young master here," Yu He gently replied. Even though she was unable to go in with Yong-kai, she was determined to wait for his return regardless of whether it would take her a month or a century. "What's the point of doing that?" Zhu Jiuyin snapped. "Before he left, he told you to go back to Voidland and take care of his sect. What's the point of you lingering here? Voidland is still in its development phase and there is no powerful master to assume command of it now. Mo has to manage the Star City, so who can take care of Voidland if you don't go back? If you really want to help that brat, go back and help him manage Voidland well. Wouldn't it be better if he returns one day and sees a prosperous sect rather than a desolate one?" After a moment of silence, Yu He replied in a small voice, "Senior is right." Upon seeing that she was willing to listen to reason, Zhu Jiuyin nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go." A while later, the four of them followed the previous route and left the shattered heaven, then Chu Huashang bid them farewell. Although she didn't represent her sect when she followed Yong-kai to this place, she had indeed caused some trouble. Therefore she had to return to Enyang Cave Heaven and receive her punishment. She probably wouldn't be able to leave her sect for a while. Meanwhile, a figure was rapidly shooting towards the territory gate in the shattered heaven. The person's face was ashen as he coughed from time to time. Besides the fact that blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, his aura was a complete mess. He was none other than Tijing. 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had joined forces to deal with Zhu Jiuyin, but the result of that intense battle was that both parties had been injured. While Zhu Jiuyin indeed suffered serious wounds, the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't fare any better. Tijing was in especially bad condition because Zhu Jiuyin was incensed at his humiliating remarks towards her, so most of her attacks were targeted at him Tijing during the battle. There were even times when he almost lost his life. With a bitter smile, Tijing mused on how it was indeed difficult to deal with a mature divine spirit. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but if he were to fight a one-on-one fight with Zhu Jiuyin, he would probably lose his life within an incense stick. He had never been so severely wounded before. The flesh wounds didn't matter as they would heal eventually, the problem was his small universe. The fierce battle destabilized his small universe and caused his world force to become chaotic. Now he desperately needed to look for a place to stabilize his small universe. Otherwise he would be left with huge problems in the future. His situation was similar to what Bai Qi had recently experienced. The reason Bai Qi got out of danger was that he had consumed a star-gathering universe pill. If there were also star-gathering universe pills around at this moment, it could help alleviate Tijing's problem. Bai Qi was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so just one pill was enough to fix his situation. On the other hand, Tijing was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he would require more pills. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to refine such pills, so they were always scarce on the market. Back then, Yang Kai had paid a huge price to find an alchemist to refine the pill. Hence, even though Tijing was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he didn't have such a pill on him. Furthermore, he had never expected that he would need such a pill one day. If he had only known, he would have prepared one in advance. Presently, he had parted ways with the other 3 masters. He had been feigning calm and nonchalance so that no one could tell how serious his injuries were. However, now that he was alone, he was unable to conceal his condition anymore. His small universe was continuously shaking while the weltering world force caused his blood to churn. All of a sudden, he looked to the side and bellowed, "Who goes there?" Looking up, he saw someone surrounded by demon qi rapidly approaching him. Tijing stared intently and saw through the demon qi, and upon making out the person's face, he set his mind at ease. When the person reached Tijing, he cupped his fist and greeted, "Sir." Tijing nodded lightly and then he suddenly grunted and coughed out some blood. The person asked in shock, "Are you injured, sir?" Tijing waved his hand and replied, "I'm fine. Where are the others?" The person said in a bitter voice, "They're all gone. Only I managed to escape. Earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch had been hunting us down, so we had no choice but to run and hide. When I sensed your aura just now, I immediately came to you." Upon hearing that, Tijing felt speechless. This time, Myriad Demons Heaven had sent out 7 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but only one of them survived in the end, which was a complete tragedy. He secretly swore that he would capture Black Crow one day and let him know the consequences of offending him. Then he stared deeply at the person and said, "You're pretty lucky." The person before his eyes was just a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died, but this 5th Order kid managed to survive. Embarrassed, the person replied, "I'm too weak, so Black Crow didn't target me immediately. Perhaps that's why I had a chance to flee." Right then, Tijing grunted again. Besides from his lips, blood was also leaking from his eyes and nostrils, which made him look extremely miserable. The person exclaimed, "Are you all right, sir?" Still Tijing waved his hand. The person immediately summoned a ship and said, "Please board and recuperate, sir. I'll bring us back to Myriad Demons Heaven now." Tijing nodded and entered the ship. After finding a secret room, he opened the isolation barriers, sat down cross-legged and stuffed some pills into his mouth. As he emptied his mind and circulated his secret art, he tried to bring order to the chaos in his small universe. His injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time, so even if he returned to Myriad Demon's Heaven, it would take him 3 to 5 years to fully recover. Meanwhile, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demon's Heaven was standing silently on the deck as the ship moved towards somewhere in the shattered heaven. As demon chi undulated, a small part of the fog floated away and revealed a pair of fervent and tempted eyes. Soon, a sense of determination flashed through his gaze as beneath the demon chi, the person curved his lips into a ferocious grin. 1 hour later, Tijing, who was recuperating in the secret room, became alarmed as he hurriedly opened his eyes. A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him had incredibly sharp intuition, so he was often able to detect danger before it even befell him. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard an explosion and the ship rocked violently. The ship had been struck and was about to explode. Upon that realization, Tijing roared and shot up as he used his immense power to repel the shrapnel around him. Just when he tried to find out what had happened, he felt a violent force coming at him from all directions, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of blood. Even though the explosion was powerful, it couldn't possibly harm him. The reason he fell into such a state was that he had been interrupted while he was in a meditative state. These were no ordinary injuries, as his small universe had been destabilized, so he couldn't be interrupted while trying to stabilize them. At that instant, he realized that the condition of his small universe had been exacerbated. Instead of healing, it had actually worsened. While Tijing looked around in a dazed state, he saw a figure surrounded by demon chi come flying at him backwards. Martial Peak, Chapter 4379. This king is. The person was the only subordinate of Tijing's that survived. It wasn't certain what kind of attack he had suffered from, but at this moment he was spraying out a mouthful of blood and tumbling through the void like a sack. "Sir, run." Black Crow set up an ambush. The person exclaimed. Black Crow? Tijing was both shocked and infuriated. If he were in peak condition, he, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, naturally wouldn't be afraid of Black Crow. However, at this moment his small universe was in an unstable state, so he wasn't able to battle against anyone. If he forcefully tried to stimulate his world force, there would be a risk his small universe would collapse, and the consequences would be dreadful. He felt resentful, thinking that Black Crow must be aware that he was in a terrible condition, so the latter seized the chance and attacked him. There was no doubt that Black Crow was a despicable person. After hesitating between fighting and fleeing for a moment, Tijing gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Presently, Black Crow had many powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters working for him, and he himself was a master who had been reborn by seizing another's body, so he probably had a lot of dangerous methods at his disposal. It would be a foolish decision if Tijing decided to stay, as he might lose his life here. At that moment he felt completely vexed. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have been oppressed by someone much weaker than him. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. While he was still lost in his thoughts, Tijing suddenly heard a series of gentle thuds, then his entire figure shook as though something had penetrated his defense and reached for his vital points. Following a sharp pain, he realized that it was difficult for him to use his strength, and even his figure had stiffened. A hand had silently penetrated his body from behind and grasped his heart. Tijing widened his eyes in fury as he was bound to the spot. With difficulty, he turned his head and saw a face that was covered with demon chi, then his expression darkened. The demon chi weltered and cleared away before a smiling but wicked-looking face was revealed. He was none other than Tijing's only surviving subordinate. It was then Tijing realized that he had been set up by his own subordinate, which was totally inconceivable to him. Certainly he had figured out by now that Black Crow was nowhere near, and that it was this person who detonated the ship on his own. "What are you doing, Emo Xing?" Tijing asked in a grim voice. "Emo Xing." The man chuckled. "You're wrong. This king isn't Emo Xing. Emo Xing is long dead. This king is just using his body." "You took over his body?" Tijing's face fell as he recalled something. Many years ago, a person named Emo Xing suddenly came to Myriad Demon's Heaven and claimed that he was the sect's disciple. However, he accidentally fell into a sealed world and became trapped for many years. Right after he broke free from that place, he immediately returned to Myriad Demon's Heaven. However, since the incident took place too long ago, the records from that period were spotty at best, especially regarding a lower-level disciple. Nevertheless, they still found a document from over 100,000 years ago that had some information about Emo Xing, thus confirming that he was indeed their disciple. In the past he suddenly disappeared for no reason, and there had never been any news about him since. This was similar to the statement he had given. Moreover, his pure demon chi couldn't be faked, so myriad demons heaven accepted him in the end. When Emo Xing returned to the sect at that time, he still wasn't an open heaven realm master, but his aptitude was excellent, so he managed to ascend to the 5th order open heaven in just a few years. He was then assigned to work under Tijing. Since they had to set up a locking divine spirit array this time, Tijing decided to bring Emo Xing with him. However, it never crossed his mind that he'd be harmed by this person instead of getting killed by Zhu Jiuyin. Tijing's fury was burning within him as he widened his eyes and said through clenched teeth, "Who are you?" The person replied smilingly, "Do you want to know? I don't mind telling you." Then he sported a solemn expression and yelled, "This king is Wu Kuang, the one destined to conquer the 3,000 worlds and one day become its supreme ruler." Tijing was so exasperated that he started laughing. "You want to be the ruler of the 3,000 worlds? Ridiculous." He looked at Wu Kuang as though the latter was a lunatic. Usually, if he heard a 5th order open heaven realm master say such a thing, he would have laughed out loud. Nevertheless, at this moment he didn't have the strength to do so. Wu Kuang chuckled and said, "You won't be able to find out whether I'm being ridiculous or not because you're going to die today. Don't even try to use your world force. This king's all-sealing needle is an ancient artifact. Once it's inserted into a person's body, it will seal off his small universe unless he's able to force it out. It seems that you're really severely wounded. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood a chance to succeed." Tijing said grimly, "So what if you kill me? You want to become the ruler of the 3,000 worlds? That's a pretty ambitious goal. Why don't you release me and let this monarch lend you a hand instead?" His small universe was in chaos, so he was unable to surge his power to begin with. Now his world force had even been restricted by Wu Kuang's all-sealing needle, so he was totally powerless to counterattack. Therefore he was racking his brain to come up with a way to get himself out of danger. Wu Kuang sneered, "Do you think this king is a 3-year-old child who would believe such an empty promise? You'll kill me the moment I release you, am I right?" Tijing said, "I can make a heart demon oath. As long as you release me, I'll never settle accounts with you. What's more, I can give you a lot of resources for cultivation. As a mere 5th order open heaven cultivator without my support, it will take you ages to reach the 7th order. However, things will be different with my backing. I can assure you that I'll help you ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm within 1,000 years as long as you have the necessary aptitude." Wu Kuang shook his head. 1,000 years is too long. Tijing's face fell as he said, "How can you say that it's too long a time to go from the 5th order to the 7th order? Do you know how long it took this monarch to go from the 6th order to the 7th order?" "I'm not interested to find out anything about you," Wu Kuang scoffed. A pale Tijing snapped, "Are you determined to kill me? Even if you kill me here, you won't get any benefits. Most of this monarch's assets have fallen into that brat Yang Kai's hands, so what's the point of you doing this?" This was what puzzled Tijing the most. Even though Wu Kuang had taken over Emo Xing's body, Tijing reckoned that he had been treating him well over the years as he rarely reproached him. What was Wu Kuang trying to do by taking such a huge risk to launch a sneak attack on him at this moment? "Your very existence is the biggest benefit for me, sir." Wu Kuang looked fervently at Tijing as he licked his lips. "I've never tasted a 7th order open heaven realm master before. I'll enjoy it now, sir. Please do your best to persevere until the end." Following that, Tijing suddenly felt a horrifying suction coming from the hand that was grasping his heart. Under the influence of this suction force, his blood essence and the heritage of his small universe uncontrollably streamed towards Wu Kuang. A horrified Tijing widened his eyes and exclaimed, "The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture?" Soon, however, he shook his head and realized that it wasn't the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Even though he had never cultivated it before, thus not knowing the abstruseness of it, one of his disciples had comprehended some chapters of the scripture before. Therefore Tijing had some basic understanding of it. As far as he knew, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was indeed an incredible secret art, but it could only be used to absorb blood essence. There was no way it could absorb the heritage of a person's small universe like what was happening now. Wu Kuang's secret art shared some similarities with Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture, but it seemed that his was even more powerful. What kind of evil technique is this? Tijing asked in horror. Heaven-devouring battle law. Wu Kuang seemed to be enjoying himself greatly, as though he was feasting on the most delectable delicacy in the world. Not only did he appear ecstatic, but his voice quivered in ecstasy. It is the secret art that this king devised himself. How does it feel, sir? Upon hearing that, Tijing was flabbergasted. This person was an extraordinary genius to be able to create such a secret art. Just now, Tijing scoffed at Wu Kuang for shamelessly boasting that he would conquer the entire 3,000 worlds and become its ruler. But now, Tijing kind of believed him. A person who was able to devise such a secret art was bound to achieve great things in life. It was a shame that he had only ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, so the limitations of his future had been set in stone. Wonderful. Wu Kuang guffawed. A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master tastes much better than those Fourth and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators. Sir, your power is sufficient for me to ascend to the Sixth Order. Many thanks for giving it to me. Upon hearing that, Tijing recalled that there were times when several of his subordinates and Wu Kuang went out to carry out some tasks, but some of his subordinates would be killed in the end and only a battered Wu Kuang managed to return. Tijing had only thought that they had come across some kind of danger, but now it seemed that his subordinates were actually killed by Wu Kuang. As he felt the foundation of his small universe leaving him like a flood, and he couldn't help but feel flustered even though he was usually a resolute person. It wasn't like he had never expected to die one day. There was no way a human could live forever, but this kind of death was simply too miserable. Presently, the all-sealing needle in his body had sealed off his small universe, which disallowed him to use his own power as he pleased. If he rashly surged his world force, his situation would probably exacerbate. Faced with this lunatic named Wu Kuang, Tijing realized that there was nothing he could do to deal with him. As his thoughts ran through his mind, he suddenly said through gritted teeth, "Since you want to devour this king's power, I'll give it all to you. Let's see how much you can absorb." Upon finishing his words, instead of trying to stop his strength from leaving his body, he did the opposite and cooperated. As he bore the excruciating pain, he attempted to force the all-sealing needle out of his body while frantically infusing the power of his small universe into Wu Kuang's body. Even though Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law was an extremely evil art, he was just a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore he was still much weaker than a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and the capacity of his body and small universe was limited. If Tijing could push him over the edge, he might stand a chance to live. Surprisingly, Wu Kuang started laughing like a madman. "Many thanks, sir. Please give me all of your power." As he spoke, a layer of blood mist formed around his body, and even all his 7 orifices started bleeding. It was apparent that he had been impacted by Tijing's efforts. Upon seeing that, Tijing clenched his teeth and continued what he was doing to fight for a chance to survive. Martial Peak, Chapter 4380, Shadowless Cave Heaven. Half a day later, Tijing fell into a despairing state. Most of the foundation of his small universe was gone. Even if Wu Kuang stopped sucking his strength now, his cultivation would definitely regress, and it would take him countless years to restore it if that was even possible. On the other hand, Wu Kuang had swollen significantly after absorbing so much power, now looking like a giant fatty. World force could be seen spurting out from his pores and bringing with it streams of blood, which formed a thick layer of blood mist around his body. It seemed that he would explode at any moment due to his inability to contain so much power, but in reality he didn't seem to have the intention of stopping as he still madly used his heaven-devouring battle law to absorb Tijing's power. Furthermore, as time passed, Wu Kuang's aura increased rapidly. It had only been 7 or 8 years since Wu Kuang ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. This amount of time was normally only enough for a cultivator to stabilize his cultivation, but presently, Wu Kuang seemed to be at the peak of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm as he was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. Upon seeing that, Tijing was horrified. What kind of evil technique is this heaven-devouring battle law? Does it even allow him to rapidly increase his cultivation without any drawbacks? Without saying a word, Wu Kuang madly circulated his heaven-devouring battle law and greedily absorbed the last remnants of the Seventh Order cultivator's small universe. This kind of chance was extremely hard to come by. Even though he had done similar things before, the ones he targeted had always been Fourth and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Now that there was such a great chance, he certainly wouldn't want to miss it. In fact, it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he managed to have this chance. If Yang Kai hadn't brought a mature divine spirit with him that severely injured Tizheng, Wu Kuang's sneak attack wouldn't have been successful. It never crossed his mind that Yang Kai would manage to cause such a massive stir in the 3,000 worlds just several decades after they separated, even becoming the Lord of Void Land. It was true that a talented person would never fall into oblivion wherever he went. 3 days later, Wu Kuang stopped circulating his secret technique and took a deep breath to suppress his weltering vitality. After 3 days of continuous absorption, he had swollen tremendously. From afar he looked more like a balloon than a person. Blood was still streaming out of his 7 orifices as the blood mist swirled around him. However, his aura was already much stronger than when he started. There was no doubt that he had reached the peak of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. On the other hand, Tizheng's breathing was extremely weak. His gaze was listless and his figure had withered as his small universe had been completely drained. Presently he was already on his last legs. Even if Wu Kuang decided not to kill him, he would soon die. "Do you have any last words?" Wu Kuang asked in a grim voice. Without saying a word, Tizheng stared fixedly at him. Wu Kuang nodded. "Farewell then, sir." Then he landed a palm on Tizheng, who exploded into dust and went with the wind. The fact that a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master fell into such a state was truly miserable. After killing Tizheng, Wu Kuang immediately shot towards the depths of the shattered heaven. Soon he found a spirit province and snuck into it. Then he set up a number of spirit arrays that could conceal his presence and set the spirit province moving towards his destination. Following that, he sat down with his legs crossed and focused on refining the power he had just absorbed. He was extremely full now, so it would take him a long time before he could digest it all. When he stepped out of seclusion next, he would be a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was the one who had created the heaven-devouring battle law, and since he arrived at the 3,000 worlds, he had modified and improved it several times. With this heaven-defying secret art in his hands, he could just drain the powers of some Open Heaven Realm Masters to increase his cultivation, which was why he disregarded Tizheng's promise to him. Just like what Wu Kuang had said, 1,000 years was too long for him. If he wanted to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, he just had to look for his own chances instead of waiting for others' help. Under the gray sky, there was a barren land that was filled with death chi. The principles and world force in this place seemed broken and incomplete. Is this the shadowless cave heaven? Presently, Yang Kai was standing on a barren mountain as he looked around with a frown. Compared to the blood monster cave heaven, the shadowless cave heaven was too dreary. Although the blood monster cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, it had a lot of different biomes and sceneries. However, the shadowless cave heaven was extremely desolate as far as the eye could see, which puzzled Yang Kai greatly. This was the first place he landed after he passed through the void and entered the shadowless cave heaven. Since there was a portal, one should theoretically be able to go in as well as come out. However, after scanning his surroundings for a long time, Yang Kai was unable to detect any space principle fluctuations nearby, let alone find the entrance where he had just passed through. In other words, if he wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven, he had to look for a different exit. Where's Proprietress? Yang Kai looked around but found nothing. Nevertheless, since the shadowless cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, its landmass shouldn't be comparable to a true universe world. As long as Proprietress was here, he would find her one day. Before he even moved though, Yang Kai suddenly detected something and looked in a particular direction, only to see some figures rapidly approaching him. In the blink of an eye, they already reached him. There were 3 people in total. Their auras suggested that they were all Open Heaven Realm Masters, with the leading one being a middle-aged man in the 5th Order. Then there was a 4th Order woman and a 3rd Order young man. At first glance, they looked like they were a family of some kind. However, when a cultivator reached the Open Heaven realm, it was impossible to tell his age by looking at his appearance. Therefore Yang Kai couldn't be sure that they were indeed related. He was just trying to look for the proprietress when he came across these people, which elated him. Obviously he had caused some disturbance when he entered this place, which attracted these people. Before Yang Kai could ask anything, the middle-aged man sized him up and asked, "Are you a newcomer?" Yang Kai saw no reason to deny it, so he simply nodded, "Yes." The middle-aged man said, "Judging from your aura, you seem to have just broken through." Yang Kai's aura was too conspicuous as he was unable to completely control it yet. Anyone who wasn't blind could easily tell that he was a newly promoted Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai nodded again, "Indeed." "Such a shame." The middle-aged man shook his head while the woman and the young man behind him appeared sympathetic. It was truly miserable that Yang Kai had fallen into this place not long after he entered the Open Heaven Realm. After comparing their own experiences to Yang Kai's, they felt less frustrated now. At the very least, they only accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven many years after they entered the Open Heaven Realm. "What's your name, senior brother?" Yang Kai cupped his fist at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man replied, "Ma Tian Yuan." "So it is senior brother Ma." Yang Kai flashed a smile at him. "I'm new to this place, so I know nothing. Would it be alright if I ask you some questions?" A curious Ma Tian Yuan gazed at him and asked, "What do you want to know?" "I'm looking for 3 people," Yang Kai replied. "They arrived in this place half a year ago. 1 woman and 2 men. The woman is a 6th order master while the 2 men with her are in the 5th order. One of the men wears a big apron with a slaughter character on it while the other has a pair of arrogant-looking eyes that makes you want to punch him on sight." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Ma Tian Yuan narrowed his eyes while the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master woman and the 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Master young man exchanged glances. It seemed that the proprietress was indeed in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, Ma Tian Yuan and the others seemed to recognize her, chef and accountant. If not, they wouldn't have reacted in such a way. "Huh. So you're close to that Madam Junior brother?" Ma Tina Yuan suddenly laughed. An elated Yang Kai asked, "Do you know where they are, senior brother Ma?" Ma Tian Yuan replied, "And I do. They're guests in our unrivaled guild, which is not far away from this place. If you want to see them, this Ma can lead the way for you." A grateful Yang Kai said, "Many thanks, senior brother Ma." "Don't mention it. That madam is unrivaled guild's honored guest. Since you're close to her, you're also our guest. This way please." Ma Tian Yuan extended his hand towards a particular direction. After thanking him one more time, Yang Kai followed him and afterwards was followed closely by the woman and the young man. On the way to their destination, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior brother Ma, it's my first day here, so I know nothing about this place. What kind of place is this unrivaled guild? Is it your great force?" Ma Tian Yuan replied, "I wouldn't dare to say that. The 3 leaders of Unrivaled Guild are all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters while this Ma is only a 5th Order. I'm just someone who works for the leaders, so I wouldn't dare to say that Unrivaled Guild belongs to me." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "There are 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Unrivaled Guild?" There were only 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in all of Voidland. Throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, it was rare for any second-class Great Force to have 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The woman couldn't help but add, Big Brother Ma was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the past. An astounded Yang Kai turned to look at Ma Tian Yuan. "Since you managed to reach the 6th Order, how did you end up in the 5th Order?" Ma Tian Yuan appeared dejected as he shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's a long story. You've just come to the shadowless cave heaven, so you have no idea about the environment here. You'll soon find out how dangerous this place is soon enough. By the way, how did you fall into this place?" "I came here looking for someone," Yang Kai replied. Upon hearing that, the 3 people sported awkward expressions. Ma Tian Yuan asked, "Are you looking for that madam?" And Yang Kai nodded. Ma Tian Yuan tooted, "You've come all the way here to look for her? Do you know that no one has ever left this shadowless cave heaven before? Once you fall into this place, you'll never be able to escape." "I did hear about that," Yang Kai nodded and put on a smile. "However, I believe that as long as there's a will, we'll be able to find a way out." There was an admiring look on Ma Tianyuan's face. Those 3 people must be very important to you. Yang Kai smiled gently. That woman is called Yu He. She's my elder sister, so she's certainly important to me. I see. Ma Tianyuan nodded upon hearing that. Yang Kai went on to say, elder sister Yu He has done me a lot of favors. Without her support I couldn't have achieved anything in this life. Ma Tianyuan praised him by saying, you're a righteous man who knows how to repay favors. This Ma is more than happy to become friends with someone like you. Why did you stop walking suddenly, junior brother? He was puzzled at the sight of Yang Kai stopping in his tracks all of a sudden. As their eyes met, Yang Kai looked smilingly at him with a meaningful gaze. That elder sister that I'm looking for is not named Yu He, Yang Kai said slowly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4381. You just became a 5th order. Ma Tianyuan asked with a frown, what do you mean, junior brother? Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. You said that the 3 of them are honored guests in your unrivaled guild, so it's impossible that you don't even know their names. You're a 5th order open heaven realm master, so you're supposed to hold an important position in your sect. The fact that you know nothing about them shows that they're not in your sect. As he spoke, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Since they're not in your sect, what are you trying to achieve by luring me to that place? Ma Tianyuan explained, you misunderstand, junior brother. That madam is indeed a guest in our sect, but it's the 3 chiefs who received her, so this Ma doesn't know her name. Is there still a need to hide anything at this point? Yang Kai shot him a cold glare, cutting him off. After a moment of silence, Ma Tianyuan sighed and said, since you've already realized it, this Ma will drop the pretense. That's right. That madam is not in unrivaled guild. Where is she? Yang Kai demanded. Ma Tianyuan shook his head. I don't know. Half a year ago I did meet those 3. The 3 chiefs wanted to invite her to join unrivaled guild, but she refused and left with her people. I don't know where she is now. However, I heard that the people from Profound Yang Mountain are trying to hunt them down. Perhaps they've been captured by now. There's also a possibility that they're dead. Profound Yang Mountain? Yang Kai arched his brow. Ma Tianyuan explained, there are 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Profound Yang Mountain, Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island. Each great force has several 6th order open heaven realm masters, and we usually don't interfere in each other's affairs. Why do those from Profound Yang Mountain want to hunt them down? Yang Kai asked. Ma Tianyuan replied, there are rarely any newcomers in the shadowless cave heaven. The environment in this place is hostile and it lacks all cultivation resources. Therefore, every newcomer will be asked to join one of the forces and hand over their cultivation resources. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai said, is this the reason you want to take me to Unrivaled Guild? Ma Tianyuan nodded frankly, that's right. Although you've just entered the 5th order open heaven realm, you must have some resources with you. Once you join Unrivaled Guild, your things will be ours. Your friends are pretty powerful, so they should have some good things on them. Hence, it is expected that they are being targeted by those from Profound Yang Mountain. Furthermore, the 2nd Mountain Lord is a lascivious man, and that madam is quite alluring. It isn't surprising that he'd lust after her. Profound Yang Mountain, Yang Kai sneered. The proprietress was in the 6th order open heaven realm, and after many years of accumulation she had reached its peak. Basically, the only reason she wasn't breaking through to the 7th order was due to her heart demon oath. On the other hand, chef and accountant were newly promoted 5th order masters. Even though the people from Profound Yang Mountain were powerful, they probably couldn't harm the proprietress. Therefore she should be safe for now. The most important thing for Yang Kai now was to look for them. Ma Tianyuan went on to explain, junior brother, I'm inviting you to Unrivaled Guild not entirely for your resources. I'm also doing this for your own good. Yang Kai scoffed, that's a pretty novel statement. Ma Tianyuan said, the shadowless cave heaven is a hostile place. If you don't join one of the 3 great forces, you won't be able to survive. Yang Kai asked, why is that? Ma Tianyuan shook his head, apparently not wanting to explain. You'll find out what I mean after you stay here for some time. If you don't believe me, you can ask them whether this Ma is lying. The 4th order open heaven realm woman sighed and said, Senior brother Ma is right. If you don't join one of the three great forces, you'll probably lose your life within a few years. This mistress suffered a setback when she fell into the shadowless cave heaven. It took me a long time before I recovered. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai snorted. Although the woman appeared sincere and didn't seem to be lying, these three were from the same sect in the end. There was no guarantee that they hadn't come up with a fabricated story beforehand, so Yang Kai wouldn't readily believe her. Ma Tianyuan continued trying to persuade him. In comparison, joining Unrivaled Guild is the best option because you only have to contribute 60% of your resources, meaning you get to keep 40%. If you join Profound Yang Mountain or Twin Spirit Island, you'll have to give up 70 to 80%. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not interested in joining your Unrivaled Guild. The only reason I've come all the way here is to look for my friends. Ma Tianyuan said grimly, what's the point of you being obstinate, junior brother? You've just broken through and your aura isn't even stable yet, so this Ma doesn't want to make a move on you. Therefore you'd better comply. Yang Kai shot him a glance. What if I say no? After a sigh, Ma Tianyuan said, resources are scarce in this damned place. In order to cultivate, I have no choice but to offend you even if you say no. Don't worry, junior brother. This Ma isn't a ruthless person. As long as you're not too stubborn, I won't kill you. Yang Kai chuckled. I will spare your life as thanks for your consideration. Ma Tianyuan's expression darkened. It seems that you won't cry until you see your coffin. He waved his hand and bellowed, make your move then. As soon as he finished his words, he pushed his hand out at Yang Kai. A thick world force blasted out from his palm as though the pressure of an entire world descended upon the latter. Meanwhile, the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman and the Third Order Open Heaven Realm young man used their secret techniques at the same time and attacked Yang Kai. It was apparent that Ma Tianyuan didn't have the intention of killing Yang Kai. Otherwise, he could have directly summoned his artifact. He was originally a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm master, but due to some unfortunate events in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, his cultivation regressed to the Fifth Order. Despite that, he was still one of the top cultivators in the same order. Faced with a newly promoted Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm master like Yang Kai, he didn't need to go all out. There was a stark difference between the amount of time they had spent accumulating strength, so their heritages were naturally dissimilar. Confronted by three powerful Open Heaven masters, Yang Kai would have fled in the past. Although he had killed a number of low-rank Open Heaven masters, he had to exert all his strength and resort to his divine manifestation Golden Crow casts the sun each time he did so, to say nothing of the fact that he was faced with three Open Heaven Realm masters at this moment, one of them in the Fifth Order. However, things were different now. Presently he was also a Fifth Order Open Heaven masters, but he was different from others in this realm. After his small universe formed in his body, he also merged it with his small sealed world. The small sealed world had devoured a lot of the fragments from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and digested that heritage. In other words, some of the heritage from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had turned into the capital of Yang Kai's small universe. Furthermore, Yang Kai wanted to test the limits of his new strength. Therefore, instead of fearing these three, Yang Kai's fighting spirit had been ignited as his eyes turned fervent. Assuming a combat stance, his small universe began exuding world force, and with a wave of his arm, two moon blades shot out. Both gigantic moon blades contained a rich world force as they clashed with the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman and the Third Order Open Heaven Realm young man. At that instant, two people were heard screaming as the woman and the young man were sent flying away while spraying blood. The woman was in a better condition as only her clothes were cut open, revealing a patch of her fair skin. On the other hand, the young man was severely injured as he was almost cut in two. However, this kind of injury wasn't lethal to an Open Heaven Realm master, so he just needed some time to recuperate. Yang Kai easily broke through their blockade with a wave of his hand. Ma Tianyuan was stunned as he hadn't expected Yang Kai to still be capable of dispatching his subordinates under his pressure. At that moment, he felt both ashamed and furious as the world force on his palm thickened. After turning around, Yang Kai pushed out his palm. Following a loud boom, both of them staggered backwards. It wasn't until they moved back nearly 300 meters that they managed to stabilize themselves. Upon trading moves, they realized that they were equally matched. Across from Yang Kai, Ma Tianyuan narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "How is that possible? Was the person before his eyes really a new fifth-order open heaven realm master?" When their palms came into contact earlier, Ma Tianyuan could feel that the other party's world force was just as rich and powerful as his, and the outcome of the exchange proved that. But how could that be? He had fallen from the sixth order to the fifth order, so throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, there shouldn't be anyone in the fifth-order open heaven realm that was a match for him. However, the young man before his eyes was. "Did you really just break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm?" Ma Tianyuan asked in horror and disbelief. Indeed, Yang Kai took a deep breath as he was drowned in an indescribable feeling of joy. Was this the power of the open heaven realm? He felt as if he could draw on an infinite power from his small universe. It was as though he was able to tear the world apart simply by raising his hand. Meanwhile, Ma Tianyuan was still in disbelief. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's aura fluctuated conspicuously, so it was apparent that he had indeed just achieved an ascension. Otherwise, he would be able to control his own aura. He was already so powerful just after breaking through, so what heights would he achieve in the future if he was given enough time? The notion terrified Ma Tianyuan. How can someone so extraordinary exist in this world? You haven't fully used your power, right? Yang Kai grinned at him. While Ma Tianyuan sported a solemn expression, Yang Kai went on to say, "What a coincidence. I haven't fully used all my strength either. You should probably stop holding back. Otherwise you might get hurt." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai shot forward and directly appeared in front of Ma Tianyuan. The next moment Ma Tianyuan felt an immense world force pressing against him, and when he lifted his gaze he saw a palm flying at his chest. An infuriated Ma Tianyuan roared and no longer dared to hold back, fully mobilizing the strength of his small universe, pouring out as much world force as he could. Hong hong hong. Explosive sounds were heard as the surrounding space shook. Immense world force permeated the region as two figures clashed, stirring up a great storm. Sometimes they met in the sky, sometimes on the ground. Mountains collapsed around them as fissures opened in the ground. Wonderful! Wonderful! Yang Kai's expression was like that of a madman as he cried out in excitement. He thrust out his palms in quick succession in order to vent the joy he felt in his heart. Ma Tianyuan was shocked by how crazy Yang Kai appeared, thinking that the young man was some kind of battle maniac who only wished to fight until one of them died. At this moment he was caught in a dilemma. Faced with the storm of attacks, he had no choice but to fight back with everything he had or he would be seriously wounded. Martial Peak, Chapter 4382. The Wind is Coming. After trading more than 100 moves, Ma Tianyuan felt his small universe begin to shake. Meanwhile, the world force coming from the other party increasingly thickened with every move, like there wasn't an upper limit to his output. Flabbergasted, Ma Tianyuan didn't dare to hold back anything. He began using his secret techniques and even summoned his fifth-order artifact. Despite that, he realized that he was still no match for the other party. Is this guy really human? A horrified Ma Tianyuan speculated that Yang Kai wasn't a newly promoted fifth-order open heaven realm master at all. He had never seen any new fifth-order master who possessed such immense power. This young man must have spent hundreds if not 1,000 years of accumulation in his current order. The aura he exposed must have just been a camouflage. What a devious man. Although Ma Tianyuan was utterly vexed, he had to admit that his opponent was truly incredible. Despite the fact that he had fallen from the sixth-order open heaven realm, he had the confidence to defeat or at least match anyone in the fifth order. However, not only had he come across such an opponent on this day, but he was even at a disadvantage. This had never happened to him before. Stop! Ma Tianyuan bellowed after trading one more move with his opponent. Due to the scarcity of resources in the shadowless cave heaven, unnecessary fights were pointless as it would only increase one's consumption of power. When the people in this place came across one another, they wouldn't make a move if there wasn't a need for it. Therefore, upon realizing that Yang Kai was so powerful, Ma Tianyuan decided to stop fighting. However, Yang Kai ignored him. It was the first time he bumped into an opponent in the same order since he broke through to the fifth-order open heaven realm, which was why he wanted to test out his power. In fact, he hadn't used any secret techniques after his initial 2 moon blades and had merely been drawing out the power of his small universe to battle against his opponent. He wanted to make use of this battle to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. While they were locked in an intense battle, the woman and young man watched in horror from the side. They were respectively in the 4th and 3rd order, but they were easily defeated by their opponent in the opening moments of the battle. Furthermore, they were totally powerless to intervene in the current fight. Such a fierce battle seemed to have surpassed the 5th order open heaven realm. Perhaps it wasn't far from a battle between 6th order masters. All of a sudden, the woman sported a solemn expression and scanned her surroundings. Then she yelled at Ma Tianyuan, "The wind is coming, senior brother Ma." Ma Tianyuan, who was already exhausted from dealing with Yang Kai, appeared horrified upon hearing that. Hurriedly, he made a feint in an attempt to withdraw from the battlefield. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't grant his wish. Such an intense battle was able to help him rapidly stabilize his cultivation, which was greatly beneficial to him. Upon seeing that Yang Kai was relentless, a shocked and furious Ma Tianyuan bellowed, "The wind is coming. Stop right now." A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What wind?" Judging from Ma Tianyuan's tone and the woman's expression, Yang Kai reckoned that this wind must be unusual. That was because the 3 of them sported terrified expressions as though they were truly afraid of what was coming. However, Yang Kai was a newcomer to the shadowless cave heaven, so he had no idea what this wind was. Ma Tianyuan was resentful of him, so he wasn't willing to explain anything to him and simply said through clenched teeth, "You'll soon experience what kind of wind it is." After he finished his words, the artifact in his hand suddenly shone brightly. As he infused all of his power into the artifact, he attempted to smash it down on Yang Kai's head. There was no doubt that Ma Tianyuan had exerted all of his force with this attack, so Yang Kai wouldn't dare to meet it head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Seizing the chance, Ma Tianyuan leaped away and yelled, "Run!" Following this, he rushed in a particular direction. The woman took a long glance at Yang Kai before she supported the young man's weight and fled in the same direction. Yang Kai frowned and looked at their retreating figures without any intention to pursue them. Then he looked down at his hands and slowly balled up his fists. If he had this kind of power back then, he wouldn't have to hide and only make use of 9 heavenly layers grand array to fend off his enemies, which was all he could do when the 100 Sex Alliance attacked Voidland. If he had this kind of power at that time, he wouldn't have been powerless to counterattack when he was besieged by Shen Liang and Zhang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union just outside of Void territory. Presently, he finally had power of his own. In the 3,000 worlds, a person would never be regarded as important if they weren't even an open heaven realm master. The starting point of the 5th order open heaven realm was a letdown, as he had spent many years trying to directly become a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, instead of endlessly waiting for a dream that might not even come true, the power in his hands now was far more real. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't regret the decision he had made. If the battle earlier went on, Yang Kai had the confidence to kill Ma Tianyuan even though he would be slightly injured as a cost. Nevertheless, there was no blood feud between them, so it wasn't necessary for Yang Kai to be so merciless. However, after the battle he had a more direct understanding of his current strength. Just then he felt a breeze whisking across his face like an invisible hand fiddling with his hair. Wind was indeed blowing. Yang Kai carefully inspected the wind but didn't find anything strange about it, so he wondered why Ma Tianyuan and the others appeared terrified just now. At the mention of the wind, all of their expressions changed drastically, and Ma Tianyuan had chosen to trade injuries with him to create an opening to withdraw. As Yang Kai shook his head, he identified a direction and stepped forward. Ma Tianyuan had met the proprietress and the others, but he had no idea where they were now. On the other hand, the people from Profound Yang Mountain were hunting them down. Yang Kai had a feeling that he could find some clues by heading to Profound Yang Mountain and asking them about it. Nevertheless, he had no idea where Profound Yang Mountain was. At that moment, he regretted that he hadn't asked Ma Tianyuan and the others about its location first. The wind was rapidly intensifying. It was still a breeze just a moment ago, but now a gale lifted all the sand into the air, which made it impossible for Yang Kai to see clearly. It was then he realized why the shadowless cave heaven was so desolate. Given such a hostile environment, it would be strange if this place was fertile. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just a regular storm, but the problem was that the wind was extremely strange as it was able to sneak into a person's flesh, which made him feel an excruciating pain all over his body, as though he had been repeatedly cut with countless knives. Besides that, the wind could even penetrate his small universe. It was only as Yang Kai checked on his small universe that his expression changed as he realized that the wind had caused the place to descend into chaos. Even the foundation of his small universe was being damaged by this gale. At that instant he was dumbfounded as he couldn't believe there was such horrifying wind in this world. Then he recalled that the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman had mentioned that Ma Tianyuan was originally a Sixth Order master, but due to some unfortunate events he regressed to the Fifth Order. It seemed that the incidents must have something to do with this strange wind. Not only was this wind excruciatingly painful, but it was also able to grind down an Open Heaven Realm master's small universe, draining their world force and damaging their foundation. It wouldn't matter if this only happened once or twice, but if a person had to endure this repeatedly, the heritage of their small universe would be permanently weakened and their order would drop. That should be how Ma Tianyuan fell to the Fifth Order. Moreover, this was just the beginning. As time passed, the gale intensified to the point where Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be negligent. Quickly summoning his Azure Dragon Spear, he dug a deep hole in an attempt to seek refuge underground. However, it was futile. Even though he dove several thousand meters below the surface, the wind seemed almost immaterial and penetrated the earth, infiltrating his small universe in the process. It seemed that there was nowhere in the shadowless cave heaven that was safe from this wind. Of course, there must be places in the shadowless cave heaven where one could evade the wind. Otherwise, all the Open Heaven Realm masters in this place would have been killed following the collapse of their small universes. At the very least, the places where the three great forces were based must be safe zones. The gale didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Even though Yang Kai was trying his best to resist underground, his efforts proved useless. He could only bear this unspeakable pain while praying that the eerie wind would soon pass. The wind disappeared as abruptly as it came, vanishing an hour later. When Yang Kai climbed out of the hole he had dug, he was completely battered. Not only was his hair a mess, but his skin was also covered in cuts. These flesh wounds didn't matter as he could recover quickly given the resilience of his physique. However, the loss of heritage in his small universe pained his heart. The environment in the small universe didn't change as the sun and the moon still moved cyclically. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could detect that the heritage in his small universe had been reduced by about 10%. In other words, if he came across the same kind of wind 10 times, his small universe would destabilize and collapse, killing him. The immense loss pained him more than the injuries on his body. It would take him a very long time before he could restore this 10%. In other words, the gale had wiped away years of hard cultivation. What was that wind? Why was it so strange? After stuffing a handful of Open Heaven pills into his mouth, Yang Kai carefully examined his small universe. It was the first time he refined Open Heaven pills since he ascended to the Open Heaven realm. As the pills dissolved in his stomach, the medicinal efficacies streamed into all his organs and turned into world force, which was used to replenish the heritage of his small universe. A handful of pills were fully refined after just a few breaths, which astounded Yang Kai. It was no wonder that Open Heaven Realm masters required a lot of cultivation resources. Given this rate, he was able to refine more than 10,000 Open Heaven pills in a day, several 100,000 pills in a month, and 3 to 4 million pills in a year. The calculation made was based on the fact that he was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. How many pills would he need when he ascended to the Sixth Order or the Seventh Order? How long would it take before he could achieve an ascension if he merely relied on refining Open Heaven pills? How many pills would be used in the process? Yang Kai didn't dare to keep thinking about it as that number must be astronomical. Yang Kai initially thought that the Open Heaven pills he had accumulated in Voidland were sufficient, but now it seemed that he was very wrong. After all, when the great emperors and the cultivators from the star boundary ascended to the Open Heaven realm, they would need massive amounts of Open Heaven pills to keep cultivating. It was no wonder that Open Heaven realm masters had a thirst for cultivation resources as it was just too slow to refine Open Heaven pills. It would be much faster to refine cultivation resources of different orders, but that would require a lot of money as well. However, if a person was wealthy, they probably wouldn't mind this. In comparison, It was much better to strengthen the heritage of one's small universe by refining cultivation resources than open heaven pills. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4383 Shadowless Astral Wind. Yang Kai refined open heaven pills while examining his small universe. The eerie gale had caused his small universe to descend into chaos. All of a sudden he became startled for a moment before he zoomed in on a particular place in his small universe. That was the place where the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation was located. It was a gigantic ancient tree. The area around the gargantuan tree that was covered by the tree crown was totally undamaged. Yang Kai couldn't see any traces left behind by the gale. It was as though the eerie wind was blocked by something around this area. Yang Kai frowned and carefully examined other areas in his small universe. He could confirm that all other places were damaged by the wind except for this place. That discovery made his gaze brighten as he thought that his towering evergreen might be able to fend off the effects of the wind, which was why this area was completely undamaged. Unfortunately, he didn't pay attention to this area when the gale was torturing him. Otherwise, he could have intently observed it. He could only wait for the wind to strike again before he could test his speculation. If his theory was correct, he would have a way to protect himself in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about his small universe being damaged when the wind struck. After pulling himself together, Yang Kai set off. He had no idea where Profound Yang Mountain was, but he reckoned that he would find out about it if he came across others. Ma Tianyuan had said that there were 3 main great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, and all cultivators belonged to one of them. That was because a cultivator wouldn't be able to survive if he or she refused to join one of the great forces. Perhaps everyone had gone into hiding due to the wind just now because as Yang Kai moved forward, he didn't bump into anyone. Half a day later he finally saw 2 figures passing by from the corner of his eye. Hurriedly, Yang Kai charged forward and raced after them. When the 2 people detected Yang Kai's presence, they immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around with vigilance, preparing for a fight. Yang Kai landed on a spot in front of them and sized them up before discovering that both of them were in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. One of them looked rough while the other was tall. As soon as they sensed Yang Kai's 5th Order Open Heaven realm aura, they put up their guard and the rough-looking man bellowed, "Who are you? Why did you run after us?" "Don't panic. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask for directions." Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile. The 2 of them traded glances, then the rough-looking man asked with an awkward expression, "Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai asked, "Where is Profound Yang Mountain?" The rough-looking man appeared to be in disbelief. "You don't know where Profound Yang Mountain is?" The other man seemed clever as he figured out something and secretly spoke to his companion. It was only then that the rough-looking man realized something and asked, "Have you just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, senior brother?" Only newcomers would be clueless about the location of Profound Yang Mountain. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "I accidentally fell into this place and heard that there are 3 great forces. There's no doubt that Profound Yang Mountain is the strongest, so I'd like to join it, but I don't know where it's located. That's why I want to ask you about it. I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way." Upon hearing that, the rough-looking man guffawed. I see. I thought you were going to rob us." "You're right. Of the 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Profound Yang Mountain is the best. We have 4 great mountain lords, all of whom are 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters. The first mountain lord is even just 1 step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Unrivaled Guild only has 3 6th Orders while Twin Spirit Island has 2. They're not even worth comparing to our Profound Yang Mountain." Yang Kai's gaze brightened when he heard that. "Are you 2 from Profound Yang Mountain?" He had never expected that the first people he bumped into would be from Profound Yang Mountain. After giving it a thought though, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. There were only 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven. Since he had met the people from Unrivaled Guild, it was expected that he'd also chance upon people from Profound Yang Mountain. The rough-looking man sported a modest smile. "That's right." An elated Yang Kai said, "What a coincidence. Would it be all right for you to lead me to Profound Yang Mountain? Of course, if it's not convenient for you, you can just tell me the directions and I'll go over there myself." The rough-looking man exchanged glances with his companion and secretly communicated with him before nodding. We don't have any important tasks to attend to anyway. Since senior brother is willing to join Profound Yang Mountain, I believe that the mountain lords will welcome you. We'll lead you to the headquarters now. A fifth order open heaven realm master was considered fairly powerful in the shadowless cave heaven, so any great force would welcome him. Moreover, a newcomer would have to hand over a large portion of his resources. When that happened, they would get some rewards for bringing Yang Kai to the sect. That was also the reason Ma Tianyuan wanted to lure Yang Kai to unrivaled guild. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fists with gratitude. The rough-looking man laughed and said, "Don't mention it, senior brother. If you join Profound Yang Mountain, we'll be one family. Both of us are weak, so you have to take care of us in the future." Good, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Then they identified the direction and headed straight to Profound Yang Mountain. As a fifth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai seemed pretty easygoing, so the two men wanted to befriend him. Therefore they had a pleasant chat on the way to their destination. The two of them were biological brothers whose surname was Wei. As they spoke, they implicitly asked about Yang Kai's background. Yang Kai was being frank as he mentioned that he was from Void Land. While treasure hunting in the Shattered Heaven, he accidentally fell into the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Voidland was a very new great force, while these people had lived in the Shadowless Cave Heaven for years, so they knew nothing about the place Yang Kai was from. As such, they were unable to figure out whether Yang Kai was speaking the truth. However, regardless of one's background, it was useless in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. There was once a disciple from one of the cave heavens who fell into this place and thought himself superior to others, but he ended up in a miserable state. Perhaps he was secretly killed by one of the top cultivators here. Yang Kai's aura suggested that he was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, while the Wei brothers were only in the fourth order, which was why they were polite to him. There came a moment when Yang Kai thought that it was the right time to ask about the wind. "By the way, I came across a strange gale in this damned place half a day ago. What was that? Why was I still unable to avoid it even though I dove several thousand meters below ground?" At the mention of the eerie wind, the Wei brothers couldn't help but shudder. The older brother Wei gazed at him with an awkward expression and asked, "You snuck into the ground in order to avoid the wind, senior brother Yang?" "Yes." The Wei brothers exchanged glances and seemed to take a stroll down memory lane. Then the older brother Wei burst into laughter. "That was what we did in the past, but it was totally useless. The wind is unavoidable. Not only can it reach underground, but it also blows into our small universes. We suffered immense losses because of that." Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. "That was what happened to me. My small universe is in a mess now." The younger brother Wei added, "Since you're a newcomer, it's expected that you know nothing about it. We call that strange wind shadowless astral wind, but no one knows what it actually is. The wind is able to penetrate essentially any kind of barrier to reach every point in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Only a few special spots are safe from it. You can't avoid the wind anywhere else." The older brother Wei said, "These places are the headquarters of the three great forces in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. The location of Profound Yang Mountain is the biggest one. Whenever the shadowless astral wind comes, all of us have to avoid it. Otherwise, we suffer big losses." Upon that realization, Yang Kai nodded. "It's no wonder that the person I came across earlier told me that we're unable to survive in the Shadowless Cave Heaven if we don't join one of the three great forces." The older brother Wei nodded repeatedly. "True. Without shelter, a person will lose all the heritage in his or her small universe due to the wind, and once their small universe collapses, they'll die." A worried Yang Kai asked, "Are only the headquarters of the three great forces safe from the wind in the Shadowless Cave Heaven? In that case, the proprietress and the others were probably in a terrible state right now. It had been 1 year since they fell into the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so they must have experienced the astral wind many times, which would certainly have a negative impact on their small universes." The younger brother Wei shook his head. "Not exactly. There are some smaller places where one can take refuge from the wind, but they can't accommodate a lot of people." The older brother Wei followed up. "To be honest with you, even the headquarters of the three great forces are not completely immune to the shadowless astral wind. It's just that the impact is less severe when we hide inside those places. Even though there are other shelters, None of them are as good as the headquarters of the three great forces. To the side, the younger brother Wei nodded in agreement. Yang Kai arched his brow. It seems that we're really unable to survive if we don't join one of the three great forces. That's right. Yang Kai looked away and asked, has no one survived over the years while not being in one of the three great forces? There are none. You had a taste of shadowless astral wind earlier, senior brother Yang. Even though you're a fifth-order open heaven realm master, how many times do you think you can endure it? The younger brother Wei muttered, and I remember that there are 3 people who are outside of the 3 great forces now. I wonder how they're doing. 3 people. Yang Kai appeared shocked. Who are they? Why are they not part of the 3 great forces? The younger brother Wei took a glance at his older brother, not knowing whether he should talk about it. After a moment of hesitation, the older brother Wei reasoned, senior brother Yang is going to join Profound Yang Mountain, so there's no reason we can't tell him. It was then the younger brother Wei continued, senior brother Yang, you said you want to join Profound Yang Mountain, but do you know our rules? Please tell me about them. If you join Profound Yang Mountain, you can stay in the Great Force when the wind comes to prevent being harmed. However, cultivation resources in the shadowless cave heaven are very scarce, so every newcomer has to hand over 80% of their cultivation resources upon joining. I did hear something like that, Yang Kai nodded. It was then the younger brother Wei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that other great forces must have attempted to lure Yang Kai to join them, but he had turned them down. It wasn't until he had a taste of shadowless astral wind that he decided to join Profound Yang Mountain. Martial Peak, Chapter 4384. None of them can fight. In fact, the same thing happened to the Wei brothers in the past. After all, no one was willing to hand over a large part of their own resources to someone else. However, once a newcomer had a taste of the shadowless astral wind, they would be eager to join one of the 3 great forces without anyone luring them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the shadowless cave heaven. As the Wei brothers recalled the past, they put on bitter smiles. After pulling himself together, the younger brother Wei continued, there were 2 men and 1 woman. All of them are fairly powerful. The woman was in the 6th order open heaven realm while the men were in the 5th order. When they arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, they happened to land on a place just outside of Profound Yang Mountain. The mountain lords noticed them and attempted to make them join our great force. The 2nd mountain lord even promised the woman that she would become the 5th mountain lord. However, she turned down the offer. The 5th mountain lord? Why did the woman turn down such a good offer? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. The younger brother Wei explained with a helpless smile. In fact, our 2nd mountain lord has a problem. It's that he's very lascivious. The woman is alluring and she's as powerful as the 2nd mountain lord. Therefore, he declared that the woman needed to be his partner before she could become the 5th mountain lord in Profound Yang Mountain. Perhaps the woman was from a powerful background, so she was rather hot-tempered. After an argument, she got into a fight with the 2nd mountain lord. What happened next? Yang Kai asked. Although the woman was powerful, she was unable to fight against so many people on her own. There are 4 6th-order open heaven realm masters in Profound Yang Mountain, so it was expected that she was no match for them. The mountain lords joined forces and injured her, but she managed to flee in the end. The 2nd mountain lord was so furious that he hunted them down for a while but to no avail. Even though Yang Kai was furious, he pretended to be nonchalant. The older brother Wei continued, they won't let that woman off. Although she was powerful, the mountain lords could have prevented her from fleeing if they went all out. However, the shadowless cave heaven is different from the outside world as resources are scarce here. No one is willing to make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. That's because fighting consumes a lot of power. If the mountain lords wanted to make the woman stay at that time, they would have had to pay a hefty price. That was why they let her go. The younger brother Wei nodded his head. A long time has passed since that incident. I guess the 2nd mountain lord is about to make a move. Even if those 3 were able to find a shelter, their strength must have been weakened by now as they had to constantly resist the shadowless astral wind. Certainly, the 2nd mountain lord will be able to easily defeat them now. Yang Kai asked, do you know where the 3 of them are now? The older brother Wei gave him a weird look. Why are you asking this question, senior brother Yang? Yang Kai put on a faint smile, just curious. The unsuspecting older brother Wei shook his head and replied, "We don't know where they are now, but the second mountain lord should be aware of it." Then he pointed at the front. "Profound Yang Mountain is over there. It's the second mountain lord who is in charge this month, so I'll bring you to meet him first. After you join Profound Yang Mountain we can have a proper chat." "Many thanks," Yang Kai nodded. There were more than 10 mountains in Profound Yang Mountain. Looking from afar one could see many palaces scattered around the mountains, and quite a number of cultivators were seen moving about. The people who could enter the shadowless cave heaven were all open heaven realm masters. On the way to their destination, some people would greet the Wei brothers and inquire about Yang Kai's background. The Wei brothers were completely honest with them, and upon hearing their explanation, these people appeared envious. That was because Yang Kai was brought to Profound Yang Mountain by the Wei brothers. After he handed over 80% of his resources, the Wei brothers would also get a handsome reward. Certainly, these people were envious of them for getting such benefits. Soon they reached a peak where there was a majestic grand hall. One could even hear some flirtatious and playful voices coming from inside. Upon reaching the entrance, one of the Wei brothers spoke up, "Please wait for me here, Senior Brother Yang. I'll inform the second mountain lord about your visit." Yang Kai nodded and waited patiently. The older brother Wei entered the grand hall, and just a moment later he stepped out and said to Yang Kai, "The second mountain lord is ready to meet you. Please come with me, Senior Brother Yang." As soon as Yang Kai followed the Wei brothers into the grand hall, he caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance and felt a rather decadent aura. Looking up, he saw a lot of women's clothes scattered around on the ground, which also included some undergarments. At the other end of the grand hall, there was a rather soft-looking man lying on a huge chair, surrounded by 7 or 8 women in revealing clothes. These women were wearing different styles of clothing, and they were each beautiful in their own unique way. There was a woman who squatted in front of him and helped him massage his calves. There was also a woman who let the man lie on her thighs and rubbed his temples. Another woman was seen sipping some wine into her mouth and then passing it into the man's mouth. The sight was extremely licentious. These women were barely covered as a large part of their skin was exposed. When the Wei brothers and Yang Kai stepped into the place, the women turned to look at them with their alluring eyes. Be it Ma Tianyuan or the Wei brothers, they all said that the second mountain lord from Profound Yang Mountain was a lascivious man. It seemed that it was indeed the case. The women around him were all open heaven realm masters ranging from the 3rd order to the 5th order. After the Wei brothers entered the grand hall, they hung their heads low and stared at their feet while Yang Kai looked fixedly at the man. As their eyes met, the soft-looking man curved his lips into a wicked smile. While he remained lying on the chair, he wandered his hand around one of the women, which caused her to moan incessantly. "You want to join Profound Yang Mountain?" the man asked impassively. "Are you the second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain?" Yang Kai questioned him instead. The man put on a faint smile, and, "This king is second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain, Yun Fei Bai. Half a year ago, a woman and 2 men arrived at this place. Were you the one who injured that woman?" Yang Kai asked. Yun Fei Bai narrowed his eyes and shot Yang Kai a meaningful glance. To the side, the Wei brothers realized that something was off as they turned to gaze at Yang Kai. The older brother Wei pulled Yang Kai's sleeve and secretly spoke to him. "Why are you asking this question, Senior Brother Yang?" An unfazed Yang Kai stared fixedly at Yun Fei Bai. "Is it true?" Yun Fei Bai retracted his hand and slowly sat up before glaring at the Wei brothers. Faced with the stern stare, the brothers were immediately drenched in cold sweat as they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. Then Yun Fei Bai turned to look at Yang Kai and replied smilingly, "And she was hurt by this king. She should feel honored that I was interested in her, but she couldn't appreciate my kindness. This king had no choice but to harm her a little. What's wrong? Do you know her?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "She's my proprietress." Yun Fei Bai said, "In that case you're not here to join Profound Yang Mountain. What's the purpose of your visit?" Yang Kai flashed a grin at him. "Since you've hurt proprietress, I'm here to return the favor." Yun Fei Bai became startled for a moment before he pressed his palms together and guffawed. "You retaliate against me?" Then he sized Yang Kai up. You've just entered the Fifth Order, right? Why are you making a scene here in profound Yang Mountain instead of strengthening your own cultivation? Are you sick of living? He paused for a moment. Good. This king was preparing to deal with that slut in a few days. Since you've come all the way here, I'll capture you and then look for her. I believe that she's important to you, which is why you're so concerned about her. You should make a good bargaining chip. You want to capture me? Let's see if you're capable of doing that. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he unleashed his Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm aura, and like a flood dragon leaving the ocean, he charged at Yun Fei Bai. The Wei brothers beside him were forced to stagger back from the impact, while Yun Fei Bai remained seated while giving Yang Kai a disdainful look. You dare. One of the women who leaned against the man yelled and raised her hand before pushing her palm towards Yang Kai. The woman was a fairly powerful cultivator in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. Clad in very thin clothing, her precious places were exposed while she made a move. Any man who saw this would feel their blood boiling. Scram! Yang Kai bellowed and pushed out his fist. Following a loud boom, the woman shrieked and sprayed out a mouthful of blood while she was sent flying away. Her tender body crashed into the wall and then fell into the debris. Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically as he stood straight up and roared, "Impudence!" He didn't make a move just now because he didn't think there was a need to. There was no way a newly promoted Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could possess much strength, so the women around him should be able to deal with him. However, it never crossed Yun Fei Bai's mind that his strongest woman would be sent flying after just one exchange of blows. The other women were dumbfounded, but they soon came to their senses and shouted as they used their secret techniques on Yang Kai. These women were not just Yun Fei Bai's playthings. After all, they were all Open Heaven Realm Masters who were strong in their own right, though their orders varied quite a bit. Presently they were making a move at the same time, so the sight was both alluring and imposing. An unafraid Yang Kai threw out his fists in quick succession, unleashing a barrage of fist shadows as he attacked the women in all directions. Explosive sounds were continuously heard as his world force blew out the surrounding walls. These women clad in skimpy outfits were all sent flying in different directions. Amidst the weltering dust, Yang Kai shot into the sky and looked around before knitting his brows. So weak. None of them can fight. Besides the first woman who traded moves with him, there was also another Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among these women, while the rest were Third and Fourth Order. However, these two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were totally incomparable to Ma Tianyuan. After the battle against Ma Tianyuan, Yang Kai had a better understanding of his own strength. He thought that all Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be about as strong as Ma Tianyuan, but after this battle he realized that he had overestimated others while underestimating himself. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't surprising. Ma Tianyuan fell from the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm to his current strength, so he was at the very peak of the Fifth Order. These two women were naturally much weaker than him. The place was a mess, but although the women were injured by Yang Kai, they were still alive. Outside the ruins, the Wei brothers were dumbfounded at the turn of events as they shuddered in fear.